Chapter 1501. The Story of Genes. Crystallizers wrote in a human language? Hansen was very surprised. This seemed to be an impossible scenario. When the first crystallizer ruins were discovered, humans found that the crystallizers used strange symbols for text. Human text associated with a crystallizer ruin had never been witnessed before. Hansen could read the human text of this book, and he could immediately see that it was titled The Story of Genes. Hansen examined the book more closely to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. After a minute, he picked the book up and started to read it. It had indeed been inked in an ancient human text. Have other humans already been here? Ji Yanran asked. Hansen, with a wry smile, said, I'm not sure, but if they have been, it's still all too strange. What does it say in there? Ji Yanran had not researched and learned ancient texts, so she couldn't read the writing. Hansen flipped the book open and his face looked strange as he peered into it. He said, this seems like a method to practice a qigong, but at the same time, it's not. This is weird. Is it a way for the crystallizers themselves to practice? Ji Yanran asked, exhibiting shock. It could be a method of practice for the crystallizers, but considering how it describes the body, it seems to be referring to the human body, Hansen said. That means some humans might have come this way and perhaps even lived here for a time. They might have left the book behind. Ji Yanran offered her current theory. Hansen shook his head. Although it may appear like a human qigong and I can read the contents, it's strange enough to also not be a qigong. I don't think humans can practice this way. What does that mean? Ji Yanran looked confused, unsure of what Hansen meant. Hansen composed his thoughts before returning to speak. I don't really get it. It's like humans are unable to breathe in water, but practicing the qigong assumes they can do just that. So, being able to breathe underwater is a fundamental skill for practicing this. There are many methods in the book that are like this, ones that humans cannot do. Even I, as a demigod, could not do all this. I suspect only gods can. They researched the book for a while, but ultimately, they could not learn anything. Hansen asked the beetle if he could take the book with him, and he was allowed. So, he grabbed the book with the plan of researching it in greater depths further down the line. Hansen took a few more crystallizer items from the lounge, and then he brought Little Flower and Bowerback on board the beetle. They pushed forward to explore other areas. The crystallizers possessed many things that humans did not understand. Hansen and Ji Yanran were only able to understand whatever the beetle told them. It was very shocking that a planet like this had been artificially created. The main control room was a dozen times larger than Planet Roka, where Hansen lived. And what's more, this was just a control room of sorts. It was much better than any human battleship. But if this really was a control room, what did it control? Usually, a control room was attached to a building or mechanical construct to serve a purpose. Hansen asked the beetle about this, but he was told that it lacked the knowledge to answer that question. Within 24 hours, Hansen was able to see everything the main control room had to offer. Aside from the lounge, he hadn't been able to touch anything, and once they were done, Ji Yanran and Hansen didn't think there was any reason to stay any longer. Plus, the control room was moving away from the Alliance too fast. Getting home would take longer, so they asked the beetle to leave now. When the beetle began to leave, Hansen noticed they were still in the same system. Since they had entered, it seemed as if they had not moved. But when they left the control room, the diamond-looking planet began to move fast again. Within a second, it had disappeared out of sight. What race were the crystallizers most similar to? This is weird. Ji Yanran looked at where the main control room had disappeared to. Who knows? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Hansen shrugged his shoulders. While he was curious, he didn't exactly want to find out. Hansen could not even figure out the enigmatic business concerning his own family. He wasn't in the mood to work on the mysteries of this civilization. Hansen was interested in the story of genes, though. He didn't know if the book belonged to a human or a crystallizer. The methods of practicing were really strange, and they seemed impossible to learn. It was as if a fish needed to swim in water but was expected to fly in the sky. The requirements were too much for humans themselves to learn. Might this be some sort of prank instead? Hansen wondered. After half a day, through navigation via the galactic map, they were able to leave the Barrens. After leaving the Barrens, Hansen saw a medium-sized cargo ship that belonged to the Alliance. Hansen didn't want to drive the Black Beetle all the way back, so he contacted the driver of the ship hoping to get a free ride. Dude, your ship is cool. I thought it was some deep space monster. On screen, a young man was chewing gum and jamming to music. He looked quite happy. This is a homemade ship. I know it looks a little strange and a little lame. Hansen laughed and then went on to say, our ship has a bit of a problem. Would it be okay if we hitch a ride to a human planet? We can pay. You don't need to pay, but we are currently on our way to Mirror Planet. We won't be stopping, but if that's okay, hop on, the man told them in a friendly manner. Thanks, that'd be fine, Hansen agreed. The young man opened the docking bay for Ji Yanran to drive the Beetle inside. When they exited the ship, the young man was already waiting outside for them, touching the bee. Tlee. He said, "Dude, your ship is too cool. Where did you get it from?" The shell looks to have been made from a high-class alloy. It's homemade. We have our own aircraft store, Hansen laughed. This is too cool. The young man complimented them again. What is your name, friend? Hansen asked. You guys can call me Sieg. Right, I have cargo I need to deliver to Mirror Planet before the 25th. We're in a rush, so we can't make a stop at the nearest planet. Are you okay with that? The young man said. We aren't in a rush, so let's go to Mirror Planet. Hansen nodded. Ji Yanran held Little Flower. She looked confused as she examined the interior of the cargo bay. And then she asked, Sieg, your ship looks like a gold bowl from the Starry Group. But it doesn't look quite right. Is this the latest model, by any chance? This is a platinum bowl. It was a product that they released 6 years ago. The gold bowl is no longer being manufactured. Sieg looked at Ji Yanran with some confusion. Ji Yanran was frozen. She sold ships, and she knew gold bowl was the latest model. It seemed impossible for them to have stopped being manufactured already. Chapter 1502, 10 years. After Hansen's discussion with Sieg, he noticed something was wrong when he next tried to use his communicator to connect to Skynet. It came as an extreme shock. While they only a single day had passed inside the main control room, outside in the Alliance, 10 years had gone by. It's no wonder Sieg doesn't recognize us. Hansen thought this fact was unbelievable. The crystallizer technology was also able to distort time. It was quite a frightening realization. Hansen took a look at the story of genes. He had initially found it difficult to believe it was a proper book you could learn to practice with. Now that he understood that the crystallizers were capable of playing with time, the possibilities the book suggested seemed a lot more convincing. Hansen planned to go home and practice with the techniques, and although his abilities were low for the book's requirements, it wouldn't do any harm to at least try out its teachings. Hansen rode Sieg's ship to Mirror Planet. Hansen was able to catch up on the news via Skynet and learn what he had missed over the past 10 years. Many things had occurred. The angel gene fluid had come a long way, as had many other types of medicines and formulas. Many humans had become demigods over those 10 years as well. But in the fourth god sanctuary, humans were still very weak overall. Compared to spirits and creatures, humans were still nothing. And the most important thing was that the Shura had invented a geno-fluid of sorts. With it, they could enter the sanctuary and not suffer damage for a period of time. They could move there freely. They weren't yet able to absorb geno points yet, though. And neither could they use beast souls or genocores. Not every Shura would enter via the first god sanctuary either. According to the Shura fighters' rankings, first-rank fighters would end up entering the first god sanctuary. Their ranking number correlated with the sanctuary they would enter, one by one. Still, with all that being said, the Shura weren't gaining many advantages or boons from entering the sanctuaries just yet. It was a development that affected humans, nonetheless, and fights had broken out between the Shura and humans inside the sanctuaries. When Sieg went away, Hansen and Ji Yanran called their respective parents. When Luolan and Ji Ruoxin saw Hansen and Ji Yanran, they started to cry. Even Ji Ruoxin's eyes turned red, despite the fact that he rarely displayed emotion. He was exuberant to see that they had come back. Ji Ruoxin was no longer the president. A few years prior, Angel Gene and Starry Group supported Wang Jixuan to become president. Hansen knew who Wang Jixuan was. He was Wang Mengming's father and Wang Yuheng's big brother. Ji Ruoxin told Hansen not to contact anyone else just yet or let the world know they weren't dead. They should wait until they had returned home first. Ji Ruoxin allowed them to stay with Sieg until they reached Mirror Planet. When they reached there, he would arrange passage for them to come home. Thanks, Sieg. You have our phone number now, and if there's anything you need, feel free to give us a call. When they reached Mirror Planet, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. They wished to pay Sieg a sum, but he kindly declined. They saw an airship already waiting for them on the surface of Mirror Planet. It took Hansen and his family all the way back to Planet Roca. Ji Ruoxin and Luolan were already there, waiting for them at home. When Hansen and Ji Yanran saw their parents, they didn't feel anything. After all, for them, they had only been gone a few days. But Ji Ruoxin, his wife, and Luolan felt a lot different. They came forward to greet them with much excitement. Hansen and Ji Yanran were still affected by their emotions, though, and they opened their arms for hugs. My baby, you are back. Grandma missed you. Why have you not yet grown? Little Flower, why have you refused to grow? Will you start growing sometime in the future? Hansen and Ji Yanran felt awkward, as most of their affection seemed directed towards Little Flower. They didn't care much for Hansen and Ji Yanran, and they ended up standing where they were with their arms frozen in midair, having expected hugs of their own. Once they were home, Hansen and Ji Yanran explained everything to Ji Ruoxin. When their story was complete, the man frowned. Dad, do you know about the new community? Hansen asked Ji Ruojin. Ji Ruojin nodded and then shook his head. Yes, I have heard about the new community. They have only been active in the past few years. When incidents transpire, particularly those that involve humans and Shura together, you can catch a glimpse of them. No one in the Ji family has yet been able to discover who the leader of the new community is, though. We can't even determine whether or not the leader is a Shura or a human. With the power they possess, they cannot lack strong backing, Hansen said. Ordinarily, organizations such as this cannot be so secretive, but the new community is strange. Their ranks are composed of humans and Shura. What's more, some big families work for them. But not even they, through doing that, are able to uncover who the leader of the new community is. Ji Ruojin paused briefly before going on to say, you guys should lay low and let me investigate matters first. After talking business, Hansen asked Luolan, Mom, where is little Yen? Luolan smiled. Don't worry, she has become a demigod and established a way to return to the Alliance. She is currently practicing back in the sanctuary as we speak. We can't contact her right now, but when she gets back, we'll let her know. She'll be delighted to see you've returned. That day had passed far too quickly, and he had learned even little Yen had become a demigod. Ultimately, Hansen let out a sigh. For the next 2 days, he rested at home. When boredom finally hit, he decided to return to the sanctuary. Luckily, Mask Shelter and Ling Meier were still doing fine. Moment Queen had helped bring Ling Meier's Geno Core up to Gemstone class in the time he had been gone. She was now allowed to visit Dark Spirit Shelter, and she had been there on a number of occasions. Moment Queen had also obtained a Gemstone Geno Core. But she had very bad news to relay to Hansen. A woman approached Shadow Shelter many years ago, saying she was looking for him. But due to his absence, she claimed the shelter for herself. Now, the shelter belonged to that woman and still, to that day, she was waiting for Hansen. Did she give you a name? Hansen asked. No, but she was a human, beautiful and strong, Moment Queen said after a moment of thought. Gu Qincheng? If that is her, she is coming after Elysian Moon. I wonder if Elysian Moon is still alive. Hansen then summoned the Elysian umbrella. It was still under the control of real blood, and as a result, it was still colored red. The image of the green-clothed woman was atop it. She had yet to be refined. Hansen planned to go to Shadow Shelter. After all, the Silver Fox and the others were still there. If he didn't go, there was the possibility they'd be held hostage. Chapter 1503, Nightmare. When he went back to Shadow Shelter, it didn't seem as if much at all had changed. Before he entered, he came across Cheap Sheep and Green Cow. They were waiting at the gate, one at either side. What are you two doing here? Hansen stood where he was, looking at the pair as if they were made of stone. Boss, you are back. If you hadn't come back, we'd have assuredly died out here. When Cheap Sheep and Green Cow saw Hansen, they almost cried. After Cheap Sheep and Green Cow finished crying, Hansen Lo. Arndt Gu Qincheng had told the two to stand guard where they were. It wasn't in defense against any potential enemies, but they were to stand there and wait for the day Hansen returned. She told them to inform her as soon as they saw him. They had been standing there for 10 years, and in all that time, they hadn't moved an inch. How are Little Silver and Red Pony? Hansen looked grave. If she was willing to do this to Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, it was no doubt she'd treat Little Silver and Red Pony even worse. Cheap Sheep looked bitter, and he answered, they're fine. The woman didn't trouble them. They're still in the gardens, scoffing down food every day. We are considered followers of yours, same as them, so why must the two of us suffer like this? After that, Cheap Sheep began to cry out loud. He was unable to stop. Hearing Little Silver was okay, Hansen felt his mind and heart put at ease. He comforted Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, then asked for them to take him to see the woman. The woman was in the spirit hall at the time. Hansen, after being led there, saw that the woman was indeed Gu Qincheng. You are back. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Gu Qincheng looked rather happy when she saw Hansen. I almost wasn't able to come back, Hansen said. Give the holy child back to me, and I'll forgive past transgressions. Gu Qincheng did not beat around the bush. Hansen revealed the Elysian umbrella in his hand and said, she's in here, but I'm not sure if she's living. After that, Hansen took away the real blood Geno Core and threw the umbrella at the woman. Gu Qincheng had brought disgrace to the entire Elysium Enclave on behalf of Elysian Moon. She was a person of dangerous extremes, and Hansen wanted as little to do with her as possible. But she had Little Silver, and he had no choice at the moment but to agree and do as she bid. Without Real Blood's control, the umbrella returned to its normal appearance. Before Gu Qincheng could pick it up, though, the umbrella spun in the air. All of a sudden, Elysian Moon came out of it. Elysian Moon snatched up the umbrella and looked at Hansen furiously. She wanted to attack him again. But Gu Qincheng waved her hand, which then trapped Elysian Moon. She looked at Hansen and said, "We are enemies of Elysium, and there is nowhere else for us to go. Can I stay with you for a while?" "It's fine. You may stay for as long as you want." Hansen felt rather strange about it all. Hansen wouldn't think it out of the ordinary if a strong woman like Gu Qingcheng happily took control of his shelter. But it was certainly strange to see her negotiate in such a way. Hansen was already planning on having to fight Gu Qingcheng, but he had misjudged her character and desires, apparently. Hansen was glad to avoid a fight, but he didn't know what had happened for her to drop the guise of intimidation she once carried. "I didn't know you were this good with creatures." "I didn't expect creatures such as this to be so willing to stay in your shelter," Gu Qingcheng said to Hansen. "I have a lot of creatures." "Which are you referring to?" Hansen was shocked, but he kept his cool. Gu Qingcheng smiled and said, "Nightmare. The fox and Starsea Beast are fine, but they haven't grown yet, unlike Nightmare." "Nightmare?" Hansen was surprised by this, as he had never heard this name before. But aside from Little Silver and Starsea Beast, the only other candidate could be Red Pony. Hansen didn't believe that could be what she was referring to, but it was obvious Red Pony wasn't any small creature. It was a powerful one, and even Gu Qingcheng was scared of it. Hansen had a suspicion about Red Pony ever since he found it. It didn't look strange, so Hansen took it in for a normal baby creature. Now that he thought about it, Red Pony might have been the strongest creature in that fight. When Hansen was in danger, he had heard a scary noise, and a strong force had slain his enemy. He wondered if that might have been Red Pony. Hansen couldn't wait to visit the garden, and before he reached it, Little Silver had already smelled his presence and come running out to greet him. He went straight for Hansen's legs, so he could rub his body around them. Hansen picked Little Silver up and stroked his hair, happily saying, "Little Silver, it's been 10 years. You still look the same as ever, and you haven't grown." Little Silver pulled out his pink tongue and licked Hansen's face. Then, he rubbed his face against Hansen's. He didn't speak because he didn't like the human language. Bauer, who was perched on Hansen's shoulder, looked at Little Silver with anger. "Thank you for taking care of Little Silver." Hansen put him down and walked over to Red Pony. Red Pony shook its head and sat down on a cushion, looking as if it didn't want to interact with Hansen. Hansen didn't force it to do anything, though. The pony had protected Little Silver and Starsea Beast in his absence, and it hadn't ever hurt Hansen, either. It wasn't an aggressive creature at all. Little Silver and Starsea Beast had reached Gemstone class. They hadn't wasted their 10 years, and they were very close to becoming superclass. Gu Qingcheng was scared of Red Pony, and she needed to stay at the shelter even if she looked down on the place. The reason why she was there was because of Hansen. After Hansen took care of business at Shadow Shelter, he returned to Mask Shelter in the underworld. Ling Meier was able to go back to Dark Spirit Shelter now, and she did so on occasion. Hansen wanted to return with her next time, so he could take a look at the gourd on the Holy Vine. But Ling Meier didn't go there too often, and she planned to go back a fortnight later. Hansen was bored, and so he stayed in the shelter reading the story of Genes. He also tried practicing with it. Chapter 1504, Mystic Armor Revives. As he expected, when Hansen to practice with the story of Genes, his body and energy were unable to resonate or yield any results. This was not unexpected, though, as the requirements for the story of Genes were far too high. This didn't just apply to humans. He wagered even the highest-class demigods in the Fourth God's Sanctuary would not fit the bill. Just as Hansen prepared to give up, the black crystal armor set in his Sea of Soul suddenly had some sort of reaction. Hansen did his best to follow the story of Genes in his practice, and as he went, the black crystal began to softly fill with a mystic power. It began to move and pulsate. Hansen was shocked by this, so he continued to practice with the story of Genes. The black crystal armor's power continued to move and swell. As time passed, the armor's mystic power grew in strength. When he finished a complete cycle, Hansen did not need to cast anything further for the mystic power to run through the armor by itself. Hansen gave the black crystal armor a strange look, unsure of what it was he was seeing. He found the black crystal in the First God's Sanctuary, and he had discovered that it helped beast souls and creatures to grow. Hansen initially believed it to be a valuable treasure from some high-class shelter, but the armor inside the black crystal was now activated by the techniques Hansen had discovered in the main control room outside the sanctuaries. Due to this new, weird reaction, Hansen was given a lot to think over. Are the sanctuaries and the crystallizers connected? Hansen guessed to himself. After the black crystal armor's mystic power finished a number of cycles, it suddenly came out of his Sea of Soul. Then, it merged into Hansen's body and continued to develop. In the beginning, that mystic power moisturized his cells, and he felt as if he had eaten life fruit. But not long after, things turned sour and Hansen looked bad. It wasn't as if the power was purposefully harmful, though. It was just that it was too strong. When it came back to float inside him, Hansen could barely take it. He was comparable to a little, steady river that had been subjected to a massive flash flood. Han Sen's veins were inflamed, and his body felt as if it was going to be torn apart by that power. Han Sen's body turned the color of blood as his muscles and veins began to snap. His strength was like a measly sheet of paper before that grand power. And that power was only running passively in Han Sen's body. It wasn't even trying to attack him. The mystic power was impossible to control, and it roared inside Han Sen's body. If Han Sen's body was a world, then the mystic power from the armor was a flash flood that destroyed it. Han Sen's body was wrecked by this mystic power. His veins, muscles, and bones were severely damaged. It made him look like a blood man. His veins were broken, his muscles were torn, and his bones were coming apart. Just as Han Sen thought he was going to die, the mystic power completed one last cycle inside his body. It came out of his body to remain contained inside the armor. Han Sen lay gasping on the floor. After a moment of breath-catching, he used Jade Skin to recover the damage done to his body. The mystic power did not create deadly wounds, but every portion of his body had been damaged in some capacity. Every cell of his composition had been injured, so the healing process was slow. Han Sen asked Moment Queen to bring Little Silver to him so he could recover faster. Fortunately, Little Silver's healing abilities were strong. And with Han Sen's power, his body was able to recover over the course of the next hour. The mystic power in the armor was still running, though, and it hadn't stopped. That wasn't the end, though. After that day, even if Han Sen did not take the time to practice the story of genes, the mystic power would come out of him every 2 days. It would follow the same cycle and dole out the same treatment to Han Sen's body. He'd consistently end up just as damaged. Han Sen didn't know what the Black Crystal armor wanted, but it looked as if it was letting him practice new skills. Han Sen tried many times. But after the Black Crystal armor was done floating inside him, he still wasn't making any progress with the story of genes. Han Sen felt his body develop strange, minute changes of some sort, but he couldn't quite tell what they were. After being damaged by the mystic power a multitude of times, Han Sen eventually got used to it. Although he could not practice with the story of genes, power did a little less damage every time it flushed through his body. Half a month later, when the mystic power was again inside him, it tried to deal Han Sen pain, but it was no longer able to. Ling Meier was going to Dark Spirit Shelter. Han Sen took Bauer with him, keeping his identity as a human that followed her lead. Ling Meier had gotten used to Han Sen being his true self now. She had become the only other person to know Han Sen possessed the Super King Spirit mode. Fortunately, she was naive and didn't ever dare take a step into the outside world. She had come to trust Han Sen very much, and Han Sen returned that trust, believing she would not spill the beans on his secret. Ling Meier rode the Black and White Snake King, while Han Sen followed from behind. He did so in awe of the structures ahead of him. The cave it resided in was so large, you could not even see the ceiling. There were cloud-like puffs of vapor decorating the air above, and Han Sen could see bits of the holy vine poking their heads through them. In the center of the city, a pillar-like vine reached all the way up to the subterranean sky. It looked as if it really was supporting the world. Many creatures and spirits walked around freely in that shelter. The spirits there were mostly of the Dark Spirit tribe. Many creatures and dark spirits bowed before Ling Meier and the snake as she went. They all feared SNA King, and they were all jealous of Ling Meier. Han Sen. As Han Sen followed Ling Meier through the shelter, he heard a surprising voice. Han Sen thought the voice sounded familiar, and when he turned around, he wasn't sure if he should be happy or worried. Chapter 1505, Another Gourd. Little uncle, why are you here? Han Sen asked the man who was only a minor distance away. It was the unluckiest man he had ever met, Wang Yuhang. Meeting a friend in the sanctuary ought to have been a happy thing, but seeing Wang Yuhang only made Han Sen feel fear. Creatures and spirits were all around them, and if Wang Yuhang was still as unlucky as he used to be, Han Sen had no clue what might befall him. Getting chased by every single occupant of Dark Spirit Shelter would be a terrible thing, but it was a probable scenario. I was called here by a spirit known as Spirit 13. Why are you here? Wang Yuhang said. Spirit 13 brought you here? Han Sen's heart jumped. He quickly pulled Wang Yuhang to the side into some place that was out of the way and asked him for more details. Wang Yuhang's luck was as bad as ever. When he became a demigod, he spawned in the underworld. Immediately, he was beset and pursued by creatures. It was through this that he encountered Spirit 13. Just as Wang Yuhang thought he was a dead man, Spirit 13 didn't kill him. Instead, he just brought him to Dark Spirit Shelter. Spirit 13 can't have done that out of niceness. There must be a conspiracy afoot. Did he know you were extremely unlucky and that you have a knack for making creatures despise you? Han Sen asked Wang Yuhang. I suppose that is what he saw in me. But he hasn't yet made me do anything, so I don't know what he wants. Wang Yuhang shrugged his shoulders, as he was used to such treatment. Han Sen went silent and said, we can't leave Dark Spirit Shelter. You must stay with Spirit 13, okay? I will think of a way to bring you with me in time. Are you bound to him through a contract? No. I'm not sure why he didn't make me sign a contract, Wang Yuhang said. Good. Now tell me, where do you live? I can find a way to contact you sometime later. Just make sure you don't let Spirit 13 find out that you know me. Han Sen thought Spirit 13 had saved Wang Yuhang to use as a doom machine on Lingmare. Fortunately, Spirit 13 did not know Han Sen was dollar. Seeing him should not have raised suspicions. After telling Wang Yuhang where they should meet again, Han Sen ran to catch up with Lingmare. Everyone was watching Snake King and Lingmare at the time, with no one paying any attention to Han Sen. Bauer looked at the holy vine as they neared, and eventually tried jumping towards it. But Han Sen was able to grab her in time and stroke her head. In a hushed voice, he said, "There are too many elites right now. Don't worry, I'll find a way for us to see the gourd. Don't rush this." Bauer nodded. He stared at the holy vine, not even willing to blink. Lingmare had a house in Dark Spirit Shelter. She brought Han Sen to see her parents. Lingmare's parents did not have pure blood, and they only possessed gemstone genocores, but because of Lingmare, they had a castle and a garden in Dark Spirit Shelter. Why did you pick a human? Humans are the worst. They are weak and lack loyalty. Lingmare's father looked down on Han Sen with a frown. Han Sen is nice. He is strong and loyal. Lingmare immediately defended Han Sen. Let's not talk about this for now. Let Mare go see the elder. The old man is probably just dying to see you, Lingmare's mother said. Yeah, Mare. Go and see the elder, Lingmare's father said. Okay, then I'll just go talk to him first. Lingmare was used to this. Every time she returned, the first thing her parents did was inform her to go and see the elder. Mare, can I come with you to see the elder? Han Sen asked Lingmare. The elder won't let any others enter the garden, only the outskirts. You can wait for me there. Lingmare was apologetic. That's okay. We'll wait outside. Han Sen didn't expect to see the gourd on the holy vine, anyway. If they were near enough, perhaps Bauer would be able to feel it. Under Snake King's guidance, Lingmare brought Han Sen to the center of the shelter. In the center of the shelter, there was a big garden that was surrounded by vines. They were all wreathed and tangled, forming a 50-meter-tall wall that shielded the interior from outside eyes. At the entrance of the garden, there was a turtle lying down. It looked to be asleep. When Snake King and Lingmare approached, the old turtle looked at them. Then, it closed its eyes again, as if it didn't care that they were coming. Wait for me here, she told Han Sen, looking at the turtle. Han Sen knew the turtle was the guardian creature of the garden, and he could detect a presence coming from it that was actually somewhat frightening. It was a super creature. Just as Han Sen started to agree, he heard an old voice come from the garden. Allow your human friend to enter. Han Sen was shocked. Lingmare said not even core members of the Dark Spirit tribe were allowed access to the garden, and the person who had just invited him in had to be the elder. Now that he had been invited in, though, Han Sen wasn't sure what that meant. But there was no rejecting this offer and escaping. He mustered his courage and marched in alongside Lingmare. Snake King also followed them in. The garden looked rather empty inside. Aside from the vine that had formed the wall, there was nothing else. In the middle, you could see the giant, primary vine rising from the ground like a grand pillar. Beneath that vine sat a handsome spirit. Han Sen thought the elder was going to be some sort of stereotypical, old character. After all, no matter how long a spirit had lived for, their appearance should have exuded age to some degree. But after seeing him, Han Sen knew he was too small-minded. He was seeing spirits as humans. The elder was not old. In fact, he was quite handsome. If he hadn't seen him there in the garden, Han Sen would have believed him to be Lingmare's big brother or some such. Greetings, elder. Lingmare hastened her pace to go and bow before him. Mare is getting better now. The elder smiled and stroked Lingmare's head. He looked at Han Sen and then said, Are you the human that helped Mare? That was my duty. Han Sen bowed. Bauer hadn't taken her eyes off the holy vine, and she didn't even look at the elder. Near the root of the giant vine a 3-foot-long, younger-looking vine had sprouted. There was a green, hand-sized gourd hanging off it. Chapter 1506, Human Emperor. Han Sen saw the green gourd, but he did not stare at it. He didn't want the elder to get the wrong idea. The gourd looked different than the one Bauer had come out of, and it felt different, too. Han Sen could not quite put his finger on the reason why, though. The human emperor and I were connected in a way. He helped me. How is he now? How have humans been reduced to what they are today? What the elder said shocked Han Sen. Han Sen knew the human emperor the elder mentioned was the Blood Legion leader that supposedly became a god. I don't know about our elder. I've never seen him before, and stories about him aren't told. Han Sen shook his head. The Dark Spirit elder did not think Han Sen was lying, and he just nodded and said, Back then, all the races believed the human emperor became a god. It looks like that might not have been true. If human emperor truly became a god, humans wouldn't be what they are today. Climbing the ranks is the task of an individual, and human emperor seems to have fallen. Otherwise, those of his bloodline that are below emperor wouldn't have to go downstairs. This was the first time Hansen had heard others talk about humans and their apparent ancestors. He wished to talk to the elders some more, so he could learn more about the human ancestors. But within those few sentences, Hansen had already received more than a few answers. The story of the human elders was still there in the sanctuary, unlike Azura, who had been forgotten. It looks like humans are different than the Shura, Hansen thought. The dark spirit did not continue talking about this and instead went on to say, "Take care of Mare and I will treat you well. I will give you this as the reward for sending a spirit to look after her." After that, the dark spirit elder summoned a Geno core before Hansen. Hansen saw that it was an old mirror. There was a marking on it, indicating it to be gemstone class. He did not know what it did, but Hansen accepted it and thanked the elder. Hansen understood, though, that this was not a simple reward. It was more of a warning. The word seemed casual, but it was the elder's way of telling Hansen that the spirit knew his each and every move. He knew Hansen had entered the shelter, and he knew he had sent a spirit to watch over Lingmare. When Mare becomes superclass, you will be given even more rewards. Super Geno cores are nothing. After that, the elder waved his hand and had Snake King escort Hansen out. After Hansen left, he noticed he was covered in a cold sweat. The elder was likely stronger than Gu Qincheng. If the elder wanted Hansen dead, there'd be no escape. "Dad, I want the gourd." Bauer's face looked serious. Hansen quickly held her mouth closed. He looked around, used the Dongshen aura to hide, and asked her, "Do you know what the gourd is?" Bauer shook her head. "I don't know, but it feels important to me. I can't get it now. The dark spirit elder is guarding the gourd. We can't get it now." Hansen knew he was weaker than the elder. An ancient being like that would be far stronger than most emperors. Bauer looked depressed, so Hansen felt guilty. He asked, "Bauer, do you know when it'll mature?" "Maybe in 4 to 5 years." Bauer looked at Hansen. "There's still time then. We can find a way to get it," Hansen said to comfort her. But he knew that a few years wouldn't be long enough to gather enough power to face the entirety of Dark Spirit. It wasn't impossible, though. Hansen thought Gu Qincheng could rival the elder, and if she could help him, there was a chance he'd be able to get the gourd. In a few years, perhaps Hansen himself would reach the level of the elder. Hansen stayed in Dark Spirit Shelter for 2 days, and eventually found a chance to slip away and visit the location where Wang Yuhang was supposed to be. Hansen entered a dark alley in the shelter. A man's voice came out of the dark. "The garden is home to many temptations." It was a code, and Hansen answered it with the password, so he cheated. "Friend, you have come. I waited a long time for you." Wang Yuhang came out of the dark and immediately went to clutch Hansen's hands. "To win this revolution, we need to be patient. You must be prepared to make a sacrifice," Hansen said righteously. Wang Yuhang threw his hands away. "Fuck you. You make the sacrifice. I have a few hundred years left in my lifespan, and girls are waiting for me. I'm not sacrificing anything." "Young man, you became a demigod for a few women? You need grander dreams." Hansen's face said he felt sorry for the man. "Well, otherwise, why would I practice? If it isn't for the girls, who else?" "You." Wang Yuhang smiled. Hansen slumped his shoulders and said, "You really are here for the women. By the way, do you have any news on what Spirit 13 is up to?" Wang Yuhang nodded. "Yes. He told me to get close to a dark spirit called Lingmare and follow her whenever she leaves. That Spirit 13 really is up to no good. He wants you to follow her so that your unlucky powers doom her by attracting monsters." Hansen had already guessed this to be the case, but now he was hearing a confirmation. "What should I do then?" Wang Yuhang asked. "It's good that you're doing this. Don't worry, I'm here." Hansen was thinking about how he might get Wang Yuhang out of this. Now that Spirit 13 had sent Wang Yuhang here, it made things easier. Wang Yuhang was so happy. He was worried he'd need to keep staying with Spirit 13. Spirit 13 is too naive. He has no idea how powerful Uncle really is. He really thinks Uncle is just unlucky, and that's it. Hansen laughed maliciously. Wang Yuhang discussed matters with Hansen for a while before leaving. Spirit 13 had all manner of things planned, and Hansen let them happen. Wang Yuhang approached Lingmare closely and waited for Hansen to take them all to Mask Shelter. "By the way, there are other human demigods in Dark Spirit Shelter. I called them for a meetup. Would you like to come?" Wang Yuhang asked Hansen. "Where did you hear all this from?" Hansen looked at him with shock. "Haha, it is because I am the brother of the president. They respect me a bit more now." Wang Yuhang laughed. Chapter 1507, Mystic Power Returns. "I'm not going. I still haven't announced the fact that I'm not dead, and I don't want people to see me before I do," Hansen said after thinking for a minute. Wang Yuhang smiled. "What is there to be afraid of? It's been 10 years. Aside from close friends, no one will really remember you. Perhaps they might remember your name as the one who was a super aristocrat, but they might have forgotten what you look like. I still need to exercise caution. You should keep the fact that I'm alive a secret. Hansen shook his head. He wasn't afraid of the new community, but he was worried his return might disturb the investigation into them. So, Wang Yuhang decided to join the gathering alone. Because of Ling Meier, Hansen had no restrictions on his comings and goings. He decided to return to the alliance. Big brother, you are back. Just as Hansen returned, Han Yan happily approached him and gave him a big hug. I haven't seen you in a few days, yeah. Wow, you've grown up a lot in such a short time. Hansen patted her on the head, as he used to do when they were young. It may have been a few days for you, but it's been 10 years for me. Han Yan gripped Hansen's arms as she spoke. Big brother, is the crystallizer's main control room that magical? I wouldn't say magical, but one day seems to have been 10 years. If we had stayed there for a while longer, the era of my lifetime would have completely disappeared. Hansen laughed. It looks like you guys didn't change one bit. For us, it was 10 years. For you, it was only one day. And in that time, I've been able to catch up with you. Now that I am a demigod, perhaps you'll be unable to compete with me anymore. Han Yan would only talk this way in front of Hansen. Haha, I will forever be your big brother. Even 100 years from now, I'll be the elder of us too. Hansen smiled. Fine, you're my big brother. You're the best. Han Yan blinked and went on to say, Big brother, I am going to a party with my schoolmates in a few days. Might you be able to come with me? Why would you want to bring me to a party with your schoolmates? Hansen asked. Han Yan shrugged and told him, They say you need to bring your partner, but I don't have one. I only have you. I see. When is it exactly? Hansen asked. It's Saturday night on Planet Fantas. It's a 3-hour ride there, Han Yan said. Hang on. Hansen called Ji Ruozhen and started chatting with him. When the conversation was over, Hansen smiled and said, Okay, that won't be a problem. I can join you for your classmates' party. Then it is settled. Pinky, promise me, okay? You can't wiggle your way out of this one. Han Yan yanked Hansen's hand forward and forced a pinky promise on him. Hansen laughed and said, Huh, how old are you? You're still doing things like this. I'm still your little sister, no matter how old I am. Isn't that right? And remember now, this promise is unbreakable. Han Yan giggled to herself. Ji Yanran and Little Flower were at home, so Hansen spent some time playing with them. He brought out the story of genes too. Hansen was unable to practice its contents well, but the pain he was suffering every day was starting to wear him out. He wanted to find out if there was a solution for the ailment. Hansen was unable to get rid of the Black Crystal Armor's mystic power. Even making use of his Super King Spirit mode didn't help. Hansen carefully examined the power, but he was unable to determine which element it was associated with. He had once studied the creation of Hyper Geno Arts alongside Baishan, who had a lot of knowledge regarding all sorts of different powers. But the power exuded from the armor didn't match up to any power he had previously studied or even glimpsed before. Hansen looked at the time and noticed it was almost time for the black armor to do its thing. So, Hansen went to his training room and readied himself to endure the pain. It showed up right on time, as always. The mystic power was expelled by the armor, swirling and coursing all throughout Hansen's body. It caused him a lot of pain. Although Hansen was unable to prevent this from happening, he was determined to not just sit where he was and do nothing about it. When the power was running all through him, Hansen used a skill from the story of genes to aid him in controlling that power. Perhaps his powers were too weak, or maybe the power just didn't belong to him, but no matter what he tried, Hansen was unable to control or even affect it in the slightest. Following Hansen's vessels, the mystic power circled his body once before returning to the armor. When the pain disappeared, Hansen practiced in accordance with what was written in the store. Why of genes? But this time, something surprised him. His body hadn't produced any reaction all the other times he had used the story of genes, but now there was a reaction of sorts. He felt all of his cells heat up, and it almost made him feel as if he was sitting in a hot spring. This reaction was minuscule, and it barely constituted a rookie level of training. But the fact that he did have a reaction was more than enough to tell him that it was possible for humans to learn from the book. Hansen ran a few more cycles to confirm the reaction he was getting did indeed exist, but that was about all he could do. No matter how many more times he ran it, the reaction was of the same strength and did not increase. Of course, Hansen did not mind this. He persisted in casting the story of genes step by step. As this occurred, on the roof of a building on a planet, there was a strong man with white hair sitting at the head of a meeting table. To each of his sides sat a number of humans and Shuras. If anyone saw the humans and Shuras together like that, they'd be shocked. The humans were demigods and the Shuras were fourth-rank fighters. It was quite the collection of power. The people to each of the white-haired man's sides were all quiet, and no one dared look at his face or make contact with his eyes. Can someone tell me what happened? Why are Han Sen, his wife, and his son still alive? And yet, 5 members of the new community remain missing. The white-haired man looked at the humans and Shuras as he addressed them, his voice grave. No one spoke. After a while, a royal Shura female to his right said, "Chairman, if you would allow it, I think I can bring Han Sen and his family here. We can get the answers straight from him." That's not very nice. We can't even confirm if he's Han Jinji's heir or not. If he's not, then that will have us offending the Ji family and Luo Haitang, said a human male on the left side. Does it matter whether he is or isn't? The chairman has already woken up. Should he care about the Ji family or Luo Haitang? The Shura woman spoke with disdain. Shei-Fi, I will leave this to you. I want answers, so you better not disappoint me, the white-haired man said. Yes, chairman. I won't disappoint you. The Shura woman then stood up and bowed. Chapter 1508, A Man Like God. Ji Yanran took Little Flower over to see the Ji family for a while. It was safer for them to be there, too, since they had a high number of demigods for protection, not to mention Old Man Ji himself. Han Sen stayed at home teaching Bauer. She was quite smart, but she never grew. A child such as her was unable to go to kindergarten or learn anything at school, either. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Han Sen checked who it was through the security camera, and he saw that it was Blind Man. Han Sen was surprised, as Blind Man was always a mystic sort. For him to now come seeking Han Sen was strange. Han Sen opened the door, forsaking general nicety. Yes, Blind Man said nothing and walked inside. Can you talk? Blind Man kept on walking, looking all around him. Yes, we can talk here in the house. Han Sen was very calm. He wasn't in a rush, and he knew he was close to the truth. When they reached the living room, Han Sen asked him, "Do you want a drink?" "I'm okay. I don't have much time. I'll just tell you and go." Blind Man looked directly at Han Sen and then said, "You're in danger. Someone wants to kill you. Many people want to see me dead. I've gotten used to it." Han Sen shrugged. "It's different this time. The people who want to kill you this time can actually succeed. Not even Luo Haitang can stop them," Blind Man said. "Who wants to kill me?" Han Sen asked casually, not really expecting Blind Man to give him a proper answer. Blind Man quickly replied, "The new community." "You have a connection to the new community?" Han Sen asked, his heart jumping. Blind Man nodded. "It's complicated. I can't explain much about it right now. Your father told me to tell you to take your family to either the Ji family or Luo family, where they'll be safe. If you are one day captured by the new community, it does not matter who asks you. You only need to know that your great-grandfather Han Jinji was just an officer. He had nothing to do with the Han Jinji of the Blue Blood Special Forces." "I want to know everything," Han Sen said coldly. "Everything you want to know is in here. Open it in a secure location and then destroy it. Don't let anyone else see it, otherwise your father will be in danger." Blind Man pressed a card into Han Sen's hand and then promptly left. Blind Man was incredibly quick to make his departure. Before Han Sen could even respond, he was gone. Han Sen closed the door behind him and retired to his room so he could read the contents of the card. In the holographic images, Han Sen saw a familiar and strange shadow. It looked like his father, from what little he could remember. "Little Sen, remember what I have to tell you. You're a grown man now, and I believe you will make the right decision." The man in the video paused and then said, "This is a long story, so I will explain it to you as concisely as I am able to. If we both survive, and we are able to meet, then I will tell you everything. My grandfather is your great-grandfather Han Jinji. He was known as the last Qigong master of the Alliance." Han Sen was stunned. He was used to the elders being all mystic, but now he was being told hard facts. That almost made it more difficult to accept. The man went on to say, "He is not the Qigong master from the legends, though. He does not possess special blood. He was born to an old faction that was not a Qigong faction. He was in a faction that was comprised of professional liars that pretended to be physiognomists." Han Sen was frozen hearing this. He thought the real Han Jinji was smart. Otherwise, how had he been able to cause so much disruption and chaos? Instead, he was just a liar. He was a professional one. Also, he is not your real great-grandfather. Your second uncle and auntie are not related to you by blood. When your great-grandfather was dying, he did so via a scheme he had concocted years before. He used the identity of an officer, also named Han Jinji. Your great-grandfather used his identity, and I used the identity of your grandfather's first child. The Han family sacrificed 2 lives for us. We owe them too much, so no matter what they do not hold them accountable. Aside from Han Jinji and your granddad, they don't know anything. We owe them 2 lives. Han Sen's face looked very complicated. What the man was telling him was beyond all of his expectations. "We thought we could escape those pursuing us and live as an ordinary family, but they picked up the trail and it led them right to me. And Starry Group wanted to buy out our company, so I faked my own death. I made them think the leads were incorrect, but I made a couple of mistakes. The man gave a wry smile and said, I didn't expect my wife to be Luo Haitong's daughter. And I never expected my son to become someone so great. When you grew up, you drew their attention again. It is fortunate you also have Luo Haitong for a grandfather. You became Ji Ruozhen's son-in-law, also. And with your power, they are unable to figure out whether or not you are Han Jinji's heir. They're afraid of alerting others, so they haven't done anything to you yet. The man's face turned dim. Now it is different. The man has woken up. In 3 days, he will be wide awake. They are fearless, and in 3 years, they may find themselves able to bring changes to everything in the universe. You need to cherish and make the most of the next 3 years, preferably by taking refuge in the Ji or Luo families. But when the man has fully recovered and he wants to kill you, no family will be able to protect you. Han Sen opened his mouth, wanting to ask who this man was. He wanted to know whether he was the chairman of the new community or a member of Blood Legion. But it was just a video, and it wouldn't answer him. So, Han Sen only left his mouth agape without speaking. Still, it was like the man could pierce through Han Sen's mind. He said, this man is the chairman of the new community. I was with them for many years, and aside from his strength, I do not know much of anything. All I know is that people who are strong like him, upon recovery, are the sort that not even demigods can stand up to. Chapter 1509, 3 years. But the man has one major disadvantage: he cannot access the sanctuaries. If your life is in danger, you can enter there. There might be many new community elites to square off against in the sanctuary, but at least you will not have to suffer the wrath of their leader. Saying that, the man's expression became complicated all of a sudden. My son, you are far greater than I ever thought you would be. ING a son like you makes me immensely proud. You need to stay alive, to take care of your mother and little Yen. Your wife is good and little Flower is cute. I will also do everything I can to ensure the safety of these things, and hopefully, one day, we can meet again. After that, the video finished. Han Sen was unable to tell if the man really was his father. Technology had advanced a great deal, and constructing a video such as that wouldn't be difficult. Han Sen knew Blind Man delivered it himself to make it look and sound all the more convincing. Although Han Sen didn't dare believe it in full, if the content was true, then the video clarified a lot. Many of the answers he had been provided made sense. He still wondered about it all, though. He felt something was off. Like Han Jinji avoiding the new community. If he was, then why would he still pretend to be called Han Jinji? It wasn't as if he was hiding in plain sight. That sort of stuff was a load of rubbish. If he had used a name that was nothing at all like Han Jinji, it'd have been a lot more convincing, and he'd have had a far lower chance of being discovered. If Han Jinji was simply proud of his name and didn't fancy changing it, that didn't make much sense, either. He was a professional liar, and giving others a different name seemed like a stock activity. No one would risk everything they had done over some measly pride. Aside from that, though, everything else sounded reliable enough to lend it some credence. Who is the new community's leader? If he's stronger than a demigod, but cannot enter the sanctuaries, who might he be? Han Jinji is a liar, but what did he do to incite the man's wrath so much? What could have been so bad that the man would want Han Jinji's heirs murdered? Han Sen racked his mind. It did not matter whether the video was real or fake, though. Han Sen already knew the new community wasn't going to let him go so easily. He needed to be stronger so he could deal with whatever came his way next. Han Sen didn't plan on running to the Ji family or Luo family to hide, though. He himself knew the power he possessed was likely higher than everyone in the Ji family anyway. If he was unable to stop what was coming, the Ji family would just die along with him. Many new demigods had risen over the past 10 years, but Han Sen didn't consider them fighters. There weren't many super demigods in the alliance. Aside from Gu Qingcheng and the leaders of Blood Legion, he hadn't seen any others. And there certainly weren't any in the Ji family. Han Sen had a god Geno core that practically made him super, so there was no point in him taking refuge in the Ji family now. Han Sen destroyed the card and went back to helping Bauer with her homework. Han Sen couldn't focus at all, though, and his mind was still occupied with guessing who the leader of the new community might be. The likeliest candidate, he assumed, was this person being Azura. He suddenly Ice appeared from the sanctuaries, and it was a well-known fact the Shura couldn't enter them. And the leader was forbidden from entering the sanctuary. He really might have been Azura. Han Sen had another theory, too. The leader hated Han Jinji, and there had been an accident which prohibited a full recovery, even up to this day. Han Sen thought the leader might have also been the god the 7th team encountered in the sanctuaries. Perhaps at that time, something happened between that figure and Han Jinji. That might have been the catalyst for all that came afterwards. Han Sen thought those were the two most likely candidates, but it was all theory for now. He lacked hard evidence to back up either guess. But even if the sky was to fall, days would still pass. Han Sen was not going to sit around waiting to die, just because someone had told him he might. Han Sen was not like that. If he was going to die, he'd die on his own terms. Plus, he had 3 years until that supposed time. By then, who knew who might win? It was now the day of Han Yan's party though. So, he went and took Bauer along with them. The new community knew he was still alive, so there was no point in hiding anymore. He went to Planet Fantas via public transportation. Planet Fantas was a holiday resort, and the planet was chock-a-block full of hotels. Their party was to be held in one of the more luxurious ones. Han Yan told Hansen that most of her classmates were just surpassers, and there was only one classmate who was also a demigod. His name was Zhao Mingze. Is he from Angel Gene? Hansen asked. Han Yan nodded. Zhao's 7th second son. He was hitting on me while we were in school, but I never liked him. Now Hansen understood. You brought me here to help you keep that Zhao Mingze away from you? Han Yan laughed and said, so many guys chase me, but Angel Gene is too effective in the alliance. If I found just any guy, he'd be destroyed before the jealous wrath of Zhao Mingze. Don't you hate the Zhao family anyway? You aren't afraid, are you? Hansen pretended to be mad and said, I'm not afraid of the Zhao family. And if he really is stupid enough to try something, I'll matchmake his ass with my foot. Even if Zhao 7th himself was here. You don't need to worry about anything, and just pick who you like. Aside from me and our parents, no one else has control over you or can make you do things you dislike. Han Yan lifted her lips. You mean, if you and Mom don't like my decision, then there's nothing I can do? Yes. People say you should always listen to your elders, and I must say, that makes sense. Hansen spoke in absolutes. That's such a double standard. You never listen to what Mom tells you. Han Yan looked at him with disdain. Inside an ordinary aircraft in the Alliance, Shei-Fi watched the video. This guy is ignorant. He's still in the mood to go and join his sister's party? Fine. I will just get rid of him there. Let's head for plan. E.T. Fantas, Shei-Fi commanded. Chapter 1510, Tina. Hansen and Han Yan went to a hotel, and a young man welcomed them saying, Little Yan, you are finally here. Yuan Yuan and Lian Shan are here already. They're waiting for you. He saw Hansen holding Bauer and froze. With a forced smile, he asked, Is this gentleman your partner? This is my big brother, Han Yan said with a smile. Your brother? I thought he was. The young man was shocked. My big brother wouldn't die so easily. Han Yan then introduced the young man to Han Sr. This is my schoolmate Zhao Mingze from the Black Hark Military Academy. He is the second son of Angel Gene. Greetings. Hansen reached his hand out. Zhao Mingze also reached his hand out, but he looked confused. Finding this difficult to believe, he asked, Are you really Hansen? Yes, I am. Hansen smiled. We shouldn't stand here any longer. Yuan Yuan has been waiting for a while, Han Yan said. They are in the lobby. Come, I will take you to them. Zhao Mingze led the way, staring at Hansen all the while. Learning that Hansen had not died was quite a shocking piece of news. Little Yan, what happened to you? Whoa, did you have a baby? Is that your husband? When they reached the lobby, the group approached her immediately. When they saw Hansen carrying Bauer, they couldn't help but squeal. No, that's my big brother. I don't have a partner, so I asked him to come, Han Yan said. Your big brother? Wasn't he the first super aristocrat? I thought there was an accident 10 years ago. As Fong Yuan said this, everyone started looking at Hansen with confused expressions. Yes, he entered the systems of the barons. It took him 10 years to find his way back, Han Yan explained. Now everyone understood. Fong Yuan smiled and addressed Han Senior, I used to greatly admire you. You were everyone's idol in the Black Hark Military Academy. Hansen had come from there too. In a way, they were like his students. Hansen thought they were very warm, and they seemed to talk happily. Having been gone for 10 years, I wonder if you have gotten any weaker. A cold voice suddenly cut over their chattering. Hansen looked over and saw Yi Dongmu sitting on a sofa, drinking wine. He stood up and walked up to Hansen. Why are you here? Hansen was shocked to see Yi Dongmu there. Fong Yuan walked over to Yi Dongmu and held his arm. With a cocky look, she said, This is my boyfriend Yi Dongmu. There is no need for me to introduce you two, since you know each other already. Zhao Mingze laughed and balked. Everyone knows Yi Dongmu. He's a demigod that's more famous than Yi Yikshui. Han Yan's classmates all knew Yi Dongmu was famous, and Hansen found this interesting. He sat down next to him and asked, It looks like you've been doing well for yourself. You have found fame and a pretty woman. Yi Dongmu said coldly, It's just a shame I haven't been able to find Dollar. I still have. And had another chance to beat him. Hansen proceeded to chat with him. He didn't like talking, and he never really spoke to anyone as much as he did with Han. Senator time had made him even more reserved, though, or so it felt. As they continued their discussion, another airship came to land on Planet Fantas. Shei-Fi was wearing a disguise. With a hat on, she began to disembark the ship. But before she was fully off it, someone else started to come down, too. Tina, why are you here? Shaifai looked at the lady who was coming off the ship with surprise. I am following Shaifai out. Tina blinked. Her expression looked sinister. Shaifai gave a wry smile and said, Tina, if the chairman finds out you snuck on board my ship and slipped away, I will be punished. Tina blinked and said, just don't let my father find out then. If you're here to kill Hansen, I can help with that. This is my mission and I can carry it out. You can return aboard the ship so someone can take you back, Shaifai said. Shaifai, do you think I am weaker than you? Do you think I cannot help you? Tina seemed rather angry. That wasn't what I meant. You've got the chairman's good genes, so of course you are better than me. But Hansen is merely a human demigod. He's not worthy of being struck down by someone as good as you. Shaifai sounded very awkward. Tina was the only daughter of the new community's chairman. She was very loved, and she had grown to become incredibly strong. But because she was so young, she lacked a lot of proper combat experience. Shaifai couldn't risk her getting damaged by a demigod. If a single hair upon her head was brought harm, Shaifai would be punished. She would probably be killed even. While Tina might have lacked experience, she was very smart. She blinked and said, Auntie Shaifai, do not worry. I brought my father's Geno armor. I won't be in any danger. Shaifai's eyes opened wide and she screamed. What? You stole the chairman's Geno armor. Auntie Shaifai, you shouldn't say that. I am his daughter, so his belongings are my belongings. I am merely making use of my belongings. I haven't stolen anything. Tina blinked again as she spoke. Shaifai did not know how to respond. Tina was fearless, and it was clear that not even the chairman could control her. Since she had already sneaked off and followed Shaifai here, it was going to be impossible to send her back. But with the Geno armor, she'd be a lot safer. At least Shaifai did not have to worry about any possible punishment for letting Tina get wounded. The armor would be able to protect her from any top-tier demigod. Auntie Shaifai, let's go kill that human demigod. Tina sounded excited. Okay, but you have to follow my orders, Shaifai said. Tina agreed, but Shaifai looked at the woman's face and knew it would be impossible to actually get her to listen. Shaifai was glad that Tina had stolen the armor. If she ended up injured, that'd be a big problem. Chapter 15:11, Unpredictably. Shaifai followed through with her plan and took Tina to the hotel. But in the lobby, they were unable to see Hansen or Han-Yen. Lee Dongmu was not fond of such events, so he had called Hansen over to a battle room that was located in the hotel. Hansen, let me see if your skills have degraded over the past 10 years, Lee Dongmu said as he stood on the battleground. He clutched a practice dagger. Hansen stepped onto the stage with a practice sword, and he said, even if I didn't improve in the least, I certainly wouldn't get worse. Lee Dongmu didn't respond. He simply came forward to attack with his dagger. Friends like Han Yen, Fong Yuanyuan, and Zhao Mingze were in the bleachers watching. Han Lianchuan was excited while he watched too. I wonder if Senior Han or Demigod is stronger? Fong Yuanyuan sounded confident when he said, of course it will be Dongmu. Little Yan's brother is strong, but he hasn't fought in 10 years. He must have grown rusty over the course of all that time. Han Yen smiled. No matter how rusty he gets, my brother is incapable of losing. Zhao Mingze quickly said, they are both legends in the alliance. They are both so powerful, it's impossible to determine a victor. While they were discussing the two combatants, the intensity of the fight flared up. Lee Dongmu's assassination skills were incredibly powerful, and he could most certainly one-hit kill an opponent. Although the practice dagger wouldn't let him kill his opponent, in Lee Dongmu's hands, it was still really dangerous. The audience was very close to the stage where the combatants fought, but even still, they were unable to see how Lee Dongmu attacked. Whenever he struck, it was as if his body disappeared. Han Yen and Zhao Mingze were already demigods, but not even they could see where Lee Dongmu went. Hansen flipped his blade and thrust it backwards. Then, he heard the clang of metal, preceding the appearance of Lee Dongmu and his dagger. A second later, Lee Dongmu disappeared again, up until Hansen made another move. The strike bellowed another clang, and Lee Dongmu's presence was revealed once more. Lee Dongmu was practically invisible, like a ghost that was circling Han Senator, but despite that, Hansen was still able to use his sword to block each attack. They're so good. I wonder why I cannot be strong like them. Han Lianchuan's eyes were wide open. Han Yen, your big brother is good. But my Dongmu is still better, Fong Yuanyuan said. People often say a woman in love is blinded. I can see the truth to that statement, Han Yen wittily retorted. Don't you see your brother is being suppressed? He can't fight back. He hasn't even attacked once. Fong Yuanyuan smiled. Han Yen looked at Zhao Mingze and said, I fear Yuanyuan won't listen to me. Perhaps it would be best if you explain. Zhao Mingze was fixated on the fight, but when she called to him, it snapped him out of his daze. He looked strange. My father once said there are only a handful of people he admires in the alliance. One of these people is Han Senator in truth. Hansen is the one my father admires the most. His training abilities are extremely strong, or so my father said. So, I feel rather bad about this. I was hoping to fight Senior Han myself so I could show my father. But seeing this today, I know that even with another 10 years of practice, I would be unlikely to defeat him. Han Yan was surprised hearing this. She never thought Zhao Seventh would think of Han Sen in such a way. She couldn't believe it and asked, Chairman Zhao thinks that highly of my brother? Zhao Mingze was given a wry smile. My father and your brother once held a grudge. My father might not know his friends or family well, but he most certainly knows about his enemies. He spends more time researching his opponents than he spends with his own family. And Senior Han is the opponent that he has researched the most. He spent a long time studying him, ignoring his family in the meantime. You've talked a lot, but you haven't said Senior Han is as strong as Dongmu, Fang Yuanyuan said. Zhao Mingze went on to say, Demigod Yi is strong, and his assassination skills are very powerful. Taken at face value, you might say he is the strongest demigod. You have a lot to say about both. Han Yan smiled. Zhao Mingze looked at Fang Yuanyuan and said with a wry smile, that being said, I'm not very knowledgeable about the arts of assassination. I can't give a detailed review of his skills. But in my personal opinion, I thought assassinations were a one-hit kill affair. Yi Dongmu has attacked at least 100 times, and he has been unable to deal any damage to Senior Han. For someone who specializes in assassination, that is bad. Zhao Mingze didn't say it directly, but he clearly meant that if an assassination wasn't a single-hit kill, it was a failure. Han Sen stood in the same place he had started, and he had yet to make a move. He used his sword to continue blocking each and every strike delivered by Yi Dongmu. Zhao Mingze was shocked, but he didn't want to say anything ill in front of Fang Yuanyuan. Fang Yuanyuan was in love, so it was obvious why she was so confident in Yi Dongmu's abilities. But she wasn't stupid, and she knew what Zhao Mingze had meant. Little Yen, is Senior Han really this strong? I thought he was left adrift someplace in the galaxy for 10 years. Fang Yuanyuan looked at Han Yan with confusion. Han Yan smiled and said, they have both suppressed their power to fight here. If this was for real, it would be difficult to tell. Fang Yuanyuan heard this and looked happy. Han Yan and Zhao Mingze, on the inside, were both thinking that being in love just made women dumber. Everyone knew Han Yan was merely comforting her. It's no wonder that Senior Han is the pride of the Black Hark Military Academy. He is strong, Hong Lianxuan complimented. Yi Dongmu kept on attacking, knowing he had already lost. Boo. He kept on going, wanting to find out just how long Han Sen would last like this. Given 10 years, Yi Dongmu believed he must have caught up with Han Sen, or even surpassed him by now. But now that they were fighting, he realized that Han Sen's power would always remain unpredictable. As they fought, an explosion suddenly sounded from the outside. The entire battle room was shaken, and then, more explosions sounded. It was as if multiple areas of the hotel were being blown up, one after another. Chapter 1512, Fight in Fantas. Shaifai didn't see Han Sen in the lobby, and she was too lazy to go and find him. So, she stood with Tina and issued a command through her communicator. All across planet Fantas, explosions began to erupt. The entire planet was suddenly gripped in terror. Many of the humans that had gone there on holiday began to scramble and fight their way back to the landing pads to try to escape. Because Planet Fantas was a privately owned business, there was no security department controlled by the Alliance. The security teams there were run by the Zhao family, and they did their best to evacuate people and determine the locations that were exploding. Explosions began to rock Han Sen's hotel, causing the people inside to run away from it as quickly as possible. Han Sen and those he was with promptly did so as well, and they got a glimpse of what was happening. Shaifai and Tina saw Han Sen exit the hotel, and immediately, Shaifai looked at Han Sen with a desire to kill. Tina held her back and said, Auntie Shaifai, let me deal with Han Senator, you take care of the rest. Shaifai wished to say something, but Tina was already running forward. She had summoned a big sword. At only 1.65 m tall, she was quite short, and the sword she was wielding was actually bigger than she was. It was quite a funny sight, seeing the mismatch of height and equipment. You weren't allowed to use weapons on Fantas, and the AI patrols in the sky immediately began swarming towards Tina with their laser beams firing. Tina began effortlessly swinging her greatsword as this occurred. The greatsword, after a few slashes, cut through and destroyed all the AI drones. Tina didn't even spare a glance at the AI she was cutting down, and her focus remained solely on Han Sen. Han Sen and the others saw Tina coming, and Zhao Mingze looked incredibly angry. Who are you? How dare you mess up Planet Fantas? Are you unaware that this place is a business belonging to Angel Jean? Tina did not say a word, and she directed her greatsword at Han Sen. Zhao Mingze was fuming mad. He summoned his Geno core named Angry Wind Spear and went straight for Tina. The Angry Wind Spear came down against her steel greatsword and was immediately broken. The steel greatsword proceeded forward, now coming down on Zhao Mingze. He was going to be cut in half. Zhao Mingze was shocked. Some blood spilled from his mouth, and he was unable to dodge. He was going to be cut in half. Yi Dongmu aped to Zhao Mingze and pulled him backward, saving him from certain death. All the classmates from the Black Hark Military Academy were shocked. Zhao Mingze was a demigod, and his Geno core had been destroyed just like that. It was scary, seeing a little girl who looked no older than 15 wielding such power. Yi Dongmu grumbled and summoned his own Geno core dagger. Then, he tried to stab Tina. But all of a sudden, he found that another woman had appeared in front of him. "Lady, kill Hansen now." Shaifai shouted at Tina as she blocked Yi Dongmu. Okay. Tina had moved in front of Hansen by now, ready to swing her greatsword. Hansen stared at Tina, his Dongxian aura firing on all cylinders. But strangely, he could not feel Tina's life force. He couldn't help but frown. Seeing the steel greatsword, though, Hansen could at least tell that she was a demigod, and that her weapon was a Geno core. "Brother, let me do this," Han Yan said as she summoned a strange-looking knife. It was bigger than a dagger, but the sword was extremely thin and semi-transparent. Hansen knew this was Han Yan's Geno core. She created it with the falsified Sky Sutra. It was called Shiking Blade, and it had strong causality powers. Shiking Blade was on the bronze and silver Geno leaderboard, and after her tests, it had actually managed to reach the top 5. It was not much worse than Six Path Sword. It might not have been number 1, but it was scarily powerful all the same. Han Yan's falsified Sky Sutra and Shiking Blade were capable of killing creatures in the Fourth God Sanctuary. Her critical hits were something no creature could block. The steel greatsword came against the Shiking Blade, and Han Yan and her weapon were sent flying. Han Yan was in shock. Han Yan had aimed at Tina's body, and even with the girl's greatsword in front of her, the falsified sky powers should still have hit her. The fact that it had actually been deflected by the greatsword was quite unbelievable. The scarier thing was that such strength was being displayed by a little girl. Han Yan was sent flying, and her silver Geno core was webbed with cracks. Hansen caught Han Yan, using Yin Yang Blast to absorb the force that had attacked her so she wouldn't be hurt. Then, he put her back down. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Hansen asked Tina. Hansen helped Han Yan remove the damaging force, for he knew that the lady foe was at least super in class. It was unbelievable. Only Luo Haitang, Gu Qinzheng, and various members of Blood Legion had achieved superclass. It was difficult to believe that a little girl such as that was showcasing such power. "Because you have to die." Tina spoke, then immediately swung her greatsword. Hansen's back shone with the color red. Jewel-like butterfly wings washed him with a ruby color. Hansen drew Taya and brought it against the greatsword. When the two came into contact, the shockwave unleashed was enough to level buildings all around. The aircraft that were parked nearby were all blown up. "Senior Han is cool. That's such a powerful woman, and yet she is unable to do anything," Han Lianchuan said. "It's too dangerous to remain here. We should get back to the hotel. There's a defensive program there that can defend against the attacks of a demigod," Zhao Mingze said. "What about Yi Dongmu?" Fang Yuanyuan asked, seeing that Yi Dongmu was locked in combat with Shaifai. Yi Dongmu had a gemstone Geno core, but he was being suppressed by Shaifai. His assassination skills were incapable of killing her. "Yi Dongmu, they're coming for me. You should go back." Hansen saw Shaifai and Tina, and he could clearly see Shaifai was a Shura. The little girl was definitely a human. He could tell this because she was using a Geno core. Not many people were able to put these two races together to fight, and only the new community had a proper grudge with Hansen now. Chapter 1513, Crystal Armor. Both the human and the Shura were wielding power equivalent to that of a superclass being. It was almost unbelievable. It's not weird to have a superclass residing someplace in the new community, but why are there so many? The way Shuras practice makes it difficult for them to become a 4th-ranked fighter. It is incredibly rare for one of them to reach the 4th rank, and it was believed that only 5 Shuras had done so. Why would such elites end up fighting for the new community? Hansen thought to himself. He thought something was wrong. "Yuanyuan, follow after them," Yi Dongmu said coldly as he leaped around in battle. But Fang Yuanyuan watched as Yi Dongmu continued moving around, not doing direct battle with Shaifai. If he hadn't had spatial powers, he would have been heavily damaged by now. Fang Yuanyuan had confidence in Yi Dongmu, but she knew the circumstances were still dire. "Go," Yi Dongmu said. His voice was stern. "Yuanyuan, let's go. With my brother here, they'll both be fine," Han Yan comforted her. "There are cameras. We can watch what is occurring from there." Zhao Mingze and the others all tried to convince Fang Yuanyuan to go inside. When she did, and they reached the bottom floor of the safe zone, Zhao Mingze booted up a machine. A direct video feed appeared. The hotel grounds were soaked in the constant flashing of swords. The hardy ground below was ruined with deep clefts, and the buildings surrounding the fight were being torn apart. Buildings that were a dozen floors high were being lopped in two, causing the earth to quake. "A demigod's power is too scary," Is she a demigod, too? Hong Lianxuan asked. Everyone felt calmer now. The scary lady, though she looked very strong, was being suppressed by Han Sen. It's no wonder he's called Senior Han. He drifted in the Barrens for 10 years, and despite that, he came back just as strong. The others all complimented him. Zhao Mingzi watched the video feeds, but he looked strange. He was a demigod, so he could see and notice some things that the others couldn't. Han Sen's powers were not just scary. Zhao Mingzi had seen many gemstone creatures in the Fourth God Sanctuary, but compared to Han Sen, they all now seemed weak. Had he already managed to reach super status 10 years ago? Dad was right. This man can practice like crazy. Zhao Mingzi thought to himself as he stared at Han Sen battling. Yi Dongmu was not doing as well, by comparison. His body repeatedly flashed as he put his space power and Geno core on full throttle. Even so, he was unable to damage Shaifai. He had found himself injured, and it made Fang Yuanyuan worry a great deal. But still, Yi Dongmu did not think of retreating. His eyes gleamed with fire, and he managed to go even faster. Annoying fly. Shaifai looked at him with disdain as she swung her sword. The Shura practiced raw physical strength, and Yi Dongmu had the ability to teleport. There was no effective way for her to end her opponent quickly. But she did know that it cost a lot of energy for him to teleport around the way he was. Yi Dongmu had not reached superclass yet, and he wouldn't last much longer, the way he was going. You'll be dead the moment you tire. Shaifai then looked over to Tina and Han Senator. She was shocked by what she saw. How? Is Tina really being suppressed by Han Sen? Did he reach superclass? Shaifai knew full well how powerful Tina was. Although Tina didn't have much experience, she had the scariest father in the galaxy. The chairman had helped Shaifai become a 4th-ranked Shura, so it was difficult to imagine how powerful Tina really was, given the fact she was the chairman's daughter. Even Shaifai didn't dare say she could beat Tina in battle, but there she was, getting suppressed. Powerful sword skills. It is no wonder why Naga failed. They cannot fight a human like that. This is scary. Shaifai was happy she had brought Tina along now. Shaifai had believed she'd be able to take on Han Sen alone because she did not expect him to have reached superclass. According to the plans she had made, she had already failed the mission, though. No matter the result, punishment would await. But with Tina there, things had a chance of turning out differently. Her powers weren't stronger than Han Sen's, but she carried an item that bestowed her the powers of a god. Although she was too weak to use it as efficiently as was possible, she knew it might be enough to at least kill Han Sen. Miss, it is almost time. We have to kill him now, Shaifai shouted at Tina. Tina was annoyed, and she was confident in her own powers. Aside from her father, nothing and nobody else ought to have compared to her. She didn't expect herself to get suppressed by Han Sen, despite giving it her all. Tina really was getting annoyed. It did not matter what skill she tried to use, her casting would always be interrupted. She had to cancel and move or otherwise risk a blow. That feeling of no. Being able to finish casting her skills really annoyed her. Stupid human. You will pay for your rudeness. Tina suddenly retreated, as her forehead shone and unleashed a bright white light. Suddenly, a white crystal armor began to envelop her entire body. The crystal armor made her look holy, but when Han Sen felt the energy coming from it, it was shockingly strong. Han Sen's pupils grew smaller the moment his eyes saw the armor. It was familiar to him. The armor reminded Han Sen of the black crystal armor he possessed in his Sea of Soul. They were visually distinct, but the power inside Tina's armor was unmistakably similar to the armor set Han Sen had. Ignorant human. Prepare to be judged by God. Tina screamed to Han Sen as a scary power exploded. She disappeared and reappeared again, directly before Han Senator her greatsword was ready to come down on him. It was just a set of armor, but it increased her power and speed by an incredible amount. It was difficult to believe this was real. Chapter 1514, Power that exceeds the capabilities of humanity. While Shaifai was shouting at Tina, Yi Dongmu's eyes went cold. His speedy body suddenly unleashed an unbelievable power. It was like all the speed and power he could possibly possess was let out in a single moment. His dagger and his body combined. The sky was sundered and the fabric of space was drawn tighter. The dagger was thrust into Shaifai's chest. Seeing the dagger impaled through her chest, Shaifai suddenly laughed scornfully. Her hand was fast lightning, and she gripped the dagger and said, "You have a death wish, trying to play tricks on me." In the next second, Shaifai's grip on the dagger tightened as her face changed. She had made a slip. The dagger she thought she had grabbed hold of wasn't the real threat, it was a shadow. As this occurred, Yi Dongmu's expressionless face appeared directly behind her. He swung his true dagger, plunging it deep into her back. Fang Yuanyuan was incredibly excited, seeing this victory. She couldn't even speak straight. Hong Lianxuan shouted, "Dongmu God, good job." Letting herself get distracted before an assassin is a death wish, Zhao Mingzi said. Blood began to ripple and pour from her punctured back, but Lee Dongmu did not look relieved. His dagger was stuck, as if it had gotten caught on a bone or something. Lee Dongmu wanted to pull it free, but it refused to move. Shefei swung the blade in her hand, and Lee Dongmu knew he'd have to leave his weapon and fall back. Shefei turned around, not caring about the dagger sticking out of her back. She spoke to Lee Dongmu, saying, "I underestimated you. Cheap human. You should be proud of the fact you were able to damage me." After that, Shefei's body began to exude a horrible power. She slashed towards Lee Dongmu at a speed that was greater than before. No, that's sure a woman's body is similar to a super demigod's. Lee Dongmu is strong, but he would have to be super class to insta-kill her. He isn't powerful enough to reach super class, so he was unable to kill her. Han Yen frowned. What do we do? Fang Yuan was going to cry. Lee Dongmu could only dodge, and after that last discharge of might, his speed and teleportation abilities had suffered. He could be killed by Shefei at any given moment. And at the same time, Tina was clad in her crystal armor. The greatsword she wielded was coming right past Han Sen's face to cleave through his chest. Han Sen frowned, but he didn't panic. When he spun, it looked like he had dodged that close call by magic. The steel greatsword came crashing through the air, bringing devastation to the ground he'd been standing on. The crater that formed was 1,000 miles deep, and it was as if she had cracked the entire planet. That strike caused the entire planet to vibrate. Mountains shook in their place, and the seas went wild and tumultuous. Countless more buildings were brought down to their knees, all across Fantis. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. She was far stronger than the demigod that was said to have blown up a star-class battleship with her own bare hands. That woman, is she human? Hong Lianxuan could barely speak. Everyone, Han Yen and Zhao Mingze included, looked pale. They could not say a single word. That was a strength far beyond the capabilities of any known human, and no one could believe this really was the result of a human strength. Han Sen didn't look good. The power Tina used was more than he could fathom. She was stronger than Gu Qincheng. The crystal armor. That power belongs to the armor. That isn't her strength. Han Sen stared at Tina's armor. The armor bestowed an unlimited power upon Tina. It was like the judgment of God, just as she had said, and it shouldn't have been allowed to exist in that world. Han Sen could sense that Tina was struggling to use the armor efficiently, though. The true power of the armor was stronger than the strike she had tried to deliver. Han Sen had a similar crystal armor, but he didn't know how to use it in the way Tina was using hers. Of course, Han Sen didn't know if the crystal armor in his Sea of Soul was the same type as Tina's. It was similar, but there were some noticeable differences. As Han Sen pondered this, the second strike was already on its way. The power and speed that carried it were immense. It far exceeded Gu Qingqing's power. Han Sen could not use his own pure strength to deal with her, so he used the Dongxian Sutra and went through the motions of his Phoenix techniques. He was gunning at max capacity. With his movement and judgment capabilities, he effectively dodged her attacks. Fantis had been scarred with countless marks, and the planet had pretty much been ruined. Fortunately, many of the humans there had managed to evacuate via the airships. Otherwise, the earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions the sword had caused would have been responsible for countless fatality. Yes. Fortunately, it was a vacation planet for the high class. People that came there were rich and their numbers few. If this was a residential planet, the civilians wouldn't have been able to escape. But there were still people who hadn't been able to escape into an airship in time. As they saw the devastation that was being caused by the sword, they thought it was only a matter of time before Tina caused the entire planet to detonate. Tina was so annoyed. Her strength was supreme, but she was unable to hit Han Senator. It was as if he was able to predict her every move and dodge the same second she committed to it. Luckily, that woman is fighting Senior Han Senator. If that was me out there, I'd have died 1,000,000 times already. Hong Lianxuan's face turned pale. The others all had the same thought, especially Zhao Mingze. He was currently admiring his father's foresight. Long before Han Sen had achieved such power, Zhao Seventh was already capable of seeing him as a profound enemy to have. Not everyone could do that. Tina missed again and her eyes squinted. She didn't slash at Han Sen this time, her swing was directed at the hotel. Han Sen's face changed. He didn't care much for the lives of others, but Han Yen was in there. Their safe zone might have blocked the attack of demigods, but it wouldn't withstand Tina's strength. Chapter 1515, God's Armor. It's no wonder. That thing is the chairman's Geno armor. She might not be able to wield its full strength, but it's already so frightening. It really is the only sort of power a god could have. Shefei looked at the sword strikes and complimented what she saw. Han Sen was still alive and had not been killed yet, but Shefei could see that he was underneath the incoming sword strike. Shefei felt incredibly happy, and she thought to herself, I can't believe Han Sen was that difficult to kill. It is lucky she brought the chairman's Geno armor with her. If she hadn't, the mission would have been a failure and I would have been punished. Seeing Tina slash through the emptiness, Shay-Fi was shocked. Then, she understood. Planet Fantas had been wholly destroyed, but the hotel itself was fine. It wasn't really damaged, and Shay-Fi understood what was happening. Hansen's sister and the others had only just entered the hotel, but Hansen had saved it from annihilation. Scary human. Even as the lady is attacking, he can still formulate plans. He led her attacks to avoid the hotel. If the human doesn't die here, he will surely be a great threat to the new community. It's lucky she was smart enough to notice his plan. If he is unable to block her attack, Han Yen will be killed in the hotel. What will he decide? Shay-Fi thought. Hansen saw Tina slash through the hotel. His face changed, but he did not stop. He stood before that sword strike to try his best to block it and stop its descent upon the hotel. Tina, seeing Hansen directly in front of her, was delighted. She exerted more force to drive her strike harder. She hadn't planned to kill anyone else, and she just went for the hotel to get Hansen to stop dodging her attacks and confront her. No! Han Yen saw Hansen stand directly in front of Tina's sword and screamed. Hong Lianchuan and the others did not say a word. The incoming strike was too strong, and even Hansen wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hansen was clearly using his own body as a shield for them. Perhaps Hansen was only doing it for Han Yen, but they all felt the same. Seeing Tina's shining greatsword coming down towards Hansen's body, even Feng Yuanyuan hoped a miracle might intervene. Amidst that scary light, Hansen's body that was flashing red began to melt into it. Then, they couldn't see anything. That power destroyed the entire construct of the hotel and all the nearby machines. The video feed for the safe zone was cut off and the image vanished. Everyone was shocked. When they noticed what had just happened, their faces turned grave. They hoped Hansen was able to deflect that last attack, otherwise, they'd be next. As their hearts almost leaped out of their chests, they heard a big boom. After it, the entire safe zone began to shake. Outside the hotel, before Tina's strike impacted Hansen, a dark purple arm shield appeared upon his arm. The shield swiftly became 3 meters tall, sheltering Han Senator Tina's attack came down against it. When the hit landed, the word overbearing appeared upon the shield. Hansen was sent flying backwards into the hotel, breaking down a number of walls as he went. When he landed, he skidded across the ground for a few hundred meters. But Hansen was still on his feet. His mouth was bleeding, but he still held the shield. The arm shield had a number of cracks across it, but the word overbearing was now shining like a sun. At the same time, Tina screamed. The power she had unleashed was turned back on her by the shield. Tina felt a wretched strength come down upon her, and the armor that previously encased her began to fall. Her lips were bleeding. Tina didn't own that armor set, and what's more, she couldn't control it fully. Now that the power she had unleashed was turned back onto it, it disconnected the armor, and various pieces of the armor began to fall away from her. Hansen, Tina, and Shay-Fi were all shocked. They did not expect Tina to end up being shaken out of the armor she wore. Hansen could feel that the armor was too strong. The power he had ricocheted back was awful, but it wasn't enough to actually destroy the armor itself. Now Tina had been bounced out of the armor, it was quite surprising. Is Tina the same as me? Can she not control the armor properly either? So, when the power bounced back on the armor, she was disconnected from it. Hansen was thinking, heading over towards the crystal armor. If Tina was unable to control the armor, Hansen only needed to go and steal it. Even if he was unable to use it, asset denial was always a good idea. If she didn't have the armor, Hansen would surely be able to beat her. Tina's face changed. Then, she headed directly for the crystal armor at the same time. Just as Hansen thought, Tina was unable to properly control the armor. The Geno armor belonged to the chairman. He had taught Tina a method in which she could make use of the armor's power, a method that only worked for her. It didn't have any negative side effects, either. But that was because Tina had the chairman's genes, which allowed her to temporarily use the power of the armor. Only Tina could do this, and not even Shay-Fi could prompt a reaction from the armor if she tried to use it. The chairman taught this method to Tina in front of everyone. But despite everyone hearing what she was taught, only Tina was able to make use of the Geno armor. Shay-Fi and the others believed the armor contained the power of a god. Only gods like the chairman and Tina could make use of it. Hansen and Tina rushed towards the armor with a similar speed. Unfortunately, Tina was closer to the armor. Hansen used Taya, and he began swinging it at Tina. In a flash, she deflected it with a swing of her own sword. With the room that strike had bought him, Hansen rushed to the armor to claim it. Hansen grabbed it, but he immediately noticed how heavy it was. He was unable to lift the armor up, and he found himself falling down with it. Tina, who had just been slowed down by Hansen, laughed when she saw him. This is God's armor, and mortals like you are incapable of staining it with your filth. Chapter 1516, The Power of the Story of Genes. Hansen didn't want to let go, so he allowed himself to fall to the ground with the armor. A crater formed in the earth, kicking up a plume of dust. Hansen gritted his teeth, summoning his real blood Geno core. He wanted to see if he'd be able to control the armor that way. But when real blood touched the armor, it was like water dropping atop anti-stick paper. It just rolled off and was unable to gain a connection with the armor. Tina, holding her great sword, came forward again. Hansen would not be able to guard the armor and do battle with Tina at the same time, and he knew that if she managed to reclaim the armor, getting her out would be harder the next time. Hansen used his shield to block Tina's greatsword. He used his sword to force her back and prohibit her from getting any closer to the armor. Guarding it is pointless. God's armor doesn't belong to you, mortal. Tina looked at Hansen with disdain as she continued attacking. Shefei was looking on in shock. After she damaged Lee Dongmu, she didn't go to finish him off. She ran to Hansen, wanting to help Tina reclaim the armor. Lee Dongmu was too low level to be of much assistance, and he had been severely injured. He wanted to stop Shefei, but he was unable to keep up with her. All he could was watch her glide away. Hansen had his gold-patterned shield and his god Geno core. It would not be too difficult to kill Tina, but with Shefei joining the fray, Hansen would be the one in trouble. With the gold-patterned shield, Hansen wasn't afraid of losing against the two, but the armor wasn't moving. He couldn't let Tina get any closer, and this prohibited him from fighting in the manner he wished to. The gold-patterned shield was a berserk super beast soul, but after that horrible hit it had endured, there was a large crack across its surface. Still, as things were, Tina and Shefei were unable to penetrate his defense. And what's more, he was able to keep on reversing the damage that they tried to inflict back on them. But soon, Shefei and Tina began attacking from both sides, which made it difficult for Hansen to keep up the pace. He had to focus on blocking Tina first and foremost, to prevent her from getting her hands on the armor. As his body was peppered with damage from Shefei, he began to bleed. Hansen took a bad punch from Shefei, and his body touched down on the crystal armor. Tina was on the side of the armor, just about ready to grab it. It was too late for Hansen to stop her, so his plan next was to get up, grab Han Yen, and run. But before he could do any of that, he felt the story of Jean's flare-up. So far, it had only shown minute activity, and the reactions it had were nothing that would aid in a fight. Now it was starting to run properly, though, and Hansen had no idea why. The moment the story of Jean's began to run, Hansen felt as if his body and the crystal armor inside his body had some sort of reaction. In the next second, the crystal armor on the ground began to shine brightly. Hansen's body felt as if it was in water. He fell into the cream-colored crystal armor. Impossible! How? Shefei and Tina almost screamed. Their eyes shot open wide, as if they had just seen a ghost. They couldn't believe Hansen was able to activate the armor. No way. Father said other beings of the universe were incapable of activating the armor for themselves. Only people like us, who share the blood of a god, are able to. Tina grabbed the crystal armor, wanting to use the method the chairman had taught her to get Hansen out. But when Tina touched the armor, she felt a force that made her scream and bounce away. Fuck. What happened? Tina tried clenching her numbed hands as she looked on at the armor with a face of disbelief. Shefei was shocked, too. Hansen had activated the Geno armor and replaced Tina as its user. What happened? This is the chairman's Geno armor. Only people with the blood of a god can use it. How was he able to activate it? Does he have a higher permission of some kind? Shefei struggled to think of how this was possible, and she was getting frantically worried. Hansen was inside the armor, which fit his body perfectly. As the story of Jean's continued to run, he felt the scary power of the armor going inside him. He wanted to scream, and the strength that entered him felt as if would destroy the universe with only a punch. It's so powerful. Is this the power of the crystal armor? Hansen tried to move around with the god's armor. But after moving only a little, he felt the fabric of space crack. The power it contained was incredible. Hansen clenched his fist and felt a power surge there. He thought to himself, the story of Jean's power is to control the crystal armor. With power like this, not even super demigod creatures are a force to be reckoned with. This was very worth it. Even if it took me a full 10 years to procure this, it was still worth it. Hansen looked over to Shefei and Tina. He clenched his fist and launched it directly at Tina. Be careful, miss. Shefei shouted, pushing her away. Tina had frozen solid. Shefei took that frightening blow, and her fourth-ranked fighter's body was immediately incinerated into dust. The strength did not stop there, however. It flew upwards into the sky and blasted a hole in the atmosphere. The rift formed was held open by a beam, and it began to expand. Strong. So strong. Hansen did not have any other words to describe the power he had witnessed. He felt as if it would only take a punch to destroy Fantas in its entirety. No way. Father said, Aside from him, across the whole universe, only I was able to make use of this Geno armor. You required the blood of a god to use it after all. But Hansen is just a human. How is he able to use it? This had impacted Tina a lot, and she couldn't believe another human was able to use the Geno armor. Not only that, but Hansen was using more power than she could when she wore it. While the story of Jeans was running, Hansen felt as if he was melting into the armor. They were not separate, and the power was running all throughout his body and armor. It was as if the armor was a part of him. Chapter 1517, Hansen's Return. Hansen's body was filled with power. He looked at Tina, whose face had now become drawn and pale. He clenched his fist and drove it right at her. She didn't want to try to fight against a power that could break a planet. She didn't run, though. She just remained transfixed at the sight of that horrendous power coming right for her. Just as that power was about to turn her into dust, an elegant middle-aged man appeared next to her. His hand pressed against her shoulder, and in a second, the middle-aged man and Tina vanished. The scary power was exhausted into space. Hansen used his Dongshen aura to search the vicinity, but Tina and the middle-aged man appeared to no longer be on planet Fantas. In another quadrant of the galaxy, Tina and the middle-aged man appeared again. Tina was still shocked at what had just happened, but she was happy to see the middle-aged man. Uncle Qingyu, why are you here? The middle-aged man smiled and said, if I wasn't watching over you, you'd have been killed. Tina was still frightened over what had transpired, and she said, that human is too scary. Though. T-Father said only those of our blood can use that Geno armor. Why was the human able to use it too, and exude an even stronger power with it? Uncle Qingyu flicked her on the head with his finger. Ouch, she said, reeling back. Uncle Qingyu, why did you hit me? You deserved that, Uncle Qingyu said. You snuck out of here, stealing the chairman's armor in the process. Now, that armor is gone. It was taken. How are you going to explain this? Tina looked upset. She tugged at his arm and pleaded, Uncle Qingyu, you will have to say something nice to my father. If you don't, I'm sure I'll be dead. The man sighed. I will do what I can. But you will have to fess up to your mistakes. Otherwise, no one can help you. He then touched her shoulder again, and they both disappeared. When they appeared again, they were in an airship outside the galaxy. Planet Fantas was like an apocalyptic hellscape. Idomu got a grip on his pain and stood up, looking at Hansen with a conflicted expression. He thought Hansen had been in the Barrens for 10 years, so he'd had the chance to catch up. But there was still a big difference between the two of them. The gulf that separated their powers seemed to be ocean-wide. Hansen forced the armor into his Sea of Soul. While he was using the story of Jeans, the crystal armor had become a part of Han's Senator now. He could make use of it whenever he liked. But when he stopped running it, that feeling would be gone. He would no longer feel a connection to the armor. Big brother. Han Yen and everyone else emerged from the ruins of the hotel. Seeing Hansen standing tall, she was shocked, and she immediately began running toward him. Her face was wreathed with dried tear tracks, indicating that she had only just been crying. Where are those two horrible women? Hong Lianchuan looked afraid, unable to see hide nor hair of Shaifai or Tina anymore. After the signal got cut off, they had no clue what was occurring on the outside. When they exited the safe zone, all they knew was that Shaifai and Tina were gone. The Shura woman is dead, but the other one ran off. It is safe now. Hansen smiled. Zhao Mingze and the others were shocked to hear this. It made sense that Shaifai had been killed, but before the signal got cut off, they saw Tina's power. It wasn't something a human could defend against. They couldn't imagine how strong Hansen must have been to be able to block the woman's attack and make her run off. The mere fact that they had survived was cause enough for merriment. They didn't have the mental energy to think about an alternate ending right then. They waited there for over an hour, and after that, the ships of the Alliance and the Zhao family began arriving at Planet Fantas. They explained what had occurred. Hansen asked Idomu to cover for him about what had actually happened, but even so, the soldiers of the Alliance were in absolute shock. Seeing all the sword marks that had swept across Planet Fantas, they knew how terrifying the battle must have been. Hansen and Idomu had managed to beat back the enemy. When the day was done, the soldiers were looking at them both in profound admiration. Zhao Mingze quietly retrieved the video in the safe zone, though. He kept it private, and he sent it to Zhao 7th when he was able to. Zhao 7th watched the tape and replayed it a few more times before speaking. He said, find out who that woman is and find out what her armor is as well. Father, do we still need to investigate Hansen? Zhao Mingze couldn't help but ask. Zhao 7th said coldly no. If he can beat a woman like this, it's proof enough that he is abnormal. This exceeds all our expectations. He is stronger than us. It is pointless for us to continue investigating him. You make sure to look into the woman in the meantime. Find out who she is, but don't draw attention or invoke the ire of any potential new enemies. Yes, I will get right on it. Zhao Mingze was a demigod, and Zhao 7th was still only a surpasser. But even so, before Zhao 7th, Zhao Mingze felt like a child who did not know too much. After Zhao Mingze left, Zhao 7th began speaking to himself. It looks like our research has developed too slowly. To think that such strength exists in our world. It far exceeds the capabilities of the average demigod. We have to quickly produce a greater angel gene fluid. Because of what had happened on planet Vantis, Han Sen returned to the Alliance's spotlight for the first time in 10 years. Everyone was talking about how powerful he had become, but no one was really able to guess correctly. Based on the state of the planet and the things people said, it was determined that Han Sen had reached superclass. But he hadn't entered the sanctuary for 10 years, and he hadn't been there for very long before his disappearance. The fact that he had been able to reach a super demigod status in such a short amount of time was incredibly difficult to believe. Han Sen didn't care about what others thought of him, though. To keep the new community from trying something again, he asked his family to avoid going out or to stay inside the sanctuaries. Ji Yanran and Little Flower were safe in the Ji house. The Ji family's planet had countless airships and defensive systems. It was not like planet Vantis. But Han Sen was still worried about Ji Yanran and Little Flower. They could be targets, and there were too many elites in the new community. It would be difficult to defend against such numbers. And the man who took Tina could obviously teleport freely through space. He had to be someone of some renown. It couldn't have been some random nobody. Somehow, Han Sen thought the man looked familiar. Despite that, he was certain he hadn't seen the man before. Chapter 1518. Bloodthirsty Ants. Nothing happened after the battle on Vantis. Unexpectedly, it was as if the new community forgot the entire thing transpired. Entering the sanctuary again, Han Sen realized he was unable to use the crystal armor. Even if he wore the crystal armor on his way in, when he appeared inside the sanctuary, the connection he felt with it would be severed and its power could not be maintained. The crystal armor is so powerful, but it seems suppressed by the sanctuary. What exactly are the sanctuaries? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen gave up on his idea of slaying everything in sight with the new armor. He needed to level up, but he'd have to do it through the use of his own hard-earned powers. 4 of his Geno cores had reached silver, and aside from the Crystal core, none of the others had run the silver Geno core test. Crystal core had reached first rank, but he had been gone for 10 years and had been unable to accept challenges. Because of this, it had dropped down into the 10,000s. Han Sen planned on leveling up his Geno cores, and when he reinforced them all 9 times again, he'd be able to use the gold Geno core light to bring them up to gold class. But before he could go to the Geno core storage, Ling Meier came looking for him. She said she was supposed to leave Dark Spirit Shelter a few days earlier, but she had remained there, waiting on Han Sen or so. When he finally did come back, she was still there waiting for him. Han Sen followed Ling Meier back to Mask Shelter. Little Uncle followed after them, too. I'm concerned this trip might not be so safe, Han Sen thought to himself, after leaving Dark Spirit Shelter. Spirit 13 must have concocted some sort of scheme once he had gotten Little Uncle to go with them. The confusing thing was that the Black and White Snake King was always with Ling Meier. It could not be swayed, so it was very unlikely Spirit 13 could accomplish anything. What was the spirit really trying to do? Suddenly, something crossed Han Sen's mind. What if I'm the one he now wants to get? Han Sen thought it was possible. Spirit 13 doesn't want to kill Ling Meier. He needs her to improve his genes. Those he actually wants to kill must be those who are stopping him. That must be why he sent Little Uncle. It's to kill me. Thinking of that, Han Sen actually felt relief. He had the God Geno core, and even if Spirit 13 had super creatures, there was very little he could do now. The 3 of them followed the Snake King back to Mask Shelter, and along the way, they encountered a variety of ants sticking out of a number of caves as they went. They weren't ordinary ants. They were red, as if they were on fire, and around the size of a puppy. Weird. Why are there so many bloodthirsty ants? Ling Meier frowned, seeing the ants gathered in unusual numbers. I was right. Han Sen smiled darkly. He didn't know how Spirit 13 had attracted all of those ants, but he just knew the spirit had to be responsible. Han Sen asked Ling Meier about the bloodthirsty ants, and he was surprised by what he heard. Bloodthirsty ants were mostly primitive in class, but there were so many of them, you could often see mutant or sacred blood ones in their midst. There were king ants, too, and they could often be super creatures. The Geno core of a bloodthirsty ant was its blood. When the ants entered bloodthirsty mode, their speed and power would increase. The defense of their shells would also increase. They were annoying. However, there was one thing Han Sen was happy to learn. Their beast souls were glyph type. They could buff his body up. Their Geno cores were difficult to retrieve, though. When you destroyed the ants, their blood would suffer and their Geno cores would most likely break. Spirit 13 is playing big. With Little Uncle here, the Ant King will most certainly come out to play. Han Sen was fearless, and he was actually feeling excited for this. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can nab another super beast soul. The group continued on their way as more and more of the bloodthirsty ants became visible. In the beginning, the ants only waited and watched them go by, but now, the creatures were starting to swing their claws. Hansen killed a few that ventured close, but they were only primitive. He didn't get a single beast soul or genocore. But the blood of the murdered ants triggered the fury of the others. An army of ants came cascading out of their holes and caves towards the group. Their eyes glistened red like hellish demons. In no time at all, the three of them found themselves surrounded by the ants. Aside from Little Uncle, who was a little weaker than them, Hansen and Ling Meier were gemstone class. And while the ants were powerful, they didn't pose much of a threat. The more ants they killed, the more arrived to take their places. Their swarming numbers seemed endless. In the beginning, they only encountered ants that were primitive class. As time went by, more and more mutants and sacred bloods began to join the fray. Let's run. There are too many of them, and we won't be able to kill them all. I'll run out of juice really quickly. Ling Meier continued to kill the ants as she spoke. It's okay. Carry on fighting. Hansen wasn't planning on leaving just yet. Hansen knew there'd be no point in moving on. With Little Uncle accompanying them, the ants were sure to follow. As they spoke, a red ant that was the size of a bowl emerged from a nearby tunnel. Oh no, it's a bloodthirsty ant king. Ling Meier saw the giant ant, and when she did, her face changed. The Snake King had been moving ahead of them, and when it saw the giant ant, it turned around, picked up Ling Meier, and went speeding off to Mask Shelter. It didn't care about Hansen or Wang Yuhang at all. Shit. What's up with that snake? Why'd it run off and abandon us like that? Wang Yuhang shouted. In a cave far away, Spirit 13 and Spirit 12 watched as Hansen and Wang Yuhang became besieged by the tide of ants. Spirit 13 said, "It is a shame Dollar is not here, otherwise we could kill him, too. Don't worry. There are so many around her we need to kill, and we will. There's that female spirit as well," Spirit 12 said coldly. Hansen, seeing the Ant King, became incredibly happy. He picked up Wang Yuhang and tucked him beneath his armpit. Then, he hopscotched across the backs of the ants to reach a certain cave. Little Uncle, say something to attract them, Hansen said to Wang Yuhang as he ran. Chapter 15-19, Ants That Don't Do Anything. Wang Yuhang didn't know what Hansen wanted, but he still listened to him. He shouted at the ants, drawing them forward. You rubbish ants! Come and get me. When Wang Yuhang yelled, all the bloodthirsty ants stopped in their place. They looked over to Wang Yuhang with their red eyes. In the next second, the raging ants, King included, went on a rampage in Wang Yuhang's direction. Hansen, run. Wang Yuhang began shouting. I am running, Hansen said without looking back. Spirit 13 and Spirit 12, seeing the stampeding ants, suddenly found themselves frightened. Little Uncle's powers were more effective than they had expected. He has a death wish, Spirit 13 said. He didn't think Hansen and Wang Yuhang could handle the rampaging ants. But quickly, their faces changed. Hansen had grabbed Wang Yuhang and run. The crowds of ants, like a dirty tide, could not catch up to them. Spirit 13 and Spirit 12 shifted forward so they could see, but then noticed something was wrong. Spirit 12 reacted first, and he said, no. They are heading for our shelter. They won't be able to reach it, will they? Spirit 13 looked nervous. There's something wrong with this human. The Ant King is unable to catch up with him. Let us return to the shelter. We can't let them in. Spirit 12 looked ill. He wanted to stop what he had put into motion, but he couldn't keep up with Hansen. They realized it was too late. They were too slow, and they were already some distance away from Han's Senator. It would be impossible for them to reach their destination before the human. They must be randomly running in a direction, yes? They cannot be deliberately heading for our shelter, surely. Spirit 13 tried to comfort himself. Damn, this human had it all planned. Spirit 12 was not as naive as Spirit 13 was. His face looked terrible, and he continued the pursuit. Hansen, still holding onto Wang Yuhang, kept running. Wang Yuhang could see that the legions of ants were unable to catch up, and even the Ant King had been left behind. He was excited by this, and it prompted him to taunt, you uglies. You should be thankful God let you hideous things live. It's fine if you don't want to contribute, but now you're going out of your way to kill Uncle Wang. You filthy things are animals. God will flame grill you into barbecue ants, and I'll be munching your roasted corpses as I sip wine. If nasty looks could kill, the fierce eyes of the ants would have murdered Wang Yuhang many times over by now. Those eyes were bright like lanterns, flashing red as the ants skittered along with incredible speed. This was especially true of the Ant King. You'd think Wang Yuhang had personally murdered its family. It flew through the air and landed directly behind Hansen, ready to attack Wang Yuhang. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Wang Yuhang screamed, wriggling and writhing with his hands and legs. Hansen summoned his god Geno Core to dodge the Ant King. Hansen didn't know Wang Yuhang was that attractive to creatures. It was as if the man's taunts worked like stimulant injectors, providing a surge of adrenaline to those that hounded him. Hansen hadn't planned on using his God Geno core, but he now realized he had to. The Ant King's claws flew towards Wang Yuhang's face, seeking to strike his eyes out of their sockets. But when Hansen sped up again, the Ant King was left behind once more. Wang Yuhang took this as another opportunity to provoke the insects. Little ants, you want to touch this pretty face? For a man like me, my face is my fate. Even if you sold all your property, it wouldn't be enough to cover a single one of my trips to the local makeup store. Hansen kept running as Wang Yuhang did his best to provoke the ants. The ant army was fuming with rage, determined not to let them go. Spirit 13 and Spirit 12 looked both angry and hopeless. They couldn't catch up with the ants, and the ants were getting closer and closer to their shelter. Without a doubt, Hansen was intending to attract the ants to the shelter. Seeing the raging hordes, they couldn't imagine the horrors that might unfold when they reached there. Father, make them stop or our shelter will be no more. Spirit 13 screamed. This is the only way. Spirit 12 gritted his teeth and summoned a few eggs that looked like ping-pong balls. He scattered them on the ground with clear unwillingness. The juice spread everywhere and he said, I am going to make them pay. Spirit 12 had used bloodnake eggs. They were the babies of Gemstone's sacred blood creatures. The taste could most certainly attract the ants. He used one to attract the ants to come for Hansen in the first place. Otherwise, little uncle wouldn't have been able to attract the creatures from such a great distance. But blood snakes were very precious, and Spirit 12 hated that he had to use more. But after he threw them, the ants had no reaction to them. They were still chasing after Hansen. What happened? Why didn't the eggs work? Spirit 13's face changed. Oh no! They made the ants angry. The egg smell alone won't attract them. Spirit 12 ground his teeth harder, and then he lobbed out the remainder of his eggs at the horde of ants. He couldn't afford to be stingy at this point, so he threw them all. The bloodnake eggs hit their shells, splashing juices all over the place. Spirit 2. LV thought this would get the attention of the ants for sure, but he never would have expected the ants to completely ignore them. Even the ants that had egg juice on them did not care. They were still focused on chasing down Wang Yuhang. No! No! Spirit 12 and Spirit 13 screamed hopelessly. The bunch of crazy ants after Hansen and Wang Yuhang were now already at the shelter. Hansen arrived at the entrance and flew up top. Then, the Ant King came forward to batter the gate. The Ant King's body broke down the gate, tossing it aside. Countless ants then swarmed inside. Chapter 1520, Slaying the Ant King. Oh no! Spirit 12 and Spirit 13 felt a chill. Hansen led the army of ants into the shelter, and the red-eyed ants skittered everywhere once inside. They couldn't catch Hansen, so they merely dined on whatever other creatures happened to be in their way. Even the buildings and constructs were broken in their rampage. The ants were like an overflowing river, swamping the entire shelter. In moments, the ground was like a blood-red sea. I am going to kill you. Spirit 12 saw the creatures in his shelter getting eaten by the ants. They had been difficult to tame, and he clenched his jaw harder and harder. Spirit 13 kept a hand on Spirit 12, prohibiting him from rushing in to attack Hansen. The raging ants were everywhere, and the Ant King was there as well. It was too dangerous to go. Spirit 13 was glad that their Dark Spirit stones were in Dark Spirit shelter, that much was certain. They would probably have been killed, with all the ants that had now taken over their shelter. Hansen raced into the Spirit Hall and grabbed the Spirit Stone embedded in the statue. But the Spirit Stone did not belong to Spirit 13, and he found that it simply belonged to a royal spirit. This disappointed him. The royal spirit wasn't willing to pledge allegiance to Hansen, and it self-destructed. Hansen thought the spirit might have had a connection to Spirit 12. The shelter, by this point, had been turned upside down. Hansen led the crowd of ants outside, leaving behind a shelter that was now little more than rubble. I'm going to kill you. Hansen heard someone shouting from behind. Hansen cared little for the voice, though, and he just continued running with the ants. Hansen, what do we do? The ants won't stop chasing us. Wang Yuhang sounded worried. We'll kill the Ant King and everything will work out, Hansen said, as he continued running. How? Are you able to kill it? It looks like a super demigod to me, Wang Yuhang said. Well, we can give it a try, Hansen said, then drilled into another passageway. The passageway was only 1 person tall, and when Hansen went in, the Ant King followed. It broke many rocks to get through. Hansen saw this as his opportunity. He was going to combine Taya with the red light from his God Geno core. Swiftly, he stepped towards the inn. T's eyes. The Ant King's eyes were suddenly turned into gaping holes. The creature was instantly stunned with pain, and it reeled back with a sudden desire to flee the cave. Little uncle, draw it back over here. Don't let it run off. Hansen quickly called. I'm not attracting that thing. Wang Yuhang shouted, but ultimately he couldn't help himself. He yelled at the Ant King, dumb ant. I thought you wanted me. Come and get me. The Ant King had wanted to fall back, but it abandoned that desire when it heard Wang Yuhang's voice. With a murderous look, the Ant King tried to rush back in. It kept digging its way through in a bid to reach Wang Yuhang and kill him. Good job, little uncle. Continue seducing it, Han Sen said, stepping back deeper into the cave. Could you use a different fucking word? Wang Yuhang shouted as he continued attracting the Ant King. Han Sen kept running too, but said, You prefer luring? But that's not quite right. You really are more like a pimp. Shit. You are not educated. This is called sacrifice, Wang Yuhang said, biting his lips. Yeah, sure. Sacrifice. Han Sen just nodded. Wang Yuhang sounded mad, and he retorted, Just stop talking crap, you idiot. Han Sen stopped talking and spent more effort on running. Han Sen kept thrusting Taya into the Ant King that was nipping at his heels. The Ant King's fitness wasn't bad, and while Han Sen could damage the fiend, he found himself unable to kill it. Every time the Ant King was injured, it wanted to catch them even more. Wang Yuhang's presence maintained its aggro. Its steel-like body pursued them, and Han Sen stabbed it in the head many times. It continued to bleed profusely, and after an hour, it began to look weak. It took half a day for Han Sen to finally plunge his weapon through the Ant King's head. The Ant King crumpled to the ground and twitched for a while before it stopped moving. The Ant King's face was full of holes, showing how many times Han Sen had stabbed it. It looked really bad. Super creature bloodthirsty Ant King killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Flesh inedible. Consume the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points. When Han Sen heard the kill announcement, he felt as satisfied as he did when he ate a life fruit. Hunting creatures is better. Those Geno plant fruits are useless. Han Sen had a higher chance of obtaining a beast soul by killing creatures, and now that he had gotten another super beast soul, he was incredibly happy. Then Han Sen felt angry again when his mind returned to opening Geno fruit. The Ant King's body began to fade away, leaving behind a crystal that was the shape of a mini Ant King. Han Sen picked it up. The crowd of ants, seeing the dead Ant King, dispersed and ran off. They all gave up their pursuit. Wang Yuhang wished to shout, but Han Sen held his mouth shut and said, Don't. There are too many of them. God knows how long it might take us to kill them. Getting the Ant King was enough. Yes, but by killing the Ant King, only you were able to get a life Geno essence. I didn't get anything. Kill some sacred blood ants for me. Wang Yuhang thought it had been unfair. There are loads of opportunities to kill sacred blood creatures, so there's no reason for us to attract so many ants at once. And as for this life Geno essence, half of it can be yours. If you want, I can give it to you. Han Sen then put down the life Geno essence delicately. Han Sen had other life Geno essences, but he had thus far been unable to absorb them. If Wang Yuhang was able to figure out a way in which it might be absorbed, there would be no harm. Since Han Sen was able to kill super creatures now, he didn't mind giving up one life Geno essence. He had also managed to get the beast soul after all. Really? Wang Yuhang looked at him in disbelief. To him, Han Sen had never been that generous. What do you mean by that? Just take it. Han Sen threw the life Geno essence at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang was delighted. He held the life Geno essence like a son and said, Thank you so much. Next time we kill a super creature, the life Geno essence will be yours. Han Sen wished to say something, but suddenly, a strange sound was heard. When he turned around, his face changed. Chapter 1521, Old Bee Tree. They had been too busy killing the Ant King, and they hadn't paid attention to what else was going on. They heard a noise, and they finally noticed a dome-like cave ahead of them, and an old tree inside it. The old tree possessed a lot of fruit, but they were certainly abnormal. They looked like bees, and they were around the same size as a man's fist. The wings of the bee fruit were continuously flapping, generating the typical buzzing noise bees produced. They looked weird enough to make anyone feel itchy, seeing so many bees swarmed around the tree. Han Sen didn't know what sort of tree it was, but after using his Dongshan aura, he could tell it was immensely powerful. Fortunately, the bees were just fruit. They were still attached to their harboring branches, so they couldn't attack. While Han Sen and Wang Yuhang still marveling at their current luck, another noise suddenly sounded. One of the bee fruits twirled around and tried to strike Wang Yuhang by firing its stinger. The stinger was too fast, and Wang Yuhang failed to dodge it in time. Fortunately, Han Sen was quick enough to react and smack the projectile down onto the ground. But even after that, Han Sen's hand began to feel incredibly numb. His face changed. Wang Yuhang felt much relief, but now all the bees on the tree had propped their stingers up to take aim at him. Like rain, the stingers all fired needles at Wang Yuhang. Oh no! Wang Yuhang shouted. He was unable to dodge a single one, and now that they were all firing his way, he pictured himself ending up very swollen. No matter how fast Han Sen could swing his sword, he wouldn't be able to take Dao. And all the toxic needles either. He summoned his overbearing shield to cover both of them. Many toxic stingers struck the overbearing shield, battering it with the patter of a rainstorm. They were unable to break the defense, though. The gold word overbearing then began to glow atop the shield, ricocheting the force of the stingers back at the tree they had been fired from. Hansen thought firing back might allow them to damage the bee fruit or perhaps even kill a few, giving Hansen a chance to discover what they were. When the toxic stingers were pinged back at about halfway in their return flight, it was suddenly as if they possessed minds of their own. They turned around in midair and came back for Hansen. But the toxic stingers didn't come straight for them this time. Their flight path curved to go around the shield and get Hansen and Wang Yuheng. They were like small daggers. The overbearing shield was strong, but it could only protect one side. It could not protect against stingers that came from a variety of directions. This turn of events wasn't making Hansen happy, so he picked up Wang Yuheng and decided to run. Fortunately, the toxic stingers couldn't fly very far. When Hansen had run the distance of a mile, the stingers flew back and returned to the tails of the bee fruit. What are those things? They can reattach their stingers. Hansen looked back at the bee tree, seeming surprised. A whole tree full of bees. That's disgusting. Let's run, Wang Yuheng said. Stop. The old tree might be decent. The toxic stingers are quite strong and likely super in class, but perhaps the bee fruits are super creatures. If we kill them, that is a lot of life geno essences for us to harvest. And we're sure to get a beast soul with those odds, Hansen said. No way. How can one tree possess so many super creatures? Are they that cheap now? Wang Yuheng struggled to believe him. It's worth giving it a shot. What if I'm right? Hansen didn't want to leave, but he hadn't yet thought of a way in which he might kill the bee fruit. Their toxic stingers were too small, and they had a distant operational range. Furthermore, the overbearing shield would be incapable of blocking them all. Hansen didn't want to risk getting stung, so he paced back and forth for a while thinking. He still couldn't come up with a firm solution. If those bees are all super creatures, this'll be hard. Perhaps we should go back and make a plan. Wang Yuheng seemed to be afraid of bees. Hansen looked around and noticed there was only one path leading to the tree. If Hansen had to retreat, it'd be difficult to make use of the exact same path again. Fine, let's go back. We'll return when we come up with a solution. Hansen then took Wang Yuheng back to Mask Shelter. Ling Meier, seeing them both return safely, was very happy. She thought Hansen and Wang Yuheng might have been unable to survive the wrath of the Ant King. When Hansen retired to his room, he had the time to inspect the bloodthirsty ant beast soul. Super Beast Soul Bloodthirsty Ant King, Glyph Type. Hansen already knew about the Ant King's beast soul type, so he summoned it out. The tattoo of a red Ant King appeared on his body, and when it did, a strange heat surged into him. With this intense warmth, it soon began to feel as if his blood was boiling. His strength and speed had definitely increased. Hansen, feeling this power inside him, was quite pleased. When Hansen used the God Geno Core, his power reached that of a super demigod. But that was only because he used the red light from the God Geno Core and the abilities granted by the butterfly wings. Hansen's strength was still stuck at the tier of a gemstone-class creature, but the Ant King glyph increased his power and speed. Now he really was very close to super. Not bad. This is actually pretty nice. I suppose it was worth my time and effort. Hansen was really fond of the Ant King's bee soul. The Ant King was strong, but it didn't help him with a plan for killing the old bee tree. He couldn't just run up to the tree and kill all the bees. It'd be great if I had a super armor. If I did, I could totally block the stingers and kill the bees. It's a shame that pet armor can only be used on a pet. Unfortunately, I don't have any strong pets. If Meowth went up to the old tree, it's unlikely it'd be able to damage the old tree fruit. I need to find a super pet, Hansen thought to himself. It was a shame Hansen had been unable to get one of those so far. Unless Little Angel evolved, his super pet armor would be useless. Little Angel, come out soon. Hansen missed the time he had spent with Little Angel in the past. Dad, I miss Little Flower. Shouldn't we go and visit Little Brother? Bauer asked. Okay, let's go and find Little Flower. Hansen took Bauer to a teleporter to leave. Hansen was living with the G family currently. When Hansen came out on the other side of the teleporter, he raised his head. Someone was coming his way. When Hansen saw the person, he realized it was Ji Qing. Chapter 1522, Jade Little Lion King. Ji Qing was the most talented young person in the Ji family. When she was in the first god sanctuary, she managed to kill a super creature. She had gone on to max out her super geno points, and she possessed a sword soul super body. The Ji family spent a lot on making her this strong. She had worked hard and she had already become a surpasser. She had almost maxed out her super geno points there as well. She was going to become a demigod in the very near future. Hansen heard Ji Qing's sword soul super body was very strong, but he had never seen it in action. They didn't maintain contact much, if at all. In fact, they'd only encountered each other at a few important events, and even then, their exchanges had been brief. Brother-in-law, your sword skills are good. I have almost become a demigod. I would like to fight against you and see which of us is better with the blade. Ji Qing, seeing Han Sen, smiled. You have a sword-based super body. There is no chance of me beating you. Han Sen was past the age of wanting to win for bragging rights. There were no benefits to fighting Ji Qing, and if he ended up hurting her feelings, it'd only invite the complaints of other members of the Ji family. Ji Qing blinked and said, well, that is something we'll have to find out when we fight. When I become a demigod, I'll have to fight against you for real. We can cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, I have duties I must attend to, and what's more, your sister is waiting for me at home. I'm going to leave now, Han Sen said that so he could get away. After taking Bauer with him, Han Sen thought to himself, I want to stay in the sanctuary. If I'm there, there's no way she could seek me out. And besides, she won't be able to fight me unless she spawns right beside me when she ascends. The sanctuary is so big, the chance of her ending up near me is minuscule. Back with the Ji family, Ji Yanran was sunbathing in the garden alongside Little Flower. Zero was also there, drinking tea. Bauer jumped down near Little Flower, stroked his face, and said, Did you miss your big sister? Big, sis, was what Little Flower could manage to speak. That being said, he was only comfortable saying mom, dad, sister, granddad, and grandma. Still, that was very good. Anything new happened recently? Han Sen asked as he sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea. Ji Yanran knew he was referring to the new community, so she shook her head and replied, Nothing. It's as if they've forgotten all of that took place. Han Sen frowned. No way. I stole their treasure. There's no way they'd sit back and do absolutely nothing. Their tempers cannot be that composed. In truth, it wasn't about their tempers. They just hadn't been able to figure out how Han Sen had been able to make use of the Geno armor. If Han Sen was able to use it, they didn't think it'd be worth taking him on when he could use it against them. That was why they had decided to do nothing in retaliation. In the new community, there was only the one Geno armor. Unless the leader himself went to fight, no one there could beat Han Sen. The body of the new community's chairman had yet to fully recover, and it was due to this mixture of reasons they hadn't formulated a plan to exact revenge on Han Sen. Tina was punished for her actions. Even though it was a grand mistake she had made, the punishment she received wasn't very harsh. The chairman was obviously fond of her. If Han Sen had killed Tina, things might not have ended up as they had. The chairman might have revealed himself to Han Sen so they could fight, no matter what. After resting for 2 days, Han Sen returned to the sanctuary. Then, he went to visit the Geno Core storage. He wanted to level up his Geno Cores. Han Sen used his Crystal Core as a key to pen the Geno Core storage this time, as his Crystal Core's ranking was low. It was weak, and he knew he had to get it to first place. Over the course of 10 years, people had forgotten all about Crystal Core. So, Han Sen went on to challenge the Geno Cores ahead of him. His challenges were accepted. Han Sen managed to get under the 10,000 bracket, and he eventually went sub 1,000. After that, Han Sen had to challenge those in the hundreds all the way to the tens, and from there, 10 and below. But when a Geno Core in the 1,000 and below bracket challenged those that were below 100, it wasn't easy. The Geno Cores there would not accept a challenge very easily, as they were afraid of dropping a rank. Han Sen sent a number of challenge requests, but none gave him a reply. If this goes on, when will I ever reach first place? Han Sen was used to getting number 1 as soon as he entered. He wasn't fond of, or used to, working his way through the ranks, step by step. There was nothing else he could do for the time being at least. Han Sen looked at the silver Geno Core leaderboard, and whenever a name lit up, he'd send an invite and wait for a potential opponent to accept. But none of his challenge requests worked, despite repeated sending. As Han Sen increased his pace to full-on invitation spam, the leaderboard lit up and sucked Han Sen in through a portal. Someone accepted my challenge? Han Sen was very happy about this, but because he had been spamming, he wasn't sure which invitation had been accepted. When he reached the battleground, he was eager to get a look at who his opponent would be. A white lion appeared across the battlefield. It was so strong, and it looked bigger than an elephant. Its body appeared to have been crafted from white jade, and its hair was like luscious silk. It looked powerful. Han Sen did not remember who this white lion might have been. If Han Sen had grown up there and met a lot of spirits and creatures along the way, though, he would have definitely known. The White Lion King was from Lion Mountain, and it was a berserk super creature. It was a famous beast all across the Fourth God Sanctuary due to the grudge it had held against an emperor that occupied land nearby Lion Mountain. The lion had destroyed 1,000 shelters that belonged to that emperor, wiping them all off the map. The emperor fled and disappeared, never to be heard from again. The white lion Han Sen was now seeing was the heir of that White Lion King, and although its blood was not pure, its mother was a super creature, and so its genes shouldn't have been too bad. The jade-looking body it possessed came from its mother, who was called Demon Lion. It had White Lion King and Demon Lion's blood, and it had earned the creature the nickname Little Jade Lion King. It was a famous second-generational creature of the Fourth God Sanctuary. His parents were very strong, and so was he. After running the test, his Geno Core immediately hit number 11. Hansen had challenged many Geno Cores, but none had cared until now. Little Jade Lion King didn't care too much who its opponent was going to be, as this was the first time someone had willingly challenged him since he had arrived there. Chapter 1523. Never reached the top 10. Little Jade Lion King stepped onto the battlefield and let out a lion roar that sounded like thunder. The entire arena trembled at the sound. Hansen was not scared. He was actually happy. He could immediately tell it was the air of a super creature. Killing spirits on a Geno battleground was useless, but killing super creatures was useful. You could get their beast souls, their life Geno essences, and in some instances, their flesh. When the lion saw Hansen, it looked murderous. It opened its maw and cast out a laser beam towards Hansen. It was so fast, it came right at him. Not wanting to scare the lion off, Hansen wasn't going to stand and block the roarborn blast. Instead, he just moved like a bird to dodge the attack. Seeing its attack had failed, the Lion King looked incredibly angry. It opened its lion mouth and continuously shot out a flurry of beams. It really wanted to kill Hansen with its roar blasts. Hansen continued to dodge, ever so slowly inching his way closer to the lion. He wanted to one-hit kill the fiend and keep it from running off. Real super creatures couldn't fight Hansen, and at the end of the day, his opponent had a silver Geno Core. His super spank should have been able to kill the lion in a single strike. Little Jade Lion King wasn't aware of Hansen's purpose, and it had grown used to being the champion of its battles. No opponents of the same level had proven they had the strength to beat it. And now, because it had missed every shot at Hansen, it decided to leap right at him. Good timing. Hansen was so happy. He was wondering how he might get close enough to the Little Jade Lion King, and he had never expected the creature to be so eager to deliver itself right to him. Hansen's body gathered power in his right hand, imbuing it with primal magic. It was as if it could transcend the veils between space and reality. His right hand did tear through space, and it struck against the Little Jade Lion King's claws. His fist went right inside, and it felt as if he had broken one of the little lion's strings. He tugged it. And then, the Little Jade Lion King's body turned into dust that scattered everywhere. But Hansen thought what had occurred was strange. He hadn't heard the usual killing announcement. The fight was over, and Hansen's crystal core leaped to number 11. It replaced Jade Lion, which had now been bumped down to 12. In the Geno Core storage, a white lion's mouth was dripping with blood. It angrily said, "That bastard. How dare he destroy my Geno Core Jade Lion? I'm going to kill him." Hansen didn't know all he had done was destroy the Jade Lion Geno Core, but he said it had to be some sort of doppelganger or something. It was a shame he hadn't been able to kill the super creature, but at least he had managed to bump himself up to the 11th rank. He had finished his current task, and he would only need to reach the top 10 next. Hansen kept on spamming invites, but no one gave him a response. He didn't dwell on it though, as he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Hansen came back to send challenges each and every day, and aside from the person in first place, every participant had to challenge someone at least once a month. It was only a matter of time before Hansen got his guaranteed turn. But strangely, he had tried challenging others for many days, and none were willing to take him up on the fight. Hansen thought others recalled how famous Crystal Core had once been, and that was why they did not challenge him. On the next day, Hansen entered the Geno Core storage again. There, someone had challenged him. He took a look at the name and noticed it was Jade Lion. Since I'm free, I suppose it'll be worth seeing this Jade Lion again. I'm keen to learn why I didn't kill him. Hansen accepted the challenge. After entering the battleground, Hansen saw Jade Lion once again. When the creature saw Hansen, it shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Hansen was clad in armor, and he used his Dongshen aura to mask his true strength. The Jade Lion couldn't tell whether Hansen was a spirit or a creature. "It doesn't matter who I am. All I need to do is beat you." Hansen smiled. Jade Lion grunted and said, "Beat me? You can turn back now, but I'm warning you right now that your path to leveling up has come to an end. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've only just started on this road, and the way to the top is clear of obstacles." Hansen didn't know what Jade Lion had changed or found to make it say this. "Top." Jade Lion laughed coldly. "I have met every combatant in the top 10, and none there will accept your challenge. You will never breach that bracket unless you beg before me, right here and right now. Then you can go. If the top 10 are stronger, why would they listen to you?" Hansen looked at the lion with surprise. Jade Lion said proudly, "I am the son of White Lion King. Everyone across the Fourth God's Sanctuary shows me respect. You destroyed my Geno Core, so if you can't make me happy, you'll never reach the top 10. Now Hansen understood why no one was accepting his challenge requests. It wasn't because they were afraid of Crystal Core, it was because this was all a ploy orchestrated by the lion. Okay, and how can I make you happy? Hansen smiled while looking at the lion. Give me an opportunity to release my anger, and maybe then we can talk, Jade Lion King said with a snarl. Okay. Hansen walked towards it, but before the lion could attack, Hansen moved. This time, Hansen didn't use Super Spank. He used his full strength to strike the lion's sea. Hin! It sent the beast flying. Hansen's legs were like blades, swinging through the air after that. He kept kicking the lion over and over, keeping it airborne before blowing it up in the air entirely. In the Geno Core storage, the little Jade Lion King spilled even more blood. It had spent a lot of treasure to recover its Geno Core in such a short space of time. It had wanted to exact its revenge, but instead, it had been assaulted like that and then blown up. It hadn't even been given a moment to concede. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Little Lion King was incredibly angry. It couldn't fight Hansen out of the Geno Core storage, and it had no clue who he was. Revenge didn't seem likely. It was so mad, it called on the top 10 to refuse Hansen's challenges no matter what. That would at least mean Hansen would not reach the top 10. Chapter 1524, A Way to Absorb Life Geno Essences. Little Jade Lion King was worried about the Geno Core in second place, Shiking Blade. The ones between 3rd and 10th place were known to him, and he only had to tell them not to accept any challenges from Crystal Core. They'd listen. Shiking Blade, the one in 2nd place, belonged to a human. He had never seen the human before, but he did know that the human was strong. The spirits that challenged her would usually get killed straight away. If the person in 1st rank hadn't avoided her challenges, she would have most certainly reached 1st place already. Of course, it's okay if he challenges that human. He'll die to her, anyway, little Jade Lion King thought in anger. He had no idea Hansen was a human, though. And Hansen himself knew that Shiking Blade was his little sister. Hansen observed the top 10. He was unable to challenge 1st place, and neither could he challenge the person in 2nd place, which was his sister. It looks like that lion knows how to bluff, saying I'll never be in the top 10. I don't know the others, but I do know little Yen. I think I'll have to ask for her help, Hansen said to himself. Hansen left the Geno Core storage and returned home. Little Yen was still in the sanctuary, so he left her a message and went back to the sanctuary himself. Hansen was holding a life Geno essence at the time, wondering how he might absorb it. Hansen had been researching the life Geno essences of Shell King and the Ruby Cricket, but he had yet to come up with a solution that would allow for their absorption. Hansen tried to communicate with them, as that was what Six Paths had once said. Unfortunately, he did not know how to obtain their approval. When he was thinking about Little Yen that day, he thought of something else. Real Blood Geno Core was the power of blood, and it could control Geno Cores. Perhaps it could also control life Geno essences. If Real Blood was able to control life Geno essences, then absorbing them should be fairly easy. Hansen decided to give it a try. He brought out Shell King's life Geno sense and dropped Real Blood on it. Hansen was nervous. Real Blood didn't seem to slide away, and it remained fixed atop the life Geno essence. It was slowly being absorbed by the item, and after an hour, only a tiny amount had managed to go inside. It seemed as if it would take at least 10 days for full control to be obtained. It looks like Real Blood Geno Core is at too low of a level. That must be why it's so slow. Still, if this can lead to the absorption of the life Geno essences, it'll be great nonetheless. Hansen was getting very excited. Hansen hoped Real Blood would be able to control life Geno essences, so he could see if they could be absorbed. Hansen wanted to level up his Real Blood Geno Core. If he could get it up to gold class, then the process would surely be faster. After waiting 2 days, Han Yen returned from the sanctuary. When Han Yen saw the message, she had waited to see Hansen. Big brother, why did you want me to wait for you? Han Yen asked Hansen. I saw your Shiking Blade on the Silver Geno Core leaderboard. Why are you number 2? Hansen asked. Han Yen heard Hansen and then looked angry. She said, that guy is a bastard. He won't accept my challenge, so I can't level up. The first one was Dragon Eye, and I thought when he leveled up to gold, I could be first. But before he went, he deliberately lost to the person in 3rd place, Bloodwave. I'm only in 2nd place because he refuses to accept my challenge. Han Yen was complaining, saying if she was in 1st place, she'd have been gold class already. So you want 1st place? Hansen squinted his eyes and looked at Han Yen. Of course. If it wasn't for the 9 reinforcements, I wouldn't be this slow. You gave me so many resources to speed me up in reaching Demigod, but ever since, I've been so slow. I'm so sorry, Han Yen said. Hansen smiled. This has nothing to do with your power. It's not difficult to reach the 1st rank with me, though. But you're going to have to lose once. Lose once? Han Yen looked at Hansen with confusion, not sure what he meant. Hansen explained, I just got to the 11th rank in silver class. But unfortunately, I offended a second-generation super creature. In spite, the guy made those ahead of me refuse to accept my challenge requests. When I reach the top 10, I'll find a way to make us both number one. Han Yen was shocked. Big brother, you only have a silver Geno core? Hansen had shown off a crazy amount of power on planet Fantas, and she earnestly believed he had reached superclass. I have more than one self-Geno core, Hansen said. 2 self-Geno cores? That's very rare. Amidst human demigods, only 2 are known to have 2 self-Geno cores. I didn't know you had 2 as well. I am going to the sanctuary now then. I will help you get into the top 10. Han Yen then asked, by the way, what is your Geno core's name? Crystal Core, Hansen answered. Han Yen heard this and was shocked. Addition. She asked Hansen, Crystal Core? The one that reached first place through the testing on the Bronze Geno Core and Silver Geno Core leaderboards? That was your Geno Core? Yeah. Hansen smiled, and then went on to say, but don't tell anyone else, okay? We don't want any unnecessary trouble. I understand. All right, I will go to the sanctuary now. Han Yen didn't ask how Hansen would later reach first rank. Hansen then also returned to the sanctuary and entered the Geno Core storage. There, he saw Shiking Blade light up. But before Hansen challenged Han Yen, the Jade Lion challenged him again. Hansen didn't say anything and simply accepted the challenge invitation to see what the lion wanted. Hansen entered the Geno battleground, and when the lion saw him, he immediately said, see, you can't enter the top 10. You're free to beg me now. Hansen smiled and said, it's not that difficult, you know. I can go whenever I want. Puh. Bluffing about this is useless. Little Jade Lion King lifted his lips. This time, though, it was clear he was keeping his distance from Han Senator. If Hansen tried to kill him again, he could make a quick getaway to keep his newly generated Geno core from being destroyed. Chapter 1525, Back on Top. You'll soon find out whether or not I'm lying. And I'm striving for more than just being in the top 10. I'm going to be first, Hansen said coldly. If you ever do become number 1, I'll cut my head off and be your chair. Little Jade Lion King scoffed. Little Jade Lion King thought it might be possible for Hansen to reach the top 10, but he never believed it'd be possible for him to reach the number 1 position. That was because the first rank belonged to Bloodwave. Bloodwave was a subordinate of Little Jade Lion King's father, White Lion. It was very possible for Little Jade Lion King to reach first place, for when he did reach the top 10, his challenge against Bloodwave would be accepted. Hansen had no way of challenging Bloodwave, so his opportunity for reaching first place seemed unlikely. Hansen laughed and said, you don't need to cut your head off. But if I do reach the top, how about you obey and serve me? Little Jade Lion King was enraged by this, and he said, okay, and if you are unable to reach first place, how about you obey me? Sure, that sounds fair. Hansen nodded. Okay, if you reach first place, I will consider you my master. Otherwise, I will become your master, Little Jade Lion King said fiercely. He wasn't dumb, and he insisted on a time limit of 1 day. Then it is settled. If you lose, don't think about fleeing. Hansen laughed. Who do you think I am? Everything I speak is the truth, Little Jade Lion King said proudly. He was confident that Hansen would never achieve first place while Bloodwave was there, and Bloodwave would never accept a challenge from anyone except Little Jade Lion King. So, do you want to concede? Or do I need to force you out? Hansen said. Enjoy this boisterous attitude for 1 more day. On the next, you will be totally screwed, Little Jade Lion King said angrily, then stomped out of the battleground by conceding. Hansen went back to the Geno Core storage to accept the challenge Han Yen had already sent him. After accepting Han Yen's challenge, he entered the battleground again and met Han Yen there. When Han Yen saw Hansen, she was so happy. Big brother, you really are the master of Crystal Core? Let me see how strong a core must be to put you on top through the test alone. No. Hansen didn't want to hide things from her, as there shouldn't have been anything he had to hide from his sister. Hansen thought the crystal core looked like an egg, and its appearance alone made it difficult to believe it was the almighty crystal core. He actually thought it was embarrassing that a man's Geno core was an egg. Are you going to hide something from your cute sister? Han Yen lifted her lips. Today is not a good day. But how about I show you another Geno core a little later? Hansen coughed. I've seen your other one. There's nothing else for me to see. Han Yen did not force him though. After they talked for a bit more, she eventually conceded. Then, Hansen was able to take her second position, and the Shiking Blade fell to third place. Little Jade Lion stared at the leaderboard, eager to see what Hansen was doing. Suddenly, the leaderboard flashed. Shiking Blade, which had previously been in second place, fell down a rank. And then, Crystal Core took her place. Something is wrong with this human. Is that asshole another human too? Did he pay her off with something so they could switch position? Little Jade Lion King's face looked grim. The biggest risk he had taken in his wager with Han Sen was the other human on the leaderboard, and now she had proven that she really was a liability. It made him furious. But even if you do get to second place, it's pointless. You'll have no hope of replacing the core that's currently in first place. Little Jade Lion King, thinking about this, suddenly felt much better. Just in case, though, Jade Little Lion King decided to exit the Geno core storage. He went looking for Bloodwave so he could stay next to him, in the event something tricky happened. I'm not letting Bloodwave out of my sight. After today, I'm going to kick that guy's ass. Little Jade Lion King was getting himself worked up as he thought about Han Sen again. Han Sen took the second position. He didn't say goodbye to Han Yan, and he simply left the Geno core storage. Then, he used Real Blood as a key for re-entry. Han Sen planned to use Real Blood to leapfrog to first place. Then, with Real Blood, he would lose to Han Yan. Then, Han Yan could lose to the Crystal Core, and all the Geno cores could have their 9 reinforcements. Han Sen had a few other Geno cores, but he could only use one Geno core at a time and he could not challenge himself. Since he had Han Yan there to back him up, though, it was no longer an issue. Starting test. Han Sen didn't speak to the Rockman. He simply allowed it to go ahead and calculate the starting rank. Rockman's third eye fired a light at the Real Blood Geno core as numbers scrolled quickly. Little Jade Lion King was talking with Bloodwave in Lionheart Shelter at the time, and all of a sudden, Bloodwave blurted out, "Oh no. What happened?" Little Jade Lion asked him, frowning. "I lost my first position in the Geno core storage." Bloodwave looked ill. "How? You're kidding, right? You are here. How could you lose your place?" Little Jade Lion's heart jolted. "I don't know, Little King. Let's enter and find out," Bloodwave said. Little Jade Lion and Bloodwave quickly scrambled into the Geno core storage. They looked at who was in first place and they were frozen. The first position of the Silver Geno core leaderboard was no longer occupied by Bloodwave. It now read, Real Blood. No way. How is that possible? Little Jade Lion was frozen. Han Sen's Real Blood Geno core reached first place through the placement test. Without hesitating, after reaching that first place, Han Sen sent a challenge request to Han Yan. Han Yan was wondering what Han Sen might be able to do for them both to touch the top rank, and as she thought, the request for a challenge popped up. She wasn't in the mood for an actual challenge, so she planned on declining it. But then she saw the name of the Geno core. It looked very familiar. Real Blood? Real Blood. Han Yan suddenly thought of something. She looked over to the leaderboard and noticed Bloodwave had dropped down to second place, having been replaced by this Real Blood. 10 years ago, Real Blood reached first place in the Bronze Geno core leaderboard. Now it has appeared here? No way. Han Yan's eyes opened wide, as if she was seeing something unbelievable. Chapter 1526, Getting Super Geno Points. Han Yan accepted the challenge and entered the Geno battleground with excitement. There, she saw Han Sen standing. Big brother, how is this possible? The Real Blood Geno core is yours? You have 3 self-Geno cores? Han Yan had always thought Han Sen was strong. He was her role model after all. But even for him, this was shocking. 2 Geno cores that managed to leapfrog to first place had been owned by Han Sen, and Han Sen had a super Geno core on top of all that. He was like a monster, and few people would even be willing to believe such tall tales. If other people find out Crystal Core and Real Blood are owned by the same person, I fear the entire populace of spirits and creatures in the Fourth God Sanctuary would go insane. Han Yan felt proud, knowing this was an accomplishment of her big brother, her idol. I'll give you first place. Then, I'll challenge you again with Crystal Core, Han Sen said, and then conceded, leaving the Geno core storage short. After. Han Sen couldn't explain everything in a couple of short sentences, so he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Han Sen re-entered the Geno core storage and challenged Han Yan's Shiking Blade. Crystal Core was back on top, and it received its 9th reinforcement. Now the Silver Geno core leaderboard displayed Crystal Core at the top, then Shiking Blade, Real Blood, and Bloodwave. Bloodwave was out of the top 3 now. When Little Jade Lion King and Bloodwave entered the Geno core storage, they saw the rankings and were stunned. They could not believe what their eyes were telling them, and they were wholly frozen in place. How is that possible? No way. Little Jade Lion could not think straight. He did not know how Han Sen had actually reached first place while Bloodwave wasn't even in the Geno core storage. The others in the Geno core storage saw Real Blood suddenly jump up into the number 1 slot, and they all knew what had happened. The top rankings now kicked off a big fuss. Everyone wondered who the masters of Real Blood, Shiking Blade, and Crystal Core were, and if they were in any way related. There were many wild conjectures, but the thought that Crystal Core and Real Blood actually had the same master did not even cross their minds. Normal people didn't think it was Han Sen because he had already shown off his Butterfly Geno core in the Alliance. Many people had a video of the battle. Because everyone thought Hansen had a super Geno core, no one would link him to two minor by comparison silver Geno cores. If Hansen didn't say anything, no one would know he had 4 self Geno cores. After leaving the Geno core storage, he started to use his gold core lights to level up Real Blood Geno core to gold class. The gold class Real Blood Geno core did not look very different. It still looked like a simple drop of blood, but the interior of the core began to look a little strange. There was a flicker of gold within it, like the sunset. In Hansen's body, his blood pulse sutra leveled up with his Real Blood Geno core. His body was improving as well. The Real Blood Geno core, which had just appeared on the silver Geno core leaderboard, now disappeared. It had only been there for an hour. Hansen tried using his Real Blood Geno core to absorb life Geno essences again. Now that it was gold class, it spread across the items incredibly quickly. Within 2 days, the life Geno essences would be wholly soaked by real blood. I hope I will be able to absorb it when it is soaked. Hansen wasn't in the mood to do anything else over the course of the next couple of days. He stared at the Shell King's life Geno essence to pass the time. Real blood worked more quickly than Hansen had expected, and after 36 hours, the life Geno essence had been wholly covered by real blood. Hansen felt when the connection was completed, and then it was as if the life Geno essence was an extension of his being. Hansen tried to run his Dongxian Sutra to absorb the life Geno essence next. He didn't even need to simulate the Shell King's life force. Life Geno essence absorbed. Super Geno points +1. Hearing this voice, Hansen became incredibly excited. He could finally start collecting Super Geno points once again. Haha. I'm going to max out my Super Geno points again. Hansen looked to the sky as he laughed. He was supremely happy. External power could be handy, but it was the power that resided inside your body that was the most reliable. Hansen was extremely excited about leveling his genes up further. The energy inside the life Geno essence entered Hansen's body. The cells that had stopped evolving began to improve, and his genes were getting better already. In the end, Shell King's life Geno essence gave Hansen a total of 9 Super Geno points. And after Hansen absorbed the Shell King's life Geno essence, he placed his real blood on the Ruby Cricket's life Geno essence. Little Jade Lion was very unhappy about all this. After Crystal Core reached first place, he ran straight out of the Geno core storage. He didn't want to go back inside, as he was now afraid Hansen would seek him out. He did not want to accept Hansen as his master, but he wasn't obscene enough to deny such a bargain ever took place. Spirits, creatures, and humans all valued different things. To the White Lion family, loyalty, bravery, and trust were of the greatest importance. That was why Little Lion's mind was in 2 halves. Little King, the time to go to the ice ruins has practically come. Have you sufficiently prepared? Bloodwave came to ask Little Lion. The ice ruins are opening? Little Jade Lion was shocked. Yes, Lion Boss asked you to get going to the ice ruins tomorrow, Bloodwave said. Little Lion nodded and said, okay. At least very little will trouble me. Will you come? Bloodwave nodded and said, I can come with you. Tooth Beast as well. He will be in charge of keeping you safe, but that will only apply outside the ruins. Once we're in, grabbing the treasure is down to you and me. Of course. Who else of the same level could possibly be stronger than us? Little Jade Lion spoke proudly, but his mind did drift to Hansen. As this was happening, Hansen was simply waiting for the Ruby Cricket's life Geno essence to get completely soaked. But before it was absorbed, Shadow Shelter's Cheap Sheep delivered a report. A creature had paid them a visit, asking to see Hansen. They were told he was a good friend of Hansen's. No way. After Hansen heard Cheap Sheep describe the creature, his mouth opened wide. Chapter 1527, God's Ruin. Hansen quickly walked to the shelter's hall. There, he saw a creature floating inside. Little fairy? You're a demigod now. Hansen looked at the small, fairy-like lady with surprise. What? Only you are allowed to be a demigod and I'm not. Little fairy lifted her lips. It seemed as if she didn't like what he had just said. No, I just didn't expect you to ascend so quickly. Hansen smiled. Hansen had first encountered Little Fairy in the 2nd God Sanctuary, not the 3rd God Sanctuary. For a creature, leveling up was a much more arduous process than it was for a human. Hansen was genuinely surprised she had become a demigod already. Pfft. I became a demigod before you did. Little Fairy looked at him with disdain. Hansen then realized why he hadn't seen Little Fairy in the 3rd God Sanctuary. It was because she had already become a demigod. How did you find out where I've been staying? Hansen asked Little Fairy. The 4th God Sanctuary was massive after all. That does not matter, but I found you because I know something that will interest you. Little Fairy smiled. What good deeds can you do for me? Forgive my dubiousness, Hansen said. Little Fairy was a heartless little creature, and she never even looked back when she ascended to the 3rd God Sanctuary. She just followed the other person through. Hansen didn't trust her, and he couldn't imagine her going out of her way to do something nice for him. Little Fairy looked visibly annoyed, and she said, "You're a really unappreciative person. I came all this way to take you to God's ruin. I thought you'd benefit from the venture, but never mind then. I'm going now." Little Fairy said she was going, but her wings flapped at a snail's pace. She wasn't leaving anywhere. "Drop the act and just tell me what this is all about," Hansen said. Little Fairy hadn't changed a bit, and her personality was the same as always. The only difference was that she was now smarter and stronger. Little Fairy didn't feel awkward, and she explained why she was there. She had been living well for herself. When she ascended to the third god sanctuary, a powerful spirit had taken her. After a few years, it had helped her open 10 gene locks, and when the spirit ascended to the fourth god sanctuary, it brought her along. Little Fairy was living a nice life. She wasn't doing as well as she had in the third god sanctuary, but she had managed to reach gemstone class. She was very talented and powerful, and the spirit continued to help her. It was a good thing that Little Fairy had come looking for Hans Senator. She wanted Hansen to go to God's Ruin with her. God's Ruin was a sacred place in the fourth god sanctuary. The item that was said to lie inside possessed a power that distorted dimensions. This was what made it special. The item had other powers as well, and it appeared in a number of different locations. Little Fairy was journeying to a ruin that was covered in ice. The place's power was based on ice, just like Little Fairy herself. So, Little Fairy fancied testing her luck to see if she could get the item. If she didn't get it, there was still plenty of stuff for them to get there. She wasn't lying to Hansen. Many would enjoy visiting such a place. "Won't it be suicide if? Or us to go with the power we have?" Hansen asked quietly. Little Fairy smiled and said, "If superclass elites were allowed, I wouldn't have come looking for you. It only lets gemstones and those below inside." "Well, in that case, I guess there's no harm in trying," Hansen said. "Don't hesitate. Let's go." "The heirs of many elites will be headed there, those from a variety of super shelters," Little Fairy said. Hansen wanted to go, but he didn't know if he could still enter the ruin if he had a God Geno Core. A God Geno Core was a super Geno Core. If entry was restricted to gemstone Geno Cores only, he might not be allowed inside. Hansen, after thinking things over, decided to give it a shot regardless. A God Geno Core was different from a self Geno Core, so maybe there was a chance he'd be allowed inside. Even if he couldn't, he might learn something by going along with the venture for the time being. "Are there any people from Outer Sky or Sacred going?" Hansen asked. "Yeah. Yu Miao from Outer Sky is going, and so is Goddess from Sacred," Little Fairy said, after thinking. "Okay, I'll follow you." When Hansen heard those two were going, he definitely wanted in. Hansen wasn't on pleasant terms with either of those women, but it would be ridiculous for Hansen to go to their respective shelters to try to kill them. Even if Hansen didn't earn any relics or items, killing them would make this trip worth it. That was especially true for Goddess and her cheap dog. He wanted nothing more than to slice them both up. But Hansen still worried about whether or not he'd be able to go in. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. Hansen wasn't afraid of the potential fallout from killing them both, though. Shadow Shelter now had Gu Qinzheng and Red Pony for backup. They were powerful. Gu Qinzheng was a powerful person from Elysium Shelter, and since she feared Red Pony, it couldn't possibly be any weaker. Even if Outer Sky and Sacred came after Shadow Shelter, it was difficult to tell which of the two would win. And Outer Sky knew Gu Qinzheng had taken over Shadow Shelter, too. They hadn't dared to send anyone there, and they didn't know Hansen had returned to control it now. Hansen packed a few things. He wasn't going to bring anyone, but Bauer, Little Silver, and Star Sea Beast caught wind of his venture and wanted to come along. When Little Fairy saw Little Silver and Star Sea Beast, her eyes beamed brightly. She convinced Hansen to bring them along for additional firepower. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were loyal, and they wanted to go, too. But Little Fairy turned them down in case they died. "Little Silver and Star Sea Beast have gemstone Geno Cores, so we can bring them. They aren't weaker than any super creatures there. If I can go, they shouldn't have to worry about anything." Hansen thought about it and decided to let them come. But Hansen thought that if he was unable to go inside, he wouldn't risk them going inside alone. It'd be too dangerous. Plus, Hansen was still worried about Little Fairy. There was always the possibility that she was trying to trick them. Chapter 1528, Frozen Forest. Hansen packed some things and followed Little Fairy to God's Ruin. Bauer, Little Silver, and Star Sea Beast were coming along with them as well. Star Sea Beast had grown much bigger by now. Its body was big like that of a dinosaur's. But even so, its eyes remained as innocent-looking as ever. Every time Hansen saw them, it made him feel as if he was meeting the eyes of a child. Bauer had been staying in Hansen's arms for the trip, not wanting Little Silver to come any closer. But Little Silver just jumped onto Hansen's head instead, looking like a fur cap. It sat there, waving its fluffy tail merrily. That really aggravated Bauer. In the time that Hansen had been in the fourth god's sanctuary, he hadn't traveled or explored very far. As a result, Little Fairy had to lead the entire way. Little Fairy knew the way, though, and there were no dangers along their path. It made for a pleasant and relaxing journey. After walking for half a month, the terrain around them became decked in snow. To the north of where they stood, enormous glaciers reached up into the sky like crystal swords. Little Fairy lowered her voice at that point, and she told Hansen, "There's a scary creature guarding the entrance of the god's ruin. We will need its permission if we are to enter. We are weak, and because we don't know its full strength, we won't be able to go through him if he refuses to let us pass." Hansen had expected Little Fairy to not be 100% reliable. He had prepared himself for unannounced challenges, and so he said coolly, "Still, you must have a plan? Why else would you come and fetch us?" Little Fairy blinked. She flew onto Hansen's shoulders, smiled, and said, "You know me well. If we go straight ahead, we won't be able to make it in. What we can do is sneak inside." "And how do we sneak inside?" Hansen asked. God's ruin is veiled in a special power of sorts, one that cannot be broken by others. The primary entrance is an opening in the valley, where the creature also resides. That's the entrance we won't be able to go through. After a pause, Little Fairy said, "But aside from that opening in the valley, I know of another way that can be accessed. It is to the northwest of the glaciers. We can get in from there, but..." Hansen could guess the spirits and creatures would still select the ordinary way through the valley, because Little Fairy's proposed route was likely harder. He wasn't expecting anything to be easy. Little Fairy shrugged and said, "There are no scary creatures guarding that way, but there are dangerous genoplants called frozen trees. We must go through the frozen forest that is 800 miles long. Only then can we get in." "Tell me more about the genoplants," Hansen said. "They're super plants attuned to the ice element, and their attunement with ice is very strong. Normal gemstone creatures that step into the forest are instantly frozen, and even super creatures and the heirs of emperors are unable to stay inside for very long. If you are frozen, you cannot even commit suicide. The scariest thing is that this area is also a part of the ruins, and the super-class beings aren't able to get in either." After that, Little Fairy smiled. "Don't worry, though, I'm good with ice. With me here, I can assure you safe passage through the forest. If I wasn't sure of this, I wouldn't have asked you to come here. Okay, let's take the path through the frozen forest." Hansen didn't say anything more and just nodded. Little Fairy was surprised that Hansen was so quick to agree. She was touched by this, and she said, "If you guys are so willing to trust me, I'll bring you safer than ever." Hansen smiled. He didn't trust Little Fairy, and his faith still solely resided in himself. Even without Little Fairy, Hansen knew he could keep himself and the others protected. The only thing he was still concerned with was whether he could enter at all. If he wasn't allowed to go in, everything would have been for nothing. Little Fairy didn't say anything more, and she just brought Hansen over to the Glacier Mountains and then went northwest. Hansen watched the Glacier Mountains for a while, and he could see the jutting of numerous peaks. He also sensed a certain aura of power shrouding the mountains too. When they entered the fields of snow, it was snowing 80% of the time there. It was a very cold place to tread. Fairy wanted the others to believe in her, so she controlled the descending snow to divert each snowflake from falling on her companions. She wanted to show she really was good when it came to the ice element. "Where's the spirit that brought you to the fourth god sanctuary? Was she unable to come?" Hansen asked, out of mild curiosity. If the spirit hadn't leveled up to super, then it should have come as well. If it was super, it could have at least talked to the creature in the valley and allowed her simple access that way. Little Fairy immediately looked glum, and she said, "She died. She was killed by a powerful elite. Even though she was very strong, I suppose not even the mightiest of beings can deny a grisly fate, if that is what awaits them." Hansen was surprised. To be able to bring Little Fairy to the fourth god's sanctuary, the spirit must have been immensely strong. The person that was able to kill her must have been incredibly powerful. "Who killed her?" Hansen asked. Little Fairy shook her head. She gritted her teeth and said, "I will kill that asshole. That's why I need to level up to super and grab the relic inside. If I can't do this, then I will be unable to avenge her death." Hansen did not say anything. Little Fairy's expression was enough to show that her master spirit's death had really done a number on her. He really wanted revenge. But the opponent would be very powerful, and Little Fairy's vengeance would be supremely difficult to achieve. She might even end up getting herself killed. After a few more days of traveling through the snow, they arrived at the frozen forest just as Little Fairy had said. There were many frozen, ice-wrought trees in there. They were like the immense crystal sculptures one might read about in fairy tales. The freezing force of that place would have been able to instantly freeze anything in a 10-mile radius. Some parts of the frozen forest extended beyond the glaciers, but many of the trees were also inside the glaciers themselves. That was why Little Fairy said the frozen forest was part of God's ruin. It made sense. Let's go. Little Fairy looked disheartened. Outside her body, a glowing snowflake appeared and expanded to provide cover for them all. Under the protection of that snowflake, they were all warmed. They no longer felt the chill of the outside. Hansen felt relieved as he walked through the frozen forest, as this was proof he really could go into God's ruin. They walked into the frozen forest, and Hansen did not feel cold due to the warming boon imparted by Little Fairy. He did feel a little uncomfortable, though. As soon as he entered the area, he felt as if he was being watched, like a pair of eyes was fixed on him. Chapter 1529. The Seahorse Pulling a Chimeneia. Although they were still under Little Fairy's protection, as they traveled deeper into the forest, the chill of the cold began to return, ever so slightly. Even Little Fairy was struggling to withstand the pressure of the freezing force. Most of the cold air was held back, but some gusts managed to break through. Fortunately, Hansen's fitness was of high enough to resist it doing any harm. Hansen continued to look around as he went. He had his Dongshen aura firing on all cylinders as he tried to find out what was watching him. The frozen forest was very strange. It was no wonder the area was a part of God's ruin. Despite giving it his all, Hansen's Dongshen aura could only cover a 100-meter radius. He couldn't see anything beyond that. And furthermore, he was unable to see where something might have been watching from. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the sensation of being watched continued to increase. Hansen kept a permanent frown on his face. It wasn't a good thing to know you were being watched in such a perilous place as God's ruin. This area's security is high, but surely nothing can stay here for very long, Hansen was thinking. Soon, Little Fairy quietly shouted, "Be careful. Something is up ahead." Hansen, Little Silver, and Starcy Beast looked over in the direction she was referring to. Something was moving through the frozen forest. The Dongshen aura wasn't very helpful there, so Hansen had to resort to his basic, no-frills eyesight. Now, he was seeing things like Little Silver did. Since they were already there, it wasn't as if there was a point in heading back either. So, Hansen looked at Little Fairy and continued walking. Unsure of what lay ahead and wishing to find out, they exercised more caution as they moved forward. Not long after, the shadow in the woods became clearer to them. It was a 1-meter-tall seahorse. Its body looked to be completely made of ice, and it wriggled as it floated by, as if it was swimming through the air. It was silent in its passing. The ice seahorse saw the group, but it did not appear to be hostile. It just continued floating by, on its way to wherever it was going. "Daddy, look. Many seahorses. So beautiful." Bauer was pointing at the other side of the forest with a happy expression. Hansen looked over to where Bauer was pointing, and he noticed there were 20 or 30 seahorses floating around in the same manner. The smallest one was only a meter tall, but there were others amidst them of various sizes. The tallest one they could see was 4 meters high. As the creatures bobbed forward, they looked almost funny. The seahorses looked very tame, and they all seemed to want to keep to themselves. Hansen was curious about them, but his Dongshen aura had been stifled by God's ruin, so he couldn't tell what power resided inside the seahorses. Bauer laughed and jumped onto the back of one of the ice seahorses. She held onto its neck like it was an average mare. Hansen was shocked by her actions, and he wished to call her back immediately. They did look tame, yes, but who knew if they would remain so docile after being provoked? Little Fairy made a hushed call. Hansen turned to look at her, and he noticed she was staring at something that was behind the ice seahorse. The expression on her face made it look as if she had seen a ghost. Hansen looked over there and was shocked as well. Behind the ice seahorse was another bunch of seahorses. The heads of these seahorses were bigger, and they were all at least 4 meters tall. Their bodies looked to have been made of black diamonds, and they looked hardier than steel. They were different from the other ice seahorses that the group had previously observed. Strangely, there was a chain as thick as a human's arm wrapped around the black seahorses' bodies. It looked like a steel chain, and there were many symbols engraved into the metal. There weren't many black seahorses, and Hansen was able to count 11 of them. They all looked the same. They floated in the air, but they weren't doing so as randomly as the other ice seahorses were. They were all aligned, traveling in perfect tandem with each other. Behind the black seahorses, their chains all seemed to connect to something. It was a big, black chimeneia that was 8 meters tall. It looked like a tall black furnace. The chute had blue flames coming out of it, which were burning fiercely inside it. But strangely, Hansen couldn't feel any warmth coming from it. And when the chimeneia came closer, they actually felt colder. It was as if it was releasing cold instead of heat. The strong, icy force was getting stronger, and, even with the shielding provided by Little Fairy, Hansen felt extremely cold. Not even her control of the ice element was able to protect them from that abhorrent force. Everyone was trying their best to resist the cold with the power they had, but it didn't seem to be working very well. Slowly, they were all beginning to freeze. "We should run and wait until the chimeneia has passed. We can come back later," Hansen said. Little Fairy agreed, as did the others. They were all of the mind to vacate the area at once. But unfortunately, their bodies weren't listening. Their legs were sheathed in a layer of ice. Quickly, that ice was spreading across their bodies. None of them were able to move. They felt as if they were robots, only able to move a tiny amount. Only Bauer, who was sitting upon the back of an icy horse, was okay. Everyone was shocked by what was going on, so Hansen summoned his god Genocore. It spawned ruby wings behind him, and his whole being began to glow red. That power pushed the cold back outside of him and kept the icy force from affecting him. Hansen wanted to bring his companions away, too, in case something even worse was about to happen. But suddenly, they saw the black seahorses stop pulling the Chimenia. Then, they all looked at Hansen. Hansen's heart jumped, and he said, "Oh, no. Has my performance made them hostile to me?" It was then that Hansen realized they weren't looking at him, they were looking at Bauer, who was back on his shoulder. Bauer was not affected by the cold at all, and she sat on Hansen's shoulder, dangling her legs. She was checking out the black seahorses and their black Chimenia. Chapter 1530. The Elites That Are Fighting. When the black seahorses looked at Bauer, they did not do anything. They simply resumed pulling the Chimenia and kept on moving. They moved at a faster pace this time, though, and within a few seconds, they had crossed a great distance. When the big Chimenia left the area, the freezing force reduced. The accumulated frost began to fade, and the ice that trapped Hansen's companions began to thaw. That was way too scary. What was that? When Little Fairy had recovered, she spoke with a look of fear. They both had mastery of the cold. Little Fairy had reached Gemstone class, so she should have still had some resistance against super class foes. But even with her strength, her body was frozen stiff by that chilling instrument. It's none of our business. Come on, let's keep going. Hansen put away his god Genocore and headed deeper into the frozen forest. Little Fairy looked at Hansen strangely. She had ice powers, yet she could not resist the frosty air. The fact that Hansen could move amidst it without restraint surprised her a lot. Hansen, as they went, still felt as if something or someone was watching But when they exited the frozen forest, no trouble occurred. They were able to safely enter God's Ruin proper. The ruins were chock full of glaciers. It was as if they had entered an ice world. The surroundings were so clean and so virgin, it almost made them feel uncomfortable. The reflective surface of the snow was so intense that it made the group dizzy, and their eyes struggled to cope with the glare. Although Hansen and the others had a strong fitness and wouldn't be permanently affected by this, he still pulled out 3 pairs of sunglasses. One for him, one for Bauer, and one for Little Silver. Starsea Beast's eyes were too big, and try as he might, he hadn't been able to find a pair suitable for that companion. Didn't you say there is a tunnel inside the ruin? Where is it? Hansen asked Little Fairy. The Godlight Tunnel was formed by the relic they sought, and they would only truly notice the relic's special power once they entered the Godlight Tunnel. And when their bodies went against that power, their bodies would become stronger. The reinforcement would not appear in your data, but it would help your body nonetheless. Hansen thought Yu Miao and Goddess would make for the Godlight Tunnel. So, that was his next targeted destination. Even if he was unable to find the pair, Hansen could at least make use of the tunnel for practice. I think it's on the left. Perhaps we'll reach the Godlight Tunnel in 1,000 miles that way, Little Fairy said, while looking around. What do you mean by perhaps? Hansen frowned. Little Fairy opened her arms and said, I've never been here. I've only heard of this place, and if the intel I obtained was correct, it's 1,000 miles to the left. Hansen just nodded and did not say anything. Starsea Beast lowered his body and let Hansen, Little Silver, and Bauer mount his back. Then he took them in the direction Little Fairy had told them to go. While Starsea Beast ran, stars appeared all around them like a shining sea. He was very fast. And while Starsea Beast was huge, he wasn't clumsy. He gave the illusion that he was dumb, but his agility was high. Slow down. This is God's Ruin, and there are sure to be many dangers lurking here. Little Fairy flew up beside Hansen and warned Starsea Beast. Hansen didn't let Starsea Beast adhere to the warning, though, and it trotted on at the same speedy pace. He was no longer afraid of the potential dangers of the ruin. More than anything, Hansen wanted to see if traveling quickly would make the feeling of being watched go away. But it turned out not to help. Despite Starsea Beast's incredible quickness, that constant feeling of being watched remained. Hansen had thought that they might leave the Watcher behind in the frozen forest, but that didn't seem to have happened. He was being watched with every step he made inside God's Ruin as well. Does this mean the relic itself has a mind of its own, and it can keep tabs on all occupants of the ruin? Hansen thought this might have been the only possibility. Hansen didn't think the super elites in the Fourth God Sanctuary could possess the power the relic seemed to have, should his theory prove true. Hansen's god Genocore put him in superclass, but this did not change things for him in the ruin at all. If the relic is watching us, then there is no need to worry. Many creatures have been to this place before. Sure, A bunch of them may have gotten unlucky, but most were able to make it back out. I don't think the relic's intent is to kill people. Hansen was deep in thought. But still, why is it watching us? Is it simply curious? Or is it looking for a particular type of person? If it wants to find someone in particular, shouldn't it search for a super elite? But if that were so, why doesn't it allow supers to enter God's ruin? Hansen did not understand, so he stopped thinking. He let Starseed Beast slow down a bit, and the creature continued on its way towards the godlight tunnel. Not long after, they heard the sounds of a battle. It sounded fairly vicious. When Hansen heard it, his face changed and he said, Six Paths is here. Who is he up against that's making him fight like that? Hansen was familiar with Six Paths' sword skills, and just from hearing the sound of the clanging, he knew who it was. Strangely, Six Paths was exhausting all the energy he had for this fight. Six Paths' Geno Core hadn't yet gotten back to superclass, but his body was up there. To be able to fight Six Paths with such vigor, his opponent must have had a super body. I thought those above gemstone level can't get in? Why is there such a strong elite in God's ruin? Is it another elite that destroyed himself to start all over again? Hansen hesitated a little, but he still allowed Starseed Beast to proceed. He wanted to see who Six Paths was fighting. The fighting was fierce, and the glaciers began to break. They were special glaciers, too, and they'd be difficult even for a gemstone elite to break. Through this metric, you could tell how powerful the fighters must have been. When Hansen neared the site of the battle, he saw two beings engaged in combat. One of them was indeed Six Paths' Emperor, who was gemstone class. His sword was more frightening than ever. Six Paths was fighting a human, and when Hansen saw the person, his eyes opened wide in shock. He knew who it was. Chapter 1531, Making Something Complicated Something Simple. God's retribution is here? Hansen looked surprised as he watched the human fighting Six Paths. God's retribution wasn't using a weapon, he simply used his body to fight. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage, either. His body was stronger than Shafai's, who was a 4th-rank Shura fighter. And up against Six Paths, he wasn't breaking a sweat. You crazy man. I have no qualm with you. Why do you insist on fighting me? God's retribution shouted as he fought. You're a good opponent. You should really fight with me. Unleash all your power. Six Paths kept swinging his sword towards God's retribution. God's retribution looked depressed, and he said, Are you insane? There are many more elites. If you want a good fight, go find one of them. I don't have the time for this. God's retribution wished to leave, but Six Paths' skills were too much, and they prohibited him from making an escape. Why would such powerful competitors be in God's ruin? They must both be superclasses. But if so, how were they able to enter? Little Fairy was shocked at the display of what she saw. She thought there'd only be gemstone class or second-generation creatures that could compete with her. And after she found Hansen, she thought for sure the relic would end up being hers. She didn't expect to find two super elites such as that after entering the ruins. Hansen, on the other hand, was at ease. He knew Six Paths wouldn't bother him. God's retribution didn't have much of a grudge with him, either. While those two super elites might have been there was no great conflict to put them at odds. And he didn't think they had any connection with Outer Sky or Sacred. Their presence wouldn't affect Hansen's personal mission. Hansen made Starseed Beast park someplace near, so Hansen could dismount, get comfy, and watch for a while. Hansen had learned a few of Six Paths' tricks, but aside from Heart Sword, he hadn't really spent time practicing anything else. Hansen had never seen Six Paths fight with all his strength before, but now that he saw it, he was able to learn a lot. Hansen was surprised by the method of fighting that God's retribution used. Hansen knew he was a current member of Blood Legion, and due to his blood, he was unable to take advantage of the elemental powers of the Sanctuary. He had to use raw, physical damage whenever he fought. But God's retribution's combat power surprised Hansenator. He was almost as good as a super demigod, and his body and combat skills were strange. His fists looked simple, and it seemed as if Hansen was watching something incredibly basic. In fact, most of the skills were something you'd easily find in school. But it was frightening to watch such normal punching skills deflect Six Paths' sword skills. It would shock any spectator. After Hansen watched them for a while, his surprise deepened. He noticed that the simple-looking punches were actually very complicated. While they looked simple, the timing and application of the skills were deeper than it first appeared. After watching God's retribution fight for a while, Hansen was able to comprehend what he was doing. That's a strong fist skill. And God's retribution is strong, indeed. This is definitely not something the average human can do. It's no wonder he is a member of Blood Legion. Hansen complimented him in his heart. Hansen was also very happy. Those punching skills suited him. While the skills were simple, they would be difficult to learn in the way Hansen would want to. It was tricky to simplify a complicated skill. You had to have a deep understanding of the complete complexities before you could concentrate the skill down to its pure essence. If you started from the simplified version, you wouldn't understand what was really inside what you learned. It was pointless to just learn the shell. You couldn't live life to its fullest without struggle. Learning Ghost's sword had been complicated, but seeing God's Retribution's punching skills, he felt as if he was learning so much more. He wasn't going to copy God's Retribution, he was just finding things that could be changed and adapted into a sword skill. God's Retribution didn't want a fruitless fight with Six Paths, but Six Paths was keeping him there regardless. And although his punches were strong, they weren't enough to suppress Six Paths. If they had a genuine fight, determining a winner would be difficult. But God's Retribution didn't plan on fighting. He just wanted to leave, and that upset Six Paths. Suddenly, Six Paths and God's Retribution saw Han Sen and the others, as he wasn't a great distance away. They started to approach Han Sen as they fought. Han Sen knew exactly what God's Retribution was thinking, and he told Starseed Beast to run off and keep away from Six Paths. God's Retribution looked depressed, as he was hoping Han Sen could be drawn into the fight and left to deal with Six Paths, who was crazy. But Han Sen knew what his true purpose was, and he wouldn't let God's Retribution come close. The pair couldn't move very fast while they were fighting, so they couldn't catch up with Han Sen. God's Retribution clenched his jaw, then shouted at Han Sen, saying, "Kid, help me get rid of this maniac and I'll tell you where the relic is." Han Sen didn't believe him, and he raised his voice to respond, "Keep the relic to yourself. I'm not interested." God's Retribution was disheartened once more. He rolled his eyes and said, "Do you want to know the biggest secrets of Blood Legion? Help me here and I'll tell you." Han Sen grinned. "I already met the leader of Blood Legion. You have greater secrets than him?" God's Retribution couldn't fool Han Sen, and he was surprised by what he heard. "What? You met him?" "Yeah, and he told me you were a traitor. He told me if I ever find you, I should cut you up into little pieces." That was just Han Sen bluffing. Surprisingly, God's Retribution believed what he had been told. He sighed and said, "I was tricked by Han Jinji, that asshole. He made me an enemy of the leader." But the leader wasn't right either. Blood Legion should not have gone down that path. "Which path?" Han Sen asked. God's Retribution stopped talking. It looked like he had just thought of something unhappy, and his mood turned foul. He then began fighting Six Paths like mad. God's Retribution was extremely serious now, and their fight became crazier than ever. It was a much better spectacle to watch, and now Han Sen could learn even more. Chapter 1532, Traveling Through a Sea of Stars. The two continued to fight as glaciers all around them were destroyed. "You guys should take a look at this," Little Fairy suddenly shouted, as Han Sen was fixated on watching the fight. Han Sen turned around and looked at Little Fairy, then followed her extended arm to see what she was pointing at. There were cracks in the ice and blood was beginning to seep out of one of them. It started to pool and run towards them. "Oh no." Han Sen's face changed. It wasn't actually blood. In fact, it wasn't even liquid. It was a swarm of red bugs, each the size of a sesame seed. There was a countless number of them, all racing out of the ice cracks in a stream. Anything those red bugs ran across was eaten, save for the icy ground itself. Their passing made the mountain of ice look even more dead, and there wasn't much there to begin with. "Stop fighting. Look at what's coming." Han Sen shouted at God's Retribution and Six Paths. When they heard Han Sen's call, Six Paths did not listen. He merely continued his rampage of attacks. God's Retribution was able to see the threat, though. His face changed, and he too shouted, "Oh, no. They're God's corpse bugs. Run." God's Retribution turned around, wishing to flee. But he was immediately blocked by the manic Six Paths. "Are you crazy? If we don't run now and the bugs reach us, we will all die." God's Retribution shouted his case at Six Paths. "You and I have to settle this fight. Not even God himself can stop us from finishing this," Six Paths said coldly, as his sword continued to swing wildly. "Shit. Meeting this nutcase was so unlucky." God's Retribution shouted out loud. Then he turned to shout at Han Sr., "Find a way to get rid of this madman. If you don't, we won't be able to run away." These bugs claim they ate God's dead body. I can't confirm the validity of the tale, but whatever the case may be, they can assuredly eat us. How can I stop him? Han Sen turned around, ready to run. If God's corpse bugs claimed they ate the remains of God, they must have been powerful to some degree. Han Sen didn't want to risk finding out whether or not they could eat him. "That's why I asked you to think of a way. I want to live. I don't want to die here, alongside this madman." God's Retribution shouted. Han Sen noticed that the bugs weren't traveling at a very alarming pace. They weren't a direct threat, not yet. God's Retribution and Six Paths were ahead, though. If the bugs attacked, they would go after those two first. Six Paths, if you want to fight him, at least make it so that he wants to fight with you. Right now, he obviously doesn't. So, for the time being, perhaps you should let him go, Han Sen said, hoping it would help the situation. Then, he hopped onto Starseed Beast to make his escape. They crossed a distance of 10 miles before looking back, and when Hansen did, he saw 6 paths and God's retribution following from behind. They were actually running faster than Star Sea Beast, and they shot right past him. Hansen turned his head, and his face changed. The Legion of God's corpse bugs looked like a rush of blood, and they were coming extremely quickly. They weren't slow like before. Not long after, the bugs had closed the gap to a mere mile. They were racing for him like a raging river. The bugs, as they skittered across the snow, were silent. They did not make a sound. Hansen was ready to get off Star Sea Beast's back as it was slower than the bugs. He had to find another way to gain a lead on them. But Star Sea Beast's body suddenly exploded with an array of stars. Stars formed across its skin and encompassed the atmosphere around it. Then, Star Sea Beast's speed increased. It was like traveling through hyperspace, as the world around them became nothing but a blur. Star Sea Beast's body looked like a shadow, and amidst the rain of stars, it was headed right for the side of a glacier. Shit, little star. Is your head broken? Are you going to commit suicide? Hansen's face changed, and in a blink, Star Sea Beast ran right into the glacier. Hansen was shocked. Star Sea Beast, with the stars all around, had blinked right through it. Amidst the starlight, Star Sea Beast did not slow down. They traveled through the entire glacier, managing to emerge safely on the other side. The bugs came quickly, but they had to skitter around the glacier to resume the chase. This slowed them down by a considerable amount. Star Sea Beast relentlessly went forward, ignoring the presence of any glaciers that might have been in his way. They were able to avoid the bugs and even gain a lead on 6 paths and God's retribution. A strange look appeared on God's retribution's face when he saw Star Sea Beast. He shamelessly approached Hansen and leaped upon the creature's back. Haha, give me a ride. God's retribution laughed. 6 paths quietly came to take a seat on Star Sea Beast's back as well. Bro, your pet is pretty good. It can go through physical objects. This ability is pretty gnarly. God's retribution gave a thumbs up, seeing Star Sea Beast proceed through another glacier. It's not a pet. It's a creature from my collection. He raised Star Sea Beast like a human child, but he hadn't been able to teach it a new language with any success. It was smart and docile. It never really seemed to display much aggression. Star Sea Beast traveled for half a day, and when the bugs were gone from sight, Hansen brought the ride to a stop. Little Star, good job. Hansen patted Star Sea Beast's head and complimented him. He didn't know Star Sea Beast had those abilities until now. He thought it was awesome. When Hansen had tried to teach Star Sea Beast language and other skills, Hansen had always assumed it to be an underperforming creature. But this latest act was worthy of compliments, which made Star Sea Beast happy. The sea. Rieter knew it had done well. Hansen now realized that trying to teach it language and knowledge was too harsh for the creature. God's retribution and 6 paths jumped off the back of Star Sea Beast and took a look around. Although they were still someplace amidst the glacier mountains, the ice around them was now sprinkled with colored flowers from every spectrum of the rainbow. Oh no, why are we here? God's retribution's face changed after looking around. Chapter 1533, The Chimenea That Went By. Is there a problem with this place? Hansen frowned as he looked around. He didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. God's retribution looked serious when he spoke next. He said, "It's more than just a problem. It's a big problem. I have been to this area before, and these flowers are frightening things. You'd do well to avoid touching them. The flowers are strange, that's for sure. They are very vibrant, but they lack a life force." 6 paths chimed in as he looked at the colorful flowers all around. What happens if I touch them? Hansen asked. God's retribution laughed and said, "I accidentally touched a red one once. I had to cut off my finger to save my life. If you want to give it a try, be my guest." Hansen looked at the man's hands and noticed he had all his fingers intact. Perhaps the missing finger had regrown, but he couldn't know for sure. And that meant he didn't know if God's retribution was lying or not. But to remain on the safe side, Hansen followed the man's advice and avoided interaction with the flowers. "It would be best for your pet, Little Star, to take us away from here. He can avoid touching these flowers, so he won't be affected," God's retribution said. Hansen nodded. That would be the only way. There weren't many flowers, but Little Star was huge, and he might have touched them if he walked normally. Everyone climbed atop Star Sea Beast again, and Hansen asked God's retribution, "So, you have been here before? Which way should we go to leave this place?" "I have come to this place, but I've never been to this spot precisely. I have no clue either." God's retribution shrugged. 6 paths remained silent, but he didn't know this place either. 6 paths was a born emperor, and he couldn't have come inside before. This was his first time here as well. "Then we will have to try our luck then, won't we?" Hansen randomly selected a direction and allowed Star Sea Beast to take them forward. Amidst the starlight, Hansen traveled between, across, and beyond the glaciers and flowers. Nothing was able to touch them, so they weren't in any danger. But as they walked, they felt something was wrong. When they went past the next glacier, they saw a whole host more flowers. I think you've selected the wrong direction. There are more flowers here than ever. We're just going deeper into the meadow, God's retribution said. I told you I was guessing. If you don't like this direction, then how about you choose EA way? Han Sen shrugged. That way. God's retribution pointed out the direction he wished to travel in. Han Sen made Star Sea Beast head in that direction, but after some time, Han Sen noticed the number of flowers had actually increased. They still seemed to be going deeper. Go back. We can't go any further here. There are too many of the flowers, Little Fairy said. At the same time, Star Sea Beast's starlight began to dim. Its body was going back into a solid state. Han Sen checked the creature's body and noticed its life force was much weaker. Traveling that way must have costed a lot of energy, and it wouldn't last much longer. Han Sen let Star Sea Beast rest in a place that had no flowers. It'll be difficult for us to return, God's retribution said, while panning the area. Aside from the basketball court-sized patch they were in, the flowers covered every inch of ground that they could see. Unless they could fly through the sky, he did not know how else the flowers could be avoided. Star Sea Beast's body was so big that without its special traveling skill, it'd end up touching each and every flower after all. Han Sen considered flying, but he saw some strange clouds in the sky above. It made him have second thoughts about that idea. Little Fairy had already told him he couldn't fly too high while in the ruins, too. He most certainly couldn't go much higher than the glaciers. If he did, the clouds would unleash a strange power. It was a force that had killed many creatures in the past. Han Sen thought about what he should do next. But suddenly, they saw a few shadows in the sky. 11 of the black seahorses were flying by. They were pulling the same black Chimenia behind them. Its snout flickered with the presence of blue flames, and it looked as weird as ever. What is this? God's retribution hadn't seen those black seahorses before, so he frowned. Six Paths looked at the black seahorses in the sky and then appeared to think of something. Han Sen had seen them only once before, but he had no clue what they were doing or what they might have been after. They did appear slightly different than they had the last time Han Sen encountered them, though. That was because there were only black seahorses this time. There were no other ice seahorses around. Perhaps something had occurred, and they remained in the frozen forest. They can fly in the sky? If they can, I can do it too. Let's try flying away. God's retribution made a decision, seeing the black seahorses flying above. Han Sen wasn't that hopeful, though. He shook his head. You can try it, but I'll stay here and wait for Little Star to recover. God's retribution wanted to move, but he too decided to stay. He couldn't truly fly, as his ability was more akin to jumping very high. The 11 black seahorses, pulling the black Chimenia, eventually disappeared from sight. Six Paths had been frowning at them the entire time, and it seemed as if he knew a thing or two about them. Six Paths, do you know anything about the black seahorses and their Chimenia? Han Sen asked. He wasn't blind, so he knew Six Paths knew something. Six Paths maintained his silence for a little while longer, before asking, have you heard about the big fight of the Fourth God's Sanctuary? The fight was huge, and many elites participated. Emperors and berserk super creatures abounded in it. I heard the super elites signed a 100-tribe deal. Was it a result of this fight? Han Sen asked. Six Paths nodded. It was, but I wasn't born yet. I don't know the details all too well, but one berserk super creature who took part said they were fighting over a relic. Most of the spirits had never seen or heard about it, but they were dragged into the conflict by family or friends. No one said anything. They merely allowed Six Paths to continue, as they knew he wouldn't bring up the story for no reason. After a brief pause, Six Paths said, I knew that berserk super creature. He was one of the creatures that managed to steal the relic itself. It was said to be that black Chimenia. Everyone was shocked, and they all exclaimed, surely it cannot be the one we just saw. Chapter 1534, Destiny's Tower. Is that the big Chimenia? Little Fairy looked in the direction that the Chimenia had flown. Six Paths thought for a moment. I'm not sure. What it looked like was never described, but I'm sure there was never a mention of blue flames or a number of black seahorses dragging it around. So, was it that relic or not? Little Fairy frowned. No matter what it is, it has little to do with us. So many elites have come here to retrieve it, but none ever do. It'll be just as impossible for us to get it, God's retribution said. I suppose. But we should still figure out how to get out of here. Han Sen was not very interested in the Chimenia. They hadn't gotten remotely close to the object in the frozen forest, but the frosty air in its proximity had still almost killed them. Han Sen thought the black seahorses were scary, and he agreed with what God's retribution had said. Even though so many elites wanted to come and get it, it didn't mean it was something any of them could have. The ice around them possessed so many flowers. They exuded no smell, and there were no bees flying around them. And while they were beautiful to look at, there was an undeniable strangeness to them. The flowers had no life force, and while the sea of flowers was beautiful to look at, staring at them too long was unsettling. Hansen walked closer to them to examine a yellow flower. The stalk was very clear, and there was no denying its authenticity. It had to be a real flower, and it was in no way fake. You guys should take a look at this. God's Retribution had seen something, and he pointed towards a mountain. Halfway up an ice mountain, Hansen espied the presence of a building that was half invisible. It was made from white metal, which made it difficult to discern amidst the ice. They had been too focused on the flowers to notice it any sooner. That place looks really strange. It can't be where the relic is, can it? Little Fairy's eyes opened wide. It's possible, God's Retribution agreed. You said you knew where the relic was, Hansen said to God's Retribution. He had lied about the relic to Hansen once already. God's Retribution did not feel embarrassed about this, though. He just smiled and said, "The relic? The relic is a mystery. It can be here. It can be there." Hansen wasn't in the mood to debate with the man, so he just continued to peer at the white metal building. The ice mountain was not too far from their current location. Hansen could discern the shape of the white metal building, but he was still only able to see one side of it from where he was. Over the building's door was a tablet, and upon the tablet was the word Destiny. It was something Hansen thought was very familiar. He had seen another tablet similar to that one, possessing the same word Destiny too. Does this place have something to do with that tablet? Hansen was shocked. Somehow, the tablet had been destroyed by someone or something, and bits of it had been scattered across the different sanctuaries. This was something known only to Hansen. The tablet was incredibly hardy, and try as he might, not even Hansen had been able to deal it a speck of damage. For it to have been chopped into many pieces like this was crazy. One piece had even ended up inside the Valley of Time. It was all so very weird. Suddenly, he was seeing another piece of the tablet. And this was attached to a building. It made him think, this place is God's ruin. Does that mean the tablet is related to the sanctuary's God? There are many flowers between us and there, but we should be safe as long as we don't touch them. Let's go take a look at that metal tower, God's Retribution suggested. Everyone had a brief discussion about the notion, and they eventually decided on leaving Little Silver behind with Star Sea Beast while the rest went to check it out. Star Sea Beast's body had not yet recovered, so it might be risky for it to go. It couldn't protect itself if danger arose. Furthermore, it was too big. There were so many flowers, and who knew what would happen to the creature if it stepped on one? Hansen left Little Silver behind because if something bad was to happen to Star Sea Beast, Little Silver could protect him. After their discussion was done, everyone carefully traversed the meadow of flowers, headed in the direction of the White Tower. There were so many flowers, but thankfully, there were a few empty patches. Overall, it wasn't all that dangerous. And without trouble rearing its head, they soon arrived safely before the White Tower. When they got close, they saw the tower was huge. There were only 7 floors, but each one of them was at least 100 meters tall. The door itself was 20 meters high. The tablet over the door, as they had seen, had the word Destiny on it. When Hansen looked closer, he could even tell the word had been written in the same handwriting. The tower was octagonal in shape, and each corner possessed a metal bell. They walked around it for a bit, but eventually, God's Retribution frowned and said, "This tower is strange. Aside from the tablet, there's not a single carving. There aren't even any paintings or beast statues. There's nothing. It doesn't suit the tower at all. It's almost as if this construct was built elsewhere and simply moved all the way out here." Six Paths nodded and said, "Yes. This tower wasn't built here. Will the relic be found someplace inside the tower?" Little Fairy asked. No one answered her because no one knew anything about the tower. They surely wouldn't know what it contained. "Do you want to take a look?" God's Retribution pushed the door open as he spoke. He was just trying, and he didn't expect the 20-meter-tall door to actually open with such ease. God's Retribution was frozen. In disbelief, he muttered, "It really opened." Everyone looked through the doorframe and noticed that the room inside was empty. Aside from a single statue, there was nothing else there. The statue was weird. It wasn't of a Buddha, fairy, God, or anything. Not even Jesus. The statue had a body, but it was missing a head. It was like a headless corpse, just sitting there. Who destroyed it, they did not know. Six Paths and God's Retribution noticed the absence of danger, and so they decided to walk in. Hansen brought Bauer with him, and when they entered the tower, Hansen was quickly given a shock. Through the doorframe, Hansen saw the place was indeed quite empty. But after entering, he saw words scrawled into the walls. The content of the writing made Hansen surprised. Chapter 1535, Eastern King was here. The text Hansen saw across the tower was in a human language, but he was too lazy to think about that. The content spoke about the Blood Pulse Sutra. This surprised him, though. The text didn't concern itself with the main parts of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and neither was there anything applying to Life Door. But when Han Sen read it, he noticed it was a secret method that could trigger a hidden power of the blood. It was similar to the Shura triggering their Shura change. Those who hadn't studied the Blood Pulse Sutra would believe the text upon the wall made no sense, but Han Sen and God's Retribution ended up looking at each other in shock. Does this place have a connection to the Blood Legion creator, the human emperor? Han Sen was merely guessing, as he tried to remember each and every word and sear them into his memory. Little Fairy was spinning around in circles on the first floor. The broken statue and the text meant nothing to her, and she was eager to proceed. She went ahead to the second floor. She followed a staircase that led up, and when she reached the top, he was surprised to see that the room was completely empty. There was neither a statue nor text. It was as if a thief had just visited. Why is there nothing? Has someone already been here and taken all the good stuff away? After that, she went ahead to the third floor. Everyone followed after her, and just like the second floor, there was nothing at all there, either. It looks like someone's been here before us. Something ought to have been here, but it looks like it's been taken, Six Paths said, as he walked around. That means there won't be a relic to find here. If the relic was taken, then that also means the ruin will have lost the power to protect itself, God's Retribution said. Little Fairy was disappointed. She thought the relic might have been there. But there was nothing to be found. No relic, nothing. Well, since we're here, we might as well proceed to the top. Han Sen held Bauer and went ahead. Yes, maybe not everything has been removed. There very well could be something left. Little Fairy maintained a smidgen of optimism. They walked up a few more floors and noticed there was nothing more. The place was cleaner than it would have been if the tower's owner had hired a cleaning company. After the repeated disappointment, Little Fairy had lost all hope of an interesting discovery. But nevertheless, they all went up to reach the 7th floor. When they entered the 7th floor, though, everyone was frozen. It was not a shock of horror, though, it was a shock of joy. The 7th floor wasn't empty. Many things surrounded them. The 7th floor had 7 stone pedestals, and each had an item upon it. There was a sword, a shield, a staff, a cauldron, a seed, gloves, and a vase. They all looked very special. At the same time, they also noticed that the pedestals possessed a few words. The writing wasn't original, and it looked as if it had been done at a later time. Eastern King was here. The words were written with perfect symmetry across each pedestal, flawlessly. Even the exclamation mark. Han Sen was frozen. Eastern King had been there before them, but the words he wrote sucked. It was like something the average traveler would write when leaving their name someplace. Little Fairy wasn't in the mood to read, though. She flew straight over to the treasure, wishing to claim the items. But swiftly, Han Sen grabbed her by her wings and held her back. Little Fairy looked annoyed, and she asked, "What are you doing?" Han Sen let her go and asked, "Eastern King might have taken everything on the lower floors. If he did that but left these here, don't you think that'd be a little strange?" Little Fairy was feeling a mixture of disappointment and excitement. She had been so hyped, but after hearing what Han Sen had to say, she couldn't help but think there had to be a problem, too. She turned to look at the items again, but this time, stayed where she was. The way I see it, there are 2 possibilities. Firstly, why, Eastern King might have simply been nice. He took what he wanted, but left the rest for others to claim. The chances of that happening are slim, though. The second possibility might be that he couldn't carry anything more with him, God's Retribution said. Six Paths looked at one of the stone pedestals and said, "There's something wrong with the pedestals. There is something moving upon them. It is weak, but I am sure of it." God's Retribution took out a stone from his pocket. Where he got it from, nobody knew. It looked to be an ordinary rock. He threw it at the cauldron. The rock did not hit the bronze cauldron. As soon as it came near the stone pedestal, the dimensions around it began to twist. The stone fell into a portal of sorts and disappeared. When they looked at the pedestal again, the dimension was fixed. It looked as if nothing strange had transpired at all. A space vortex shield? Six Paths and God's Retribution frowned. Han Sen's face looked dim. If the master of the tower had used that power on a stone pedestal, he must have been very powerful. The tower's master hadn't just cast a dimension twist, either. He had created a vortex that lasted forever. It was something that far exceeded Han Sen's capabilities with Ghost Slash. Someone that strong exists? I wonder who he is. Might he be a god in the 5th sanctuary? Six Paths looked at the pedestals and spoke to himself. Even Six Paths' emperor believed the master of that place did not belong in the 4th god sanctuary. For him to think that, it was easy to imagine how powerful that entity must have been. If such a strong power protects them, maybe they are the relics we seek. There are 7 of them, too. So, there's at least one for each of us. Little Fairy spoke with a renewed joy. Everyone contemplated her words, wanting one of the items. But they simply didn't know how they might pass the space vortex to grab the gear. Everyone was quiet as they thought. Even Six Paths and God's Retribution were silent. They were looking at the items, thinking about how they might break the barrier. Little Fairy was flying around as this occurred, not daring to get close. She was the weakest of the bunch, so if Six Paths or God's Retribution weren't willing to make a move just yet, she sure wasn't going to. I have a way we can try. After a time of silence elapsed, Six Paths spoke. Chapter 1536, Secret Skill. And what method would that be? Everyone turned to look at Six Paths. Little Fairy was the one who asked, desperate for a solution. Six Paths said quietly, the space vortex shield means there is a dimension beyond it. No matter how strong we are, we will be sucked inside. That is, unless we have the necessary power to break through space. If we don't have that power, we can't break through the barrier. After pausing, Six Paths pointed at one of the pedestals and said, these are different. If that king was able to leave text on them, that means they are not protected by the space vortex shield. If we get rid of them, perhaps it will be possible for us to deduce the blind spot of the shielding. Although there may not even be a blind spot, it is still worth a try. This is the only opportunity we might get, God's Retribution added. Then what are we waiting for? Let's break those pedestals. Little Fairy had calmed down. She spoke quickly, but she wasn't actually in a great rush and she didn't move. Six Paths summoned his six-path sword and pointed it towards the pedestal which carried the sword. Then he said, if this works, I want this sword. Six Paths then struck the pedestal. A metallic clang rang out. All his strike did was leave a white mark. Six Paths looked stunned, and the others all looked on in surprise. They all knew how strong Six Paths was, and if his damage output could only render a white mark across the surface of the pedestal, it meant they had drastically underestimated the strength of the stone. Six Paths stared down at the pedestal. The power across his body began to surge into a single spot, the tip of his sword. When he had gathered it all, he unleashed another swing. This worked far better. He inflicted a half-decent mark across the pedestal. It was still rather shallow, though, and shallower than the inscriptions left by Eastern King. The rock is hard, God's Retribution couldn't help but say. This top surface of the pedestal is 1 meter in length. If we can't do any better than this, trying something else like drilling might work, but it would take us a long time. Six Paths frowned. Then how about we all take shifts, chipping away at one? Hansen said. If we can end up getting the items inside, then it will be worth the time spent trying to extract them. Everyone started to discuss the suggestion. In the end, they settled on working in shifts to drill a hole into the pedestal from below. They really wanted to see if they could grab the items that were upon them. The pedestals were hardy, but definitely diggable. They dug into them nice and slow, and after a few days, they managed to dig a hole far enough to allow them to reach the treasure. Box no Velco M. But, to their mild disappointment, the relics were still on the surface. The shielding vortex was wide, and it still prohibited them from reaching in and grabbing what they had worked for. It is no wonder Eastern King didn't bother taking these items. Unless he was able to break through space, he wouldn't have been able to grab them. God's Retribution sounded extremely disappointed. Hansen knew it would be difficult to break space. He'd only be able to do it if he was like Dong Xianzi, who really could break through space and punch a hole into an entirely different world. If they could do that, they could grab the items. The treasure was in front of them, teasingly. And yet, none of them had the required strength to nab it. The treasure might not have been obtainable, but at least Hansen earned something out of the affair. He recalled the Blood Pulse Sutra's secret technique, and after giving it a go, he realized he could practice with it. Hansen returned to Star Sea Beast and Little Silver each and every day to check on the pair and see if they were fine. God's Retribution took the opportunity to leave the White Tower with him as well. Bro, did you practice the secret scrawled upon the wall? God's Retribution asked Hansen in a hushed voice when nobody was around. Not yet. Why? What's wrong? Hansen knew the man wouldn't randomly ask him about this. Something had to be up. God's Retribution went on to say, you can tell that the secret skill written on the wall is related to our Blood Pulse Sutra. I think this White Tower is connected to Blood Legion. This skill might be the key to grabbing the loot. But when I practice it, I have no synergy or reaction with it. Maybe I'm doing it incorrectly, I don't know. But I just figured I should ask you. When Hansen heard what he said, he thought to himself, how is this happening? Can God's Retribution really not practice this? This is a skill that is connected to the Blood Pulse Sutra. Blood Legion members must be able to learn it. And if he really can't, then how am I able to? The only possibility that I can think of is that maybe God's Retribution did not practice Life Door. He didn't activate the breakthrough and learn it in its complete form. That option seemed to make the most sense. You're a member of Blood Legion, so if you can't learn it, I definitely cannot. Hansen shook his head. God's Retribution thought that was likely, too, but he still said, you should still try practicing it. Anyway, perhaps there's something wrong with me or something. Hansen pretended to agree, and in 2 days, he was going to tell God's Retribution that he had achieved no reaction with what was written on the walls. If the skill was the key for obtaining the items, there was definitely no chance Han Sen was going to admit he had learned it. If someone from Blood Legion found out that an outsider was able to learn their secret skills, but an actual member could not, it would direct a lot of ire and jealousy his way. Plus, it really could have been the key to obtaining the items. Han Sen did not want to leave his fate up to God's Retribution's kindness. So, he couldn't admit to the man that he had success with the secret skill. Of course, God's Retribution might have been just acting, too. Perhaps he was able to practice it, and he was just pretending so he could snag all the treasure for himself. Han Sen went to the place where Little Silver and Star Sea Beast were. Star Sea Beast was lying down, simply staring at the tower. Seeing Han Sen come near, it stood up happily and ran over to him. Its big tongue licked him across the face. How many times have I told you? You can't greet people with your tongue. Han Sen had taught Star Sea Beast the many manners of humans, but the Siri. Atur was still unable to deny its nature. Star Sea Beast had recovered now, and although Han Sen had learned the basic nature of the skill, it was not something he could fully accomplish in 2 days. So, he planned to leave the place and return when he had mastered the technique. Chapter 1537, Godlight Tunnel. Because they were unable to nab the treasure inside, Six Paths and God's Retribution also planned on leaving. Little Fairy did, too, despite her reluctance to abandon the treasure. Just in case they got lost again, Han Sen allowed Star Sea Beast to guide them back to where they had been before they encountered the flowers. Star Sea Beast went back through the Glacier Mountains, returning to where they came from, back when they first saw the God's Corpse bugs. Fortunately, there were no more of the creatures to be seen. Perhaps they returned to the ice. It's safe now. I should go. Whoever gets the treasure, it'll be done so through their own work. God's Retribution quickly took his leave. Han Sen thought it was suspicious he left. It made him wonder whether or not the man could practice the secret skill. But that had to be impossible. Even if he was able to practice it without Star Sea Beast's powers, it would be very difficult to return to the tower. After all, Star Sea Beast went there in a straight line. God's Retribution would have to traverse many mountains if he did not have a creature like that. Walking back to the tower would take a very long time, provided he could even relocate it once again. Six Paths also bid his departure. They usually preferred working alone, and they were never very fond of sharing treasure with others. Han Sen decided to let Star Sea Beast rest for a while so it could recover its energy. Then, they resumed their journey to the Godlight Tunnel. There were many strange places in God's Ruin, but very few creatures. Aside from the God's Corpse bugs and the ice seahorses, they hadn't seen anything else. There's a rocky mountain up ahead. This has to be right. This is where the tunnel is. Little Fairy, who was up front, began to shout excitedly. Han Sen was sitting on Little Star's back. He looked forward and saw a few gray mountains resting between two glaciers. It looked to be where the tunnel was said to reside. Star Sea Beast moved his legs quickly in a frantic rush to get there. But before they could reach that rocky mountain, they encountered many creatures. Han Sen looked at them all closely, and that was when he froze. He had managed to catch sight of the angelic-looking woman and the cheap dog that was her pet. As he continued to look around, Han Sen also caught sight of Yu Miao and Yu Xian. It looked as if they had brought companions along with them to keep them protected in their journey to God's Ruin. Much to his surprise, Han Sen saw another familiar face aside from Yu Miao and Goddess. It was Little Jade Lion King, the creature he had met in the Geno Core storage on more than one Akkas. Ion. They weren't very strong, but the biggest problem was the sheer number of gemstone-class creatures they had brought with them. They were all as strong as Goddess and Yu Miao herself. The reactions and facial expressions of each of them were different when they saw Han Sen. Yu Miao and Goddess frowned, not expecting to see him there. Little Jade Lion King didn't think much of him, as he had yet to realize that Han Sen was the owner of Crystal Core. What are you doing here? Yu Xian asked Han Sen. He thought Han Sen's soul was damaged beyond repair, so he didn't take the humans seriously. I'm here for the Godlight Tunnel. I don't see another reason why I'd have come. Han Sen squinted his eyes, examining each of the creatures around him. They had a few dozen spirits and creatures following them. Han Sen calculated whether or not he could destroy them all and kill his favored targets, Goddess, the dog, Yu Miao, and Yu Xian. Goddess and her dog were his primary targets. They were both creatures, too. If they died, they died. If Han Sen killed Yu Miao and Yu Xian, they'd respawn. But murdering them would still feel good, even if it wasn't permanent. Han Sen looked at the creatures behind Goddess, and that was when he saw a familiar human face. It gave him a shock. Why is she here? Han Sen saw Queen Wang Fujing. When he returned to the Alliance, he had learned Queen was a demigod. But she herself never returned to the Alliance, so he wondered what might have happened to her. He would never have guessed that Queen had ended up in sacred shelter with Goddess and was now accompanying her to God's Ruin. Queen recognized Han Sen, but she didn't show any expression of it. Perhaps she didn't want to cause any trouble by showing it. Han Sen didn't know if Queen was trapped by a contract or not, so he didn't show he recognized her, either. He didn't want them to hold her hostage and use her to threaten him. Even more surprising, when he looked even further into the lot there, he saw someone else he recognized. It was Tang Jinliu. He was standing behind a spirit that was behind Yu Miao. They were both the same. They held their acknowledgements to avoid causing a scene, but they were definitely worried. Yu Miao, having just been insulted by Han Sen, looked grim. He responded unpleasantly. Do you think the Godlight Tunnel is a place just anyone can enter if they so please? Outer Sky owns it now. Give me a gemstone Geno core if you want to enter. Before Han Sen replied, Little Jade Lion said, What do you mean the tunnel is owned by Outer Sky? This is ours. It belongs to Lion Mountain. What are you both talking about? Sacred is the true master of the Godlight Tunnel. Gods are sacred, and so are we. The cheap dog next to Goddess muttered. Now Han Sen knew why they were all stuck on the outside, with none having entered. That was because each of the three factions wanted to assert ownership and start a toll booth. Around the mountain, there were a number of other creatures and spirits watching. They didn't belong to any renowned faction, just like Han's senator most seemed to have come in a party of 3 or so. You guys are so selfish. You want to claim the Godlight Tunnel for yourselves? Aren't you afraid of offending the countless spirits and creatures that simply want access? A lone spirit spoke in an annoyed tone, having been prohibited entry. If you don't agree with me, then perhaps you'd like to taste my Lionheart stamp? If you can withstand a stamping, I'll let you in. Little Jade Lion was not afraid, and he went ahead to summon his Lionheart stamped Geno core. Han Sen, when seeing the Geno core, frowned. It was not his self Geno core. It was very powerful, and it was definitely super class. Now, Han Sen knew that anyone could bring a super Geno core in, as long as it wasn't their self Geno core. You wouldn't be allowed in if your self Geno core was super. It seemed that the lion wasn't the only one playing by these rules, either. Goddess and Yu Miao must have brought supers of their own, too. Chapter 1538, Super Geno Core Battle. The spirit, seeing the lion's stamp, looked frightened. He didn't say anything more and simply turned around to take his leave. The other spirits and creatures remained where they were, but they didn't say anything. They still wanted to get into the Godlight Tunnel, but they were curious as to how things might develop first. After thinking for a minute, Han Sen decided to leave, too. He wanted to see how things went as well. Waiting until the three factions had fought amongst themselves and then picking off the survivors would be better than going up against all of them at once. Yu Xian, seeing Han Sen leave, grunted and said nothing more. Tang Jinliu was currently quite depressed. He had been having quite the streak of bad luck. When he entered the fourth god's sanctuary, although he managed to survive, he was captured by spirits from Outer Sky Shelter and forced to sign a contract. He couldn't return to the Alliance, and he had to risk his life frequently, despite only possessing a bronze Geno core. And since the spirit he had signed a contract with decided to join the mission to God's ruin, he had to tag along, too. He was very happy to see Han Sen was actually still alive, but after being captured by a big faction like Outer Sky, he didn't think Han Sen could save him. It's so sad. I couldn't catch up to Han Sen, despite having a 10-year head start, and what's more, I haven't even been able to determine my own fate. Tang Jinliu sighed. Queen and Tang Jinliu were in the same situation as each other, but Queen wasn't too concerned. She stood behind Goddess, waiting for her moment to come. She was very confident in Han Sen, and she earnestly believed he would save her and get her free. Han Sen then watched the three factions get into a fight outside the tunnel, and he made sure to watch from a distance. He was ing about how he could save both of his human friends, more than anything. If they haven't signed contracts, this will be easy. If they have, it'll be annoying, Han Sen thought to himself. Don't waste time. The ruin is only open for a limited amount of time. Lion Mountain will control this tunnel, so just go elsewhere. Little Jade Lion spoke with a cocky confidence. Box no Velco M. Although he only had a silver self Geno core because of White Lion King, he wasn't afraid of Outer Sky or Sacred. Little Lion King, Outer Sky will leave, but only on one condition, Yu Miao suddenly said to the lion. Little Jade Lion replied, if it's on a ridiculous condition, then no thank you. But go ahead and feel free to let me know. It's not ridiculous. If Outer Sky does not fight for your tunnel, you must let us enter the tunnel freely, without taking our Geno cores, Yu Miao said. Sister, how could you? Yu Xian sounded nervous. Ownership of the Godlight Tunnel might have been the biggest potential gain of the entire God's ruin. Yu Miao, by proposing such a deal, would let them lose a lot. Yu Miao waved her hand to stop him from talking, and she did not mention any further conditions. Okay, I promise you Outer Sky spirits can enter the tunnel. Little Lion King, hearing Yu Miao say this, immediately agreed. Okay then. Yu Miao waved her hand and brought the Outer Sky followers along with her into the tunnel's entrance. Sister, if you leave like that, we cannot get anything. Yu Xian said to Yu Miao. What's the rush? Goddess is still there. They won't back off and there'll be a big fight. Determining the victor won't be easy, Yu Miao said calmly. What if Goddess doesn't fight? Yu Xian asked with worry. Impossible. With Goddess' personality being what it is, she won't back off, Yu Miao spoke with unwavering confidence. The black dog, seeing Outer Sky leave, lowered his voice and said to Goddess, Miss, that Yu Miao is so evil. She must be waiting until we fight Lion King and we're injured. What should we do? Should we go back, in case they take advantage of us? That won't be necessary. Yu Miao thinks she has tricked us, but in fact, she has provided us with an opportunity. If we beat Lion King, we can claim the entrance to Godlight Tunnel. Goddess stared at Lion King as she spoke. The little lion is young, but the Lionheart stamp is a powerful super Geno core. With those spirits guarding him, he will be as strong as us. I don't think things will be as easy as you seem to believe. The black dog looked worried. If things were easy, Yu Miao wouldn't have given us this chance, Goddess said, and then walked close to the Lion King. Goddess, my father and your father are friends. You can leave now, and if you do, I won't fight you. Little Lion King continued to speak with pride. Goddess smiled. Sacred's relationship with Lion Mountain has been good, but you are too naive if you think we are actually going to give up. Lion Mountain has its own strength. Its relationships aren't necessary. Are you saying you'll fight me for the Godlight Tunnel? Little Jade Lion seemed upset. We have to fight, but there's no need to harm our relationship and allow others to gain an advantage, Goddess said while looking at Yu Miao, who was in the midst of leaving. Little Jade Lion was boisterous, but he wasn't stupid. He knew Yu Miao was simply hoping to take advantage. Then what do you suggest? Little Jade Lion asked Goddess. How about we fight? If you lose, you leave. We can avoid loss and we can avoid being taken advantage of, Goddess said. Do you think I'm stupid? You are Gemstone and I am only Silver. Why would I even think about fighting you? Little Lion King smirked. He was not interested in her proposed deal. Goddess then said, we only battle with non-self Geno cores. We won't be relegated to fighting with our actual power. You did bring Lionheart Stamp with you, yes? We have the God Ring. Do you think Lionheart Stamp can resist the God Ring? Really? Only fighting with Geno cores? Little Jade Lion looked confused, unsure of what she was thinking. Little Lion's Lionheart Stamp and Goddess God Ring were not their self Geno cores. The combatant's personal power would not affect the fight. There had once been an event between the two shelters, and it proved that God Ring was actually weaker than Lionheart Stamp, but now she was willingly going to use something that was weaker. Little Lion King wasn't sure what she was up to, but he was confident in his stamp. He didn't see a reason why he should reject the fight, and if he didn't accept, he'd simply look weak. People might think he was afraid. Okay then. Lionheart Stamp versus God's Ring. Whoever loses will leave Godlight Tunnel alone. Little Jade Lion wasn't dumb. He said this out loud, so all could hear which Geno cores were to be used. He didn't want her summoning another. Chapter 1539, God Ring. Goddess smiled and summoned God Ring. It seemed as if she wasn't playing around. Little Jade Lion saw that Goddess really was going to use God Ring to fight the Lionheart Stamp, and when he did, he felt far more secure. Sister, what is Goddess doing? God Ring used to lose against Lionheart Stamp. Does that mean she is going to lose again? If that's the case, then the lion really is going to claim the tunnel, Yu Xian said. Yu Miao frowned and said, Goddess must have a trick up her sleeve. That naive little lion is going to lose. As they both spoke, God Ring and Lionheart Stamp engaged in battle. Lionheart had been left behind by a super lion on Lion Mountain. It was one of the famous super Geno cores of the place. One side of its shape possessed a gold lion head, which had a number of strange symbols upon it. In the language of lions, they merged together to form the word heart. Lionheart Stamp was incredibly powerful, and its stamping ability was capable of suppressing everything. A AK super creature would easily find itself crushed beneath the weight of Lionheart's demigod body. It was quite a frightening item. God Ring had been left behind by one of Goddess Elders. It was shaped like a halo, and it even possessed a holy-like light. Creatures that came into contact with it would have their life force absorbed. It was a very powerful super Geno core. The Lionheart Stamp was shining gold towards God Ring, while God Ring shone a holy-like light back at Lionheart Stamp. Lionheart Stamp's gold light soon started to suppress the God Ring's light, making it clear that it wouldn't take long for Goddess to lose. Hansen found it interesting to observe. He was a good distance away from the super Geno cores, but he could still feel the earthy rumble of the combat. Due to the amount of power colliding, it put stress on the glaciers and began to break them. Everything within a few clicks was utterly destroyed. Box no Velco M. This was taking place inside God Ruin, thankfully. If this was happening outside, entire mountains would have been sundered. There's such strength in these cores, but strangely, they're no better than my God Geno core. I don't know if they have any others that are better, but if they don't, I can definitely strike. Hansen's eyes shone while he thought. Seeing Lionheart Stamp's gold light crush and diminish the light exuded by God Ring, it was evident its enemy wasn't going to last very long. Lionheart Stamp's gold stamp was preparing to deal a final blow and crush the ring for good. If it was stamped, it had no hope of withstanding the force, and it would shatter. Little Jade Lion was feeling very cocky now, but when Lionheart Stamp decided to drop down on Godring, he suddenly saw the holy light increase in volume. It shone brightly to absorb its bully, and in a flash, Lionheart Stamp disappeared into the blinding light. When the light dimmed again, the white halo ring had grown smaller to tighten itself around Lionheart Stamp like a constrictive band. Lionheart Stamp's gold light had also been extinguished in the grip of the ring. Goddess held out her hand, and shortly after, Godring landed in her palm with the shrunken Lionheart Stamp inside it. How is that possible? Little Jade Lion's face changed, and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He could not believe Lionheart Stamp had been taken away from him by Godring. Lionheart Stamp had gone up against Godring a few times in the past, and not once had Godring won before. It had constantly ranked below Lionheart Stamp as well. But suddenly, it had been given the necessary power to constrict and lock up Lionheart Stamp. It was an act Little Jade Lion struggled to believe he was seeing. How is that possible? Surely that cannot be Godring. How can Godring possess enough power to snare Lionheart Stamp? Yu Xian was shocked, too. He couldn't believe Goddess was holding the ring with Lionheart Stamp trapped inside. That is Godring. Yes, but it is the complete version. Yu Miao spoke with a serious tone. A complete version? Did it used to be damaged? Yu Xian looked at Yu Miao. He knew about Godring, but he had never heard that it was damaged. But Yu Miao shook her head and said, it wasn't damaged, but the ring has a very special history. Yu Miao paused for a minute and then spoke again. Goddess and her people are creatures, but they claim to be the heirs of a god. Whether that is true, I do not know, but their race does have many berserk super creatures. The most famous was undoubtedly God Lord of Sacred. Around the same time God Lord was among us, there was another powerful being in existence. It was a berserk super creature, and it was almost as famous as God Lord. Unfortunately, it lost in a pivotal battle and failed to become Sacred's leader. Was he the one that had Godring? Yu Xian looked shocked. Yu Miao nodded. The power of the Protoss was special, and that was because half of their blood did not belong to them. Perhaps it came from their mother, but their powers were not purely Protoss. The Berserk Super Genocores, even if used by the Protoss, could not exert their full power. The powers displayed were no different than an average Super Genocore. And as time has gone on, few people remember that this is one such Genocore. They have forgotten it is an actual Berserk Super Genocore. You mean to say Goddess is able to use all its strength? Is she a pure Protoss? If others of her kind were unable to make use of its full power, how can she? Yu Xian was now looking Goddess with a disbelieving look. Yu Miao shook her head. I don't know, but that matters little right now. The important thing to know right now is that this puts us in a bad situation. I seriously hope the lion isn't as stubborn as his old man. Otherwise, there'll be no chance for us to take Godlight Tunnel. Goddess took her ring and returned Lionheart Stamp to the lion. Then, she said, Little Lion King, will you keep your promise? Little Jade Lion King took the stamp. His face had turned green, and he couldn't bring himself to say anything about breaking the deal. Little Lion King is no stranger to defeat. We can guard Godlight Tunnel together and reap the benefits ourselves, Yu Miao shouted out, from across the way. If I lose, I lose. This Godlight Tunnel has nothing to do with Lion Mountain anymore. Little Jade Lion gritted his teeth, then signaled those from Lion Mountain to vacate the area around the tunnel. Wait. Before Little Lion King could leave, someone was heard shouting from beyond the valley. Everyone looked over and saw the person shouting at Little Lion King was none other than Han Senator. They were shocked, and they did not know what he wanted. Chapter 1540. Slaying the Black-Backed Dog. Han Sen was approaching Little Lion King, prompting Yu Miao and Goddess to look at him. They were unsure of what he wanted. Although Little Jade Lion was still young, Goddess and Yu Miao did not dare harm him. Goddess had taken his Lionheart Stamp, yes, but she made sure to give it back to him. They were all scared of incurring the wrath of White Lion King. When Little Jade Lion's company saw Han Sen draw near, they looked to be quite alert. They all stared down at Han Sen angrily, as if they were ready to rip him to shreds. What are you doing? Little Jade Lion wasn't in a good mood. He asked Han Sen the question coldly, and if the answer displeased him, he was ready to lunge at the human and rip him apart. It'd at least be an outlet for the anger he felt, after having lost the battle he just had. Don't you remember our deal? Han Sen said. He wanted to see if the Little Lion King would keep the promise he had made. If he did, he'd help the Little Lion King retake the Godlight Tunnel. If he did that, at least the creature would benefit in some way. Han Sen did not have many people working for him, and if he took the Godlight Tunnel, he wouldn't have the numbers to safeguard it. If Han Sen could get Lion King's party on his side, it would be ideal. If Little Lion did not keep the promise, though, it wasn't as if Han Sen would lose much. He saw the fight against Goddess, and if he had to fight the lion, he wasn't afraid of the prospect. Box Novel Coem, it's you. Upon hearing Han Sen say this, Little Jade Lion King's face became distorted by shock. He hadn't expected Crystal Core's master to be human, and he hadn't expected to see him there. He had no clue how to respond. Yu Miao and Goddess saw Little Lion King's expression, and it made them frown. They didn't know anything about the deal between Han Sen and the Little Lion, or why it was important enough to make him react the way he was. Han Sen stepped closer to Little Lion King, and the creatures behind began roaring at him. They were ready to rip him limb from limb. Stop. Little Jade Lion King's face looked weird, but he still brought his creatures to heel. Han Sen walked in front of Little Jade Lion King and leaned near his ear to whisper, "You helped me out in God's ruin, and after that, you're off the hook. I won't own you." Little Jade Lion King's mood was renewed with happiness. Just moments before, his heart had been knotted with contradictions. He didn't want to betray his dignity and obey a human as his master, but a deal was a deal. It wasn't as if he could have said no. Now Han Sen had just told him he'd only want help in God's ruin. Little Jade Lion was beaming with happiness. He said out loud, "No problem. If there's anything you need, just tell me. With me here, I'll give you my aid for everything." Yu Miao and Goddess frowned, not having the faintest idea what Han Sen had said to the lion to make him behave in such a way. Han Sen smiled. "I won't need much, but I will be taking Godlight Tunnel. And when it's taken, you and your people can protect it. From there, any findings we make can be shared half and half as well." Okay, Little Lion King agreed. Although he felt that he wouldn't be of much help in claiming the tunnel, he'd still prefer this to being enslaved. So, he wasn't going to hesitate in his contribution. "Little Lion King, are you going to go back on your word and disobey a promise?" Blackback Dog addressed Little Lion King with fury. Little Lion King looked shocked, and he said, "I didn't break a promise. It won't be me fighting you. It's this guy that'll be doing that. It's his idea, and there's nothing I can do about that." Yu Miao and Goddess heard what Little Lion King had to say, and they immediately looked confused. He used to do things as he pleased, but now Little Lion King seemed afraid of a human. They weren't quite sure what was happening. Han Sen ignored the others and walked towards the entrance. Without delay, he was going to take the entry point of Godlight Tunnel. This movement shocked even Little Lion King. Although he was cocky, he wouldn't ignore Goddess, surely. Clenching his jaw, he brought his troops forward to follow Han Sen. Little Lion King hadn't expected Han Sen to want to start a fight, but Han Sen really wanted to kill Goddess and her dog. This would be the perfect opportunity for that. When they stole the Star Sea Orb, Han Sen was in his Super King Spirit mode. They didn't know it was Han Sen they had almost killed, but Han Sen remembered their cruelty without forgetting a single detail. "Fuck. You're just a human, and yet you're being so arrogant. Do you really want to die?" Blackback Dog shouted angrily. The creatures of Sacred then ran forward to block the advance of Han Sen, Little Jade Lion King, and his entourage. "Whoever gets in my way will die." Han Sen had a thirst for blood, so he didn't talk or negotiate any more than that. He shone with a red light, and then, the ruby wings spawned behind him. The red light was like blood, and when Han Sen pulled out his Taya sword, he swung with wretched strength right across Blackback Dog with a flap of his wings. Blackback Dog only had a gemstone Geno core, and he hadn't expected a human would lash out at him so boldly. He hadn't prepared himself, so it was too late for him to dodge. He spat out some black light and tried to block Han Sen. But the red light cut through the black light in his mouth, and the moment Han Sen flashed past the Blackback Dog, he whispered into his ears, "Remember the Star Sea Orb?" Blackback Dog's pupils went small. He looked at Han Sen, trying to figure out what he might have wanted, but Taya had already lopped his head clean off. The dog's head, with an expression of fear and confusion, rolled through the air. Everyone was frozen. It had happened too quickly for anyone to react. No one had expected a human to kill a creature from Sacred like that. Goddess' eyes opened wide, and she too was frozen still. She couldn't believe Han Sen had killed her dear Blackback Dog. Little Jade Lion King was frozen too. He had not expected Han Sen to immediately start killing, and start with Blackback Dog, no less. Blackback Dog's history was something special. It was a super creature's heir that had grown up by Goddess' side. It was a famous and renowned character of Sacred Shelter. The scary thing was, it had been one-hit killed in a grisly fashion. It hadn't even been given the opportunity to fight back. The dog might have been reckless, but the human that killed him obviously had to be someone special, too. Han Sen was in the air, still glowing red with his wings flapping. Everyone looked at him with complicated expressions. "You are dead." Goddess' eyes were filled with a murderous rage. Blackback Dog might have been a subordinate of hers, but he had become more than that over the years. They had grown up together. Blackback Dog getting killed made her very angry. She couldn't hide the fact that she wanted to kill Han Sen now. Chapter 1541, Strong Killing. Goddess' mind was still clear, despite her anger. She could feel that Han Sen's butterfly wings were emitting a horrible aura. It wasn't anything normal, and she could already guess it was most likely a super Geno core he was using. Goddess did not know where Hansen's Super Geno core had come from, but she wasn't going to be careless. She pulled out her god ring again and tried to capture Hansen and bind him. Young super creature black back dog killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. The flesh is edible. Collect the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points. The announcement played in Hansen's head, but he did not have the time to listen. The god ring was coming for him. Little Jade Lion King's mood was a little conflicted at the moment. Although Lion Mountain was strong, Sacred wasn't weak. He didn't really want to fight Goddess. After all, it was why he had chosen to stall her earlier. Now Goddess was mad, and many creatures lunged forward to engage with Hansen at once. Little Jade Lion was of a split mind in what to do. Ultimately, Little Jade Lion gritted his teeth and yelled to Goddess, "Goddess, stop this. Otherwise, I'll have to be cruel." Goddess harshly responded, "This human is dead. It's none of your business, but if you choose to help him, I won't be letting you go again." Little Jade Lion King saw that she was fully committed to murdering Hansen, so he commanded his subordinates to move forward and do battle with the rest of Sacred's troops. He didn't fight, but he didn't stop Goddess directly, either. Little Jade Lion didn't want this to go any bigger than it already had, so he thought he had discovered a way in which he could quell the madness. Hansen did not care much for anything else. He flapped his wings and evaded the incoming god ring. He was flying directly towards Goddess. Is that guy really Hansen? Why does he have a super Geno core? Yu Xian couldn't believe that was Hansen, and he thought the human looked like a god as he attacked. Io looked at the battle with excitement. It doesn't matter how or why he has a super Geno core. Our chance to proceed has come. When Lion Mountain and Sacred are both injured, we can strike and claim the God Light Tunnel for ourselves. Shit. Hansen is really that strong? He killed a high-level creature of Sacred just like that. This is crazy. Tang Jinliu was in shock at the spectacle. Queen had been forced to fight Lion Mountain's creatures alongside her companions. Her eyes looked bright. She became one of the early demigods of humanity, but she had been unlucky to end up in Sacred Shelter as the subordinate of creatures. Her leveling process had been extremely slow, and she had only managed to obtain a gold Geno core. Queen knew the black back dog was strong, but Hansen had managed to kill it with one strike. It showed her that Hansen was again the best of the best, possibly out of everything and everyone in the Fourth God Sanctuary. He hasn't been heard from in 10 years. I didn't know he had actually come so far. Queen sighed. By using time and space in her movements, she put on the show of fighting more than anything. She disappeared and jumped around a lot, not really engaging them. Above all, she wanted to focus on watching how Hansen battled Goddess. Goddess saw Hansen dodge the ring and come for her, but she wasn't afraid. She summoned a short sword and swung it towards him. The short sword was black, and when she swung it, it emitted a black light, as if it was tearing a veil through space. Split knife? Goddess brought out her split knife. The sacred master must be very fond of her. Yu Miao sounded jealous. Split knife was a famous Geno core belonging to Sacred Shelter. It could cut through anything, and it was said to be indestructible. When the master of split knife was still alive, it broke countless Geno cores belonging to super creatures. Its name was quite well known across all of the Fourth God Sanctuary. Although Split Knife was not a Berserk Super Geno core, its power was still better than many Berserks. Anyway, if Goddess brought Split Knife here with her, Hansen is sure to die. He is so ignorant. He manages to get a little bit of power and then acts stupidly reckless. He deserves to die, really, Yu Xian said dismissively. While Yu Xian and Yu Miao discussed this, Hansen moved in front of Goddess. The split knife in her hand was being swung right at him. Little Jade Lion King was shocked, and he said, "Goddess brought split knife? He is so dead. It's not like I don't want to save you, it's just that I really can't." When everyone thought Hansen was dead, they saw him raise his arm to try to block her attack. He is too naive. Not even super creatures can block that knife, everyone thought. The next second, Hansen's arm displayed a shield that looked like a black crab. It managed to successfully block the strike. Split Knife's black sword light crashed into the shield, but not even Hat was able to penetrate the defense of the arm shield. It only left a scratch that was around 1 inch deep. How is that possible? And what is that shield? How could it block Split Knife? Yu Xian screamed. The faces of those watching changed. No one had believed that Split Knife could be blocked. The overbearing shield displayed that word overbearing, sending the Split Knife's power back to its owner. Goddess' wrists were broken, and her Split Knife was sent flying out of her hands. She coughed up blood and found herself barreling through the air, too. Although she could use Split Knife's power, her body and self-Geno core weren't super yet. They could not withstand the backlash. Hansen flapped his wings and the red light arced across the sky. Taya came forward like a wild wind, and Hansen cut Goddess in half while she was still airborne. She was the favorite daughter of Sacred Shelter's leader. Even if Yu Miao or Little Lion King possessed Han Sen's power, they would never have dared to do this. Now Han Sen had just killed her mercilessly, and they all froze. Yu Miao, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, was left in shock. This was beyond all her expectations, and she didn't dare make a move. Han Sen frowned. He had killed Goddess, but he did not hear an announcement. The two halves of her body faded into the God Ring, and then the God Ring disappeared. I will kill you. The angry voice of Goddess echoed through the air. Chapter 1542, Claiming Godlight Tunnel. Han Sen, seeing Goddess had not died, thought that it was a great shame. Little Lion King felt relief though. If she had really been killed, and he was involved with the incident, it might have started a war between Lion Mountain and Sacred. Although Lion Mountain was not afraid of Sacred, it'd be a clash between two super shelters. The loss of lives would not be worth it. Han Sen noticed the split knife had not disappeared alongside Goddess, however. So, he picked it up. Super Geno Core split knife obtained. Han Sen was delighted. He took the knife. If it could carve a mark into the overbearing shield, it had to be a very powerful weapon. It was great for Han Sen to obtain a Super Geno Core out of the endeavor. Teo was simply tough, and its effectiveness and power depended entirely on Han Senator's split knife was incredibly strong all by itself, so for Han Sen, this would definitely increase his damage output and be particularly helpful when tackling super creatures. When Goddess disappeared, the creatures of Sacred Shelter all ran off. Little Jade Lion did not ask his troops to pursue, as he did not want to make them particularly resentful. Han Sen saw that Queen hadn't run off, so he walked before her and asked, "You aren't under contract, are you?" Box Novel Coem, Queen shook her head. "If I was, even I wouldn't stay." "Good. When we leave God's Ruin, I'll take you back to the Alliance," Han Sen said, then went back to the Little Lion. "Tell your guards to protect the entrance of the Godlight Tunnel. Without my explicit permission, no one is allowed inside." Little Jade Lion swiftly agreed, then ordered his company to guard the entire valley. Little Jade Lion was a little scared of Han Sen now. He had originally thought that Han Sen wanted to use his power to take control of the tunnel, but it wasn't like that. Han Sen had killed Goddess with a single hit, and Little Lion King was worried about upsetting him. He thought if Han Sen was displeased, Little Lion King might get cut in half too. Even with a Super Geno Core like Lionheart stamp, he wouldn't feel safe. Before Han Sen, even Little Lion's title didn't bring him a sense of security. Yu Miao had wanted to make a sneak attack earlier, but seeing Goddess almost die that way and have to use God Ring's power to escape, she didn't dare try anything. "Little Lion King, according to our deal, we can enter the tunnel now, yes?" Yu Miao said, walking into the valley to speak with Little Lion. Little Lion King gave a wry smile. "If I took the tunnel, of course. But that isn't my call to make anymore." After that, Little Lion King turned to look at Han Sen. "You can go into the Godlight Tunnel, but the price of admission is 2 Gemstone Geno Cores. Each," Han Sen said coldly. Although Han Sen wished to kill them both, they were spirits. It was ultimately pointless. Han Sen just wanted them to act more careful with him. If Han Sen wished to kill them, they knew he could do it in one hit. If he wanted to kill them and keep them from respawning, though, Han Sen would have to destroy their spirit stones. "Don't be ridiculous." Yu Xian spoke with an annoyed tone. "The people who took the tunnel last only asked for 1. Is it? Then you can pay me 3, Han Sen said quietly. Yu Xian sounded angry. 4. Han Sen's face was emotionless throughout. He spoke even before the spirit could respond. 2 then, Yu Miao frowned. She was not sure if she could kill Han Sen in God's Ruin, so she was regretfully going to have to oblige him. "Now it is 4 each. None less." Han Sen pointed at Tang Jinliu then, and said, "But you can swap them out for other things if you'd like. That being said, I'll give you 50% off if you're willing to release this man. I can give him to you and the contract, but that means entry is free." Yu Miao looked at Tang Jinliu as he spoke to Han Sen. To her, Tang Jinliu was just a bronze Geno Core grunt. If she could get a benefit such as that out of it, acknowledging he was important to Han Sen, she was going to bargain for the best deal possible. Yu Miao thought of using Tang Jinliu to threaten Han Sen, but she didn't do it. She didn't know just how important weak humans like Tang Jinliu were to Han Sen, so she was worried about being tricked, too. If she wasn't successful in bargaining, she'd have to spend a lot of resources in gaining access to the tunnel, and Han Sen could go mad and kill them like Goddess anyway. Although they could respawn with their spirit stones, it had put an end to their relic hunt in God's Ruin. "Half. He doesn't deserve more," Han Sen said coldly. It was quiet for a bit, and Han Sen wasn't going to back off. Yu Miao agreed to the deal in the end, using Tang Jinliu as the bargaining chip for having 50% off. For Gemstone-class Geno Cores was too expensive, especially if they had to pay so many for each person. Not even Yu Miao had that many. But they still had to pay 2 Gemstone Geno Cores, and that was double the price they were going to pay before Han Sen showed up. Yu Miao and Yu Xian thought Hansen would charge the others that price, too, but when the solo creatures or spirits came to ask for entry, they were allowed in for the price of 1 gemstone Geno core. This really peeved them. Yu Xian wished to say something and complain, but Yu Miao stopped him and just pulled him into the tunnel. Don't say anything. In God's ruin, we can't fight him. Once we return to the outside, though, there'll be plenty of ways for us to exact our revenge. Yu Miao said darkly as she entered the godlight tunnel. I'm going to chop him into pieces. Yu Xian's eyes flared with the want of murder. Tang Jinliu, having gotten his freedom back, cried his eyes out. Old Han, whenever you need me, whatever you want please, just tell me. I will have a lot to ask you, actually. When Little Flower goes to your school, you should give us a discount. Hansen laughed. No discount. We'll have him for free and we'll give him the best treatment. Tang Jinliu patted his chest. Thanks, but we'll talk more about that in the alliance. Since we're here now, though, we should head into the tunnel and try our luck. Maybe we can level up our Geno cores. Hansen brought Queen and Tang Jinliu with him into the Godlight Tunnel. Godlight Tunnel was a tunnel that went through the belly of a mountain. It was around 10 miles long, and a weird power permeated the atmosphere inside. The humans felt a lot of pressure as they entered, and the deeper they went, the harder the pressure became. If a person was talented, with a good fitness level, they might learn something when they went against that strength. Their skills might be improved and perhaps level them up straight away. Chapter 1543, Leveling Up Under Pressure. The tunnel had the same width as an air raid shelter. It was wide enough for a car to pass through, but that was about it. Every 1 mile, a beam of sunlight would bathe a portion of the tunnel from above. It made the place seem longer than it actually was, and it felt extremely weird. After each checkpoint of light, the pressure permeating the atmosphere of the tunnel increased. The gemstone-class creatures that were the heirs of super creatures could only make it through 14 of those checkpoints. They were unable to go any further than that. Looking down the tunnel from a distance, the pools of light led like the illumination of street lamps all the way down. There were 19 of them in total. Up until now, no one had been able to figure out what lay at the end of the Godlight Tunnel. Even the creatures that leveled up to super while inside the tunnel were unable to reach the end of it. Boxno Velko M, Little Lion King followed along and said with a smile, we met each other on the field of battle. Let's encounter one another again sometime. I am Little Jade Lion King of Lion Mountain. What is your name? Han Senator, I'm human, Hansen answered. He still wasn't fond of Little Jade Lion King, but it wasn't as if he hated the lion's guts. He wasn't entirely against having a conversation with him. As Hansen and Little Lion King spoke, Yu Miao stared at them coldly. She despised Hansen. And as they were having their discussion, someone else entered Godlight Tunnel. Hansen thought it was just some creature or spirit, but it was in fact 6 paths. Yu Miao's heart jumped when she saw 6 paths. Emperor wouldn't hand over a Geno core, and if Hansen had any form of conflict with the spirit, she believed 6 paths would kill him with ease. Yu Miao, who was going to continue following, stopped where she was for a spell. She waited for 6 paths to catch up and see if a conflict between the two would break out. Sister, 6 paths Emperor is here. I'm not sure Hansen knows who he is. If he doesn't, given 6 paths personality, a fight is sure to break out. Yu Xian told Yu Miao giddily in hushed excitement. He was thinking along the same lines. 6 paths soon approached Hansen, and crushing the expectations set by Yu Miao and Yu Xian, 6 paths spoke to the human like an old friend. He asked, why are you here? I'm in God's ruin. How could I not spare the time to visit the Godlight Tunnel? Hansen smiled. 6 paths nodded and said, good timing then. Now we can compete and see which of us can walk the farthest in this Godlight Tunnel. Yu Miao and Yu Xian wore strange expressions. They hadn't expected Hansen to be personally acquainted with 6 paths Emperor. And again, knowing 6 paths personality to be what it was perplexing to see him address Hansen as if he was addressing an equal. They were flat out shocked. Little Jade Lion King, seeing Hansen talk to 6 paths Emperor like his buddy, had an even greater admiration for the human. He thought to himself, it's no wonder he is so strong. To kill goddess as he pleases, he must indeed be quite the character. Before 6 paths Emperor self-destructed, he was more famous than my father. If Hansen can talk to him like a friend, then Hansen really must be strong. 6 paths wasn't an avid talker, though, and after a few brief verbal exchanges, he went ahead and focused on getting deeper into the Godlight Tunnel. Hansen, Queen, Tang Jinliu, and Little Lion King followed. Bauer was in Hansen's arms, and Star Sea Beast was following behind Han Senator L. Idle Silver was on the big creature's head, staring at the light up ahead. The light sources above were like small suns, and they managed to light up the tunnel rather well. The first curtain of light fell on Hansen, draping him with what felt like water. The light was tangible, but the feeling was not heavy, and it did not feel burdening. Everyone walked through the first curtain of light with ease. But after passing through the light, the gravity felt much heavier. Still, it did not slow them down or affect their passage too much. They continued walking until they reached the fifth curtain of light. There, Tang Jinliu could not take the pressure of what came next. His entire body was wet with sweat, and it felt as if he was carrying the whole weight of a mountain. It took a lot of effort just to make one step. Of course, he only had a bronze Geno core. His fitness and Geno core level were still very weak, so it was fairly impressive he had managed to make it that far. Can you still go on? Han Sen asked Tang Jinliu. It's okay. I can keep going. I must make it to the sixth at least. Tang Jinliu gritted his teeth. Han Sen didn't say anything. He just walked by Tang Jinliu's side. The pressure there was of no bother to Han Sen. Tang Jinliu could see everyone else walking forward freely, and he even saw Little Silver lying on Star Sea Beast's head in a relaxed posture as if there wasn't a single ounce of additional atmospheric pressure. He sighed and thought to himself, Han Sen's companions are so scary. How long will it take me to catch up to his level? Tang Jinliu did not want to give up, and onwards he continued. He eventually ended up far behind the others, as his pace was extremely slow. His muscles tightened, as if they were going to tear through his clothes at any given moment. Han Sen didn't make it obvious that he was deliberately watching the man struggle as he was, but he did keep an eye on how he was doing. If it was becoming too much and Tang Jinliu could no longer stay upright against the gravity, Han Sen would take him out of the tunnel before he collapsed and died there. Surprisingly, as hard it was for him, he managed to hold on strong. And when he almost reached the sixth light, his very bones began to creak. His entire skeleton sounded as if it was going to break. When Tang Jinliu stepped into the wash of the sixth light, his entire body glowed with the color silver. It looked as if his Geno core had managed to reach silver class. Yu Miao and Little Lion King looked at him. Although it was not a rare thing to level up in the Godlight Tunnel, simply being able to meant he was talented. Tang Jinliu was tired, so he sat down and stopped moving forward. His Geno core leveled up, but his body didn't. His body could not take any more pressure either. He couldn't walk an inch further. I can't walk. You guys go ahead and I'll wait here. Tang Jinliu spoke in between deep gasps. Han Sen nodded as he went on alongside Queen. When they reached the ninth curtain of light, it was Queen's turn to have difficulty. And when she reached the 10th curtain of light, Queen's body began to slow and her Geno core leveled up. Godlight Tunnel gives the opportunity to level up a Geno core, but the other creatures and spirits don't show any changes. Tang Jinliu and Queen both leveled up. Is this just coincidental, or is there a reason for this? Han Sen wondered. Chapter 1544. Why didn't they level up? After leveling up, Queen didn't walk any further. She said, my fitness isn't good enough to proceed. I won't bother trying to go any further, and I'll simply wait for you guys here. Han Sen could see she was actually able to go forward a little bit more, but chose not to. Han Sen really admired her character, and he imagined Queen's heavenly go must have been fiercer than ever by now. After the 10th curtain of light, some creatures showed signs of leveling up. But it seemed the chances of them leveling up were low. The ratio was around 1 in 20. The others, even if they reached a point where they could no longer go on, were unable to level up. In order to level up at those stages, you had to be below Gemstone class. Those possessing Gemstone Self-Geno cores could not have their Geno cores ascend to superclass. After the 12th curtain of light, most of the creatures and spirits stopped. And when they reached the 13th, even Yu Xian had to stop. There was only Yu Miao from Outer Sky Shelter who could keep going. Yu Miao looked at Han Sen and was shocked. She wasn't surprised Han Sen could keep going, but the two creatures and the baby in his arms were also able to keep going. That was what surprised her the most. The creatures that were able to go past the 13th curtain of light were those that were the best of the gemstone tier. The fact that Han Sen's creatures could keep going was rather shocking to Yu Miao. Little Lion King was showing even more shock than her. He was able to reach this point because the way creatures leveled up was different than how humans did so. When the Geno cores of humans leveled up, it was dependent on their skills. But that ascension did not greatly affect their bodies. If humans wished to level up their bodies, they had to absorb the genes of creatures. The way creatures leveled up was different from this, as their Geno core and physical strength were both tied to the same scale. When their Geno core leveled up, their fitness would go along with it. So, when creatures leveled up to a gemstone class fitness, that was that. There was no need for them to focus on ways that might increase their body specifically. Little Lion King's genes were strong, and his Geno core kept rising. He had come from silver to gemstone class, and through this, his body had developed as well. This was different than Queen and Tang Jinliu. When their Geno cores leveled up, their fitness didn't go with it. This meant why couldn't go any further. Little Lion King was satisfied with his current performance, but seeing Little Silver and Star Sea Beast travel all that way without breaking a sweat, he thought to himself, Han Sen is scary. Even his creatures are this good. I don't know if they can reach the 14th, but if they can, they are undoubtedly the greatest heirs of super creatures. Hansen didn't know this was what Yu Miao and Little Lion King were thinking about. Thus far, he just thought it was strange that Tang Jinliu and Queen had both leveled up, and he hadn't yet. Hansen had 4 self-geno cores. 3 of them were silver, and 1 of them was gold. Leveling them up should have been easy, but he had reached this point and hadn't heard a peep out of any of them. Now, there was only Yu Miao, Little Lion King, 6 Paths, and Hansen left. They were all deep in their own thoughts, with not a single one of them saying a word. After the 14th curtain of light, everyone's speed slowed down drastically. The elites there were gemstone class. Through the 14th light and onwards, gemstone geno cores could become super. Yu Miao's purpose for being here started now, but when she looked at the creatures around Hansen, she saw they were all able to be there just fine. She was given another shock. Are the creatures all around him heirs of super creatures? How can they reach this point with such ease? Little Lion King confirmed Hansen was powerful through this too. If he wasn't, there was no way he could possess so many scary pet creatures. Hansen was not surprised, though. Little Silver had eaten a lot of life drops and his potential was high. He wouldn't be any weaker than a super creature. Hansen was surprised Starsea Beast was able to come all this way, though. When Hansen saw Starsea Beast's body, though, his geno core was only gemstone class. Hansen thought it was just a sacred blood creature, but it didn't seem that way anymore. The way Starsea Beast could travel through objects was unique, and it was definitely something ordinary scared blood creatures couldn't do. Now that he had walked up to this point with ease, it meant he was extremely talented. Leveling up had to be within the beast's reach. Weird. Why was the parent of Starsea Beast only a gemstone class? Was it not little Starsea Beast's actual parent? Hansen guessed. Starsea Beast wasn't exerting much strength, but he was still able to keep going. Hansen was impressed. Little Silver was sitting upon its head. He hadn't walked a single step. But the pressure permeated every corner of the tunnel, so it would have still affected Little Silver. But he appeared unmoved and unchallenged. He wasn't tired at all, and it made the fox look even more powerful. Yu Miao wished to fight Hansen, but the further she went, the harder it would be. She felt as if she wasn't half as good as Hansen's creatures. When they approached the 15th curtain of light, Yu Miao was having difficulty taking every next step. She ground her teeth and kept going though. When Yu Miao hit the last bath of light, her body glowed white. Her geno core had managed to level up. Yu Miao was exuberantly happy now, and she thought to herself, I should thank Hansen for giving me the correct motivation. If I was alone, I don't think I would have reached this far and managed to level up. Hansen looked at Yu Miao. He knew she had now reached super because she was gemstone previously. Little Lion King felt depressed. After leveling up twice, his body was not showing further changes. He hit the 15th light but failed to level up again, and now it felt as if he couldn't take one more step. Now I'm super class, so my power will be the top. I think I'm going to win. Except maybe for 6 paths, I will definitely be walking the furthest, Yu Miao thought to herself. Little Silver and Little Star managed to go through the 15th light, but they didn't level up either. Chapter 1545, Scary Potential. Little Lion King wanted to throw in the towel, but seeing Little Silver and Starsea Beast carry on, he was reluctant to. He strove to follow. I don't believe his creatures are actually better than me. Jade Little Lion King made up his mind. He was going to march forward even further. When he was halfway to the next curtain of light, Little Lion King's body suddenly glowed. His geno core leveled up again, giving him a super geno core. Roar! I am the strongest! Jade Little Lion excitedly shouted. This guy's pretty talented. He has managed to level up 3 times, so it is no wonder that he's the heir of a strong creature. Hansen was jealous. His self-geno cores had still shown no sign of changing. After Jade Little Lion became super, he felt the atmospheric pressure become lighter. And then, reaching the 15th light wasn't so much of a struggle. The strength of his body had improved, after all. He ran up to Hansen and said to him, Hansen, are you interested in competing with me? To see which of us can walk furthest. Where's the good in that? Hansen asked. If you win, I will take you as my boss and I will listen to whatever you say, no matter the command. Little Lion King rolled his eyes. He had seen Hansen's power, but he knew it was derived from the beast souls or geno cores he had collected. Little Lion King could tell Hansen's fitness was only a little bit better than a gemstone creature, and he wasn't super class. Inside the godlight tunnel, the extra powers Hansen relied on would be useless. You had to use your own body's power to fight back the pressure and light. And that was why the lion was now confident. Okay then. Hansen smiled. Don't rush it though. If you lose, I'll be your boss instead. I'll make you do everything for me, Little Lion King said quickly. Okay. Hansen nodded. Yu Miao hadn't spoken a word thus far. Little Lion King had become super, and she felt uncertain and restless. She believed Little Lion King might have actually been stronger than her now. Humans were different from creatures and spirits. If Han Sen's self-Geno core leveled up, his fitness would still remain what it was. Like the two humans, once Han Sen reached the end of his tether, leveling up would still force him to stop where he was. Yu Miao hadn't decided to fight Han Sen after becoming super because she was still afraid of his Geno cores and beast souls. It wasn't his actual power she was afraid of. Six Pads didn't say anything either. He just continued walking, and he didn't care about anything the others were discussing. Yu Miao's surprise did not only come from Han Sen alone though. Bauer, Little Silver, and Star Sea Beast had managed to breach the 16th curtain of light. They only had gemstone Geno cores, and they weren't super yet. It was extremely shocking because she had never heard of a gemstone creature making it this far before. What's that creature? And what was its parent to give it such horrible strength? Are they super creatures? But then again, if they were, they wouldn't have been allowed to enter God's ruin. Yu Miao was in shock. Little Lion King and Yu Miao were both feeling the same way. They were both in shock. White Lion King said a powerful creature's heir could go past the 16th light with a gemstone body, but the likelihood of such a creature living was a 1 in a billion rarity. They wondered how Han Sen had amassed so many. While Yu Miao and the Lion King remained dazed in their shock, Star Sea Beast began to glow. It was a beautiful thing to witness. Is Little Star leveling up? Han Sen was very happy about this. This was the first super creature he had cultivated in the fourth god sanctuary. Yu Miao was already certain that Little Star was a gemstone-class creature, but this confirmation only heightened her shock. A gemstone-class creature had actually reached the 16th section of the Godlight Tunnel. That meant he was the best of the best when it came to creatures. If nothing bad happened, it would undoubtedly become a berserk super creature one day and go on to really becoming the greatest to exist in the fourth god sanctuary. Even Six Pads was surprised by this. He saw what had occurred, and after a long stare, he said, "A legend speaks of a Star-Sea Dragon King existing in the fourth god's sanctuary. The Star-Sea power it wielded was unbeatable. It reached the end of the seas and leveled up. I wonder if he is its heir." Han Sen shook his head and said, "No. He is just the heir of a sacred blood creature. It's just something about his genes that must have changed." He didn't know if Little Star was the heir of Star-Sea Dragon King, but even if the creature was and he knew that, he wouldn't admit it. If that name was indeed connected to Little Star, all the enemies of Star-Sea Dragon King would come looking for him. But if Little Star was indeed the heir, it helped to explain why he was so powerful. In the legends, it said Star-Sea Dragon King went on to become a god. That implied Little Star was a child of a god. Everyone continued walking, and when they neared the 17th light, Little Silver looked incredibly tired. His body was shaking as he tried to beat the weight of the pressure. Han Sen thought it was strange that he himself could now feel the pressure of the light, but it wasn't as bad as he thought it might be. The burden wasn't exceptionally tough for him to endure. Strange. My fitness is just a little bit better than that of a gemstone creature, just like Yu Miao. But why can't I feel much of the godlight pressure? Han Sen felt very weird. He didn't feel much of that pressure at all, and he had almost reached the 17th curtain of light. When they were approaching the 17th curtain of light, Little Silver stood up off of Star Sea Beast's back. The fox's fur was all standing on end, and its bones creaked and moaned. He was clearly fighting some sort of power. Han Sen thought the little fox wasn't going to make it, but Star Sea Beast helped and nudged it on into the curtain of light. Little Silver was barely hanging on by a thread, and unfortunately, its Geno core did not evolve. Halfway through the 17th section, Little Silver could endure it no more. He had to jump off Star Sea Beast's back and stop where he was. It looked as if he had gone as far as he could. Little Silver shouldn't be any weaker than Star Sea Beast. Why did his Geno core not level up? Han Sen wondered. Chapter 1546, Easy Travel. In the Godlight Tunnel, there was only the super-class Yu Miao, Little Lion King, Star Sea Beast, Han Sen, and 6 Paths remaining. Bauer was in Han Sen's arms. When Han Sen introduced her to others, he would always say she was a pet beast soul. Pet beast souls did not possess Geno cores, so they wouldn't feel the pressure experienced in the tunnel. To others, Bauer could follow Han Sen freely. And if Han Sen could keep going, she too would go through all the way. Of course, Han Sen knew Bauer wasn't actually a beast soul. After crossing the 17th godlight, even Yu Miao and Little Lion King, both of whom were super, were under extreme pressure. Yu Miao and Little Lion King looked at Han Sen, and they were surprised to see him looking rather relaxed. They were shocked, and they wondered if Han Sen's fitness had actually reached the level of a super demigod. If he hadn't, they couldn't think of another reason that would explain how he had managed to come so far. It was hard to imagine a body that was not super could make it all the way here. Six Paths' face looked a little grim, too. He was feeling the weight of the pressure. Han Sen's face was still relaxed, though. The effect on him was rather minuscule. They were 100 meters away from the 18th godlight. Yu Miao and Little Lion King's bodies began to tremble, and every step took them a lot of effort. Oxnovel.c. The two of them saw Hansen not looking likely to quit anytime soon, so they clenched their teeth and pushed on. They were so slow, though. It was as if they were dragging a mountain behind them. Their bones began to creak eventually. Little Lion King roared. He wanted to keep going, but his body was no longer allowing him to. Yu Miao was in the same situation. Seeing Six Paths and Hansen reach the 18th godlight, her feet finally felt as if they had been pinned to the ground. She could no longer move. I am already super class. Why is there such a big difference? Yu Miao felt terrible. She tried her hardest, wanting to walk on as Hansen and Six Paths were doing. She managed to move one leg a little further, but its landing was met with the sound of a catcha. The other leg had been unable to support the weight, and it ended up snapping. Yu Miao fell to the ground and looked up at Hansen and Six Paths, who were managing to proceed even further. She couldn't get up and chase after them as she wished to. Little Lion King roared. He was able to inch his way forward a little bit more. He was shaking, and when he was only 4 meters away from the 18th marker, the trembling became too violent. He could no longer step forward, either. When Hansen and Six Paths passed through the 18th godlight, the Six Paths sword began to shine like a flower. His Geno core had become super now. But Six Paths' Geno core becoming super didn't mean too much, as it had no effect on his fitness. Fuck. I lost. That guy is too strong. How's he doing that? Little Lion King dropped to the floor as he watched Hansen and Six Paths go through the 18th godlight. He gave up trying to support himself further, and he simply lay on the floor to see which of the two final contestants would win. The others did not know what Little Lion King knew, though. Hansen's self-Geno core was the same level as his own when he started, and he had already leveled up 3 times, whereas Hansen hadn't. If he only had a silver Geno core and his fitness was not super, it was scary to fathom how he had managed to come so far. No matter how special the human's body is, it cannot compete with Six Paths Emperor. Yu Miao remained where she was, watching the two advance. She did not want Hansen to go much further, but she didn't mind Six Paths doing much better than her. Hansen was just a human, after all, and she didn't think much of them. The mere fact he had managed to go further than she had was an excruciating fact she had trouble accepting. Maybe he cannot, but Six Paths looks fairly strained and Hansen is looking the same as ever. I think he'll end up walking further than Six Paths, Little Lion King said. He hoped Hansen could walk further. He had lost to Hansen, and he'd feel a bit better about himself if he knew Hansen was also the sort to beat someone like Six Paths. If Six Paths Emperor lost, the Lion King losing to Hansen would not be so embarrassing. Since he had lost the bet, it was established that he would become Hansen's subordinate. At the very least, he'd be the subordinate of a supreme elite. It was far better than ending up as the subordinate of a random nobody. boxnovel.com. Creatures always obeyed the stronger, and the same applied to Jade Little Lion King. Six Paths felt the pressure from the godlight, and he could feel the muscles of his emperor body tighten. He was starting to sweat profusely, too. He looked over to Hansen, and what he saw shocked him. Hansen looked as relaxed as the moment he first entered the tunnel. There was not a drop of sweat on him. How could this happen? His fitness isn't super yet, so how can he walk through this so easily? Six Paths Emperor frowned, unable to formulate an answer. There were so many elites in the godlight tunnel, all possessing different elements. They had all become super class while in there, and yet, regardless of the power they possessed, it wasn't enough to withstand the pressure of the tunnel. Not even Six Paths believed Hansen's power was enough to suppress the might of the godlight. But even so, he couldn't come up with a reason to explain how Hansen was walking so freely before him. I am right. He is indeed a special opponent. I'm still looking forward to that fight. Once he levels up to super, I will test how strong he really is. Six Paths Emperor's eyes possessed a fire. Hansen did not look back at Six Paths. The pressure of the tunnel was something he could ignore, but as he slowly reached the end, he felt as if something was there up ahead. He could sense something moving, beckoning him closer. Is there a special reason why I'm not susceptible to the pressure of the godlight? What is at the end of the tunnel? And why me? Hansen felt very confused over these events, but his curiosity had been piqued too. He really wanted to see what lay in wait at the end. Hansen quickened his pace, eager to find out what was at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 1547. The darkness seemed so far away. Hansen increased his pace, leaving Six Paths behind. Six Paths was getting far too tired, and he slowed down. With him slowing down and Hansen speeding up, the distance between the two greatly increased. Six Paths frowned. He didn't let Hansen's progress affect him, though, and he continued at the pace he himself was most comfortable with. But when Yu Miao and Little Lion King saw the two, they were shocked. They found it all hard to believe. They were shocked that Hansen could not only keep up with Six Paths, he could go further and faster. And Hansen's pace was actually accelerating, not slowing down. They had never seen anything like this before. Witnessing someone simply reaching the 18th godlight was a supremely rare occurrence. It shocked them a lot to see Hansen actually managing to speed up after going through it. They could not believe their eyes, and they thought it was a dream of some kind. They rubbed their eyes to double-check, and they realized they weren't wrong. Hansen was speeding up. He had been walking, but now he was going at a steady jog. He was nearing the 19th godlight. Yu Miao and Little Lion King were too shocked to speak. Never in their wildest dreams could they picture someone jogging through the 18th portion. It's no wonder he beat me. He really is special. Little Lion King wasn't upset he had lost the bet. He felt as if it was within expectations that he had lost to Han Senator. Truth be told, he was actually a little glad. Yu Miao did not say anything. Her lips only trembled as she stared at Hansen in the distance, who was still jogging. How is this possible? He is just a human. Just a human. Yu Miao's mood was a complicated one. And not long after, Hansen breached the 19th curtain of light. His speed did not slow down. He was getting quicker, going at the pace of a kid that was racing home after school. Six Paths was still walking forward slowly, and he struggled with each step he took. Still, despite the struggle, he too managed to reach the 19th godlight. He had simply gone slower than Hansen. Six Paths looked determined. He continued at his own speed, and although his clothes were soaked with sweat, they weren't stopping him. Now Six Paths was like a sword, a fearless sword. It did not matter what trouble or hardship lay ahead, nothing would make him quit his arduous struggle to proceed. But when Six Paths passed through the 19th godlight, Hansen's body suddenly disappeared at the end of the tunnel. The godlight tunnel had 19 godlights that illuminated the entirety of the tunnel. Strangely, though, the far end was dark. No one knew what lay behind that curtain of black because no one had entered before. Now that Hansen had gone inside with ease, it made Six Paths' eyes shine with zeal. Hansen being there made him want to go and reach the end with a greater vigor. He reached the end of the tunnel. They expected this would happen, but Yu Miao was still extremely shocked to see Hansen reach the end and disappear into the darkness there. She did not know how many years God's ruin had existed and how many creatures had become super there. Many super creatures and spirits that emerged from that place went on to become leaders elsewhere in the sanctuary. Some of them went on to be emperors or even berserk super creatures. Even so, none of those had ever reached the end of the tunnel before. The 18th godlight was the farthest a demigod had ever reached. Not many people could approach the 19th godlight. Those that could were similar to Six Paths. But no matter how good they were or how talented they were, none could reach the end. Hansen was just a human, and he had almost reached the end. And what's more, he hadn't struggled. He had freely run there. Yu Miao would claim such a story to be preposterous had she not seen it. With her own two eyes. She knew if she told the story to other spirits, they would not believe her. What kind of person is he? Can humans truly accomplish such a feat? Yu Miao's head was totally messed up. It's no wonder he became my boss. He is strong. He is too strong. This has never happened before. Little Lion King's eyes were opened wide. He did not think it was a shame to make Hansen his boss. And he even found himself referring to him as boss already. He was now trying to think of what benefits he might reap, having come into the service of Hansen. Six Paths was like an indestructible sword, approaching the end. Each step was solid, as if nothing in the universe could halt his advance. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Six Paths was getting close to the finish line. He was close to the darkness at the tunnel's end, and that was all he could see now. When Little Lion King and Yu Miao calmed down a bit, they then turned their attention to Six Paths. They wanted to see if Six Paths could also reach the end of the godlight tunnel. Six Paths was getting closer and closer to that darkness, but he was slowing down. Each step was slower than the next due to the increasing difficulty. The powerful godlight was something not even Six Paths could shirk. The weight was really starting to pile up. The tunnel's floor had been shining with the godlight for who knew how long. It was believed to be indestructible, but it was cracking beneath Six Paths' feet. Every step he took left a crater-like footprint in the stone below. Six Paths was less than 100 meters away from the 19th godlight, and aside from Hansen, no one had ever come this far before. But Six Paths wanted more than this. He wanted to reach the black, just like Hansen had. Little Lion King and Yu Miao stared at Six Paths. It was not as if they were the ones there, but they were excited to watch, all the same. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Six Paths' body felt sharper and sharper, and he no longer felt like a person. He felt as if he was a walking sword. Almost there. Only 10 meters to go. Yu Miao clenched her fists in anticipation. The blood inside Six Paths' body began to seep out of his skin, making him look like a red sword. Every step Six Paths took made him bleed more profusely. Hold on. Just a few steps left to go. Yu Miao wanted Six Paths to reach the end, as that would make her feel better. Six Paths was wholly dyed red. He was incredibly slow, but he was directly before the darkness. The light and the dark painted two worlds side by side. Six Paths was standing in front of the black wall that separated the two. He couldn't see anything yet, but he still had to take one last step before entering. But Six Paths just stood where he was, unable to make the last step. "Get in!" Yu Miao shouted out in her heart. Six Paths' heart was screaming, too. The scary sword light was encompassing his entire body, but if he took one more step into the darkness, he was afraid he would shatter. The horrible godlight suppressed his entire body, and no matter how much more power he wished to unleash, his legs remained pinned on the ground. He couldn't walk anymore. Six Paths wished to know what lay beyond the darkness, but he was unable to move his body. He could no longer even wriggle his fingers. He was only one step away, but the darkness seemed so far away. Chapter 1548, A Room. Hansen was standing in a room. He looked at it in strange awe, with his mouth hanging wide open. The area looked like it would very dark as he came into it from the godlight tunnel, but when he breached the black veil, it really was like nothing more than a thin curtain obscuring the view. Through the darkness, there was a room that looked like a lounge of sorts. Hansen wouldn't have been surprised if he encountered a monster in that room. Hansen was prepared to fight when he entered, but he found himself shocked and speechless instead. There was a table, chairs, cups, and benches. They were composed of a crystal-like material Hansen was familiar with. They looked like what Hansen had seen inside the main control room. The chairs and table were of a similar design, too. Hansen confirmed the room had been built from crystal, and it was therefore likely it had been built by the crystallizers. Why is there a crystallizer room beyond the godlight tunnel? Hansen's brain was full of question marks. .com. According to crystallizer technology, it should have been impossible for such stuff to exist in the sanctuaries. After all, Hansen couldn't even use his beetle in the sanctuary. But there was an entire crystallizer room here in front of him, nonetheless. It's just a room. Maybe someone moved it here? But this is the end of the godlight tunnel, and who could possibly possess the ability to move an entire crystallizer room here? Hansen looked around, hoping he'd find a solution. He was also looking out for that which was the crux of his worry. He looked around the room a few times, but he couldn't find anything. The things around him were just ordinary objects. Hansen tried the chair out, and he was able to confirm it was the same sort he found in the main control room. Even though it looked crystal and hard, it was soft and plush. He now thought it was a great shame he couldn't use the beetle in the sanctuary. If he had been able to, he'd have liked to ask it for information concerning this place. Hansen's vision then became fixed on something on the left side of the room. There was a black crystal drawer standing against a wall. Hansen walked up to it and pulled the drawer open, hoping to find some information. But he was unable to pull it out. He tried it twice and found that there was no leeway. It had to have been locked. Hansen decided to draw Taya and beat the drawer instead. There were some sparks, but the attack didn't leave a mark on the surface. Hansen's face changed. He used all the power he could muster, and yet it hadn't left a single mark. The crystal was unfathomably strong. When Hansen frowned, thinking about how he might open it, the beetle in his hand now began to shine. Hansen had been unable to use it in the sanctuary before, but now it had come to life. Control room discovered. Would you like to connect? The beetle's AI voice rang from Hansen's hand. Connect, Hansen said, with surprise. This really was a form of main control room, where crystallizer technology, such as the beetle, could be used. It certainly exceeded Hansen's expectations. Through his entire life, he had been told he could not make use of proper technology when he was in the sanctuary. Many people had even tested this theory in the sanctuary too. The results were all the same. From lighters to advanced cannonballs and super warframes, nothing could be activated inside the sanctuary. They might as well have been hunks of steel. And crystallizer technology, such as the beetle, couldn't be used, either. Hansen wasn't sure why that had now changed all of a sudden. .com. Establishing connection to control room. The symbols on the beetle shone, and it moved to land on the black crystal drawer. Then, Hansen heard a kacha. The door that was shut opened up. Connection successful. The beetle's light dimmed after the drawer opened. Hansen looked over the drawer, and inside, he saw a glowing crystal-like machine. It was like some sort of control platform, and the lights looked like streaming data. Hansen wasn't too sure what he was looking at. What is this? Hansen asked the beetle. The beetle responded with its mechanical voice, and it answered, it's a computer. What is it for? Hansen asked. I don't have enough data to formulate a certifiably correct response. Therefore, I cannot answer you. The beetle was shining as it delivered its dialogue. Hansen frowned. He didn't understand much about crystallizer technology, and he was unable to operate it since he didn't know what it was supposed to do. As Hansen mulled what he should do, a door opened on the other side of the room. Hansen went over to take a look with much curiosity. It looked as if the next room was a bedroom. There was a comfy-looking crystal bed at its center. The bed still had sheets on it, and the corner looked as if it had been tossed aside. It looked rather messy, as if the owner of the bed had once left in a rush without time to tidy. Hansen went over to observe the blanket, but he saw nothing under it. He then looked at the nightstand. There was a crystal bottle there, containing a red liquid. It was a touch lighter than red wine, appearing pinkish more than anything. The bottle had a lid on it. Hansen pulled it off, and his nose was greeted with the pleasing sensation of an alcoholic beverage. Is this the alcohol crystallizer's drink? Hansen found that rather amazing. Hansen put the lid back on and decided to keep the bottle. He opened the drawers of the nightstand next to see if he could find something more useful. When Hansen opened the drawer, he grinned. There were many items inside. It looked as if there were hair clippers and various decorative oddities. There was a bottle, too, which might have contained a woman's makeup product. Amidst all those items, Hansen also caught a glimpse of a diary. He took it out of the drawer and opened it. There were many words inside, and the text looked to be composed by the gorgeous handwriting of a woman. What excited Hansen the most was the fact it was a language of ancient humanity. It was something he could read. Hansen was glad he had learned so many ancient languages now. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to read a single word the diary contained. Chapter 1549. Diary. Hansen was very eager to read the contents of the diary. Although it was a diary, the entries weren't dated. And furthermore, each page only contained a sentence or two. The entries were not a continuous thing either. It was a casual, random recording of stuff. 3480. Why is he so dumb? I can't believe he got killed by a jade bone beast. Has 5079's brain filled up with water? With his power, he might as well have a death wish by going to the Galaxy Sea. He died. What a dumbass. The diary was full to the brim of complaints, but Hansen wasn't sure what the numbers meant. Are the crystallizers practically the same as humans? Were they in the sanctuary to hunt creatures? Are the numbers the names of their friends? Hansen thought to himself. There were many complaints, but Hansen made sure to read every single word. He didn't want to accidentally skip over an important detail and lose a potential lead. Ultimately, the results were disappointing. Hansen had managed to read half of it, but the content up until then had been unchanging. It was like the person who had been writing the diary was a very bored recorder. It sounded as if they watched people fight all day. Hansen managed to hold back the urge of skipping to the last page, though, and he went through the diary page by page. After going through a bunch more, however, his eyes finally came across some text that roused him back to full consciousness. 44 days to go before returning. There is still no one who is qualified. It looks like the mission has failed. Returning? What does returning mean? And qualified for what? What does that mean? Hansen was confused. He kept on reading, hoping to find an answer. But right after, it led back to more typical complaints. Hansen read through another dozen pages, though, and he came across something else that stood out. Mission failed. Unable to track number 4. We can finally get out of here. There is no longer a need for us to suffer in this place anymore. After that page, the diary was empty, and it looked like the owner of the diary left and no longer felt the urge to write inside it. Huh. Ensign's heart jumped, and so he flicked back through the pages. He remembered seeing the writer complain about a number 4 earlier, but at the time, he might not have noticed it. When the diary owner left, they mentioned number 4. To be featured on the final page, number 4 had to be a person of some importance. Hansen then gathered all the complaints and entries he could find that made mention of number 4. Number 4 is not bad. Her sword is good. She has reached kindergarten level. Number 4 wants to kill Blood River God. She must have a death wish. Damn, number 4 did it. That was some dogs at luck. After Hansen read them all, he noticed that the author really had paid attention to number 4. The diary's owner, when complaining about the others, did so differently. It was as if she was an absolute superior, and her comments were written like the observation notes on monkeys in a zoo. Even though the diary's owner seemed to complain about number 4 the most, it was different. It felt like they shared something, and that number 4 wasn't regarded as a lower-tier being. After Hansen read all the complaints, he came to a few conclusions. Number 4 was a female. He did not know if she was a crystallizer or what, but she was a female. She used a sword, and she was very strong. There was one mention of cruel chi, and he had heard of its existence as a demigod super creature. Normal super creatures wouldn't dare provoke that beast. The complaints said number 4 managed to kill the monster. Although the diary said her sword skills were not great, like that of a little kid, the progression seemed smooth. Number 4 must have been able to kill the creature with ease. And there was a point in which she was mentioned to be beautiful. One of the complaints stated, "Why is being pretty something to be proud about? Being pretty can often lead to arrogance." Damn number 4. Hansen connected a few more of the complaints to paint a clearer picture. He learned a baby creature managed to approach number 4 and follow her. That was why the diary had a line that read like that. Hansen's ultimate conclusion was that number 4 was pretty. She had great sword skills and could slay super creatures. Hansen combined all those clues and threads, and eventually, he had a clear idea of who she was in his mind. Gu Qicheng. Could that really be her? That seemed a little impossible, as Hansen figured that he could probably make a rough guess about the book's age. And it was a crystallizer thing, written by and about those of their own kind. And it wasn't as if Gu Qicheng was the only woman who was pretty and wielded a sword. There were many spirits and humanoid creatures like that too. Hansen read a bit more of the included content, and aside from number 4, there were no other special things. The other numbers did not seem to be half as important. They were usually single mentions, and after a complaint, they were never mentioned again. I need to ask Gu Qicheng if she was the one who killed Cruel Chi. Depending on her answer, I'll be able to find out if this was really her. Hansen thought the possibility of this was low, but he still wanted to go back and ask. Hansen poked around the bedroom some more, and aside from a few various oddities and bottles, there was nothing else to investigate. The beetle was silent the whole time, too. Aside from those 2 rooms, there was no other way out, either. There was nothing worth taking, so he exited by the way in which he entered. The items, bottles, and the diary were all placed inside the cruel bottle by Hansen. When Hansen exited the room, however, he was given a shock. Six Paths was standing right outside like a blood man. Hansen almost didn't recognize him. Crash! When Six Paths saw Hansen, his body collapsed. He spilled blood as he tumbled backwards. Hansen immediately went to pick him up. He placed him on his back and thought to himself, why were you so stubborn? This was just a path. It does not determine your future. Hansen forgot about the fact he was the only one who had walked to the end. The answers for what he was looking for would not affect him, but he'd continue looking. Little Lion King and Yu Miao saw Hansen carrying the unconscious Six Paths, and their faces looked strange. Boss, you're so strong. Even Six Paths could not reach the end, but you did, Jade Little Lion said. Chapter 1550, Big Iron Chimenia. Hansen brought Six Paths out of the Godlight Tunnel. He examined his wounds and noticed he had been injured badly. Fortunately, the body of an emperor was strong and his life was not in any danger. Yu Miao took Yu Xian with her and left. She stared at Hansen the whole time, and her look could be best described as complicated. Right now, however, Hansen did not have the time to kill them. And, even if he did, he realized it would be pointless. If he ever hoped to kill them, he'd have to do it so they'd never come back, in a one-and-done fashion. Jade Little Lion was already showing extreme loyalty to Han's senator. He kept on calling him boss, casually, as if he had been born to serve him. Ever since he met Cheap Sheep, he didn't like being called a boss, so he wanted his subordinates to refer to him as chairman, as others often did. Hansen, should we leave now? Little Fairy was in a rush to ask Hansen. Little Fairy did not enter the Godlight Tunnel because, according to her, she wanted to level up to super entirely by herself. And she hadn't come to God's Ruin for the tunnel, either. It was all about the relic. Leveling up through the tunnel offered different benefits. It was difficult to determine which was better, and people were always of a different mind in choosing which was the best. Hansen brought Bauer and the others with him. Jade Little Lion wished to follow, and so Hansen did not decline. Having a super creature like that by his side could also prove beneficial. Jade Little Lion told the other creatures to remain by the tunnel and protect the place. Then, he followed after Hansen to visit another place in God's Ruin. boxnovel.com. Hansen rode atop Star Sea Beast's back and sometimes brought out an item or 2 to play with. They were the things he brought with him from the crystallizer bedroom. Before he entered the Godlight Tunnel earlier, he felt as if something was beckoning him. He lost that sensation when he entered the tunnel. And he no longer felt it after coming back out, so Hansen thought the item that had pulled his attention had to be one of the items he had brought with him. But when Hansen looked at the items, they all looked like women's things. There was nothing particularly special about them. It's those black seahorses again, Little Fairy shouted, from her position up front. Hansen looked to the sky. The seahorses were pulling a big chimenia, as they always did. But this time, Hansen was surprised. The flames of the object were extinguished. Those black seahorses keep pulling that black chimenia around the ruin constantly. I wonder what they want. Hansen was just talking to himself. Jade Little Lion quickly said, my father came to this ruin himself when he was a cub. And he saw the black seahorses with a chimenia back then, too. He told me not to get too close to them because each one is as strong as a super demigod creature. Of course we know they are strong. Little Fairy lifted her lips. Hansen looked at Jade Little Lion with surprise and said, wasn't White Lion King a born berserk super creature? Many people believe he was, but that's not actually true. He leveled up to achieve the strength he possesses. While speaking about White Lion King, Jade Little Lion looked proud. Hansen nodded and did not say anything. He looked at the black seahorses pulling the big chimenia. The black seahorses eventually slid down the side of a mountain and disappeared from sight. A period of time passed and they had yet to re-emerge. Let's go see what they are doing. Hansen was quite interested in the chimenia. The big Chimenia was too cold to approach normally, but its blue fire had now subsided. If he managed to get close enough, he might be able to catch a glimpse of what was inside. Little Fairy thought the Chimenia was the relic, so she agreed they should go and take a look. Jade Little Lion looked hesitant, but if Hansen was going, he knew he'd have to go with him. B. Oxnoveled, COM. The party then went towards where the Chimenia had set down. The mountain wasn't the biggest in the ruin, but it was still around 10,000 meters high. Fortunately, there were none of those strange flowers to be wary about. They all climbed to the peak with ease, free of any danger. When they reached the peak, they noticed that behind the mountain was another mountain and peak to climb. This mountain went up into the clouds. They could actually see the black seahorses pulling the Chimenia up the slopes. Hansen and Little Fairy looked at each other, and then they followed after them. The peak was just like a normal glacier poking its head above the clouds. They couldn't see the black seahorses once they got there, though. They spent half the day climbing into the clouds, and what they saw was quite surprising once they got through. It was a sea of clouds. There were so many clouds all about, it was like an idyllic view of heaven. Another peak poked its head from out of that cloudy ocean, too. And then, there was a giant icy ship floating in the air. The black seahorses pulled the Chimenia up to the highest peak, then stopped. It was like they were waiting for something. Not long after, the chains of the seahorses were opened. The 11 of them shouted happily, bobbed quickly down the hill, and then leaped down into the clouds. They were like fish having just escaped a net. They swam very happily in the sea of clouds. Not long after, a group of ice seahorses approached. They were the first type of seahorses that Hansen's group had caught a glimpse of back in the frozen forest. The 11 of black seahorses bobbed over to them, obviously keen to meet with the ice seahorses. The bigger seahorses crossed their necks with the necks of the other seahorses, like old couples. The smaller ice seahorses were around them, all swimming happily. They were like one big, happy family. When Hansen saw them meet that way, Bauer looked over at the Chimenia with curiosity. She jumped out of Hansen's arms and ran over to the peak it was sitting upon. Hansen was shocked. He wished to call her back, but he didn't want to spook and possibly alert the black seahorses. Hansen was curious about the big Chimenia, so he followed Bauer to that same peak. Little Fairy and Jade Little Lion also followed from behind. They all snuck up the peak from the other side. The black seahorses were tying up their necks with the necks of the other seahorses, and as a result, they were unable to spot them. The big Chimenia was not lit, and it wasn't emitting any frosty air. Everyone went over to the peak, and Bauer leaped atop the Chimenia. Then, she stuffed her head inside the chimney. She looked around with great curiosity. Hansen was now right behind her, so he picked Bauer up. He pulled her off the Chimenia and then put his own head near the exhaust. He wanted to get a look inside the Chimenia, too. Chapter 1551, Creature in the Chimenia. When Hansen took a look inside, he was shocked. Inside the Chimenia, a pair of eyes were looking up at him. Fortunately, Hansen had been through a lot, so he maintained his cool and did not look away. Instead, he just stared right back at the eyes. It didn't look real. The owner of the eyes was something clad in armor, and it was dark like the Chimenia itself. The being was sitting inside the Chimenia with just its eyes showing, and Hansen couldn't make out anything else. On some level, however, it looked human. Human? Spirit? Or humanoid creature? Hansen wondered to himself as he continued staring back down at the pair of eyes in the armor. Bauer climbed atop Hansen's shoulder and looked down the exhaust again. Seeing the creature clad in armor, even she thought it was a curious thing. Not long after, Little Fairy, Jade Little Lion, Little Silver, and Little Star arrived. They also took a look at what was inside the Chimenia. The eyes inside the Chimenia were unmoving. They continued to stare at Hansen and ignored the others that were now present. Hansen's heart eventually skipped a beat. With the eyes staring at him, it felt as if he was being watched. It shocked him, and he thought to himself, does this mean that this is the thing that keeps watching me in God's ruin? As Hansen continued to get stared at by those eyes, he wondered if the thing was watching every creature, or if it really was transfixed with Hansen himself. Hansen had originally thought every creature that entered God's ruin might get watched, but with the eyes staring at him, ignoring all the others, he did not think his theory was correct. Little Fairy and the others all looked bored after seeing it. They thought it might be a treasure, not something living. Still, in their hearts, there was some element of shock. The Chimenia had exuded a horrible icy flame. It was brutal even in a neighboring proximity which prohibited them from getting close. The creature was now sitting there in the Chimenia, and only heaven would know how long it might have been burning for. Whatever the answer was, they could guess how powerful the creature inside might have been. They were in such surprise, though, they didn't know if they should leave. The creature in the Chimenia had seen them, and if it chose to alert the black seahorses and a chase ensued, they'd all find themselves dead very quickly. Jade Little Lion and Little Star had become superclass, but not even they would help triumph against 11 black seahorses. Before they could run off, though, they heard a not-too-distant sound of crying. It shocked them. They looked around for the source and saw a 1-meter-tall ice seahorse. Somehow, it was inside the sea of clouds. With its megaphone-looking mouth, it was making those sounds at them. It did not seem hostile, and it just looked at them with curiosity. But after the noise subsided, the bigger ice seahorses and black seahorses quit their get-together. Then, a few dozen eyes turned to stare at Hansen and his group. "Run," Hansen said and immediately took off running. Hansen's power was very strong, but he had only reached super. Every black seahorse was super class, but there was also the ice seahorses backing them up and the enigmatic creature inside the Chimenia. If they stayed behind for a fight, it was likely they would end up in bad shape. They kept running downhill as the little seahorse followed. The 11 black seahorses that had seen them okayed incredibly angry, and they gave an earnest chase. They were much faster than Jade Little Lion, too, who was now super. "Oh no! These black seahorses are too scary. We'll be dead if they catch us." Jade Little Lion looked back and was shocked by what he saw. A black seahorse was directly behind him. Hansen chomped his teeth, then grabbed Bauer and Little Silver and brought them onto Little Star's back. Then he shouted, "Come up here. Run, Little Star." Little Fairy leaped up and so did the little seahorse. It looked like it was actually having fun. Starsea Beast used its Starsea power, and then, its body shone with countless stars like a galaxy. Its speed was supremely fast now, as well. "Wait for me." Jade Little Lion caught up, but he was too big. All he could do was cling to Starsea Beast's tail. With the stars all around, Starsea Beast's body enabled it to traverse through glaciers. The black seahorses were unable to catch anything, and all they did was crash into the glaciers, shattering them. Still, the black seahorses were determined and not yet willing to abandon the chase. Starsea Beast continued to travel through the glaciers like this, as the black seahorses hounded them from behind. Aside from the black seahorses, the ice seahorses had started to chase them, too. They made a shrill moaning sound. All of a sudden, the black seahorses then turned and entered the clouds. The chains from the Chimenia manifested and attached to the black seahorses. The chains bound the necks of the black seahorses and prohibited them from traveling any further. The chains pulled them back all the way to the Chimenia. They grumbled and grunted with anger, unable to escape the binding. The ice seahorses were still able to maintain their pursuit of Starsea Beast, but when it traveled through a few additional glaciers, the seahorses lost track of Starsea Beast. They were able to hear the cries of the seahorses when the pursuit was on, but they couldn't any longer. Starsea Beast is great for escaping. Hansen felt rather happy on the inside. The speed and power of Starsea Beast, now that it was super, had increased by a lot. Starsea Beast eventually came to a stop on an icy field. Everyone dismounted it at that point. Jade Little Lion made sure to examine Starsea Beast and profusely compliment the creature. "This brother can travel through objects? Wow! This is far too strong." The little icy horse that had followed them now looked frightened. It spun around in circles as if it could no longer find its mother. It kept crying as if it missed its parents. They were now very far away from the seahorses, and no matter how hard it whined, its parents wouldn't hear it. Bauer jumped onto the back of the little icy horse, and with her fat hands, she stroked its head. "Calm down. Don't be afraid. Bauer is here for you." The little icy horse rubbed its head into Bauer as it cried. It looked as if it had found protection now, and it didn't look as helpless as it just had. Chapter 1552, Back to Destiny's Tower. Hansen wanted to kill the little icy horse, but Bauer seemed to like it. This prompted him to drop the idea. "I never thought the Chimenia would bear a creature like that." "I wonder what it is," Jade Little Lion said. "It's alive, so it cannot be the relic." Little Fairy looked annoyed. "I don't know if it is the relic or not, but it would be best if we don't provoke it. The black seahorses are super creatures, but it can snare them with those chains with ease." They were completely unable to resist. "The creature in the Chimenia must be strong." "I don't think we can fight it," Hansen said, and then walked forward. Everyone was of the same mind. Giving up on the Chimenia, they then opted to try somewhere else. The little icy horse followed after Bauer. At first, the creature missed its group of seahorses, but after a while of playing with Bauer, its mood turned happy again. Hansen spent the next few days traversing the ruins, but he couldn't find anything. Of course, Hansen did not care too much if he did not get a reward for the current endeavors, as he was spending a lot of time practicing the skill he learned from the Destiny's Tower. Once he was done, he was going to return there with Starsea Beast and see if he could take the treasure out of the tower with him. The 7 items in there had the possibility of being the relics that they were all seeking. Little Fairy and the others searched in the ruins as well. Hansen, in the meantime, just took it for a nice trip and nothing more. He didn't expect to find anything else that was decent. One particular day, after 2 weeks of traveling and searching, everything seemed to be the same for Han Senator. He sat on Star Sea Beast's back and practiced the skill he was in the midst of learning. But suddenly, he felt his life door shake, and the pumping of his blood accelerated. The blood in his body wasn't being driven by his heart anymore. Its rush was sustained by the life door now. And with each fresh pump, new changes came along with it. It was a brand new cycle, and it brought changes to the way Han Sen's body operated. The changes did not just apply to his blood. The blood was simply the catalyst for everything else. Han Sen's cells and genes were undergoing direct changes. Han Sen's appearance mostly did not change. All the changes were internal, save for his black eyes that became red. Aside from his eye color, though, Han Sen seemed exactly the same. There were a lot of changes to his insides, however. Han Sen felt as if his bones and flesh had been wholly rebuilt. His entire body actually felt much heavier, by a few multiples. And yet, his body and bones were like a bird's. His blood was not carried by vessels, as it was directly entwined with his bones and flesh. These changes made Han Sen's body feel far more sensitive. He was able to control himself better, and even his base PWER seemed to be much stronger. When Han Sen looked at Star Sea Beast and Jade Little Lion, though, he was given a shock. His vision had been altered with his new red eyes. With that red vision, Han Sen could see the blood that coursed through their bodies. Or at least, that was what Han Sen thought at first. After a closer examination, Han Sen noticed it wasn't the blood he was observing. If the blood was flowing, then its course must have been dictated by the heart. But this was not what Han Sen saw. A red force was inside their bodies, just flowing, and there was a saturation depicted in different areas on them. There was no set route to the flow he was seeing. Is that their life force? Han Sen guessed, although he was not sure. Han Sen wanted to get a closer look, but he felt a pain in his head and his body started to twitch. It was like he was getting stabbed by a number of needles. Han Sen stopped the skill immediately, and when he did that, the pain and needle-like sensation went away immediately. The changes in his body reverted back to how they were before he practiced the skill, and the blood began pumping from his heart, just like it used to. Han Sen could feel his body was now rather weak, and he thought to himself, this skill costs a lot of energy. I only had it activated for a few minutes, and already my body felt as if it was on the verge of collapsing. I wonder what my strength is like when I use this transformative skill? And was the red flow I saw their life force? Han Sen rested for the next half day. His body soon returned to normal, and there were no lasting effects or issues. It's time to go back to the White Metal Tower to collect the treasure there. Han Sen had also thought of a way in which he might get Little Fairy and Jade Little Lion out of his hair for a time. He told them it would be best to split up and search separately. So, Han Sen ended up just bringing Bower, Little Silver, and Little Star with him to the White Tower. The little icy horse followed Bower, determined not to leave. As a result, Han Sen had no choice but to allow him to come. Jade Little Lion was still, by all accounts, an outsider. And Little Fairy could be a touch suspicious. As a result, he didn't want them to come with him. Star Sea Beast brought Han Sen to a glacier mountain, the one that was populated by deadly flowers. Star Sea Beast was super class, and casting its traveling skill no longer costed as much energy. It brought Han Sen right to the doorstep of the White Tower. Han Sen was excited, and he hastily threw the door open. He scrambled up to the top floor and saw the 7 pedestals of treasure were still intact and untouched. He breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like God's retribution really couldn't learn the skill. If he could, he would have come back here before me. Either that, or he can learn it and just hasn't finished yet, Han Sen thought. Seeing the 7 treasures sitting neatly on the any pedestals, Han Sen cast the skill. His body engaged with all those weird changes again, and then he reached his hand out to see if he could go past the space vortex shield and grab the treasure. Han Sen did this very carefully. His hand approached the prizes slowly. But when his nails brushed the end of the platform, the tips of his fingernails disappeared. Han Sen's face changed. He pulled his hand back and said, "This skill doesn't even let me go past the space vortex shield?" Han Sen had spent a lot of effort in coming here, and after all that, this was the result. It was dismal, and it sent a chill running through his heart. As this happened, though, Han Sen heard a loud sound come from outside. It rocked the construct itself. Then, he heard the crying noises that were all too familiar to him. Han Sen's face changed. He went up to the window and pushed it open. Han Sen looked down from there, and it was just as he thought. 11 black seahorses were situated right outside Destiny's Tower. They were blocking the entrance, too. The 11 black seahorses repeatedly cried at the tower, making extremely loud screaming noises. Shit. Those black seahorses are really pissed, and they even brought the Chimenia with them. If I knew they'd come after me, I wouldn't have brought the little ice seahorse. Han Sen thought the black seahorses had come there to rescue the small creature. The notion made him feel depressed. Chapter 1553, Headless Rockman. He didn't know when the Chimenia had begun spewing icy fire again, but that's what it was now doing. The mouths of the 11 black seahorses were shaped like megaphones. They spat out frosty air at the white metal tower. Shit. Are those black seahorses that cruel? Even if I did steal your little ice seahorse, there's no need to freeze him and me together. You guys are crueler than tigers. Hansen felt depressed, and he tried to think of a way he might escape this predicament. The frosty air cropped across Destiny's tower, webbing the entirety of its metal structure. Even if Little Star used its Starsea powers to escape, Hansen thought they'd be frozen, anyway. Boom. The glaciers all around were broken by that frosty air. The peaks collapsed, and soon after, the cap of the white metal tower came crumbling down with them. The deadly flowers had become nothing but icicles under the force of that frosty air. The cold ruined and destroyed any powers they possessed. And soon after, the very ground began to tear and come asunder. It was like the world was ending. The 11 black seahorses and their power were too much. The wrath they unleashed could have definitely put them in the category of being berserk super creatures. Fuck. They're trying to kill me. Wait a minute. If they're using such powerful frosty air, then why don't I feel cold? Hansen was shocked when he realized he didn't feel cold at all. The frosty air froze the glaciers stiff until they broke, but Hansen was not feeling a thing. The frosty air might as well have not even existed. Is it so cold that my brain froze, and now I cannot feel the cold anymore? Hansen pinched himself, but he did feel pain. His skin was still silky smooth as well. He definitely wasn't frozen. What's going on? Has the white metal tower shielded us from the black seahorse's ice spit? Amidst Hansen's shock, he asked himself this question. The white metal tower was atop an ice mountain. The 11 black seahorses had broken the mountain with their frosty air. The white tower had been falling, but now they were no longer feeling any such movement. Hansen quickly returned to the window, and what he saw surprised him. The white metal tower hadn't fallen with the mountain. It was actually hanging in midair. A hand was there, holding it aloft in the sky. It was a giant, rock-like hand. And the huge white tower was being casually held up by this hand. It wasn't taking up the entire hand, either. The tower looked like a toy that just happened to rest in its palm. Hansen followed the hand back to the arm that supported it. The hand was actually connected to a man made of rock. A giant rockman. It also just happened to be headless. The rockman was sitting between the glaciers with its hand holding the white metal tower aloft. This was the headless rockman Hansen had seen on the first floor of the White Tower. Now that rockman was shining, and the light it gave off was so bright, it obscured sight of the mountain itself. It was a godlike sort of magic. Destiny. Destiny. A really sad voice came from the rockman. It was like he was saying you could not control destiny. Destiny was full of unfairness, and it was governed by cruelty. Rockman had no head, though, so Hansen wasn't sure where the voice was actually coming from. Regardless, it boomed like thunder. It made the blood inside his body vibrate so wildly, it felt like it was trying to break out. When Hansen looked at the 11 black seahorses and the Chimenia next, his face changed. The black seahorses and the Chimenia had somehow become gigantic. They were almost as big as the rockman. All the black seahorses looked like Sun-class battleships. And the Chimenia looked like an entire planet. Destiny. Destiny. My life is my life. My life is my life. It does not belong to the sky. Rockman's voice sounded even crazier than it had before. It was spoken with a force that should have been enough to sunder the earth. It was like an undying warrior, filled with a zeal for murder. After all these years, do you still not understand? The Chimenia now spoke, and it was a cold voice that came from it. It was not loud, but its volume was still greater than the rockman's. It came into Hansen's ear without losing a single word. That voice was unisex, too. Hansen couldn't determine whether or not it was the voice of a woman or a man. But what Hansen could tell was that it was the creature with the armor that was speak. I won't understand, even in death. The rockman had a very loud and angry voice. Its other hand, which was like a mountain, came towards the 11 black seahorses and the Chimenia. It felt as if the ground was breaking when that big hand moved. Wherever the big hand went, the entire dimension was cracked. It felt like the whole world could be crushed below its might whenever it struck. The 11 black seahorses were screaming at it angrily. The megaphone lips that were like the gun emplacements on a Sun-class battleship spat out frosty air. Their force was enough to impede and stop the movement of the stone hand. That's scary. Frosty air made its hand freeze in place. The creatures then generated more ice to encase it inside. You are dead. You should understand that. The Chimenia spoke again with an even colder voice. I won't. Even if I die. The rockman sounded very sad, and he continued pushing down. The ice that encased his hand was broken and cast away, and the hand resumed its advance. It was going to break the heads of the 11 black seahorses. Pop. The 11 black seahorses spilled blood and fell back. Even they could not withstand the rockman's power. Let it burn to dust. With that cold voice, the Chimenia's grate was opened. The ice fire came out, and it began to rapidly approach the body of the Rockman. Hansen now knew that neither the Rockman nor the black seahorses were coming after him. Still, witnessing such wrathful power was very frightening. Hansen had simply come there for treasure. He didn't expect to encounter such bad luck and stumble into the crossfire of two bosses fighting. Compared to the Chimenia and Rockman, Hansen's power was like a small river running into the sea. He was not very effective by comparison. Seeing the ice flames come like a river, Hansen was worried that the tower would be completely destroyed. The Rockman's hand that held the tower moved, and the tower flew through the air. It was going towards the airborne fire. And then, Hansen saw the frost get absorbed and nullified by the body of the white metal tower. It sucked it up clean. Chapter 1554. Absorbing Blood Power. Hansen's face looked ill. There was a lot of icy fire getting absorbed by the tower, and if the interior filled up, the people inside would not fare well. But Hansen's fear of this did not materialize. The icy flames that were absorbed by the tower did not actually manifest on the interior. No fire appeared on the inside, threatening him. But on the top floor of the tower, another pedestal appeared. There was an ice flame on it, like a frosty flower rolling around. Now Hansen understood where the other 7 items had come from. They were not placed there as treasure by those who constructed the tower. They were actually items that had been absorbed and claimed by the tower from others. These guys are too scary. I need to find a way to escape from here. Hansen looked outside the tower and tried to think of a way in which he might make it away. The ice flame hadn't hurt them this time, but who knew what might happen as the fight dragged on. It would be best if they left as soon as they were able to. The situation outside made Hansen want to avoid unnecessary risks, however. When the ice flames were absorbed by the tower was headed directly for the Chimenia. It looked as if it was going to crush it. Com. The ice flames inside the Chimenia had dispersed, but Hansen wasn't sure if the fires were put out by the Chimenia's own volition or if they had just been stolen. A creature with black armor then emerged from the Chimenia. It grabbed the metal tower headed for it and lifted it up. The tower was shining amidst that deflective power, and the creature was unable to crush the little thing. The headless Rockman was pressing down on the top of the tower, and his scary might was forcing it down. As he did this, the black-armored creature pushed up from below. Those two frightening forces were pushing and pulling with unimaginable force. The shockwaves generated came from the center of the tower, and the glaciers near them all broke. Chunks of ice were sent flying everywhere, and it created a terrifying scene. Hansen and Bauer were not having a good time. The tower had absorbed a lot of power, but it was unable to block it all. The Rockman's power and the black-armored foe's power were seeping into the interior of the tower. The Rockman's power was like blood, though, and Hansen thought it seemed rather familiar. He eventually realized it was the skill he had learned from inside this same tower. Does this headless Rockman have a relationship to Human Emperor? Or is he himself Human Emperor? Hansen had a lot to think about. The black armor foe's power was very weird. It was a power that included both ice and fire and combined them. Hansen could not tell where the power came from, but it was extremely strong. When those powers entered the tower, no damage was dealt to the interior. The powers did, however, cause a lot of trouble for Hansen. Inside the tower, it was suddenly cold and hot at the same time. And the blood power from the Rockman made their blood flow inversely. It felt as if the blood was going to gush out from their bodies. Little Silver and Star Sea Beast did their best to resist both of those powers, but it wasn't going well. Their life forces were messed up, and there was a chance it could trigger a self-rot combustion. Hansen summoned his god Geno Core and his Bloodlust Ant King to fight back that wretched combination of power. Com. The headless Rockman and the black armor foe were still engaged in combat, but neither of them seemed to be the dominant force. They were both locked against each other. When Hansen looked back outside, having the tower for shelter was far better than the surrounding region. The power outside was far too scary, and it made them realize there'd be no hope of escaping if they were to set foot outside the tower. But Hansen, feeling that power leak inside, thought to himself, I practiced the skill of the tower, so maybe I can use my power to control the blood power that is trying to invade here. If I can control that power, I don't have to deal with both of their powers. I'd only have to deal with the ice and fire. Hansen cast the skill he had learned from the tower. He used the Blood Pulse Sutra, and then his body went into a strange mode of operation. Hansen triggered the secret skill, but it didn't allow him to immediately control the blood power just yet. He felt like the blood power would eventually come, though, like it had been searching for a host. Using this skill cost a lot of energy, however, and Hansen knew he wouldn't be able to last long with it. But when the blood power began to seep inside of him, he felt a lot more awake. He no longer felt tired, and the headache and twitchy feelings vanished. When the blood power was inside him, it was refined by the skill he was casting. It moisturized his transformed body, and the flesh and bones changed even more. As more and more of that blood power was refined, Hansen started to feel some weird connection between him and the tower. He could feel the pulse of the tower, like his blood was connected to the construct. Of course, it was just a feeling more than anything. He couldn't physically control the tower. As the fight went on, Hansen felt the treasures on the pedestal start to get corroded by the weird power. They all started to fade, even that ice flame. The treasures on the rocks were melting, and a godlight from the pedestals began to shine and illuminate the tower. The light melted into the construct itself. It made the tower shine brighter, and the strength it possessed increased. "Are you really this stubborn in your refusal to understand?" the black armor foe said. The headless man of stone looked sad. "If understanding is my destiny, then I will forever forsake the need to understand. Then you will disappear." After that cold voice spoke again, the black armor foe threw a punch towards the bottom of the tower. And then, the entire tower went flying through the air. The rockman's hand that was holding the tower had been cleaved through, and his entire body went stumbling back. The black armor foe created another flame, and he used it to forge an ice fire sword. With it, he slashed towards the rockman. The sword flame was terrifying to witness, and the tower was now like the ceiling of the sky. Hansen saw the explosions erupting outside, and it genuinely felt like the earth was collapsing. He almost couldn't see what was going on. The treasures on the pedestals had all melted into the tower at this point, and you could hear the weaponry hit the construct. Every impact made the tower's power even more messed up. The tower shook violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Even Hansen could not control his body. Silver Fox, Little Star, and Little Icy Horse were rolling around the interior nonstop. Hansen held Bauer tight to his chest, not wanting her to suffer a hit. He cast the secret skill to absorb more of the tower's blood power so his companions did not have to endure it. Then, they would only have to deal with the ice and fire. Fortunately, the metal tower was firmly built. Even after all those horrible impacts, it was solid and had not been broken. Only a small amount of that power was able to seep through, and it was enough for them all to withstand. Chapter 1555, Emperor Genokor. After what felt like a century to Hansen, he heard a giant rumbling noise. Hansen's entire body bounced up, hitting the top of the tower, and then fell back to the floor. After that, things went back to normal. The metal tower stopped shaking, the energy suffusing the tower vanished, and everything was quiet. "Is it finished? Who won?" Hansen climbed up from the floor, shook his head, and looked around. "Little Silver, Little Star, are you both okay?" Little Silver, Little Star, and that Little Icy Horse all climbed up from the ground, shaking their heads and bodies, looking dizzy. Fortunately, none of them were injured. Though their forces were a bit weaker, nothing appeared to be seriously wrong with them. Hansen was relieved seeing them all okay. He then ran to the tower window and looked outside, and he was shocked by what he saw. The tower was now submerged in water, as if it were in an aquarium. Many sea creatures were visible through the window, swimming around them. Hansen reached out his hands, and what he touched was indeed water. He looked up, and there was something that looked like blurry clouds above them. There were many strange cracks in the surface of the blurry clouds. Hansen took a serious look, and then he realized what had happened. The metal tower had cracked the ice and sunk into the ocean, and now they were at the bottom of the sea. Quite a few marine creatures were visible, but he couldn't see the rockman or the black armor foe anywhere he looked. The marine creatures only had mutant life forces at best, so they were not a threat to Hans. Senator Hansen decided to venture out of the tower. Hansen swam toward the cracks in the ice, and after he reached the surface, he found himself surrounded by icebergs and unable to see the mountains anymore. "Are we not in God's ruin anymore?" Hansen looked around, but he couldn't feel that strange power around him anymore, which meant he was no longer in God's ruin. The headless rockman and the black armor foe had been fighting for such a long time that their access to God's ruin had closed. Hansen looked around, but he couldn't see the headless rockman or the black armor foe, and neither could he sense the power ripples around him, so he dived back towards the metal tower in the ocean. Little Silver looked much better, and the others had also regained consciousness. Little Silver was healing the Little Icy Horse's injuries using his lightning. As for Little Star, it had already reached super level, so it had a much stronger body and wasn't injured very badly. Hansen ran down to the first floor, but he couldn't find that headless stone figure. As for the metal tower, its first floor was completely empty. Aside from the technique inscribed on the walls, nothing was left. Just as I expected, the headless rockman was the headless stone figure in the tower, Hansen thought. Where did he go, I wonder? Can I control the metal now? Despite having been used to fight that horrifying black armor foe for so long, the metal tower was so sturdy that it wasn't damaged. It was definitely a top-tier item. During the fight, Hansen had sensed that he was somehow connected to the metal tower, so he wondered if it would be possible for him to claim the metal tower for his own. However, he couldn't sense the connection between him and the metal tower anymore. Hansen hesitated, and then he used his techniques again, letting his body enter that strange state. As he did so, he immediately felt the bizarre connection between him and the metal tower. It was stronger than before. Hansen had tried to control the metal tower while the Headless Rockman and the Black Armor foe were fighting, but he hadn't been successful. Now that the Headless Rockman was gone, however, there was a chance that he might succeed. Hansen was just giving a shot. He might be able to bring the metal tower under his control if things went well, and even if he couldn't do it, he would lose nothing by trying. Hansen moved his thoughts, and the metal tower immediately started to shake, making rumbling noises as if it were falling down. Hansen quickly got out of the metal tower with Little Silver and the others, then turned to look back at the metal tower. The tower shook and began to shrink quickly, and after only a short while, it reduced to the size of a man's palm. The power inside Hansen's body was flowing, and the tower shot into his sea of soul. At the same time, there was a familiar voice echoing beside Hansen's ears, which exhilarated him. Emperor Geno Core Godly Tower gained. Emperor Geno Core. It's indeed a top-tier item. Hansen didn't know the exact differences between Emperor Geno Cores and Super Geno Cores, but he knew that Emperors should correspond to Berserk super creatures, so Emperor Cores would be more powerful than Super Cores. Just as he was about to summon the Godly Tower to check its power, Hansen felt a strong headache and his body began to twitch. He had to deactivate the skill and return his body to its normal state first. However, after deactivating the skill and trying to summon the Godly Tower, he found that he couldn't connect to it anymore. The tower was slumbering in his sea of soul like a dead object. Can I only utilize the Godly Tower while I'm transformed? Hansen was a little bummed. If he could only summon the Godly Tower while he had that weird skill running, then he would only be able to use it for a short period of time. Hansen took Bauer and the others to swim out of the ocean and return to the icebergs. He wanted to figure out where they were, but they were surrounded by icebergs and ocean, and he couldn't see a single ice mountain. Apparently, they were already far from God's ruin. Since Hansen had no idea where they were, he needed to pick a direction to travel. He picked south. Little Star was carrying all of them, which allowed them to move quickly and with little effort, and with Little Silver present, most creatures wouldn't dare to get close to them. After only a few days, they had stepped out of the ice zone. Everything around them looked strange, and Hansen had no idea where they were. Hansen had to ask Little Star to keep heading south, and after only 10 miles, he heard people fighting somewhere in front of them. Humans? Hansen smiled as he listened to the noises. That yelling could only come from humans. Hansen took Little Silver and walked forward. If they were really humans, he could at least ask them where he was. After climbing through some mountains, he saw several humans encircling a mutant creature. Amazingly, he knew one of the humans. However, the group wasn't doing well. Although the humans were working together to fight the mutant creature, it was still crushing them. They could barely maintain their formation. Chapter 1556. Godslayer Shelter. The leader of those humans seemed to be Iron Fist Jia Sherdao. When Hansen joined the Demigod Association, he had come into conflict with Jia Sherdao, and it ended pretty badly. I can't believe I'm so unlucky. I've finally run into some humans, yet I'm at odds with one of them. Why do I keep running into people I don't want to see? Hansen thought. Jia Sherdao was powerful. He had an Iron Fist glove on his right hand, which seemed to be his Geno Core. Each strike from that fist left a scar across the scales of that mutant creature. As for his companions, they were relatively weak. They weren't strong enough to break the creature's scales. When they hit the mutant creature with their blades, they were basically just scratching its back. That mutant creature looked bizarre. Its body looked like a turtle's, but it didn't have a shell. Instead, it was covered by thick scales. Jia Sherdao seemed to have a gemstone Geno Core, and when his glove hit the creature, it slashed the scales half a foot deep. Each impact left behind visible flesh and seeping blood. That mutant creature was attacking the humans savagely, damaging the formation that Jia Sherdao and the others were trying to maintain. The creature was relatively slow, so it wasn't a deadly threat, but it looked ferocious. Hi all, need some help? Hansen moved closer to them, bringing Little Silver and the others with him, but he didn't help them immediately. The fight was still ongoing. He didn't get along with Jia Sherdao well, so if he made a move, they might think that he was trying to steal their kill. Please do, my friend. Jia Sherdao and the others were overjoyed. They were having a hard time fighting the mutant creature as they couldn't injure it severely, and they were quickly becoming exhausted. They might not even survive the battle. It would be great if someone could help them now. Yet Jia Sherdao was dazed when he turned his head and saw Hansen. After getting a confirmation, Hansen didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned his split-blade Geno Core. He moved his body and instantly arrived beside the mutant creature, cutting through it. The mutant creature and its thick scales were sliced in half like a piece of tofu. Jia Sherdao and the others were shocked. They stared at the dead mutant creature. That mutant creature was called Cho Shell Beast, and it had powerful defenses, even among the sacred blood creatures. Yet Han Sen had cut the creature in half with a single strike. Even Jia Sherdao was stunned by that. Sacred blood creature Cho Shell Beast killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Eat the flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Han Sen hadn't expected to get the beast soul, which thrilled him. Slashing Blade was a super Geno core, and it was one of the most destructive super Geno cores. It could kill a sacred blood creature easily, and it was a happy surprise for him to get a sacred blood beast soul as well. It's been a long time, Mr. Jia, said Han Sen, looking at Jia Sherdao. Jia Sherdao forced a smile and said, It has indeed been a long time, Brother Han. Your power has improved so much. It was so easy for you to kill a Cho Shell Beast. You must be at the super level already. It's not that easy to get super genes. My sacred Geno points are just maxed already, and I was lucky enough to get a highly destructive Geno core, said Han Sen, smiling. Others also went up to Han Sen and talked to him. They were all experienced demigods, and Han Sen had heard of them all. However, other than Jia Sherdao, Han Sen hadn't met any of them. They were more joyful after realizing that Han Sen didn't want the flesh and blood of the Cho Shell Beast. They relaxed, and they answered all the questions Han Sen had in detail. Han Sen wasn't amused to find out where he was now. There was a human shelter nearby, which was where Jia Sherdao and the others all lived. It was one of the few top-tier shelters owned by humans. However, Han Sen didn't want to see the owner of that shelter. Though many more humans had become demigods over the last decade, Luo Haiteng still stood far above the rest. The shelter Jia Sherdao and his friends were staying at was known as Godslayer Shelter, and it was ruled by Luo Haiteng. Han Sen was a little hesitant about the idea of entering Godslayer Shelter. It wasn't entirely Luo Haiteng's fault that Han Sen's mom left the Luo family, so Han Sen didn't have a New York-specific animosity toward Luo Haiteng for that. However, Luo Haiteng had tricked Han Yen into practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, which deeply upset Han Sen, so he had a very bad impression of Luo Haiteng and his family. If Luo Haiteng ran into trouble, the Luo family would ask Han Yen, who was just a girl, to fulfill their family oath. That oath was a promise passed from generation to generation, and it required one of their family members to fight Ashura every 10 years. It was a family curse, which was forced upon Han Yen by Luo Haiteng, which was the main reason why Han Sen had a grudge against Luo Haiteng and his family. Han Sen, your great-grandfather Mr. Luo is in the shelter now. Do you want us to take you to see him? Asked Lu Che, one of the demigods. Han Sen hesitated, but he shook his head and said, No need. I still have something else to do. Finishing that, Han Sen planned to leave. He now had some idea of where he was, so it would be easy for him to get back to God's Ruin. The ferry was still in God's Ruin, and Han Sen needed to go back and take his share of the profits from the Godlight Tunnel. He planned to get back to God's Ruin and check if Jade, the Little Lion King, and the ferry were still there. Jia Sherdao hesitated, then called to Han Sen, Brother Han, please hold on for a minute. What else do you want? Han Sen asked, stopping and looking at Jia Sherdao. Jia Sherdao clenched his teeth, forced another smile, and said, Brother Han, I have some business to discuss with you. Are you interested? What business? Han Sen looked at Jia Sherdao, confused. It's about killing a super creature. I've found some opportunities that we can kill super creatures, but I'm not strong enough to break their bodies. However, with the power of your Geno core, you might have a chance, said Jia Sherdao. What's a super sacred creature? Han Sen was interested. He was definitely interested in killing some super creatures to get their life Geno essences. Han Sen had only gained control of one life Geno essence, which belonged to that dog. As for the others, he hadn't had time to absorb them. It's kind of complicated. Let's go back to the shelter where we can talk. I can guarantee that you'll be interested in it, said Jia Sherdao. Chapter 1557. The Luo Family. Han Sen hesitated, but he still followed Jia Sherdao back to Godslayer Shelter. According to Jia Sherdao, there wasn't only one super creature. Instead, there was a group of them. Also, if someone had enough power to break the skin and flesh of those super creatures, it would be easy to kill them all. Even Han Sen was interested in that, so he wanted to learn more. Though there were some conflicts between him and Jia Sherdao, they were small issues that could be set aside when both of them had proper motivation. Though Han Sen didn't particularly want to see members of the Luo family, he wasn't scared of meeting them. Godslayer Shelter was enormous, and chances were that it was a super shelter. However, only a small number of the members were humans, while the vast majority of them were creatures and spirits. That was normal. After all, there was only a small number of humans in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, so even in shelters belonging to humans, humans were a minority. Just as Han Sen and Jia Sherdao entered the shelter and began walking towards Jia Sherdao's house, Han Sen saw a couple of humans walking towards him. One of them was Luoli. Luoli wasn't really Luolan's sister, but Hansen still needed to call her aunt. A long time ago, Luoli went to Hansen and asked him to practice the falsified Sky Sutra, but Hansen didn't know that the woman was his aunt until his mother told him. Luoli was talking to two men as she walked out of the shelter. Two men followed Luoli's gaze and saw Han's senator. They didn't seem to recognize Hansen. "Who is this Jia Sherdao? Is he a new demigod?" said one of the men. Despite the fact that he was speaking to an experienced demigod like Jia Sherdao, the man was aloof and casual. Jia Sherdao smiled and said, "This is actually a relative of yours. Don't you know him?" "Relative?" "The Luo family doesn't have any relatives," Luoyu said, curling his lips and as if disgusted with what Jia Sherdao had just said. Because of the power of Godslayer Luo, the Luo family had never actually cared about the ordinary people of the Alliance. They didn't even respect other demigods. After all, many demigods in Godslayer Shelter were under the protection of the Luos, so almost all the demigods venerated those of Luo family, and after a long time, the Luos had become filled with pride. That pride had been injured twice before. One time was when Luo Haiteng chose Hansen as his heir, and the other was when he chose Han Yan as his heir. They were crushed by that. Though the Luo family wasn't large, there were plenty of members in the sanctuaries. The fact that Luo Haiteng had chosen someone outside the family instead of them deeply frustrated them, and they felt wronged by the Han family. However, because of their pride, they deliberately showed disdain to the Hans, and they didn't even seem to care about Hansen and Han Yan. They even tried to avoid hearing news of them. Just like someone would switch channels if they saw someone they hated on TV. In truth, there were only a few families in the Alliance that the Luos actually paid attention to. That's right. Hansen's mother is Luolan. "You guys are uncles of Hansen," said Jia Sherdao. Both Luo Yu and Luo Hui were dismayed hearing the names Hansen and Luolan. In the Luo family, these two names were taboos. "You're Han Senator. It's impressive that you became a demigod by yourself at such a young age, but you didn't follow the correct path, so you'll never make it to the top," said Luo Yu coldly. "Is this guy mental?" Hansen frowned. He'd never met Luo Yu before, but the man was being incredibly impolite for no reason. Li told did Hansen know, many people in the Luo family had wanted to succeed Luo Haiteng, yet Luo Haiteng had picked Hansen instead. What's worse, Hansen hadn't given a damn about the falsified Sky Sutra, which upset the Luos. From the perspective of the Luos, they were the most powerful family in the Alliance, so the falsified Sky Sutra had to be the strongest technique. How Hansen behaved was both ignorant and laughable. "What correct path?" said Hansen, looking at Luo Yu. He had something of a grudge against the Luos as well, so he wouldn't just let this matter go. Luo Yu sneered. "It's useless to talk to stupid people." Finishing that, Luo Yu walked by Hansen, completely ignoring him. "Is there something wrong with them?" Hansen asked with a frown. Luo Yu had been incredibly annoying. "Let's go back and talk." Jia Sherdao originally thought that the Hans were close to the Luos, which was why he introduced them to each other. He hadn't expected the whole thing to turn out so awkwardly, so he changed the topic quickly. Luo Yu and Luo Hui both walked away. Luo Li looked at Hansen without saying anything. She wasn't a real member of the Luo family, as she was adopted. Though she also had some of the Luo pride, she wasn't as arrogant as Luo Yu. And because of Luolan, Luo Li paid extra attention to the Hans, so she knew much more about Hansen than Luo Yu did. She knew that Hansen was actually an incredible person, and Luo Yu couldn't begin to compare with him. However, she belonged to the Luo family after all, so she shouldn't say much to Hansen, who had been scorned by the Luos. Luo Li continued walking with Luo Yu, but she found an excuse to leave soon after. She went to the place where Luo Haiteng lived and told him that Hansen had arrived at Godslayer Shelter. Hansen followed Jia Sherdao to where he lived. Jia Sherdao explained his proposal to Hansen. Jia Sherdao had discovered a special kind of super creature. These super creatures couldn't move themselves, but they had exceptional defenses. It was difficult for Jia Sherdao and the others to injure mere sacred blood creatures, so it was impossible for them to kill that kind of super creature. After seeing Hansen's incredible attack power, he had decided to invite Hansen back as he wanted to collaborate with Hansen to kill those creatures. Hansen didn't ask where those super creatures were. Instead, he asked about their basic characteristics. Hansen frowned, then repeated what Jia Sherdao had just said. They are born on the ground, and they have a narrow attack range, so they can just stand there and be hit. Super creatures like that really exist. They're real. I saw them with my own eyes. I'm the only one who knows that place. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll take you there in the near future. Jia Sherdao pointed at the sky with his fingers and swore. Chapter 1558, Luo Haiteng. "Why are we doing this in the near future instead of now?" asked Hansen. Jia Sherdao answered, "I've talked about this with the Luos, but I haven't reached an agreement with them yet. It might take a little time, but you can relax. After I've reached a deal with the Luos, I'll definitely count you in." Hansen immediately knew what Jia Sherdao meant. Jia Sherdao himself wasn't able to kill those super creatures, so he wanted to cooperate with the Luos, but he was afraid that the Luos would betray him. Now that Hansen had come, he wanted to use Hansen to balance the Luos. That would be to Jia Sherdao's benefit, or at least, it might keep him from being exploited by either party. It was possible that Jia Sherdao had arranged for Hansen and Luo Yu to run into each other. He might have wanted to see firsthand whether the relationship between Hansen and the Luos was really that bad. Though Jia Sherdao has a good plan, the Luos are too tyrannical to give him this chance. He might need to make a choice between us after all. Hansen didn't say it out loud. Instead, he agreed that he would stay in Godslayer Shelter for a couple of days to wait for Jia Sherdao's news. Hansen made good use of the time, absorbing the rest of his life geno-essences. Now, his super gene count had already reached 26 points, and his body was greatly improved. Hansen then went back to the Alliance and told his family that he was okay. After only a couple of days, Jia Sherdao went to Hansen again, and he smiled and said, "Brother Han, I'm really worried. Luo, you heard that you're joining, and now there's no way that he will go along with it, no matter what I say. This place belongs to the Luos, so I don't know what to do." Hansen wasn't very concerned about what Jia Sherdao had said. Apparently, Jia Sherdao had chosen to side with the Luos over him. "Then I'll just wish you all good luck," Hansen said, then left. "Old Jia, are you really cooperating with the Luos?" A demigod following Jia Sherdao asked him after Hansen left. "I just didn't expect the relationship between the Luos and Hansen to be this bad. If Hansen joins, Luo Yu and the others will quit completely. If I have to choose between them, I think the Luos are more reliable, so that's the only decision I can make," said Jia Sherdao. "Why didn't you choose Hansen? He is incredibly powerful. And he's only one person, so we wouldn't have to share as much of the profits," said the demigod, confused. Jia Sherdao shook his head and said, "We know that Hansen is powerful, but we don't know exactly how powerful. We all know the strength of the Luos, though. Besides, Hansen hasn't practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. We're already depending on the Luos for our survival, so it's better if we side with them." After Hansen left Jia Sherdao's house, he intended to leave Godslayer Shelter. He had just been trying his luck. Now that the deal had fallen through, he found no reason to stay here any longer. However, before Hansen could reach the gate of the shell, he saw Luo Li standing near him. "The Godslayer wants to see you," said Luo Li directly. "I don't want to see him." Hansen wasn't very fond of Luo Haitang, so he rejected Luo Li directly. He walked around her, leaving Godslayer Shelter. "He wants to talk about Han Yan." What Luo Li said stopped Hansen. "There's nothing to talk about. Don't think you can drag little Yan down just because she's practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. Her last name is Han, not Luo," said Hansen, dismayed. "It's useless for you to say anything to me. You can just talk about it to the Godslayer, or are you scared?" said Luo Li. "Okay, I'll go to him and talk." Hansen knew that Luo Li was provoking him, but what she said did make sense. Also, he was powerful enough to talk with Luo Haitang. Hansen wouldn't involve Han Yan in that endless vicious cycle, no matter what. That was an abyss, and if she was trapped in it, she'd never get out. Hansen would rather die than let something like that happen to his sister. "Please." Luo Li made a gesture and started to lead the way. Hansen followed Luo Li all the way to a room in the shelter. Hansen thought that the place where Luo Haitang lived would be exquisite, if not luxurious, yet he was shocked when he saw the residence. Luo Haitang's home was very frugal. It was so simple that it only had a bed, a desk, and a chair. Other than that, the entire room was bare. Luo Haitang had come to see Hansen once, when an accident in the sanctuary had left Hansen gravely injured. Now, Luo Haitang looked exactly the same as he had been. Luo Haitang was sitting behind the desk, looking at Han Senator, the legendary Godslayer Luo, who had roamed the sanctuaries as he pleased, looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. He wasn't aggressive at all. He looked at Hansen peacefully. "Don't even think about exploiting little Yen. She's a Han, not a Luo. You have no right to make her fight for your family," Hansen said straightforwardly. Luo Haitang wasn't upset. He waved his hand, then Luo Li left the room, closing the door behind her. Hansen opened his mouth to say something, but Luo Haitang spoke first. "I'm dying." Hansen was shocked for a moment. He looked carefully at Luo Haitang, but he found that Luo Haitang was still quite lively, and there was no sign of him withering away. The power inside him was still terrific. He didn't look like someone who was going to die at all. "Do you really think you can trick little Yen into fighting for you? Your life is the business of your family, and it has nothing to do with mine," Hansen said apathetically. Luo Haitang sighed. "If there was actually someone useful in my family, I wouldn't have gone to you too, and I wouldn't have used the methods that I did." Luo Haitang paused for a short while and went on to say, "As long as I'm alive, I won't let you juniors carry such a fate. But I'm truly dying and I only have 5 years left to live. The next battle against the Jade Yura will happen in 6 years, but I won't make it that long. I can only ask Han Yen to take over the fight. That's the only chance we have of surviving. Again, that's your concern, which has nothing to do with us. Let me repeat myself. There's no way that little Yen will help you Luo's fight, said Han Sen, coldly. Luo Haiteng shook his head. She's practiced the real falsified Sky Sutra. Even if she's not going, the Jade Shura will look for her. Chapter 1559. Jade Shura is Jade Shura. Han Sen thought, then you're just playing us. You're the renowned Godslayer Luo, and you're my great-grandfather. Han Sen didn't say that out loud. After all, the old man was one of Han Sen's seniors. Before Han Sen said anything, Luo Haiteng continued, though I don't want to admit it, the truth is that the Jade Shura, who have much more Shura blood, are much better at practicing the falsified Sky Sutra. In order to win against the Jade Shura, I have to resort to some special methods, which quickly burns away my life. No matter how hard I try, I won't last another 5 years. I don't have a choice, so I have to find someone to take over my position. After pausing for a short while, Luo Haiteng said, I'm not saying this to make you empathize with me. I'm just telling you exactly what's happening, and I want you to know that it's true for Han Yen too. If you really care about her, you should help her win the battle she's going to engage in 6 years from now. I've told you that I won't let Han Yen fight for your family. That's not her destiny. Though Han Sen was surprised that Luo Haiteng might actually die in the near future, he wasn't willing to compromise on the issue of Han Yen. Luo Haiteng looked at Han Sen as if he were looking at a spoiled brat. He smiled and asked, then what are you planning to do? They want the falsified Sky Sutra, right? I'll just give it to them, said Han Sen. Luo Haiteng shook his head mildly. Even if you gave it to them, the Jade Shura wouldn't let you go easily. Do you really think they'll allow someone else to know the falsified Sky Sutra? Even if you give it to them, they'll also try to kill Han Yen. Even those who have been exposed to the falsified Sky Sutra, like your mother, might be hunted down. Then I'll kill them all, said Han Sen. Luo Haiteng stopped defending himself. Instead, he said, don't you think the term, Jade Shura sounds a bit familiar? What do you mean? Han Sen asked, confused. Luo Haiteng shook his head and continued, the Empress of the Shura race is named Jade Shura. Do you think this is only a coincidence? The Shura Empress is the Jade Shura of this generation? Han Sen looked dazed. Though he also thought it was weird that the names of these two were so similar, he hadn't expected the Shura Empress to be a descendant of the Jade Shura. The Shura had a much stronger emphasis on bloodline than humans, and Jade Shura had been a human. He procreated with the Shura race at Phi. RST, but afterward his descendants procreated with humans, so the Jade Shura only had a tiny portion of Shura genes. It was shocking to Han Sen that one of them could actually become an empress of the Shura. Luo Haiteng nodded. The empress is the descendant of Jade Shura in this generation, and she's the most powerful descendant. Though she's only practiced half the falsified Sky Sutra, I could barely win against her in the last battle, and her power is still growing. Even if, against all odds, I'm still alive in 5 years, there's a good chance that I might be defeated by her. Luo Haiteng took out a chip and a journal, giving them to Han Sr. This is the record of the battles between me and the Jade Shura, and some of the techniques I developed that go with the falsified Sky Sutra. I hope you can give them to little Yen. She must win the battle in 6 years. If she loses, not only my family will be damned, but the entire alliance will be as well. I can't imagine the power of a Jade Shura who had practiced the entire falsified Sky Sutra. Han Sen didn't take the chip or the journal. He said calmly, Han Yen is my sister, so I'll be the one who teaches her. You don't need to worry about it. I'll say it one last time, don't go disturb my sister. I'll kill anyone who does, whether that's you or the Jade Shura. Han Sen prepared to leave. Young man, you're being too stubborn. You're behaving just like Lon Air, rebellious and unwilling to listen to others' opinions, said Luo Haiteng. Have you ever thought that your recklessness might cost little Yen's life, and even your mother's? Luo Haiteng saw that Han Sen still didn't want to listen. He sighed. If I had any other options, I wouldn't have chosen you guys. Even if my family is destroyed, you guys can still live happily and peacefully, but the fact is, Lon Air has also practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. Even if the Luos are annihilated, Jade Shura won't let her go easily. You were born in the wrong family, so whether I force you or not, the Jade Shura will come for you sooner or later. Just take it, son. This is the hope of my family, and also the hope of your family. Luo Haiteng gave Han Sen the chip and the journal. Han Sen looked at Luo Haiteng. The legendary Godslayer Luo seemed like a dying old man. Though he didn't look old from the outside, he was indeed old inside. Out of nowhere, Han Sen felt pity for Luo Haiteng. He sighed. What did you do? Why do you only have 5 years left to live? You still look pretty spry to me, and you don't seem to have any internal injuries. Luo Haiteng said, my potential in the Luo family is definitely at pinnacle level, but compared to those from the Jade Shura, my falsified Sky Sutra is weak. The blood of the Shura determines much of the power of the falsified Sky Sutra, and to win over the Jade Shura, I resorted to something that no human being has ever tried before. I practiced Shura change as a mere human being. The Shura genes I and my family are almost negligible, and with that tiny remaining bloodline, I started to practice Shura change as a human being. Luckily, the benefits were beyond my imagination. My power was much greater than that of ordinary human beings after that. Luo Haitang looked kind of smug. That power combined with the falsified Sky Sutra made me invincible in the shelter, but at the same time, I lost the ability to gain power from the shelter. I can use the flesh of creatures to strengthen my own body, but I can't manipulate spirit genes like you do or gain their powers. The only thing I can use is the power of my body and power of falsified sky, but those two combined are enough for me to fight the most powerful creatures. There are only a few humans or creatures that can actually rival me. However, that kind of power has also overexploited my body. You can feel that I have much more energy than other human beings. I'm like a balloon that has been blown too big. Though it looks sturdy, it might explode at any time. I'm trying to suppress the power, but it's still surging. In 5 years, or even 3 to 4 years, I won't be able to suppress the power anymore, said Luo Haitang. Chapter 1560, An Incredible Son. Han Sen observed Luo Haitang carefully with his Dongxian aura, and he indeed found something unusual. Luo Haitang's life force was indeed powerful, but it was too much. That kind of power was like a bonfire burning hard. The greater the fire was, the more quickly the body would be burned out. Luo Haitang's life force was still terrifically strong even under his suppression, though it was getting out of his control. Han Sen now believed much more of what the man had just said. I've also included the method for practicing Shura change, but I've already changed it a little bit. It isn't as powerful as the version I practice, but thankfully, it does almost no damage to your body. Luo Haitang continued after pausing for a second. If Han Yen can improve her power to the level of the Jade Shura over the next several years, then she won't need this thing, but if she can't, then it will be better to take some damage than to lose the competition and lose lives. As he spoke, Luo Haitang tried to give the chip and the journal to Han Sen again. Han Sen didn't take it. He looked at Luo Haitang and said, I can understand your reasoning, but I still don't need this. Don't be so stubborn, son. It has to do with the lives of your mother and sister. You have to compromise sometimes, no matter who you are. Han Sen shook his head. I've told you that little Yen is from my family. I'll teach her myself, and as for the stuff, it belongs to your family. I don't need the stuff from your family. Besides, you're already dying inside. Something written by someone who's dying inside will only hurt little Yen if she reads it. Luo Haitang smiled, but he looked more solemn. He stared at Han Sen and said, It seems I should show you the true power of a falsified god. Then you'll change your mind. I'm not really a stubborn guy, but there's no bargaining on this issue. I'll never change my mind, said Han Sen firmly. Just read it first. Luo Haitang felt that he had wronged Luo Lan and Han Yen, which was why he was being very gentle when he was talking to Han Senator. Even Luo Haitang's immediate family hadn't seen him so good-tempered before. Even so, Luo Haitang wanted to teach Han Sen something, but he didn't want to do the young man harm. The more he looked at Han Sen, the more the young man seemed like Luo Lan. It was more in their attitudes than their appearances. Once they'd made up their mind, nobody could change it. Others might hit a dead end and come back, but Luo Lan wouldn't turn aside, even if she ran into a brick wall. Han Sen's attitude reminded Luo Haitang of Luo Lan, that Lan heir who he always scolded, but always kept by his side. Luo Haitang waved his hand and slapped toward Han Sen's shoulders, and that strike contained the power of falsified sky. Unlike Han Yan's falsified sky power, Luo Haitang's falsified sky power was already merged with his entire body, so it didn't seem unbalanced. It was only an ordinary slap, the way friends might slap each other on the shoulders. Han Sen suddenly looked solemn. Luo Haitang was as powerful as any super creature being in the fourth god sanctuary. To Han Sen, that simple slap seemed to bear the weight of endless karma, and that palm was destined to fall on his shoulder. Even deities wouldn't be able to change anything. All of a sudden, Han Sen ran the Dongxian Sutra as hard as it would go, and he isolated his entire body from everything around him, and he tried to cast out every molecule that didn't belong to him. Even so, Han Sen could still feel that Luo Haitang's palm might fall onto his shoulders at any second. Incredible. The force from the Dongxian Sutra easily broke the falsified sky power from Luo Li, but it's almost useless against Luo Haitang. No wonder he's called Godslayer Luo. Han Sen was amazed. The aura from his body was operating fast, breaking the threshold. All of a sudden, the entire world looked completely different to Han Sen. The maximum power of the Dongxian Sutra was called covering the sky with one hand, but it wasn't only a technique of the hand. With one step, the chain of order attached to Han Sen crumbled. Hansen took a step back from Luo Haitong's palm, which stunned the old man. His palm froze in the sky, and he couldn't say anything. Goodbye. Hansen took a bow, then he turned around and left. He had finally seen the real falsified Sky Sutra, and he finally saw the true power of Luo Haitang. When it came to strength, Luo Haitang was at the same level as Gu Qingcheng. Both of them were incredible beings, and it was difficult to tell which one was stronger. Hansen was weaker than they were, but he had also just proved that the Dongxian Sutra was stronger than the falsified Sky Su. Tra. Luo Haitang only realized what happened after Hansen left the room. He looked at the empty doorway and whispered, "Lon Air, you have an incredible son. Perhaps the fate of our family will depend on him and his generation. Someone from the Luo family has actually gotten this powerful without practicing the falsified Sky Sutra. Others might not believe me if I tell them. How will the Jade Shura react if they see him?" Suddenly, Luo Haitang smiled. "Interesting. I can't believe I'm getting to see something this amazing before I die. Unfortunately, I won't live to see the day when he is standing against the Jade Shura. What a shame." Right after Hansen left Luo Haitang's room, Luo Li joined him and asked, "What did you talk about with Godslayer Luo?" "The same old issues. Why did you even ask?" "You already know," said Hansen. "You've agreed that Han Yan can come to our family?" Luo Li was glad. "Impossible. Han Yan is a member of the Han family, not one of you," said Hansen, disturbed. "What? How shallow you are. She's from a different family, and it's more than lucky for you to be able to practice the techniques of my family. How do you think like that?" A furious voice came from behind them. Hansen followed the voice, and he saw Luo Yu, Luo Hui, and the others standing nearby. It was Luo Yu talking. "No wonder Luo Haitang prefers me and Little Yen over everyone else in the Luo family. These people are so spoiled." Hansen shook his head, and he couldn't even be bothered to care about what Luo Yu had said. He pretended that he didn't hear anything, and he turned around and kept walking. However, Luo Yen didn't plan to let Hansen go that easily. The group blocked Hansen's way. Chapter 1561. Cactus. "What do you want?" Hansen looked at Luo Yu, frowning. Luo Yu curled his lips and said, "You want to go hunt some super creatures, right? Then, to respect Luolon, I'll give you this chance." Hansen was a bit surprised. He thought that Luo Yu meant him some harm, yet the man was inviting him to hunt super creatures. The super creatures must have been the ones discovered by Jia Sherdao. Is that really necessary? Hansen looked at Luo Yu, his expression veiled. He had some idea of what Luo Yu intended. "Are you too chicken to go?" said Luo Yu, disrespectfully. "Of course I can go with you, but I'll get half the super creatures I hunt." Hansen didn't care much about what Luo Yu thought. If he could get life geno essences, he would totally go. "No problem, as long as you can bring them down," Luo Yu promised him easily. "When shall we go?" Hansen didn't want to say anything more. "Tomorrow," said Luo Yu. "Okay," answered Han Senator. He then left the courtyard and went to meet Little Silver. "Second brother, we tried so hard to find common ground with Jia Sherdao and get rid of Han Senator. Why are we bringing him now?" asked Luo Hui. Luo Yu said coldly, "I was going to kick him out before because I wanted to show him the power of our family, and I'm bringing him now to show him our power again. And I also want to show our great-grandfather that there are talents in our family. He's just not giving us a chance." "That's right. What was our great-grandfather thinking? Why is he using the Hans instead of us?" muttered Luo Hui. Luo Haitang's choice had upset many from the Luo's family. They were in no position to judge his decision, but none of them were happy about it. Now that they had finally met Hansen, they wanted to perform well in front of Luo Haitang. They wanted Luo Haitang to know that they were better than Hansen. Luo Yu didn't think he was any worse than Han. Senator Hansen might have been the first super aristocrat in the alliance, but to them, that was only a joke. With the help of Luo Haitang, the Luos had already gained super genes, but because of the rules of the Luo family, they didn't publicize it. Luo Li could only smile inside as she listened to Luo Yu rant. She knew Luo Yu and Luo Hui extremely well. They indeed had some power, but neither of them was exceptional, and with the status of Luo Haitang in Godslayer Shelter, they had been spoiled since the day they were born. Even other demigods in the alliance had to pay them so much respect that they thought they were the most powerful demigods in existence other than Luo Haitang and several other great beings. They despised ordinary demigods with all their hearts, and they overestimated themselves. The next day, Hansen took Little Silver to the square of Godslayer Shelter and found Luo Yu already standing there. Jia Sherdao was also there, and he was surprised to see Han Senator. He pretended to smile. "What a coincidence, Brother Han." "Not a coincidence. I called him, and he'll be following us this time," said Luo Yu. Jia Sherdao coughed, feeling awkward. He had no idea what Luo Yu was thinking. It had been Luo Yu who asked Jia Sherdao to kick Hansen out, yet now the man had asked Hansen to come with them. Luo Yu took Hansen to see several creatures, but he didn't say much. After all, it was not an easy job to domesticate powerful creatures. There were only a few super creatures in God's Lair shelter. Besides, even those super creatures in the shelter wouldn't let them drive them like this. It was way more difficult to enslave super creatures than to kill them. Hansen's super creatures were basically raised by him when they were only children. Mature ones like the little red horse wouldn't be as obedient as those like Little Silver, and it was difficult to manipulate them. Everyone traveled under Jia Shidao's guidance, and Luo Li also followed them. Her fighting power wasn't great, as she only had a gemstone Geno core. Luo Yu and Luo Hui weren't counting on her help, they just took her because they wanted her to be a witness. Luo Li wasn't a Luo by blood, but she was responsible for assisting Luo Haitang with mundane tasks, so she spent more time with Luo Haitang than they did. If Luo Li S.A.W. it, that meant Luo Haitang also saw it. Luo Yu and Luo Hui didn't make a single attack on their way. When they ran into groups of creatures, the demigods following them took care of the threat. Those demigods had attached themselves to the Luos, but they didn't have the blood of the Luos, so they couldn't practice the falsified Sky Sutra. After more than 4 days, they finally arrived at the dune Jia Shidao had talked about. The ground was covered in white sand, and Hansen could see some random green shadows in the distance. They were enormous, bulbous cacti. Jia Shidao pointed at those cacti and said, "Be careful, everyone. The cacti aren't plants, they're creatures. The super creatures that I talked about are the cacti at the heart of this dune." "What kind of power do these cacti have?" asked Luo Yu. Jia Shidao wasn't willing to say anything before they arrived, so Luo Yu didn't know any more than Hansen. Jia Shidao found no reason to conceal it anymore. He pointed at the cactus closest to them and said, "Those cacti aren't able to move, but they can spew their thorns out. The thorns can travel more than half a mile, so we need to be careful." "No worries." Luo Yu summoned a beast soul shield, and he walked toward one of the cacti. When they were only 1,000 feet away from the cactus, it noticed Luo Yu. All of a sudden, thorns that were inches long spewed out. There were at least 100 of them. However, those thorns weren't able to pierce through Luo Yu's shield. The shield warded off everything, while Luo Yu kept marching toward the cactus. The cactus seemed to have endless thorns. After it finished firing the first round of thorns, they immediately grew back and started to spew out again. However, none of the thorns were very strong, so the shield was able to ward them off. Luo Yu ran up to the cactus and slashed it in half. "It is a creature, but it's only a mutant creature." "Jia Shidao, are you sure there are cacti at the super level?" Luo Yu asked Jia Shidao after killing the cactus. "There are, definitely. I accidentally got in here before, and I saw a cactus made of gold, and that's at sacred blood level. There's another one that looks like a crystal pillar, and that's definitely a super creature," said Jia Shidao. "Then let's keep going." Luo Yu looked farther into the dune, then led the way with his shield. Chapter 1562, Crystal Cactus. Ordinary cacti were not a threat to Luo Yu and the others. They had the power of falsified sky, and none of the cacti could even defend themselves against them. However, Hansen also realized that Luo Yu and the others had only practiced the first half of the falsified Sky Sutra. He didn't understand why Luo Haitang hadn't even taught his direct family members the complete version of the falsified Sky Sutra. As for Luo Yu's body, it also looked strange to Han Senator. Both his strength and speed seemed to have reached super level, but his life force didn't seem as strong as T should have been. Instead, it had stayed at the sacred blood level. Hansen didn't know that Luo Haitang had obtained a life Geno essence a long time ago, but he wasn't able to absorb the life Geno essence because of his practice of Shura change. The other Luos like Luo Yu were ordinary humans, but they hadn't figured out a method of absorbing life Geno essences from the first God Sanctuary, not to mention the fourth God Sanctuary. Back then, the gene liquid that most people now use to absorb life Geno essences hadn't been invented yet. Those from the generation of Luo Yu's and Luo Hui's father studied it for a long time, and they finally came up with a special method to use life Geno essences. That method wasn't the same as the conventional method of absorbing life Geno essences. They borrowed it from a Geno solution designed for a Qi Gong, and it treated life Geno essence as a Geno solution. Though the technique didn't allow the user to merge the life Geno essence with their own flesh and blood, it did create a strange Geno solution with the origin of power of the Luos. The Luos had another kind of special power aside from the power of falsified sky. When they arrived at the fourth God Sanctuary, the Geno solution they had condensed was transformed into a self-Geno core. More importantly, that self-Geno core still had the same ability to absorb life Geno essences. When the Geno core formed, it was automatically at super level. Aside from that self-Geno core, they could also condense a second self-Geno core from the falsified Sky Sutra, which was why the Luos were so proud. Having two self-Geno cores, with one of those cores immediately rising to super level, gave the Luos the leverage to roam the Alliance. However, there was a huge downside to this method. Their bodies hadn't reached super level, so the Luos were physically weak. Their life forces hadn't reached super level, which was why they felt strange to Han Sen. A couple hundred miles into the dune, they began to find cacti made of gold. They were all sacred blood creatures, yet they were still killed by Luo Yu and Luo Hui with one strike. The power of half the falsified Sky Sutra was already extraordinary. Han Sen also killed several golden cacti with his Taya and gained a beast soul. It was a heavy mace that was made of gold, and it looked forceful. However, Han Sen didn't know how to use this kind of unpopular weapon, so he would have to trade it. The cacti were bizarre. They were grown in the sand, so they couldn't move at all, and the only attack techniques they had were thorns. Their flesh and blood weren't edible either. If Han Sen hadn't already killed some, he wouldn't even have thought they were creatures. Luo Yu and the others weren't surprised to see Han Sen slaying the sacred blood creatures. If Han Sen couldn't even do that, Luo Haitang wouldn't have valued him. Those cacti. After walking 1,000 miles into the dune, Jia Sherdao pointed an F. Round of them. Han Sen and Luo Yu and the others all followed Jia Sherdao's gaze. They saw a cactus that was 10 feet tall, made of crystal, simmering under the sun. And it wasn't the only cactus. Behind that cactus were many other crystal cacti with a variety of shapes. Everyone stopped walking and nobody dared to move forward anymore. Even Luo Yu and Luo Hui had to be careful when they faced super creatures. After all, their bodies were only as sturdy as sacred blood creatures, so they might be killed by super creatures. You want to kill a super creature, right? Now it's your chance to do so. Let's see whether you can actually do it or not, said Luo Yu, looking at Han Sen. Han Sen took a look at those cacti made of crystal. He shook his head and said, I don't even know what those cacti are capable of yet, so I'd better test them first. Although the previous cacti couldn't move at all, nobody could guarantee that these cacti wouldn't be able to move either, so Han Sen didn't want to risk it. If you're too scared to try it, then I'll do it first, said Luo Yu while summoning his Geno Core. A red crystal armor covered Luo Yu's body, and a blade appeared in his hands. That red crystal armor looked bizarre. Han Sen felt that it was made of life Geno essence, but he couldn't tell how that had been done. Luo Yu's blade looked like the Shiking blade, but it wasn't as delicate. This is so weird. The power of that crystal armor doesn't seem to be connected to the falsified Sky Sutra at all, but it gives Luo Yu terrific power. Han Sen's interest was piqued. Luo Yu lifted his shield and dashed toward the cactus closest to him. Just like the ordinary cacti, it spewed out many thorns that looked like crystal. The thorns flew toward Luo Yu like a storm. Dang! The thorns pierced Luo Yu's sacred blood shield. However, the thorns that hit his body were warded off by the crystal armor, so they didn't injure him at all. Han Sen nodded. The Luos indeed have something to be proud of. With that armor, only a few humans like Gu Qingcheng would actually be able to hurt him. Luo Yu rushed toward the crystal cactus like a heavy armored soldier. The thorns hit his armor, making a sound like rain on a tin roof, but they still failed to pierce through the armor. Luo Yu was getting closer and closer to the cactus. The blade in his hand that contained the mysterious power of falsified sky slashed toward the crystal cactus. Jia Sherdao was exhilarated, and he couldn't help yelling, Luo Yu is incredible. We can't even compare with him. Luo Hui smiled. It was right of you to cooperate with us. Big Brother's Geno Core has both attacks and defense. Killing creatures that can't move their bodies will be easy for him. Just wait here for the rewards. Luo Yu's blade hit the crystal cactus as they spoke, but in the next second, Luo Yu's face fell. The Geno Core blade that contained the power of falsified sky slashed the crystal cactus, but it couldn't injure the crystal cactus in the slightest. The Geno Core blade was a Geno Core condensed from the falsified Sky Sutra, so it couldn't grow immediately to super level like the first self Geno Core. It was still a gemstone core. The body of the crystal cactus was too solid. Even if it had the power of falsified sky, the sword couldn't break the body of the crystal cactus at all. Chapter 1563, Blade and Baton. Luo Yu was trying to resist the attacks of the crystal thorns, and he kept slashing the crystal cactus with his blade. He struck the crystal cactus easily every time. He had already covered the entire surface of the cactus in blows, yet he left nothing more than white scratch marks on its surface. Han Sen shook his head. The best aspect of falsified sky power is that it hits its target every time, and it can even bypass the defenses and deal damage inside the body. In this case, however, Luo Yu doesn't have enough power to damage the body of the crystal cactus. Even though he can hit it, he won't be able to break it. Luo Hui and Jia Sherdao were terrified to see that Luo Yu couldn't break the cactus. Luo Yu fought the crystal cactus, yet he couldn't do any harm to the crystal cactus, while the crystal cactus couldn't hurt him either. Luo Yu fought for a while, then he suddenly retreated, leaving the attack range of the crystal cactus. Its body is too sturdy. Luo Hui, you're our only chance now, said Luo Yu, looking at Luo Hui. Perhaps my Geno Core Truth Spear can hurt it, but I don't have a Geno Core armor, so I can't approach him, said Luo Hui. Unlike Luo Yu, Luo Hui's first self-Geno core was a spear, and it was an incredibly destructive, super-level core. Don't worry. I'll ward off the crystal thorns for you, and you can kill it, said Luo Yu. Okay. Luo Hui nodded. They rushed forward, and Luo Yu defended them against the thorns while Luo Hui moved toward the nearest crystal cactus. Luo Hui immediately summoned a shining spear that was made from golden crystal. It pierced the crystal cactus, and half the tip went in. We can definitely kill it easily. Luo Yu was exhilarated. He and Luo Hui moved among the crystal cactuses, leaving more and more injuries upon them. Jia Sherdao and the others were also overjoyed. Lu Che said, that crystal cactus is impressive. It's fortunate that we have both Luo Yu and Luo Hui. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance of killing them. Jia Sherdao also nodded and said excitedly, we can finally get a life Geno essence, so this trip won't have been in vain. After almost 3 hours, Luo Hui finally broke the crystal cactus with his truth spear, and they watched the crystal cactus dissipate. However, no life Geno essence was left behind. Luo Yu and Luo Hui had used too much energy, so they had to retreat. What's happening? Where's the life Geno essence? Asked Jia Sherdao, confused. Luo Hui frowned. It's so strange. Though we killed that crystal cactus, we didn't hear any notification of it being killed. No notification at all? How is that possible? Jia Sherdao couldn't believe it. Something strange about that crystal cactus, said Luo Yu. If it's actually a super creature, it should have left behind a life Geno essence. Jia Sherdao thought it made sense. Though he rose to the 4th god sanctuary before killing super creatures became common in the previous sanctuaries, the life Geno essence wasn't a secret anymore, and he knew that ordinary super creatures all had a life Geno essence. This cactus didn't have one though, so something was definitely wrong with it. We've lost too much energy. Let's rest for a while, and then we can kill another crystal cactus and see, Luo Yu said, then looked at Han Sr. You've already seen the crystal cactuses and their powers. Don't you want to go and kill one? Okay. Hansen didn't decline this time. Hansen had watched carefully as Luo Yu and Luo Hui fought. These crystal cactuses weren't much different from the ordinary cactuses, aside from stronger thorn-spewing power and sturdier bodies. Luo Yu and the others saw Hansen going, and they couldn't help frowning. They didn't know what Hansen had that would allow him to defend himself against the cactus and kill it at the same time. Jia Sherdao looked at Hansen, surprised. He was surprised that Hansen dared to go attack it after seeing the impressive abilities of the crystal cactuses. Luoli wasn't surprised at all. She watched Hansen, curious about how powerful he had become. Hansen left Little Silver behind, and he walked toward a pillar-like cactus 12 feet tall. The cactus was triggered and began to fire crystal thorns toward him. They were extremely fast, and they didn't give him a chance to dodge. Hansen didn't intend to dodge them. Instead, he summoned his overbearing shield, which was exactly the right size to protect him against the thorns, and then he kept walking with the shield in his hand. The thorns hit the shield with a rattling noise. Luo Yu and Jia Sherdao opened their eyes wide when they saw the crystal thorns failing to pierce through Hansen's shield. However, what happened next shocked them to their very core. Not only was the shield unharmed, but the thorns bounced off the shield so hard that they buried themselves back in the cactus. Though they didn't do much harm, it was still quite unbelievable. What kind of beast soul is that? It's deflecting all the attacks from the super creature, said Luo Hui, surprised. It's only a beast soul. It doesn't mean anything. That's only his tool, not the power he actually has, said Luo Yu coldly. Hansen continued walking toward the crystal cactus. He summoned his split-blade Geno core and slashed the cactus like he was cutting a water vat. The cactus that took Luo Hui more than 2 hours to break was slashed in half by Hansen with only one strike, and he didn't even need to strike it a second time. How is that possible? Luo Yu couldn't stay calm anymore. He stared incredulously as the crystal cactus faded away and Hansen stood in front of it. Jia Sherdao and the others were completely bewildered. They had thought that Luo Yu and Luo Hui were very powerful, yet those two couldn't even compare with Hansen. It had taken Luo Yu and Luo Hui hours to kill one crystal cactus, yet Hansen killed one with a single strike. The gap between them was so huge that they weren't even in the same league. Luo Li was shocked as well. She knew that Hansen was strong, yet this was beyond what even she had guessed. There isn't any notification after you kill one. Are these crystal cactuses really creatures? Hansen frowned. Just as Luo Hui had said, no notification sounded as the cactus disappeared. Just as Hansen was looking around in confusion, the crystal cactuses all started to move. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the crystal cactuses had surrounded them, much to everyone's horror. Chapter 1564, Ostentation. Jia Sherdao and the others looked completely horrified as the crystal cacti surrounded them like a forest. Luo Yu and Luo Hui also looked frightened. Luo Yu had the armor, so he wasn't afraid of the thorns of the crystal cacti. However, Luo Hui didn't have any armor to protect him. If those crystal cacti attacked him from all directions at the same time, there was no way he would survive it. Luo Yu wouldn't be much better off. Though he had armor to protect him, those crystal cacti had already surrounded him like a cage. No matter how strong his armor was, he would still die if he couldn't break free. Just as everyone was starting to panic, the crystal cacti separated and made a path in the direction of a mountain valley. Two creatures that looked identical were walking down either side of the path. The two creatures looked like jade, and their shapes looked like the legendary white beasts. Luoli was shocked when she saw two mutant creatures coming out. She shouted, "Those are super creatures called white beasts." I saw one once when I was following Luo Haidang. However, he said that white beasts are extremely rare creatures, and it's difficult for them to procreate. He thought there might have been only one white beast in the entire Fourth God Sanctuary. He wanted to domesticate the white beast that we saw, but it managed to escape. It's extremely powerful. Now two white beasts just showed up at the same time. What is this place? Both Luo Yu and Luo Hui looked sick after hearing what Luo Li said. A terrifying cactus forest and two super creatures that even their patriarch praised. They had even less chance of surviving now. The two white beasts walked down the path. They stepped aside without attacking Hansen or the others. After the white beast stepped aside, the group saw another creature walking behind the white beasts. That creature was a black bull with goat horns, and there was white mist surrounding its hoofs as if it were stepping on the clouds. Sky Cloud Sacred Beast. Luo Li was horrified. Though Luo Li didn't say anything about the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, the name itself had already made Luo Yu and Luo Hui desperate. Jia Sherdao didn't know what a Sky Cloud Sacred Beast was, but he could tell from Luo Yu and Luo Hui that it was even more terrifying than a white beast. The Sky Cloud Beast kept walking toward them. Though it didn't let out its power, it made Luo Yu feel an indefinable sense of pressure. Sweat covered his palms. If it weren't for the crystal cacti blocking their way, they would have run far away instead of standing there staring at the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast. Luo Yu and Luo Hui had both heard of Sky Cloud Sacred Beasts before. They were berserk super creatures, and they were some of the most powerful creatures in the Fourth God Sanctuary. No matter how arrogant and proud Luo Yu and Luo Hui were, they wouldn't be naive enough to think that they could actually rival a berserk super creature. They were already sinking into hopelessness as the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast walked toward them. They didn't see any chance that they would survive. The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast walked into the encirclement. It didn't even glance at Luo Yu and the others. Instead, it stepped directly toward Hansen. "Are you Sky Sword Hansen?" The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast stared at Hansen with its eyes that looked like brass bells. "I'm Hansen, but I won't call myself Sky Sword. Who are you?" Hansen was a little dazed. He had already prepared to have a huge battle. He'd been planning to use the technique he learned in God's Ruin and summon his Destiny's Tower to smash his way out. He hadn't expected the terrifying creature to call out his name. Luo Hui and Luo Yu looked between the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast and Hansen, confused, as they didn't know what was happening. Clearly, Hansen didn't know what a Sky Cloud Sacred Beast was, yet it had called Hansen's name, so apparently, it was coming for him. "It is indeed Sky Sword, Your Highness. My young master wants to meet you, so please come to the shelter and greet him." The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast nodded at the white beast beside it. One of the white beasts moved to lay down in front of Hansen, and it seemed that it wanted Hansen to ride it. Luo Yu and the others were all bewildered. Even if Luo Haidang came here by himself, he wouldn't have had such a welcoming. After all, Luo Haidang was so ferocious that many creatures and spirits hated him. If the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast met him, there might have been a huge battle instead of a warm welcoming like this. Besides, the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast had said it had a master. This being was terrifying enough to control a Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, and he had just invited Hansen to his shelter with such an ostentatious presentation. They couldn't even imagine what was going on. "Sorry, may I ask who your young master is?" Hansen couldn't think of anyone he knew who could afford something so GRA. "You'll know when you meet him." Sky Cloud Sacred Beast didn't answer the question directly. Hansen saw that the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast didn't mean anything hostile, and besides, he didn't really have a choice. Instead of asking more questions, he just sat down on the white beast. The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast turned around and began walking deep into the dune while the white beast carrying Hansen followed it. Little Silver was lying on Hansen's head. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast in front of him. Bauer was riding the small icy horse behind Hansen, and Little Star quickly followed as well. "What should we do?" Luo Hui asked anxiously. They were still encircled by the crystal cacti and couldn't get out. "He's the son of Sister Lan. He'll be merciful." Luo Li then followed Hansen, looking at him riding the white beast with a complicated expression. Luo Yu clenched his teeth and asked Luo Hui and the others to follow him. Jia Sherdao didn't have any other choice. He was nervous, but the whole thing also seemed a little unbelievable. He didn't know what was happening or what he was getting himself into. Under the guidance of the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, Everyone arrived at the deepest area of the dune. They saw a shelter that looked like a bronze mountain, and it was spectacular. There was a spirit waiting in front of the shelter. When Luo Yu and the others saw the spirit, they looked more upset. Luo Haidang was well known in the shelter. He was respected, but he had made lots of enemies as well. Usually, Luo Haitang's enemies were all horrifying beings. Luo Yu and Luo Hui recognized the spirit when they saw him standing in front of the bronze mountain shelter. That spirit was a descendant of one of Luo Haitang's enemies, and it had a great reputation in the sanctuary. If that spirit knew that they were descendants of Luo Haitang, they might be doomed. Chapter 1565, Skysword is my teacher. Luo Yu and Luo Hui's faces were a little pale. While they were still fidgeting nervously, the spirit appeared. Skysword teacher, you are finally here. I waited for you for the longest time. The spirit walked in front of Han Sen and bowed seriously. He spoke with much excitement. Luo Yu, Luo Hui, and Luo Li were frozen. Jia Sherdao had no idea who the spirit was. Luo Yu knew about the spirit, and he watched as the spirit bowed towards Han Senator. It was an unimaginable thing, and they initially believed themselves to be dreaming. The son of Furnace Emperor was Sumi, and he and his mother were second-gen emperors. He had bowed to a human, and they never thought something like that would ever occur. After all, since when had humanity achieved such a reputation? And since when had they earned the right to such respect? Even Luo Haitang, despite becoming so famous, had never earned the respect and privilege Han Sen was getting. But now they saw Sumi bow to Han Sen and welcome him into the shelter. The level of prestige and respect he had earned was no joke. Han Sen had promised Sumi he'd teach him a sword skill, but he never expected to meet the spirit here. With much surprise, Han Sen said, "Furnace Shelter is here?" Sumi smiled. "Teacher, Furnace Shelter has the ability to teleport. We moved here recently, but we didn't expect to meet you. This is most fortuitous." After entering Furnace Shelter, Sumi brought Han Sen to a hall. Luo Yu and the others saw Bauer and Little Star following, and they started to follow as well. They, however, were stopped. "Wait here. If it wasn't for Mr. Skysword, you humans from Godslayer Shelter would have all been killed." The white beasts hummed. They were guarding the left and right sides of the entrance to the hall. Luo Yu did not know where they could go. They did not want to walk around in Furnace Shelter, so they just waited outside. They were quite nervous, but they were still glad Han Sen was there. Otherwise, they might have been killed. Of course, if Sumi knew about the grudge between Luo Haitang and Furnace Emperor, they'd still be on the chopping block. What did he do? Why do spirits like Sumi obey him? Not even Big Luo receives treatment like that. Luo Li looked towards the hall with a complicated expression. The way inside had been closed now, though, so she couldn't see what Han Sen was doing there. "Sumi, is this the teacher you requested?" Inside the hall, Furnace Emperor, who looked like a god, looked at Han Sen and frowned. Sumi had made it sound important when he requested that Skycloud Beast bring back Han Senator. Furnace Emperor thought Sumi was going to get a very powerful teacher. He did not expect it to be only a human, one who was not even super at that. "What can you teach my son?" Furnace Emperor was not happy with Sumi's decision, but he wasn't so brash as to throw Han Sen out right then and there. "Sumi wants to learn a sword skill from me, so it is a sword skill I will teach him," Han Sen answered. Sumi quickly stepped in to say, "Father, teacher's sword skills are strong, and even Six Paths said his talent is as high as the sky. That is why he is called Skysword." Furnace Emperor heard that and was actually convinced. To earn the compliments of Six Paths, Han Sen had to have been powerful indeed. But Furnace Emperor could not tell what was so special about Han Sen, so he said, "If you have earned the name Skysword, and earned the appreciation of Six Paths Emperor, your sword skills must indeed be good. My garden has a sword mark. It was delivered by Holy Sword Emperor during his ascension to the 5th Sanctuary. You can take a look at it. Perhaps you may learn something." The Holy Sword Emperor he mentioned was an emperor who was good with the sword. He was powerful in the 4th God Sanctuary, around 500,000 years ago. His most impressive talent was his proficiency with the sword. When he leveled up, he broke the dimension with his blade. The aftershock crashed against a mountain, leaving a cleft across the landscape that never faded away. The mountain belonged to Furnace Emperor, and he had it moved to the garden so it would be close to Sumi. It was easier for Sumi to learn the sword skills from it, by having it there. Holy Sword Emperor sword skills were special. Many sword elites had made the pilgrimage to visit that scar, but more often than not, they did not learn anything. Some were very seduced by it, though, and some even came close to losing their sword heart. Furnace Emperor wished to let Han Sen take a look so he could test the fortitude of the human's mind. If the scar did claim Han Sen's heart and he was seduced by the sword mind, no matter how good people said he wouldn't be a good enough teacher for Sumi. Sumi knew this was Furnace Emperor's game, but he didn't think Han Sen would end up getting seduced by the sword mind. So, he said, "Teacher, let me take you to the sword mark." Han Sen and Furnace Emperor did not have much to talk about. Talking to the spirit who was sitting loftily on his throne was boring. So, he was happy to leave with Sumi. Hansen brought Bauer along with him to the garden, and while it was called a garden, it was huge. The 1,000-meter-high mountain only took up a fifth of the space there. Hansen looked at the mountain. There was a sword mark there that had almost cut the mountain in two. Sumi explained, Holy Sword Emperor broke the vacuum with his sword and created a way that led him to the fifth sanctuary. The sword waves landed on this mountain and left a sword mine behind. Many sword elites have come to face this but left with nothing. I come here to try and learn from the mark, but not even I can learn a thing. If it was left behind by a sword emperor, you should have been able to learn something, Hansen said, with confusion. Standing at the door, Hansen felt an insanely scary presence stemming from the sword mark. The sword mind was strong. Just being near it should have allowed for some sort of learning. Just like people said, if you read 300 poems and still cannot write your own, you will at least be able to read. You cannot walk away with absolutely nothing. Teacher, you don't understand. Holy Sword Emperor Sword Mind is special. Many Emperor-class elites visit here, and none of them learn anything. Many of them get seduced and almost lose themselves completely, Sumi explained as he brought Hansen through the garden. In the spirit hall, Furnace Emperor and a female spirit watched through an old mirror as Hansen entered the garden. If that human does not get seduced by the sword mark, will you really let Sumi become his student? The female spirit frowned while watching the video feed. If he does not get seduced by the sword mind, and with what Six Paths Emperor has said about him, I can only presume he is qualified, Furnace Emperor said. The female spirit shook her head. My son's tea. Ichir should be the strongest swordsman in the world. Being qualified is not enough for me. Chapter 1566, Holy Sword Mind. Hansen entered the garden and felt the sword mind's influence emerge from the cleft. The sword mind was strange. Most swordsmen would give people a sharp feeling or a strong sensation of intimidation. But this sword mind in particular was different. It toiled back and forth like waves, endlessly. It didn't feel intimidating, per se, but it was hard and tough. It felt as if the sword mind was not strong at first, and everyone had the chance to battle it through their own sheer will. It wasn't a task only reserved for the capabilities of super beings, though. Those who were gemstones confront it just as well. There were no disadvantages to having a weaker body. But the sword mind, despite not feeling very strong, would perplex most swordsmen and leave them unsure of how to proceed. Not even super elites had managed to tame it, and they were often negatively affected by it. When people first see it, they aren't sure if this really is Holy Sword Emperor sword mark. They have to spend a while getting a feel for it before they acknowledge how frightening it can be. This sword mind is like an endless river. The pressure it exudes builds up over time, and the more pressure that builds up, the stronger it becomes. Gemstones class creatures can watch it for a few days and without being affected. Super elites can hardly even make it 10. They are affected after some time, and they might even suffer injuries. In some cases, their faith can be broken and their own sword mind damaged, Sumi said. Hansen nodded. He had sword skills, and although it wasn't the best, he had a sword mind of his own. Especially after seeing Six Paths Heartsword. Ever since, his sword skills had developed to become something special. If he was affected by Holy Sword Emperor sword mind, it would be a great loss. Sumi went on to say, don't try to use your own sword mind against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. His sword mind is like water. If you use your sword mind against it, it'll be like trying to go against the stream. The more strength you use, the more pressure will be put against you. If you don't go against it, you could at least last a few days. If you willingly go against it, I'm afraid you wouldn't last a day. In only a few hours, your sword mind might be irreparably damaged. It looks tame, but it is actually overbearing, Hansen said. Well, it did come from an emperor of the sword generation, Sumi said. Hansen felt the sword mind's rush and likened it to a lapsing tide. He thought to himself, I have practiced Heartsword. My sword skills are tough. I can challenge the water, never giving up. Going against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind is a perfect opportunity to make my Heartsword stronger. Hansen knew that Furnace Emperor had asked him to go there to see the mark as a form of test. Hansen didn't really want to teach so it didn't matter that he had to take this detour. He wasn't in a particular rush to give Furnace Emperor an impressive demonstration. Hansen used his sword mind, and then the mark sword mind that was previously tame suddenly began to swell. The stronger Hansen pushed his sword mind, the more pressure the other sword mind brought down on him. It was just as Sumi had explained. Sumi saw Hansen use his sword mind against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, and he became very excited as he watched them fight. His sword mind looks like Heartsword. There is definitely a bit of difference between his and Six Paths variants, however. Furnace Emperor watched Hansen use his sword mind. He could see it all. Furnace Emperor had fought Six Paths once. He lost, but the experience made him very familiar with Six Paths' sword skills. Sumi's mother, Fire Empress, frowned. Sumi told him what he knows about Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, and still he uses his own sword mind to go against it. He is brave, but he is too arrogant. He is not suitable to be Sumi's teacher. Furnace Emperor shook his head. Don't be so sure. Although Six Paths Emperor is not as good as Holy Sword Emperor, they're not too far apart. He self-destructed and became an emperor again, starting from scratch. Restarting like that means he might not be any worse than Holy Sword Emperor now. If Hansen really practiced Heart Sword, even if he only managed to nail 70% of it, he will definitely be able to resist the power of the sword mind without bringing damage to himself. If he only knows 70%, then why not just ask Six Paths to become his teacher instead? Fire Empress said. It's not that easy to hire Six Paths. If he didn't take Sumi seriously, then paying him would be pointless. Furnace shook his head. Sumi has our great genes. The talents he has must surely be better than those of Six Paths. If Sumi is not good enough to be his student, I don't think anyone in the Fourth God Sanctuary would be good enough for him. Fire Empress opened her eyes wide. She was like any mother, though, thinking her son was the best. The pressure building upon Hansen was becoming a lot. When he used his sword mind, the sword mark that was previously calm suddenly started to rage. Hansen felt as if he had been thrust into a rapid river. The other sword mind was grinding against his sword skills, and he felt as if he'd be flattened any second. A sword mind wasn't all about pure power. The sword mind concerned itself with the sensation of the sword. It was something you could only feel and not describe. You could not touch it, either, as it was not solid. But if your sword mind was damaged, things could turn out worse than if you endured a physical injury. When physical damage was inflicted upon you, you could consult a doctor and use their medicine to heal. But if it was your heart that was injured, nothing could remedy it. You would have to use your own will to fix it. Hansen felt as if his sword mind was like steel, but it was getting ground down. His will was being used up quickly. If he had been a person with a weak will, he'd have gone crazy already. Even a swordsman with a strong will wouldn't have lasted this long under this sort of opposition. But Hansen was different. His heart sword gave him a strong sword mind, and his will was reinforced by the crystallizers. That scary sword mind could not break his will. No matter how much the sword mind tried to break his will, Hansen was unmoved. Instead, he allowed his will to get stronger. Time passed, and so far an hour had gone by. No wonder he is the teacher. He has battled with Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind for an hour, all without moving. He is better than those super swordsmen, Sumi complimented him. He is good, Furnace Emperor said. Fire Empress coldly said, it's only been 1 hour. If he can last 12, and his sword mind is still fine, then he can be Sumi's teacher. Chapter 1567, Swordmark. 12 hours? I doubt he'd be human if he managed that. Out of all the super swordsmen that have tried, only one has ever managed to last 12 hours. And that person isn't much weaker than Six Paths. Do you really think Hansen stands a chance? Furnace Emperor wore a wry smile. But we need someone that accomplished. Otherwise, how can we be happy with our selection of Sumi's teacher? Fire Empress said with certainty. Furnace Emperor merely shook his head and did not speak. Powerful elites such as that wouldn't teach others, he believed. He thought Hansen was fine, as he had the strength and had learned Six Paths Heart Sword. He would be a fine choice for Sumi's teacher. But Furnace Emperor wouldn't do anything Fire Empress did not approve of, so the decision was ultimately up to her. Hansen was unmoving while he battled Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. The sword mind was like a grinding wheel, but it couldn't diminish Hansen's mind. Instead, it felt more like a smithy's grindstone. The hard edges swept by Hansen, making him sharper as time went on. If Hansen's sword mind was comparable to steel, the grinding process was making it sparkle like a well-cut jewel. Time passed, and after 6 hours, seeing he was doing fine, Sumi looked ecstatically happy. Furnace Emperor had to give another compliment, and he said, this kid is not bad. Sumi's got taste. With such a strong will and sword skills, Sumi is bound to learn a thing or two by accepting this guy as his teacher. Fire Empress, seeing Hansen performing without trouble or anything, found herself half convinced, actually. But she still showed refrain and said, we've only reached the halfway point. It's still too early for us to say anything. Another 2 hours passed. Furnace Emperor was very convinced by this point, and he said, this kid still hasn't moved at all. His will is stern. Finding another person like this would be difficult. Fire Empress was more convinced as well, but she quietly said, there are still 4 hours to go. Let's see if he can make it first. Another 2 hours passed and Hansen hadn't moved at all, just like he hadn't the past 10 hours. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress were in shock. Even now, Hansen wasn't showing signs of moving. It almost looked as if he wasn't affected by the sword mind. They now thought Hansen could safely make it to the 12-hour mark. My son has a good eye. Finding a teacher like this will be of a great boon and benefit for him. Every time Furnace Emperor spoke about Hansen, his tone was different. He had passed from simple observation to agreement, and now he was full of admiration. He had changed his views a lot. Fire Empress didn't look so arrogant now either. She watched the stream in shock and she said, "This human is indeed different. He is qualified to be Sumi's teacher." The two emperors thought Hansen could easily make it to 12 hours, and their opinions of him began to become the same. More time elapsed, and after 12 hours passed, Sumi couldn't help but blurt out compliments. "Teacher, you're super special. Across all these years, only one person has ever made it 12 hours against the sword mind. You are the second one to achieve this." Hansen didn't hear what he said, though. His focus rested solely on the sword mind. The sword mind was grinding against his will, and all that time, Hansen's own sword mind had been growing stronger. But after a while, Hansen started to believe there was something wrong with the sword mind. He couldn't grind his own sword mind anymore, and Hansen walked towards the sword mark without realizing it. He wanted to get closer to it so he could get a stronger feel for it. What is he doing? Fire Empress watched Hansen approach the mark. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind always appeared tame, but things were vastly different when Hansen got nearer. Holy Sword Emperor had swung his sword and left the mountain with his sword mind. And it had lasted ever since his departure. This sword mind was extreme. The closer to the sword mark you got, the more intensely you could feel Holy Sword Emperor's will. It was the faith he had used to break the dimension. It was an everlasting sword mind. Back then, many elites came to watch Holy Sword Emperor ascend. Many of them wished to claim the mountain for themselves afterwards, but in the end, it was Furnace Emperor who owned it. And that was because normal folk wouldn't dare touch the mountain, and they could not move it as he could. Inside the sword mind, it did not matter whether or not you were an emperor that focused purely on sword skills. If you simply touched the sword mark, you would be attacked by the will required for breaking through the vacuum. Your will would be heavily damaged. The reason the elites weren't able to take the sword-marked mountain was because only Furnace Emperor met the teleportation requirement via Furnace Shelter. He teleported Furnace Shelter around He base of the mountain. Then, he was able to take it away with him. Now Hansen had been grinding against the sword mind for 12 hours, his own will had proven far too effective. It had not broken, and so he dared to venture closer to the sword mark. This was way too shocking for Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress. This young man's will is strong. It's like the best elite in existence. Furnace Emperor spoke with a look of seriousness. Fire Empress didn't say anything, but the way she looked at Hansen said it all. There was no more disdain, just surprise. Hansen approached the sword mark and felt the sword mind become stronger. His sword mind got even sharper, and his will became stronger. He was 100 meters away from the sword mark when he slowed down. But every step was so sure, there was no hesitation accompanying a single one. Hansen's entire body looked as if it had become a sharp sword. It was as if he was breaking the water as he advanced towards the cleft. Finally, Hansen stepped onto the mountain and touched the mark. The endless sword mind came at Hansen like the ceaseless discharge of an infinite river. It was like putting Hansen's sword mind into a river of time to remain washed forevermore. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress faces changed. They did not expect Hansen to approach the mountain and use his hand to physically touch the sword mark. That mark had been left behind by an elite that was halfway through the process of becoming a god. He was ascending to the 5th sanctuary when this happened, and even an emperor's will would be damaged if they touched it. Hansen's will was strong, but there was a chance even he would be damaged by touching it. If he did it poorly, his will would be broken and never return. Oh no! Furnace Emperor's stomach fell. He was very satisfied with Hansen's skill, and it'd be a shame if the human was destroyed right there. It wasn't easy for Sumi to find such an accomplished teacher. Fire Empress sighed. She agreed Hansen had enough power, but she never thought he'd be reckless enough to go and touch the mark. That was sure to hurt. Fire Empress merely hoped he wouldn't be damaged too badly to teach Sumi. Chapter 1568, Broken Sword Mind. The endless sword mind kept rushing against Hansen's will, and even Hansen found it difficult to withstand. He felt as if he was falling into an abyss where hope and life forces were gone forever. If others were in his shoes, their wills would have broken. They would have given up. But Hansen did not know what giving up meant. Beneath that pressure, his mind was still as hard as brushed steel, and he clung to the small amount of faith he had. At a time like this, success was not achieved through strength. It wasn't about talent either. It was all determined by a person's personality and the prior experiences that had shaped them. If their personalities were weak, it did not matter how refined their skills were, their will would crumble. This was even true for super elites. Even with a mind that was really strong, it was difficult to survive this sort of force. Hansen was a person with a mighty will, and he had adopted the stubborn personality that defined his parents. But even so, beneath the pressure of the sword mind, his grip and will were starting to lessen. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress saw Hansen's expression change, and they broke out in a cold sweat. They knew this was bad news. Hansen might not be able to withstand the constant force much longer, and his sword mind and will could soon buckle and break. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress teleported to the garden. They planned to pull Hansen out of the sword mark. But before they could try, Han Sen's sword mind surged like an erupting volcano. The force charged out from Han Sen's sword mind to suppress the sword mind of the very mountain itself. How is this possible? Fire Empress and Furnace Emperor were frozen in shock. They could not believe what their eyes were witnessing. A human that did not even look superclass had a sword mind capable of suppressing Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. They felt as if the world was changing right below their feet. They froze in place, unsure of exactly what they were doing. Sumi was very excited at this point, and he said, "Teacher's sword mind is so powerful. I don't think I could find anyone with a stronger sword mind than his. Not even Six Paths Emperor could keep up with this performance." Hansen felt terrible, though. When his sword mind almost broke, the sleeping black crystal armor suddenly unleashed an additional portion of will directly into his sword mind to bolster it. It was then that Han Sen's sword mind erupted like mad, without any control. It allowed him to brush away Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. He was even able to suppress the sword mind of the entire mountain. But the will that came from the black crystal armor was too strong, and when it entered Han Sen's sword mind, he was almost unable to accept it all. Fortunately, Han Sen had a strong personality and will. He made the best decision he could in the short amount of time he had to decide. He used his sword mind to reinforce that will. Although it was hard, primarily due to the fact that Han Sen's sword mind was weak and the boosting will was strong, Han Sen's own will was strong, too. The boosting will was going to accept him, so it was able to assimilate with Han Sen's sword mind and allow a seamless increase in strength. When that additional will refined itself inside Han Sen's sword mind, it became stronger. Beneath the powerful impact of the sword mind, the mountain was sundered. It was cut in half and flung wide open. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind was fading, and all that remained was Han Sen's. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress felt their mouths drop, but they didn't say anything, they just froze as if they had become petrified. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind had been broken by Han's senator. It was difficult to believe. Luo Yu, Luo Hui, Luo Li, and Jia Sherdao had been waiting in the plaza for 2 days. But Han Sen had yet to return. Luo Hui complained, "Han Sen is too arrogant. We are his elders, so why would he just leave us here? This is not Godslayer shelter, and it's not his territory either. He can't control anything here." "Just wait a little longer," Luo Li said. "Yeah, we're lucky we're still breathing. Just wait a while," Jia Sherdao said. Luo Yi started to say something, but before he could, the gates swung open. The 2 white beasts stepped to either side as someone came out. Is he finally coming out? The group of them had a look. It was indeed Han Sen who came striding out. Luo Li wanted to shout Han Sen's name, but she closed her mouth when she saw the people around him. Luo Yu and Luo Hui's faces changed. The people who walked out alongside Han Sen were Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress. They stood beside him, with Sumi trailing them from behind. "Teacher Han, please teach Sumi well. Hit him if you need to. Treat and think of him as you would your own child," Fire Empress said. "Yes, Teacher Han. Let us know if there is anything you need. We will try to accommodate your needs in whatever way we can." Furnace Emperor spoke with earnest passion. Luo Li, Luo Yu, and Luo Hui were frozen in shock. They couldn't believe what their eyes were telling them. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress were top-tier spirits of the 4th God Sanctuary, and yet, they were being friendly and very respectful to Han Sen. It was hard to imagine how a human could get the likes of Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress to treat them that way. Not even Luo Haitang could accomplish that. "Don't worry, I will teach him. But how much he learns depends on his talent and his effort," Han Sen said. "You are right, Teacher Han. If Sumi can only learn a small bit from you, you can consider us satisfied," Furnace Emperor said. Fire Empress said, "It is up to Sumi how much he can learn from you. Even if he only learns a small amount from you, it is good enough for him." Jia Sherdao and the others were all frozen. The 2 powerful spirits didn't sound like emperors at all. Not as the humans had imagined. They looked like proper parents that were simply trying to snipe a good teacher for their kid. Is he really that strong? Luo Li was confused. She knew Han Sen was strong, but she found it hard to believe he was that strong. Even emperors were talking to him nicely. She hoped her own child might one day be able to study underneath his wing. Luo Hui and Luo Yu's brains were just empty. They could muster no reaction. When they walked out of Furnace Shelter with Han Sen, they still felt as if they were in a dream and none of it was real. Chapter 1569, Luo Family's Gift. Sumi followed Han Sen out of Furnace Shelter. He was going to travel with him as a student. Han Sen wasn't very good at teaching, but even if he only took the time to teach Sumi some skills of the Alliance, it would be enough. Compared to human education, what spirits received was pretty much rubbish. Spirits could live forever, so they could learn what they wanted whenever they wanted. There was no need for efficiency and proper timetabling. Humans weren't like that, of course. In ancient times, it was said that it was rare for humans to see the age of 70. That was considered a very old age, but a human's learning capabilities declined after the age of 30 anyway. Therefore, a core principle for humanity was the need for studying effectively and in a timely manner. Humans always tried to find the best ways to learn and absorb knowledge in the shortest amount of time. There were many different ways to study, but all of them were highly organized. This had been very important in ancient times. It didn't matter whether someone went to a public school or went to a private martial hall, the education they received had been refined for millennia. It was far better than anything spirits ever received. Hansen did not think it would be difficult to teach Sumi. He asked the AI to formulate a plan and course of education for Sumi, too. There were humans in Furnace Shelter, but no one really ever listened to them. Sumi certainly wouldn't, especially since he was Emperor class. He had never taken the time to learn how humans studied. What Hansen presented him with was all new. It fascinated him, and he put a lot of effort into studying as hard as he could. Luo Li, Luo Yu, and Luo Hui looked weirded out. They thought Hansen's teaching method was so dull and average. They expected him to teach Sumi something grand and powerful. After seeing this, they wondered why Sumi would have such great respect for him. They could not understand why Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress had treated Hansen so well, either. But still, they kept their thoughts to themselves. They were a bit scared of Hansen, and they did not want to criticize him. Hansen, why don't you come to Godslayer Shelter with us? After they left the Valley of Sand, Luo Li invited Hansen to come back with them. I'm going back to my own shelter. Take care. Hansen was not a fan of the Luo family, and so he didn't want to stick with them very long. He brought the Silver Fox, Sumi, and the rest to leave with him. Jia Sherdao knew the Luo family's relationship with Hansen was strained. He didn't say anything regarding that, but he did think to himself, it's difficult to discern the intricacies of genes. I'm afraid the Luo family will fall, and when it does, the Han family will rise to supersede them. Maybe Hansen will one day become better than Luo Haiteng himself. It looks like the Iron Fist Martial Hall will need to morph to accommodate the coming change. Hansen brought Sumi with him to his shelter. His new guest was a second-gen super spirit, so no creatures or spirits gave them any trouble on the return trip. Hansen did not go back to God's Ruin. And Sumi told them the place was shut down now anyway. It would be many decades before it reopened. Little Lion King had gone back to Lion Mountain, so there was no point going back there, either. What are those crystal cacti in the Valley of Sand? Hansen asked Sumi. Sumi smiled and said, it is a super creature. It isn't a normal one, though, and it is actually called Cactus Needle. My parents spent a lot of time trying to claim it, so it could stand guard and protect the shelter. The crystal cactus branch you broke in the beginning was just an illusion. It didn't affect the real creature. Unless you find its real body and kill it, it can just keep on summoning illusions like that. The illusions are all strong, just like super creatures, too. It makes for a powerful ally. That is a very powerful super creature, indeed. It doesn't sound any weaker than a berserk super creature, actually, Hansen complimented it. Yeah. If it wasn't, I don't think my parents would have exerted as much effort as they did when they claimed it. Sumi spoke of this proudly. They returned to Shadow Shelter before long, and Hansen settled Sumi down there. Hansen then called on Cheap Sheep and Green Cow to give him a sit-rep on the shelter, so he could learn how things had been and if any important events had unfolded in his absence. Bossman, with us here, the shelter has been doing fine. Cheap Sheep continued to compliment himself and tell Hansen how well he had performed. And he really had done well. He had done a great job while Hansen was gone and kept everything operational. Hansen was satisfied. Red Pony was still in the garden, but Nine Life Cat was gone. Where it went, Hansen had no clue, but it never returned. Gu Qingjung and Elysian Moon remained comfortably in the shelter, and it seemed as if they weren't keen on the concept of leaving. Gu Qingjung rarely left the shelter, but Elysian Moon frequently did. She came back from time to time, but she never communicated with Han Senator. She would always come back and return to Gu Qingjung's side. Hansen wanted to ask Gu Qingjung a few questions and see if she was the number 4 mentioned in the diary, but after thinking it over for a while, he decided to go back to the Alliance first. He wanted to see his family and his son. Hansen had been gone for a long time, and he had missed them quite a bit. It is a shame Little Flower is too young and cannot go to the shelter. And I don't have enough power to ensure Ji Yanran could become a demigod safely. The whole family could hunt creatures together if we were all here, and we'd see each other a lot more. Hansen sighed. When he went home, though, Hansen thought something in the atmosphere had soured. Luolan and Ji Yanran were already there waiting for him, and when they saw him, they looked at him as if he was a criminal. Has something happened? Hansen asked quickly. Nothing has happened, but you have a big problem. Luolan Luke. Diet Hansen as if she was a judge, and she spoke with alarming seriousness. What problem do I have? Hansen did not understand. You went to Godslayer Shelter? Luolan asked. Hansen nodded. I was on my way through. Due to a business arrangement, I had to go. But don't you worry, I haven't established any ties to them. It's done. Looking very angry, Luolan pointed to the gift box on the table. She said, if nothing happened, then why did Old Stubbornness send these things here? Old Stubbornness? You mean Luo Haitang? What did he send here? Does he want to teach Hanyan some horrible skill again? I'm telling you, she shouldn't learn that stuff. It'll harm her lifespan, Hansen said quickly. Luolan shook her head and said, these were my favorite snacks. After all these years, he still remembers. You better tell me what you did with him. There's no way that Old Stubbornness would concede to me and ask Luoli to deliver these things. Luoli brought it, but there were some items in there she didn't know about. It must have been his idea. Luolan said she'd never go back to see the Luo family again, but when Luo Haitang sent her those things, it made her feel weird. She was both touched and confused. After so many years, Luo Haitang finally understood. He didn't come, but the items he had included obviously meant a lot. Luolan didn't believe someone with Luo Haitang's personality would do this. But Luolan was worried Hansen had sacrificed something, which prompted the gesture. Chapter 1570, Number 4. Hansen himself was surprised. Although he had seen Luo Haitang in Godslayer shelter, he hadn't agreed to any of the man's requests or given him anything. So, why would the old man send a gift? It seemed as if he really wanted to re-establish a connection with Luolan. But given Luolan's personality, Hansen knew what Luo Haitang might have been like. It had been many years since he saw her, and there had been no texting or form of communication in the meantime. If he'd really wanted to send her something, he'd had plenty of time to do it. It wouldn't have had to be that day of all days. Now that he had sent something, it obviously had something to do with him having just met Hansen. Mom, I didn't do anything for him. I didn't agree to anything. Hansen went on to relay the story of how he encountered Luo Haitang. You dodged his palm? Luolan looked at Hansen with wide-open eyes. She looked as if she was in shock. I didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra either. But you know that I knew about it and what to expect. Is there something wrong with the fact that I managed to dodge it? Hansen didn't think there was a problem. No, there's nothing wrong. You did a great job. Luolan was very happy to hear this. She put her fingers on Hansen's cheek and rubbed it. My good son, you really did a great job. What does that mean? Hansen looked confused, not entirely sure what had just happened. He had very rarely seen her this happy. Nothing. It's just good, that's all. Luolan smiled and left, not really answering Hansen's question. Hansen rested at home for another 2 days before returning to the sanctuary. When he got back, he went directly to Gu Qingqing's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door to her chamber, he heard Gu Qingqing's voice say, "Come in, the door isn't locked." Hansen lightly pushed the door open. Gu Qingqing was in front of a table, drawing with an old pen. Hansen learned about what she was doing in a history lesson. It was calligraphy. She was using a brush pen, a tool devised by ancient humans to write. They weren't really used anymore. The few that still existed were typically used by artists for a few odd tasks. He hadn't expected Gu Qingqing to be the sort to love them like so. Hansen wasn't very good with art, but he could tell that she must have had a lot of practice to draw with the level of talent she had. Gu Qingqing lowered her pen. She took a moment to admire her own artwork before asking, "Why were you looking for me?" Hansen smiled and then said, "I met someone who told me some wild things about you. I don't know if he was a liar, so I'd like to ask you for the truth about these things he said about you." "Oh, what did he say about me?" Gu Qingqing looked at Hansen as if her curiosity had been piqued. Hansen had already established how he'd approach this conversation in his mind. Now, he smiled and said, "He said you killed Cruel Chi, is that true or false?" Gu Qingqing frowned and said, "Maybe. I don't remember. I have killed many creatures in my lifetime. Cruel Chi was a famous demigod super creature. If you killed one such as that, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you?" Hansen didn't believe her. "I really did just forget. Why would I lie about this?" Gu Qingqing said, with lifted lips. Hansen thought that if Gu Qingqing wanted to lie, she would have just said a simple yes or no. He couldn't quite tell from the answer he was given. "It's okay if you don't remember that." He said a lot of other things. He said you drank the pee of a jade beast to avoid dying of thirst out in the desert, and Hansen was going to say a few similar statements, but before he could finish speaking the first, Gu Qingqing's face changed. "Impossible. No one knew about that. How would you know?" Gu Qingqing stared at Hansen as if she had seen a ghost. "You really did this? Then did you hide inside the hunting sky beast's egg and end up getting sat on by the hunting sky beast for an entire month?" Hansen asked. "Impossible. No one should know about this. Who did you hear it from?" Gu Qingqing's face changed. She ran in front of him and grabbed him by the sleeves. "I said I met someone, didn't I? He told me these things, saying that he saw you commit these acts. I thought he was lying. I had no idea he was telling me the truth." Hansen was both surprised and happy. He was now sure Gu Qingqing the number 4 in the diary. Impossible. When I did these things, humans did not even know what a steamer was. Who could have seen me? Gu Qingqing looked annoyed. Han Sen froze. His eyes opened wide as he looked at her, and he said, "Steamer? That is something from ancient times. Were you in the sanctuary all the way back then?" Han Sen couldn't believe what he was hearing, but Gu Qingqing had unwittingly proved what he wished to know. Gu Qingqing frowned as she stared at him. She said, "You're right. I am from that era. I was in the sanctuary even during ancient times. Tell me who told you this stuff. When I did these things, humans could not appear in the sanctuaries. They shouldn't have been able to see me. No way. Back then, there were no teleporters. There weren't even generators. How were you able to enter the sanctuary?" "You're joking, right?" Han Sen heard every word, but he found it hard to believe. "Does it look like I am joking?" Gu Qingqing said coldly. "But that is not right. Even if you entered the shelter, that would have been at least 10,000 years ago. Even as a demigod, your few hundred-year lifespan should have long been over. How have you lived for so long?" Gu Qingqing had admitted to something quite strange. He didn't believe it. "I don't care if you believe it or not. I only want you to tell me who told you this stuff." Gu Qingqing's face looked dim. A chill had run down her spine. The things she had done were something no other human could have seen. The things Han Sen spoke of were events she believed no one else would know about. Spirits and creatures couldn't have known, either. Now that Han Sen had said this, it spooked her quite a bit. If someone knew about these things, then it meant someone had been watching her in ancient times, and even up until now. This was a pretty scary thing to learn. "Is there a way for you to prove to me you hail from ancient times?" Han Sen saw that she wasn't actually joking. He had a number of different questions he wished to ask her. Chapter 1571, Qi Gong Caster. "It doesn't matter if I can or not. If you don't believe me, just pretend I'm not. But just tell me who told you these things." Gu Qingqing knew Han Sen, and she knew it couldn't have been Han Sen who saw those events. Someone must have told him. So, Gu Qingqing had no reason to be suspicious about what he had told her. "I'm not sure. I met someone, but I don't know anything about him. I never saw him again after that." Han Sen didn't know who the person was, so he couldn't tell her. Gu Qingqing frowned and looked at Han Senator. She didn't believe what he said. After all, why would some random stranger tell him such stories? Han Sen kept talking about things that didn't matter, now wanting to slip away. He had at least confirmed that Gu Qingqing was the elusive number 4. But if Gu Qingqing was a human that had been in the sanctuaries in ancient times, like she had just told him, how did she enter? And how was she still alive after all that time had passed? Something else confused Han Sen, too. If number 4 was a number the observer had just written down, did that mean the other numbers were humans too? If they were humans, how were the numbers decided? If the numbers were given by order of entry into the sanctuaries, then that meant 3 had already come before her. Of course, this was all just guesswork. The numbers might not have even represented humans. "You can leave, but you need to explain things to me first." Gu Qingqing raced to the door and blocked the exit, prohibiting Han Sen from leaving. Han Sen looked at Gu Qingqing. He thought what she said was fairly believable. When he first met her, he thought she was strange. He never thought she fit into this world, anyway. The name Gu Qingqing itself was something rather old-fashioned. It wasn't a modern human name at all. And some of her behavior flat-out made Han Sen feel strange. She was both mysterious and hauntingly beautiful, and that in itself was odd. Her being different might have been something to expect, then. Now that he thought about it, Gu Qingqing didn't look like a modern human, either. "I can tell you what you want to know, but first, I need you to tell me who you are," Han Sen said quietly. "I told you already. You're the one who chose not to believe me," Gu Qingqing said. "Even if I did believe you are an ancient human, you should have a historical identity. Back then, humans were separated by countries. Which country did you hail from? What did you do before?" What Han Sen wanted to know the most was how she had managed to enter the sanctuary. He was afraid that by asking her directly, he wouldn't receive an answer. First, he had to test the waters. Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sen with strange doubt, but answered, "I am from the Chu state. I am a Qi Gong caster." "Qi Gong caster? Which faction did you belong to?" Han Sen asked politely. "That's none of your business," Gu Qingqing answered. "How did you get into the sanctuary?" Han Sen asked. "If I answer this question, you will have to tell me who told you all that stuff." Gu Qingqing looked right at Han Sen when she said this. "Okay, it's a deal," Han Sen agreed. With no hesitation, Gu Qingqing said, "I am from Chu state, but I practiced at sea. Once, when I returned to land in my boat, a weird vortex appeared. I fell into it, and when I came to, I was in the sanctuary." "Which planet was the vortex on? And where?" Han Sen asked. "That's pointless information. I left the sanctuary many times to search for the vortex, but I learned nothing. I have even used powerful submarines to search underwater. All I've found are ordinary seas and nothing else special," Gu Qingqing said. Hansen nodded. According to what you have said, if you are from Chu State, it has been tens of thousands of years. How have you managed to live so long? I told you. I have answered your original question. And now it is your turn to answer mine. Answer my question. Who told you this stuff? Gu Qingcheng said. Hansen pulled out a book and showed it to her. It wasn't the diary he found in the control room, though. It was a copy he had made. The number 4 sections were there, while he had left the original at home. This was why Hansen did not go see her immediately. Gu Qingcheng took the book and opened it with confusion. After seeing it, her face changed. She flipped through the book really quickly and soon looked ill. Who is this person? Gu Qingcheng closed the book and stared at Han Senator. She looked very angry, and goosebumps ran up and down her skin after having read all the complaints. From what she asked, it looked as if something she never thought would be known had now been exposed for all to see. She felt naked. I don't know the writer, but I copied it from a book I found in God's ruin. Hansen went on to tell her what happened. Gu Qingcheng wasn't too convinced with the tale, though. She stared at him for a good long while. She wanted to find the truth from his face, but she was disappointed. If what you're saying is true, there must be more numbers. There has to be another 3, at least, Gu Qingcheng said thoughtfully. Yes, but there isn't much about them. Just 2 sentences. You were the focus of the record. Hansen smiled. Let me see the other parts. Gu Qingcheng reached out her hand. Okay, but you need to tell me how you've managed to live all this time. Hansen blinked. Gu Qingcheng did not hesitate, and it looked as if she had just thought of something. She had to confirm her thoughts and said, I had been here for a dozen years when I explored God's ruin. I entered a strange place and got trapped there. It felt like a short time, maybe a few months. But when I came out, the teleporters in the shelters that were previously not available for use now were functional. I used one of them to leave the sanctuary, and then I learned that tens of thousands of years had passed. Saying this, Gu Qingcheng then thought of something quite upsetting. She looked darkly at Hansen and said, Not long after I returned to the Alliance, I met your liar. I met your great-grandfather. Hansen could imagine what would happen if a person displaced from the ancient past met a liar. The place you went to, were there many crystal machines? Hansen asked. Chapter 1572, Cooperative Partner. Gu Qingcheng nodded. You are right. The rooms you and I went to were similar. There were some differences, however. I guess those must have been crystallizer items, but I didn't know that at the time. And when I actually returned from there, I was unable to find the entrance I had originally used. Hansen thought the sanctuaries definitely had some association with the crystallizers now. When he entered the main control room, he himself had been taken 10 years into the future. He had no reason to doubt what she was telling him. But Ensign still believed that something was amiss. He looked at Gu Qingcheng and said, I remember something. Weren't you a member of the 7th team? You were with Han Jinji in the beginning, and it's a well-known fact that humans were unable to enter the sanctuaries at that point. The teleporters were just for testing. Did you get out through one of those devices? Gu Qingcheng shook her head. Teleporters aren't the only way for one to leave the sanctuaries. When I teleported away, I found myself standing at an altar situated in some old construct on a human-inhabited planet. It was my exit point, but there was no way for me to re-enter from there. When I eventually returned to the sanctuaries, I made use of human-built teleporters to go to and fro. Hansen asked, when you entered the sanctuary with Han Jinji, what did you see? I have answered enough for now. Now it's your turn. Give me the rest of the book. Gu Qingcheng simply put out her hands. Answer my last question. What happened there? Hansen insisted on an answer for this. I don't know what happened. We met a being called God. He said he could fulfill our grandest wishes, but we would only receive one each. Han Jinji told me not to make a wish, so I left with Ning. Ning did not make a wish either. After that, I'm unsure what happened, Gu Qingcheng said. Were you a demigod by that point already? Did you think that was God himself, or was it just some strong, almighty creature? Hansen asked. I don't know. I guess that place was the elusive 5th sanctuary, though. The god we met might have just been a god-class creature, Gu Qingcheng said, and then put her hands out again. She said, I've answered everything you've wanted to hear. Now, give me what I'm owed. I left the original version at home. I'll have to go and get it. There was nothing more Hansen could ask, so he complied and went to retrieve the diary for her. She could read ancient texts better than Hansen, so she moved through the contents of the diary at a much faster pace. Strange. That's very strange. Gu Qingcheng was talking to herself as she perused the contents of the book. What is strange? Hansen quickly asked. The creatures mentioned are from the 4th god sanctuary. I saw some after I became a demigod, but when humans from the Alliance entered, they all disappeared. These people who are numbered, they sound like individuals that might be easy to find. I don't think they're the same sort of humans you'd find in the Alliance, Gu Qingcheng said. Maybe they're like you. Perhaps they were people who could enter before all humans naturally could, Han Sen suggested. Judging from the numerical values, it seems as if there might be a few thousand such people. I have never met them during my time in the sanctuaries, however, Gu Qingcheng said. The sanctuaries are big places. A few thousand scattered across such vast worlds? I'd say it's not too out of the ordinary that you haven. T encountered any, Hansen said. Gu Qingcheng shook her head and said, impossible. Some people mentioned in here are said to have killed famous demigod super creatures. There's no way I wouldn't have heard about any of these feats being accomplished. That is weird. Maybe the numbers aren't all humans then. Hansen pointed at the last part and asked, can you explain the last part? It sounds as if you hadn't been seen in a while. Where did you go off to? Is it because I entered that strange place and they could not see me? Gu Qingcheng said, after some thought. That is possible. But that also means these observations began recently. Those numbered humans are old humans, though, not modern humans, Hansen said, after also taking a moment to think. It looks like the crystallizers have quite the connection to the sanctuaries, but history says they were destroyed a long time ago. There are many tidbits to string together and figure out here. Gu Qingcheng gave the dairy back to Hansen, and then went on to say, if you want to get to the bottom of all this, we can cooperate. If you make any more discoveries, how about you share what you know with me? We can investigate this together. What do you think? I can agree to that, yes. Hansen then asked, what is up with Elysian Moon, by the way? Why do you both look identical? She is a spirit. That is one item of discussion that is none of your business. Gu Qingcheng's temperament went cold. We are cooperating, aren't we? It's best that partners get to know each other a bit better. Hansen smiled. This is off limits to our cooperation. Gu Qingcheng then swiftly pushed Hansen out of her room and slammed the door. Hansen touched his nose and left. He wasn't put off, he'd just ask again next time. It's time to show off my skills. Hansen went to the Geno Core storage. He wanted to get all his Geno Cores to first place before proceeding to gold class. Hansen's genes had leveled up very quickly, but his Geno Cores hadn't been given the opportunity to catch up. He wanted to spend some time upgrading his Geno Cores now. It would be difficult to reach super class, but reaching gemstone should be easy enough. Hansen used Crystal Core as his key for entry. This Geno Core was already in first place, so many wished to challenge and dethrone it. Hansen then saw a familiar name. It was Ghost Eye. He was in the top 10 in the Silver Geno Core rankings. Hansen wasn't sure if Ghost Eye had worked his way through the ranks, or if he had just fought his way up. Hansen remembered striking a bargain with him once, one that Ghost Eye swiftly betrayed. Although Ghost Eye had ultimately failed, Hansen was still upset about what had occurred. This guy has guts to challenge me. If he wants to die, I suppose I don't mind helping him. Hansen clenched his fists and accepted Ghost Eye's challenge. Then, he entered the Geno Core battleground. Hansen found the three-eyed Panth. Are waiting on the battleground. It was indeed the lying asshole Ghost Eye. You've got some nerve showing your face to me. Hansen moved his body and teleported directly in front of the tricky feline. Boss, hang on. I have a big secret I wish to inform you about. Ghost Eye screamed as he tried to run. Chapter 1573, Blow Blood. You and your secret can go to hell. Hansen wasn't having any of it. Wearing the ghost armor given to him by Ghost Eye, he dashed in front of the creature and attempted to punch its head in. I have an Emperor Geno Core. I was going to give it to you. Please take it. Ghost Eye screamed, seeing he'd be unable to dodge the manic fist. When Hansen heard this, he stopped. He let his fist hover above the Panther's third eye, and he said, you've got 3 seconds. If I don't see an Emperor Geno Core within the allotted time, you're going straight to hell. 1. Ghost Eye gritted his teeth and pulled out an item that resembled a claw. He placed it in front of Hans Senator then, he said, Boss, this is it. I know I was wrong to do what I did last time, but now I am being wholeheartedly sincere. For first place, I am willing to give you this Emperor Geno Core. Please, believe me once more. Hansen took the item from Ghost Eye, with his other hand still hovering above the creature's head. He said, this is an Emperor Geno Core? Hansen did not believe Ghost Eye. If he had an Emperor Geno Core, why would he throw it away to get first place for a Silver Geno Core? Not even first place in the gemstone leaderboard would be worth that much, he reckoned. It was a strange Geno Core. In the Geno Core storage, a Geno Core was sealed and unusable if it wasn't the self-Geno Core used as a key for entry. But that Geno Core did not look as if it had just been sealed by the Geno Core storage. It looked gray and dark, like rusted steel. It was weird. It looked like a flute, minus the holes. It was like a pipe made of stone. Ghost Eye smiled and said, you're smart. This is indeed an Emperor Geno Core, but it just has the problem of being sealed. But with your strength, you can most certainly unseal it and become the best in the Fourth God Sanctuary. Had you been able to unseal it, you wouldn't have given it to me, would you? Hansen looked at him with disdain. Ghost Eye looked awkward, and with a grin, he said, I was unable to open it because I was weak. You, however, are so strong. You must certainly be able to. I'm taking the item as a punishment for you breaking the deal last time. If you want to gain first place this time, go and bring me something even better. Don't bring me something else like this, Hansen said, and without giving the creature a chance to object, he punched it in the face. Ghost Eye hacked out blood. He had been injured, but he was allowed to concede and exit the Geno battleground. Fuck. He's worse than me. He took my stuff and didn't give me anything. Ghost Eye was feeling fairly disheartened. He had tricked Hansen once, but he had never expected him to reach first place again. Now that he had sacrificed the Emperor Geno Core and gotten beaten up without obtaining first place as he desired, he was dismayed. It looks like I'll have to wait until he reaches gold class before I can reach first place. I wasted my Emperor class Geno Core. Ghost Eye was feeling very upset, and he spoke his sorrow aloud. Ghost Eye had given Hansen an Emperor Geno Core. It was quite infamous in the Fourth God Sanctuary, but so was its seal. No one had ever been able to open it. The emperor that used to own it was named Drink Blood Emperor. He was a very infamous spirit, and this Geno Core belonged to him. It was called Blow Blood. The sad thing was, Drink Blood Emperor garnered the ire of a certain creature and was killed by it. The result of this circumstance left Blow Blood sealed. After that, the Blow Blood Geno Core had passed through the hands of many different elites. Sadly, no one had ever figured out how to unseal it. Its renown increased, but so too did the belief that it was completely worthless. After all, no matter how strong you were, a sealed Geno Core was useless. Ghost Eye had only managed to get it recently, and he wished to speak with Hansen and offer it up in exchange for first place. But Hansen wanted to kill him right away, and in a rush, Ghost Eye had to play his cards and reveal Blow Blood. He had actually planned to trick him again, after the exchange, too. But now that Blow Blood had been taken, and he had not obtained first place, Ghost Eye was quite upset. Fortunately, Blow Blood's worth was only the equivalent of a gemstone Geno Core nowadays. Therefore, it wasn't all that expensive to lose. He'd be a lot more upset if he lost something of even greater value. Hansen, seeing Ghost Eye, was not in a rush to level up his crystal core now. He wanted to scam the Panther and drain him of what he could before proceeding on to gold class. Hansen left the Geno Core storage with the intent of studying his new Geno Core. He wanted to see if he was the one who could unseal the item. Hansen had never heard of Blow Blood Geno Core, though. He didn't know where it came from, and a part of him even thought it wasn't actually an Emperor Geno Core. Hansen summoned his gold-class Real Blood Geno Core and attached it to the Blow Blood Geno Core. He wanted to see if that would allow it to be used. Real blood landed on the gray pipe. It didn't melt into it, but it didn't slide down, either. It seemed to be absorbing. Hansen watched the process, and near Real Blood's position, a red line like a piece of silk was being generated. It seemed as if Real Blood was soaking into the Geno Core. Hansen was delighted, and so he thought, it looks like Real Blood is helping with the seal. At this rate, it might take a few days. If Ghost Eye learned that Blow Blood could be unsealed, he'd definitely be angrier. Hansen still did not know whether or not it was an Emperor Geno Core, but the seal was very powerful. He had no doubt about that. It was a high-class Geno Core either way. It was definitely super at the very least. As Hansen continued his investigation, Gu Qincheng and Elysian Moon suddenly walked into the hall. Elysian Moon hadn't been seen for a while. This time, she had come back looking terrible. She was covered in wounds. Her face was pale and bloodied. There is an angry creature nearby. It's a super creature, and it hurt Elysian Moon. I'm going to go kill it. Would you like to come with me? Gu Qincheng asked Hansen directly. How are you going to split the profits? Hansen asked. You can have the loot. I just want to avenge her, Gu Qincheng said. She wouldn't come looking for me if it was this easy. There must be something up with the creature. Hansen didn't think Gu Qincheng would approach Hansen to assign an easy task. Chapter 1574. There once was an invincible Geno Core. The Destroyer Wolf at rank 139 on the Super Geno Core leaderboard won't be all that easy to kill, Gu Qincheng said. May I ask what your rank is on the Super Geno Core leaderboard? Hansen asked, out of genuine curiosity. I am 17th, Gu Qincheng said carelessly. You're that high? You're 17th and you can't defeat this Destroyer Wolf that is only 139. Hansen was surprised. It can't beat me in raw strength, but it has the ability to consume space. I will be unable to catch him, and that is why I'll need you and Nightmare, Gu Qincheng said. To me, it sounds as if all you really need is the assistance of Little Red. Why don't you just ask him straight away? I can't make him come. Hansen shook his head. He won't accept my invitation, but you will be just as useful as him. You can come to help, Gu Qincheng said. Okay, and just to confirm what you told me, I will be receiving the items once it's dead, yes? Hansen smiled. If you can truly help, sure. Would you plan on taking the loot even if you didn't put any effort in? Gu Qincheng wasn't very polite when it came to these sorts of affairs. We will see, but I am known to take out as much as I put in. Hansen did not argue and just went along with her. He wanted to see how strong Gu Qincheng was if she truly was ranked 17th on the Super Geno Core leaderboard. Hansen followed Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon out of the shelter. The travel was dull for Hansen, and he found himself bored. So, he asked, who is in first place on the Super Geno Corps leaderboard? Gu Qingcheng was equally bored. She said, the one currently in first place is the fellow who leads Sacred. He claims to be God's own child, but there are others who have the same might as him. The person in first place switches every now and again. Why does the person in first place frequently change? Hansen asked, having been surprised by this. What's so weird about that? There are many powerful Genocior. Yes, they're of Emperor class and Berserk class. They're all good at something. No one is the absolute strongest. That being said, when I first became a demigod, I heard there was a Geno Corps that held first place for a very long time. It hadn't lost once. But that is the only time in history when the first place on the Super Geno Corps leaderboard seemed fixed. Nowadays, the holder of the first position changes frequently, Gu Qingcheng said. What was that Geno Corps' name? Is it still on the leaderboard? Hansen asked with curiosity. You're reading on boxnovel.com.tks. If it was still on the leaderboard, the ranks wouldn't keep changing. I have only heard about it through hearsay, though. When I first arrived here, it was already gone. I suppose you could say it's more of a myth now. Its name, however, was Destiny's Tower. I can only suppose it left for the fifth sanctuary alongside its master, Gu Qingcheng said. When Hansen heard Gu Qingcheng say this, his heart jumped. If that stellar Geno Corps was indeed Destiny's Tower, it probably meant the one resting in his Sea of Soul. Shit. Destiny's Tower is that strong. Hansen held on to his excitement and pretended the name didn't ring any bells. Then, he asked, who is Destiny's Tower's master? I don't know, and I don't think anyone does. It's an old myth, and it is something I have only heard of once, Gu Qingcheng said. Hansen asked a few more questions, but she didn't know much. She said the master of Destiny's Tower was strange. The rumor said when he first appeared on the Geno Corps leaderboard, he did so at a low rank. Apparently, it was in the 10,000s. No one had seen it in the first few ranks, but all of a sudden, it managed to reach number 1. No one knew whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, this was just part of the myth. Gu Qingcheng had only heard about these events. She hadn't witnessed them firsthand. Hansen retreated into thought. Is this Destiny's Tower the same one that's in my Sea of Soul? If it is that good, and so was its master, why did they not go on to the fifth sanctuary? And who was that being in armor that resided in the Black Chimenia? Why was he an enemy of Destiny's Tower's master? All these questions now rattled around Hansen's head, but thinking he actually owned that tower now, he almost lost control and laughed his head off. Dad, why are you so happy? Bauer was in Hansen's arms. She looked right at him as she spoke. Oh, it's just because you're next to me. That's why I am happy, Hansen quickly said. He was worried Gu Qingcheng might have gotten suspicious. When Bauer heard this, she was delighted. She kissed Hansen on the cheek and said, I am happy too, when you are around me. Elysian Moon couldn't bear watching it. She balked. Ugh, you two are so gross. You're just jealous. You could be like me, if you had a beautiful daughter, too. Hansen held Bauer and laughed at her. Humph. Elysian Moo. En turned glum and looked away. Hansen felt weird about that, though. He wasn't sure what he said that might have upset her. What he said shouldn't have peeved her as it did. Gu Qingcheng then changed the subject. When you see Destroyer Wolf, be careful. It can consume space, and it can also leap out at you from tears in the dimension, pouncing at you from any angle. If he slips into a space crack, follow me. That sounds annoying. How do you plan on killing it? Hansen frowned and asked. Hansen had enough power to fight super creatures, but this was a berserk super creature with space powers. It would be a hard fight. That was, unless he used his Destiny's Tower. But that thing cost a lot of energy, and it wouldn't be wise to show it off in public. If others recognized it was Destiny's Tower, and it was in the hands of a human, all the emperors and super creatures would come dogpile on him to end him. Maybe we should take a look first. There's every chance we won't get to him, Gu Qingcheng said. What do you mean? Hansen was shocked. That Destroyer Wolf offended some people. For some reason, many creatures and spirits are now after him. We're just going to try our luck and see if we can get it. We might not even be able to find it, Gu Qingcheng said. Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? Hansen frowned. Hearing her say this, Hansen knew this task would not be as simple as he had initially assumed. Chapter 1575, Sacred Egg was stolen. They walked for less than 2 days, and there were scary beings everywhere. Sometimes, Hansen could even detect powerful auras sweeping across the sky. However, the creatures seemed to be moving chaotically. It felt less like they were chasing something and more like they were searching. They must be looking for that Destroyer Wolf, said Elysian Moon. Just when Hansen was about to respond, Sumi ran up to him and said, Teacher, something major is happening. What's happening? Hansen asked, looking at Sumi. He had sent Sumi out earlier to train. Sumi said excitedly. The destroyer wolf stole a descendant of the master of Sacred Shelter. Now, it has come toward us and many powerful super creatures are chasing it. A child of Sacred Shelter's master? A creature like goddess? Hansen suddenly imagined a goddess climbing out of an egg, which was a bizarre thought. Yes, I heard that it's the child of Sacred's master and a berserk super creature, but the berserk super creature wasn't living in Sacred Shelter, which was how the destroyer wolf managed to steal the egg. Now, many powerful shelters like Sacred and Outer Sky are all hunting that destroyer wolf, said Sumi. Sacred is powerful enough to gather all those shelters to help him? Asked Hansen, amazed. No, they're all looking for the egg. It's a descendant of two berserk super creatures, so its genes must be extraordinary. The egg will be highly beneficial to any being that eats it. If it's a female, then they'll keep it and make it procreate with others to further improve the genes. Sumi couldn't be more excited. He lowered his voice and said to Hansen, Teacher, should we also go look for it? If we're lucky enough, perhaps we can actually find the egg. Then let's try to find it before others do. Hansen didn't have much hope for it. Many top-tier shelters sent their most powerful creatures to look for the destroyer wolf and that egg. That destroyer wolf had been given plenty of time to hide itself. Hansen didn't think they alone would be able to find it. And even if he could find it, it wouldn't be easy to steal the egg from so many terrifying beings. Many powerful creatures swept across the sky above them. After only half a day, Hansen detected 20 different creatures flying over him, and those were just the ones close enough for him to notice. However, they were still searching chaotically. It seemed that they still hadn't found the destroyer wolf yet. Elysian Moon, where did you meet the destroyer wolf? Hansen asked her. Near Rolling Dragon Lake, Elysian Moon said, pointing in a direction. Hansen was kind of familiar with the area around him, since it wasn't far from his shelter. Rolling Dragon Lake was a giant lake among the mountains, and it was named such because of the dragon-like creatures in the lake. Hansen had heard that there was a lake nearby, but he had never been there. Though Rolling Dragon Lake was among the mountains, it was very large, more than 100 square miles. However, the water in the lake was dark, giving out dark light like gas. It looked dense, so nobody could see anything that was even an inch below the water's surface. Nobody could say for sure whether a creature could actually live in the water or not. When Hansen and the others arrived at the lake, they found Goddess already there. Goddess looked a bit different from before. Her life force had become terrifying, but it was also obscured and difficult to read. It seemed that she had reached super level. Just as Hansen observed Goddess, she also noticed Hansen, and her eyes became aloof. However, seeing Gu Qingcheng beside Hansen, Goddess frowned and began walking toward Hansen with some creatures from her shelter beside her. There were 4 creatures beside Goddess, and they were all livid. Apparently, they were already super creatures, and all of them were mighty. However, Goddess didn't talk to Han Senator. Instead, she walked up to Gu Qingcheng and asked, Elysium Master, is this person related to you? How is that your business, one way or the other? Asked Gu Qingcheng, mildly. This man is a mortal enemy of mine. If he doesn't have anything to do with you, I'm going to take my revenge now. Gu Qingcheng took a look at Hansen, squinted her eyes, and said, What do you think? Hansen heard it and said, Of course there's a connection between us. We're partners working together. You heard that, right? Gu Qingcheng said, Gee. Lancing at Goddess. Of course. I'll let him go this time for your sake. Goddess waved her hands and left with those 4 super creatures. You get along pretty well here. Hansen gave a thumbs up to Gu Qingcheng. You owe me one, said Gu Qingcheng. Okay, no problem, but I'm still a bit confused. Why did she call you Elysium Master? You're a human. How did you become the head of the Elysium race? Hansen was curious about that. That has nothing to do with you. Gu Qingcheng glared at him, then took Elysian Moon and walked toward the lake. Hansen looked in the direction that Goddess had vanished, then followed Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon. There was indeed some evidence of a fight that had happened beside the lake, and there were some residual tears in the fabric of space. They were feeble, but they hadn't yet healed entirely. Goddess and her sidekicks were also looking at those rips in space. They could tell that the tears had been left by Destroyer Wolf. Hansen also used his Dongxian aura to observe the remaining evidence of the wolf. There were only a few molecules left, and it was probably because Destroyer Wolf got away through the space fault, so it didn't leave any molecules on its way. Gu Qingcheng only looked at it for a short while, but she couldn't find any clues. She frowned and said, Someone was definitely chasing the Destroyer Wolf, and that's how Elysian Moon was lucky enough to get away. The Destroyer Wolf also escaped through the space cracks. We might not be able to find any traces here. Let's just walk around and look. Perhaps we'll be lucky enough to find some clues. Hansen took a look at Rolling Dragon Lake and walked to the other side. The Destroyer Wolf really hadn't left much of a trail, but Hansen could see that it had left behind a few molecules at least. He then walked toward the other side of the shining lake and found more traces of some sort of creature. Hansen didn't know which creature these molecules belonged to, but he could tell that those molecules had been left there at the same time as the molecules left by Destroyer Wolf. That indicated that another creature had been in the area at the same time as Destroyer Wolf. Hansen wanted to find that creature first to see what he could learn from it. Chapter 1576. Clue. Destroyer Wolf got away through a space crack. What clue do you think you can find here? Elysian Moon said, frowning. Let's just look around. Perhaps we can find some clues, Hansen said as he walked. Then you can try your luck here. We don't think we'd find anything, Elysian Moon said while pointing in another direction. There's nothing to find here. We can secretly follow the groups from Sacred and Outer Sky. Better that than wasting our time here, said Gu Qincheng. Then let's separate into two teams. You can follow them, and I'll keep looking here. Hansen wasn't in a rush. There were too many powerful beings from Sacred and Outer Sky, and everyone as on high alert, so Hansen's group would be easily spotted. Hansen planned to walk around to check for any remaining molecules. He wanted to see what kind of creatures were with the Destroyer Wolf. Okay, I'll leave you some marks to indicate where we've gone. Elysian Moon was already walking away, so Gu Qincheng left Hansen a mark and hurried after her. Sumi wanted to follow them as well, but since Hansen was not going, he had to follow Hansen. Teacher, that Destroyer Wolf has fled through the space vault. Why are we still looking for clues here? We'd better follow Goddess's group. There'll be some interesting things happening later, Sumi said. He didn't think he'd be able to seize the egg, he just wanted to watch those powerful beings fight each other. Hansen smiled and said, I'll keep searching here. You can follow those two if you really want to go. Sumi thought for a minute and said, I'd rather follow you, teacher. Hansen didn't say anything more. Instead, he followed the molecules along the lake. There were only a few molecules left. It had been quite a long time, so there were only some scent molecules left, and they were not continuous. It would take Hansen a long while to follow such a faint trail. Sumi saw Hansen walk around the lake, looking around everywhere. He walked slowly, but he didn't know what Hansen was looking at. He could only follow behind Hansen. Hansen walked around most of the lake, and at some point, the trail disappeared. He walked forward, but he couldn't find any more molecules. Weird. Where are they? Hansen walked back to the last spot he had seen the molecules, and he observed the place carefully. You're reading on .com, thanks. It was very close to the lake shore, and there were some black water stains at the shoreline. Does this lake rise at some point? Did the creature that left the scent enter the lake? Why did he walk around for so long instead of entering the lake immediately? Is there something special in this location? Hansen frowned as he thought. He observed the lake, but he couldn't see anything special. The lake here was exactly like other areas of Rolling Dragon Lake. It was dark like ink, and he couldn't see anything inside. The surface of the water was peaceful as well, and there were no ripples. Hansen couldn't find any living beings in the lake using his Dongxian aura. What are you looking at, teacher? Sumi stood beside Hansen and looked at the lake, but he couldn't see anything either. I'm looking for clues, Hansen said with a smile. Clues? What clues? I can't see anything. Sumi was curious. He observed the lake again, but he still couldn't see anything there. What would you need me for if you could see through everything? Hansen said condescendingly. Sumi said, no wonder you're a teacher. I can't even compare with you. Please, teacher, teach me something. What kind of clues are there in this lake? My disciple, you will only truly learn if you find the answers yourself. You have to use your brain more and think it through. That's how you actually learn things. Hansen pointed at the lake and said, just observe here. I'll go to other areas to see if I can find other clues. Okay, teacher. I won't let you down. Sumi kept staring at the lake, trying to find the clues his teacher alluded to. Hansen kept walking around the lake, carrying Bauer. He walked all the way around the lake, and then he began walking around in the forest nearby, hoping to find the scent molecules again. Sumi gazed at the lake for a long time, but he still couldn't find any clues. Teacher is indeed wise and mysterious, and I'm not at the same level that he is. What did teacher find here? Sumi gazed at the lake more carefully. Actually, Hansen didn't find any clues himself. He just felt that it wasn't a coincidence that he found some scent molecules there, so he asked Sumi to stay there to see whether he could find anything. If Hansen was correct, the creature must have dived back into the lake when the tides rose in Rolling Dragon Lake. Hansen then decided to walk around Rolling Dragon Lake and come back when the tides rose again. Perhaps he could find something after that. Hansen walked around the nearby forest for a while, and he didn't find the trail he was looking for, but he did find a familiar scent. Ghost Eye? Why is it here? It's so weak. Is it being suicidal? Hansen checked it carefully, and he found some other molecule traces that resembled those of Ghost Eye. There were two other types of molecules, but he wasn't sure which creatures they belonged to, and he couldn't tell the power of those creatures either. He toured the forest, and he felt several powerful forces sweeping across the sky, but none of them stayed nearby. After a short while, they were all gone. He didn't find anything new, and it was getting darker. Hansen went toward Rolling Dragon Lake. Teacher, I found something. Hansen was a bit stunned. He only asked Sumi to stay there on the off chance that something happened, but he hadn't expected the spirit to make a discovery. Sumi pointed at the place where Hansen asked him to stay and watch. The place where Hansen and Sumi stood before was already covered by the black lake water, but there wasn't anything special there. However, after the lake water rose, a small section of lake water looked different. In that one place close to the shore, the lake water that was originally black became transparent like the water in a normal lake. However, it was already dark, and it was only a tiny area. If they didn't look at it carefully, they wouldn't have noticed the clear water at all. Teacher, you indeed have great acumen. I wasn't able to see anything special before, but I only saw the difference of that part of the lake after it got dark. Sumi looked at Hansen in awe. Chapter 1577, Destroyer Wolf. Hansen flew above the small section of CLE.AR water, and he tried to see whether there was any difference in the water. That section of the lake looked like a well. It was clear from top to bottom, yet all the water around it was dark. The dark water and the clear water didn't integrate at all. However, it was already after sunset, and the water was very deep, so even if they looked directly down on the clear water, they could only see darkness. They had no idea how deep it was. Unlike the dark lake around it, there were bubbles coming up through the clear water, as if there were lots of fish below. Teacher, what's wrong with the water here? Sumi asked Hansen, standing beside him. Hansen thought, how should I know anything about it? I'm not a god who knows everything. Of course, Hansen didn't say that out loud. He smiled at Sumi and said, just wait here for now. I'll go down there and check. Don't enter the water until I come out. Hansen jumped into the clear water with Bauer, diving deep. He had practiced his swimming skills before. Though he couldn't compare with real marine creatures, he was still able to engage in ordinary fights. Hansen was cautious. As he swam down, he summoned his golden engraving shield and held it in front of himself to defend against ferocious creatures. The lake was surprisingly deep. Hansen had dived more than 3,000 feet, yet he still couldn't see the bottom. Everything around him was still dark, and the water looked like ink. Hansen kept diving, and as he swam down, he suddenly felt a hollow sensation below him, and then he fell forward. As Hansen quickly regained his feet, he found out that he was standing in a huge underground cave. There were many bones scattered around the cave, and there was a strong stench in the air. In the middle of the cave was a black spring, and it was spewing water like gas. Two creatures lay beside the mouth of the well. The one on the left looked like a dragon, and its scales gleamed with black light as if they were made of coal. The dragon teeth in its mouth looked like knives. It was around 80 feet long, and it looked belligerent. The creature on the right was a giant white wolf, and it was just as large as the black dragon beside it. Its fur was white as snow, yet its eyes were black like ink. Ripples and distortions in space itself seemed to waver through the wolf's fur. The two ferocious beasts glared at Hansen at the same time, looking at him like a piece of fresh meat that had just been dropped on their doorstep. Destroyer wolf? Hansen was startled. He was originally looking for the trail of the creature he had sensed on the shoreline, but he hadn't expected to find the destroyer wolf here. Gu Qingcheng described the appearance of the destroyer wolf to Hansen before, and this giant white wolf looked just as she had described it. And with that terrifying force coming from it, it had to be the destroyer wolf. As for the black dragon, it was likely to be the legendary Rolling Dragon. However, neither of them seemed to be the creature Hansen was looking for. Aside from the Rolling Dragon and the Destroyer Wolf, there weren't any other creatures in the entire underground cave. Inside the black spring, an object about the size of a basketball was rolling around. Before Hansen could see what that object exactly was, he heard the Rolling Dragon roar, after which it spewed a stream of black light toward him. Hansen couldn't see clearly what that black light was, so he couldn't even dodge it. He raised the golden engraving shield to ward it off. Hansen felt a giant force transmitting through the golden engraving shield, and he couldn't help stepping back, his back running into a rock wall in the cave. The rock was so hard that it only had some faint cracks after being hit by Hansen's body, yet Hansen's bones were almost dislocated. That stream of black light also bounced back after hitting the golden engraving shield. The black light shot toward the rolling dragon and splashed over its tail. Rather than being injured by the power, the dragon's tail caught the black light. Hansen then saw clearly that the black light shot by the rolling dragon was a trident, which was as dark as ink. There were dragon engravings on the handle, and 3 dragon heads formed the top of the trident. The strike from the rolling dragon didn't kill Hansen, which shocked it a little bit. The destroyer wolf stared at Hansen and said, "Who sent you here? Sacred Shelter or Outer Sky Shelter?" "Nobody sent me. I came here myself." Lots of thoughts flooded into Hansen's mind. The rolling dragon and the destroyer wolf didn't seem to be enemies, and besides, both the creatures were emanating horrifying life forces. They were both incredibly powerful beings. Hansen's power hadn't reached super level yet, so he wasn't sure whether he could fight against two beings at that level. I should have brought Gu Qingqing with me. Hansen sighed. He hadn't expected to find the Destroyer Wolf so easily. Hansen had thought that the Destroyer Wolf would team up with the Rolling Dragon to fight him. Instead, the Destroyer Wolf squinted its eyes and gazed at Hansen for a while, then made a surprising suggestion. Since you weren't sent by Sacred, and you're all by yourself, why don't you stay here and share the Sacred Egg with us? How could I do that? Hansen found it hard to believe that the Destroyer Wolf would be so kind. It had risked everything to steal that egg. Why would it share with some random human? The Destroyer Wolf smiled, yet that smile kind of creeped Hansen out. A smile from a giant wolf was a truly disturbing thing to see. Let me put it this way, the Destroyer Wolf said, sounding sincere. We don't want to share the Sacred Egg with others. From my perspective, you're pretty powerful, and it won't be easy for us to kill you. If you flee and attract other powerful creatures here, it'll be a huge problem for us both. If you're willing, the three of us can share this egg. What do you think? Though what the Destroyer Wolf said made perfect sense to Hansen, he still felt something off. However, Hansen was certain of one thing. If he refused, the two creatures would immediately team up and try to kill him to protect their secret. Okay, since you're this sincere, I'll go along with it. Hansen thought to himself, I'll just use my Destiny's Tower if you really want to attack me. Perhaps I can even find a chance to get that egg. Then you can come down now, my friend. The Sacred Egg is ready for eating. Is there anyone else aside from you who knows that we're here? Asked the Destroyer Wolf, smiling. No, Hansen moved down towards them slowly. However, he kept his distance from them. He looked at the white object within the black well and asked, Is that the Sacred Egg? Chapter 1578, Sacred Egg. Correct, that's the Sacred Egg. However, its shell is too solid. We've tried everything we could think of, but nothing could break the eggshell. We then resorted to using the water from the black pond to erode the shell of the Sacred Egg. You came here at the right time. After another 40 or 50 hours, the eggshell will be completely eroded, after which we can enjoy this Sacred Egg, said the Destroyer Wolf. The Rolling Dragon just stared at Hansen coldly, like a sculpture made of iron. Hansen wasn't sure if it was because it couldn't understand the human language, or because it didn't want to talk to him. Hansen saw that neither the Destroyer Wolf nor the Rolling Dragon intended to attack him, which surprised him a little bit. Hansen thought the Destroyer Wolf just wanted to make sure nobody was around before it attacked him, yet the Destroyer Wolf didn't seem to have any intention of striking him. It seemed that it had made up its mind to share the Sacred Egg. Hansen was still cautious as he wasn't sure what the Destroyer Wolf wanted. He kept his distance from the Destroyer Wolf and the Rolling Dragon, and he also kept an eye on the Sacred Egg, waiting for it to be completely eroded. Though it was called a Sacred Egg, there wasn't any special about its appearance. It looked like an ordinary egg at an extra size. It was hard to imagine that a great being like the Destroyer Wolf couldn't break the eggshell. The water was flowing, and the Sacred Egg was floating on it. Hansen looked at it carefully, and he found that there were many tiny black engravings on the shell. It seemed that the water from the black pond was sipping in. How should I call you, friend? The Destroyer Wolf didn't want to get close to Hansen either. Instead, it watched Hansen from a distance, smiling. Hansen, answered Hansen. You're so powerful, so you must come from somewhere famous. What haven't I heard of you before? Asked the Destroyer Wolf again. Nowhere famous. I was just lucky enough to obtain some powerful Genocores and Beast Souls, said Hansen. The more Hansen spoke, the less the Destroyer Wolf dared to look down upon him. It kept talking with Hansen, but it didn't show any sign of attacking him. It seemed that it was actually waiting for the eggshell to break so that it could share it with Hansen. Is that eggshell really so solid that even you can't break it? Hansen asked again, as he still found it unbelievable. Based on the rules in the Fourth God Sanctuary, even the descendant of a berserk super creature was only at bronze level when it was just born. The Destroyer Wolf laid down beside the black pond and smiled. If I were really able to break it, I wouldn't have run around carrying it and being hunted by so many powerful creatures. The Destroyer Wolf paused and laughed. The Master of Sacred spent so much effort gaining the confidence of the Destroyer Empress and convincing her to birth his child. He spent lots of time and effort on that egg, so it should be special. Hansen took a look at that Sacred Egg, yet he still couldn't see anything special about it. Even more confusing, Hansen still couldn't find any trace of the creature he had previously been looking for. If that creature was just some food that the Destroyer Wolf and the Rolling Dragon brought here and ate, Hansen should still be able to find its scent. Just like the bones left in the cave, all three of them were leaving molecules behind. However, Hansen didn't see any remaining molecules of that creature. Hansen was afraid that the molecules in the cave were too chaotic for him to check carefully. He rechecked them several times, but he still couldn't find any trace of the creature that he had noticed before. Maybe that creature didn't get into the lake? Then where is it? Hansen was frowning as he thought, but he couldn't figure anything out. The destroyer wolf sometimes talked with Hansen, and it was gentle and looked harmless. On the contrary, the rolling dragon didn't say a word. It just lay beside the black pond, staring at the floating sacred egg as if that egg was the only thing it could see. They didn't show any intention of attacking Hansen, which confused him. Bauer sometimes looked at the sacred egg as if it were some kind of new toy. Time passed, and more black fissures appeared on the eggshell. Just as the destroyer wolf said, the eggshell seemed to be almost completely eroded. Gotcha. After more than 50 hours of waiting, Hansen, destroyer wolf, and the rolling dragon heard a blast that sounded like an eggshell cracking after being boiled. A black crack appeared on the white eggshell. It's done. The destroyer wolf was exhilarated, and the rolling dragon was even more so. Its tail was carrying the trident, and it immediately threw the trident toward the egg. The egg was already covered with small cracks, and Hansen thought that the trident of the rolling dragon would pierce through the egg completely. However, when the tip of the trident hit one of the sea racks, there were only some sparks on the egg, and the egg was perfectly safe. The crack wasn't enlarged at all. Hansen was terrified. The destroyer wolf had told him how sturdy this sacred egg was, but he hadn't believed it until now. He had experienced the trident's power, and it was definitely at the top-tier level in the fourth god sanctuary. Despite that, it couldn't injure the shell at all. The destroyer wolf licked its lips, and it stopped the rolling dragon from striking again. It gazed at the sacred egg and said, "Guess I need to wait longer. We've waited for a long time, so there's no need to rush it." The rolling dragon retreated back to the original spot and laid down. Hansen stared at the sacred egg, but something still seemed strange to him. There wasn't anything living in the sacred egg. After the eggshell cracked, Hansen finally managed to detect some energy coming from the egg. However, it wasn't a life force coming from the egg, but a force that resembled death. Why does this power feel like death? Does this sacred egg have the power of a dead spirit? That shouldn't be right. I've seen the power of goddess, and her power feels nothing like this. If they're both descendants of Sacred's master, they shouldn't be so different, Hansen thought. As Hansen was thinking, he frowned and turned his attention to a corner of the cave. There were some familiar molecules floating there, the same molecules he saw on the shore. Strange. I've checked the cave several times already, yet I couldn't find any of the molecules of that creature. Why have some showed up here now? Hansen frowned worriedly. Chapter 1579, Fighting for the Sacred Egg. Is there a creature here that not even the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon know of? Perhaps they know about it, but they're letting the creature hide here for some reason. Hansen frowned. Hansen was very confident about his Dongshen aura. He was certain that the molecules belonged to the creature he had been looking for before. Also, these molecules were very recent. There was only one possibility. The mutant creature was in the cave, but it was somehow concealing its presence. Hansen speculated that when the eggshell of the sacred egg cracked and the rolling dragon struck, the creature thought it was time to make a move and accidentally left some molecules in its excitement. Won't the water from the black pond just pour into the eggshell and pollute the egg yolk inside? Hansen said randomly. He watched the destroyer wolf casually, but his Dongshin aura was intensely focused on the corner with the molecules. However, nothing strange seemed to be happening. Everything was peaceful, and no more random molecules were slipping out. That makes sense. Let's get the egg out now. There are so many cracks in the egg at this point, so there's a chance that we can just suck the yolk out directly, said the destroyer wolf to the rolling dragon beside it. Hansen found it strange too. Hat destroyer wolf was asking for rolling dragon's help. Part of the egg was above the black water, so if the destroyer wolf was afraid of the water of the black pond, he could retrieve the egg without exposing himself to the water. Normally, people wouldn't just entrust a valuable like this to others. Instead, they would do it by themselves. The rolling dragon heard what the destroyer wolf said. It spun its tail, using its trident like a spoon to lift the sacred egg out of the pond. It dredged up the sacred egg and put it on the ground beside the spring. At this moment, black fissures covered the egg like a cobweb, and lots of the black fissures had sunk deeply into the egg. The destroyer wolf walked to the egg and looked down at the cracks. The crack is still not large enough, and we can't even see what's inside. There isn't anything slipping out, so it needs to be eroded further, said the destroyer wolf. Then, it grabbed the sacred egg with its paws and stood up like a human being. It then lifted the sacred egg to throw it in the black pond again. However, just as it turned around, the rolling dragon whipped its tail, and the trident pierced through the body of the destroyer wolf, punching a hole in the wolf's chest. Blood burst out, dyeing the white for red. The destroyer wolf dropped the egg, and bizarre ripples began to twist the space around the wolf's body. They disappeared for a second, and when they showed up again, destroyer wolf was right behind the rolling dragon. The wolf teeth tore downwards, biting toward the neck of the rolling dragon. Ayo! However, before the destroyer wolf could bite the neck of the rolling dragon, a transparent arrow shot through the wolf's head. The arrow went into the back of its head, through its brain, and out between its eyebrows. Blood dripped from the tip of the arrow. Destroyer Wolf fell on the ground without even having the chance to struggle. It laid on the ground, completely lifeless. Hansen was completely bewildered. He couldn't believe that the mighty Destroyer Wolf had been killed so easily. He then looked to the corner of the cave and saw a creature standing there. Its upper body was that of a human being, while its lower body looked like a snake. It stood there, sneering with its apathetic face. The creature was holding a bow, and the color of the bow resembled the color of the horns on his head. Good job, Black Dragon. The half-human-shaped creature moved to the side of the rolling dragon and patted its head. The horrifying rolling dragon suddenly became meek and submissive, and apparently, it enjoyed the praise of the half-human-shaped creature. Who are you? Hansen asked, alarmed. It was apparent now that the half-human-shaped being and the rolling dragon were on the same team. The Destroyer Wolf originally wanted to borrow the Black Pond, which was why it agreed to share the sacred egg with the rolling dragon. Little did it expect that the rolling dragon had another P. Partner, who wanted to kill the Destroyer Wolf and keep the sacred egg all to himself. Rolling Dragon King, the king of the Rolling Dragon Lake. The half-human-shaped creature looked at Hansen scornfully. Hansen was dazed. Now he knew that the legendary creature in the Rolling Dragon Lake was this strange creature in front of him, not the Black Dragon. Rolling Dragon King walked to the side of the Black Pond. He picked up this sacred egg and held it in his palms. Kill him, Rolling Dragon King said mildly, looking at the sacred egg. The Black Dragon roared suddenly, then dashed toward Hansen with a trident in its tail. Its claws and dragon teeth and trident were all terrifying weapons. Hansen resisted the waves of attacks with his golden engraving shield. However, Hansen kept stepping back under that aggressive force. The red light on Hansen's body surged as a pair of butterfly wings opened on Hansen's back, and at the same time, he entered bloodthirsty mode. Hansen's power surged. He fought the Black Dragon for a long time, but it was a stalemate. Neither could defeat the other. The Rolling Dragon King apparently didn't intend to help the Black Dragon fight Hansenator. He pulled his arrow out of the Destroyer Wolf and wiped the blood on the wolf's fur. Then, he stabbed the arrow down towards the cracked egg. The arrow pierced the egg twice, but it couldn't penetrate the crack of the sacred egg. The Rolling Dragon King frowned, then his body gave off a bizarre black light. The black light infused the arrow, and he stabbed the arrow back toward the egg again. Gotcha! The arrow finally pierced the egg. The tip and part of the shaft both went in. The Rolling Dragon King was exhilarated. He grabbed the arrow and tried to pull it back out. But in the next second, the Rolling Dragon King became horrified. He wasn't able to pull the arrow out of the egg. Instead, his entire body was trembling as if he was being electrified. Black light was being pulled rapidly from his body, along the arrow and down into the egg. Rolling Dragon King, did you really think I didn't know you were the real master of Rolling Dragon Lake? The Destroyer Wolf that was presumed to be dead gradually crawled up from the ground, which was inconceivable. The holes in its chest and head were healing so fast that the wounds were visibly shrinking. It glared at Rolling Dragon King with its wolf eyes, and it had a bizarre smile on its face. You. The Rolling Dragon King was terrified as he realized that he had been tricked by the Destroyer Wolf. However, it was too late for him to regret now. His body was being pulled inescapably toward the sacred egg. His power kept flooding into the egg, making him weaker and weaker. The Black Dragon roared. It ditched Hansen and rushed toward the Rolling Dragon King. It stabbed the sacred egg with the trident on its tail, trying to separate the sacred egg from the Rolling Dragon King. Chapter 1580. Fight Destroyer Wa. LF. You're being suicidal. The Destroyer Wolf sneered, watching from the side. It wasn't trying to stop the Black Dragon at all. The Black Dragon's trident slammed into the sacred egg, but it immediately became stuck to the egg, and the egg began absorbing its power. It ended up just like the Rolling Dragon King. The two terrifying super creatures, which were possibly berserk super creatures, seemed utterly incapable of escaping from the sacred egg. Both the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon were shocked to their very core. Hansen was petrified. He had seen lots of descendants of two super beings before, and Sumi was a child of two emperors. However, he had never seen a descendant like this. It wasn't even born yet, but it was already able to wreck two super beings. Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon were being sucked dry, and it was a stunning thing to witness. The Rolling Dragon King seemed to have aged 1,000 years, and the scales on his snake tail were yellowing. His upper body looked old, and he wasn't as forceful as he had been before. He looked like an old man who was so skinny that his bones were visible. As for the Black Dragon, it wasn't doing any better. Its body was quickly aging as the essence inside its body was sucked out. The Destroyer Wolf looked at the withering Rolling Dragon King and said, "Everyone else thinks that the Black Dragon is the master of Rolling Dragon Lake, but I am exceptional. Do you really think you can trick me? Do you really think I came to Rolling Dragon Lake because I couldn't break the sacred egg? How naive are you?" As it spoke, the destroyer wolf squinted its eyes and a trace of light gleamed. I came here because of the power of death in the Black Pond. Without that power of death, there's no way that the sacred egg could have incubated this soon. It's a descendant of sacred shelter. What does it have to do with the power of death? Rolling Dragon King asked through clenched teeth. Destroyer Wolf sneered. Are you an idiot? Don't you know that its mother is the Destroyer Empress? Her power is the power of death. The power that Sacred Egg inherited isn't just the power of Sacred's master, but also the Destroyer Empress's power of destruction. The power of Rolling Dragon Lake is the best way to nourish it. What good will it do you? Let us go, and we'll give you whatever you want, said the Rolling Dragon King. The Sacred Egg had almost sucked him dry. There was only a layer of skin covering his bone, and he looked more horrendous than a skull. Idiot. What do you think you can offer me? Even if you both gave me your self-geno cores, they can't even begin to compare with this sacred egg. Destroyer Wolf's eyes were gleaming. The descendant of Sacred's master and the Destroyer Empress will have both the advantages of their genes. Since it was incubated, it has been nurtured by the godly fluids of Sacred's master, and with your power of death, the creature about to be Bo. RN will be more perfect than any other berserk super creature. Once it's born, I'll merge its genes with mine, then I'll become the most powerful creature in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. Don't count on it. Even me and Black Dragon are not its match. How do you think you'll manage to merge with it? The bones of Rolling Dragon Emperor were starting to degrade. He fell on the ground beside the Black Dragon. I have my ways, and you don't need to worry about it. Just wait for your death. After the Destroyer Wolf finished, it stopped giving a damn about the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. As for you, I really don't want to waste my time to kill you, but it'll take me a while to merge with the egg. If Sacred Shelter and Outer Sky learn about it, it'll be a pain in the ass. You should just die, said Destroyer Wolf as it stepped forward, its body entering a space vault. A crack showed up beside Hansen, and a wolf head extended out, surging toward Hansen's neck with its white teeth. Hansen used the golden engraving shield on his shoulder to ward it off and defend himself against the bite of the Destroyer Wolf. Scrapey. The teeth of Destroyer Wolf and the shield ground against each other, and it made an annoying sound. The teeth of the Destroyer Wolf tore a part of the golden engraving shield off, and the golden engravings on the shield were dimming. It didn't have the power to reflect the attack. Hansen was terrified. He had never seen a force that the golden engraving shield couldn't defend against. The Destroyer Wolf fell toward Hansen. It looked at Hansen coldly. My power is to swallow space, and I already control this space entirely. Where do you think your shield's reflecting power comes from? Your shield is nothing against me. Destroyer Wolf's body was dimming as it traveled through the space vault. Every time, it left red slashes across Hansen's body. Hansen couldn't catch up with the rapidly vanishing and reappearing wolf, and his body couldn't defend against the wolf's spatial powers. The wounds looked bizarre, like pieces of Hansen's flesh were simply vanishing. Fortunately, the golden engraving shield warded off a large part of the attacks. Otherwise, Hansen would have been eaten alive. Hansen was frowning. The space-swallowing power of the Destroyer Wolf was indeed terrifying, and Hansen couldn't handle its attacks. He couldn't see how its body was moving between the faults, nor could he guess how the power worked. He couldn't wield any of his advantages, and he was completely suppressed by Destroyer Wolf. Hansen clenched his teeth, and gleaming holy light rushed out of his body. His hair immediately grew longer, and shining light flowed from his eyes. He went into the Super King Spirit mode. The Super King Spirit was different from Hansen's usual power. A human's body didn't grow stronger when their self-geno core leveled up, but creatures and spirits were more closely connected with their cores. The Super King Spirit mode made Hansen like a creature or spirit. His body became more powerful as his geno cores improved. As of yet, the coin geno core hadn't been upgraded, so the power given by the Super King Spirit mode wasn't very strong. However, Hansen didn't enter Super King Spirit mode to improve his power. After he entered the Super Spirit mode, Hansen rushed toward the Sacred Egg. He slapped toward the Sacred Egg with his palm in an attempt to knock the Sacred Egg away from the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. He didn't want to save them. Destroyer Wolf wanted the Sacred Egg to absorb power, but without a connection to the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon, the Sacred Egg wouldn't be incubated. That was why Hansen saved Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. No matter what they were going to do, the Destroyer Wolf would have to deal with them first, so this was Hansen's chance. Destroyer Wolf saw Hansen slapping toward the Sacred Egg, and it sneered. You want to touch the Sacred Egg? You're being suicidal. However, the Destroyer Wolf didn't stop attacking. On the contrary, it appeared behind Hansen and snatched Hansen's neck with its space-swallowing power. Chapter 1581, Sacred Egg Incubated. Hansen didn't turn back. He moved the severely damaged shield to cover his back, and at the same time, he slapped the Sacred Egg with his left hand. Two noises echoed at the same time. The destroyer wolf left 3 deep scars on the shield with its claws, piercing almost all the way through the shield. However, unlike what Hansen had expected, that sacred egg didn't exert any magnetic force on him, but it didn't separate from the Rolling Dragon King and Black Dragon either. Instead, the sacred egg, Rolling Dragon King, and the Black Dragon all spun away at the same time. The 3 of them fell into the black pond. They sank, splashing the dark water everywhere. The destroyer wolf was surprised when it saw that Hansen wasn't drawn towards the sacred egg. Then it roared and dashed toward Hansen again. Hansen dodged it while trying to think of a method to defend himself against the destroyer wolf, but nothing came to mind. I have to resort to Destiny's Tower now. Hansen knew that if he kept doing this, he would be killed before too long. The best chance for him to survive was to use his Blood Legion technique and his Destiny's Tower before too much of his energy was consumed. Before Hansen could activate the technique, the water in the black pond suddenly surged upwards. A terrifying force rushed out of the black pond. The destroyer wolf and Hansen both dodged away from the splashing black pond water. At the same time, they looked at the black pond, trying to figure out what was going on. A stream of black light rose from the black pond like the sun escaping an eclipse, and then the light floated on the water. That terrifying force came from the stream of black light, and the entire cave was overwhelmed by the sensation of death. The black light gradually withdrew, but the force of death became stronger and stronger. After the light went away, Hansen missed a heartbeat after seeing what emerged. A beautiful woman walked out of the black pond. She was wearing black armor and carrying a long black bow. She had a pair of black wings like that of a crow, and her hair was dark like ink while her eyes were deep like an abyss. Her entire body emanated a beautiful yet ferocious force, as if she were an angel descending into hell. It has finally incubated. The destroyer wolf's eyes were glinting like crazy. It stopped fighting Hansen and rushed toward the female just hatched from the sacred egg. Hansen didn't move towards the egg. It wasn't because he was afraid that he couldn't defeat Destroyer Wolf, but that the force of death coming from that woman was too horrifying. To Hansen, the woman was more terrifying than Destroyer Wolf. Perhaps the Destroyer Wolf had already prepared itself enough that it thought it could gain something from the woman, but as for Hansen, he didn't think he could gain any power from her. That woman was floating above the black pond. Though she had her eyes open, her eyes looked hollow, as if she didn't have any soul. The Destroyer Wolf opened its mouth wide, and it bit the woman's neck with its barb-like fangs. Those white teeth were actually hollow inside. As they bit into the woman's neck, the blood filled the wolf's teeth, dyeing them black. The woman's blood was actually black, which made Destroyer Wolf more excited. It bit deeper and harder into her neck so that it could absorb the power faster. The female seemed to have felt the pain. She frowned, and some sort of thought finally appeared to cross her dark eyes. More. I want more. I want the most perfect and the most powerful genes. The Destroyer Wolf sucked as it roared crazily. The woman's body seemed to be very sturdy. The wolf's teeth could only go a little bit deeper, and the harder it bit, the more difficult it was. However, the black blood kept flooding into the fangs of Destroyer Wolf, and at the same time, black smoke drifted out of its white wolf fur. Its body seemed to be going through some changes. Hansen was surprised. Humans, creatures, or even spirits could evolve by eating the flesh and blood of creatures. However, while eating creature flesh could strengthen one's genes, the genes of the original body would always be the foundation. The changes Destroyer Wolf was experiencing were a bit different. Its body seemed to have accepted the foreign genes completely, and its body was going through some changes that shouldn't have happened. The black smoke from the Destroyer Wolf was getting denser and denser, and its originally white fur had turned completely dark. The flesh on its back was twisted as if something was about to extend from its spine. Hansen didn't know what to do. He thought that a terrifying being like the T-Woman would have fought the Destroyer Wolf to the death, yet she wasn't reacting at all. Instead, she was just standing there, letting the Destroyer Wolf suck her blood. As the Destroyer Wolf drank her blood, its power became much stronger. Though the woman's facial expression changed a little bit, she was still floating there without any actual reactions. After such a long time, her blood must have been almost completely drained, and now it was too late for her to react. Though she looks like goddess, she's only a newborn after all. She might not have enough intelligence to know what's happening, Hansen thought. After a short while, the flesh on Destroyer Wolf's back exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. A pair of bloody wings extended. The wings looked raw and bloody, as fur was still growing across them. However, the wings were growing fast, and they darkened until they resembled the woman's wings. Power. Strong power. Fascinating. Destroyer Wolf was greedy, and it kept sucking until it drained all of the woman's blood. After that, it took out its teeth and roared at the sky. Its body was covered with black fire emanating the force of death, and its wings spread wide behind it. As it roared, its black wings gave off the feeling of death as well. As for the woman who had been sucked dry, she fell to the floor of the cave like a lifeless puppet. Her eyes were still open like black holes, but there wasn't any life force in her. Perhaps she was dead already. Hansen sighed and rushed toward the water on top of the cave. He had completely lost his chance already. Destroyer Wolf had finished merging, and it was more powerful than ever. Even its previous power had been terrifying. Hansen's Blood Legion technique could only last for a while, so he didn't want to risk anything before he was sure that he could defeat Destroyer Wolf in a short period of time. Do you want to go? Destroyer Wolf sneered, shook its wings, and shot toward Hansen with its terrifying force of death. Chapter 1582, Blow Blood. Hansen frowned, and a 3-foot-long pipe that looked like it was made of gray stone showed up in his hands. That stone pipe was a Geno Core called Blow Blood that Hansen had obtained from Ghost Eye. He had been using his Geno Core Real Blood to break its restrictions, so both Geno Cores had been sitting unused in his Sea of Soul. Hansen almost forgot about it until he heard a voice in his head. Obtained Emperor Geno Core Blow Blood. Hansen then discovered that the restrictions on Blow Blood had been removed by Real Blood, and the Emperor Core had been activated so that Hansen could use it any time. Hansen needed to use the Blood Legion technique to summon Destiny's Tower, so he wouldn't be able to use that core for very long. Now that he had another Emperor Geno Core, it was time for Hansen to see how useful it would be. So Ghost Eye wasn't lying. It is indeed an Emperor Geno Core, Hansen whispered, lifting Blow Blood in his hands. The fact that the Panther had told the truth was actually rather surprising. He saw Destroyer Wolf approaching him, so he didn't have much time to think anymore. Hansen infused his power into Blow Blood, and he used it like a knife. He raced toward Destroyer Wolf with it. A terrifying force hit Blow Blood, and Hansen lost his grip on the Geno Core. It flew out of his hands. Hansen also hit the mountain behind him, spitting blood out. Damn, is that really an Emperor Geno Core? Why is it completely useless? Hansen was deeply upset. The Geno Core didn't seem to be doing him any good. Other than being so solid that even the Destroyer Wolf's teeth couldn't break it, it didn't exert any exceptional power, and it was even inferior to Hansen's Taya sword. The Destroyer Wolf didn't give Hansen a chance to think. It dashed toward Hansen in an instant. With its powers of death and space, it reached toward Hansen's chest. Wang! Hansen summoned his Destiny's Tower. After a shocking sound, Blow Blood flew up off the ground and shot toward Hansen like an arrow. The Destroyer Wolf sensed that something was flying toward it with incredible energy. It gave up attacking Hansen and tried to dodge. Blow Blood fell into Hansen's palm. Blow Blood was rippling with power. Hansen grabbed it with his hands, but he didn't know how to use it. That strike had proven that Blow Blood shouldn't be used like an ordinary blade or sword, so Hansen couldn't figure out how to use it instantly. What? Why is the Geno Core of Drink Blood Emperor in your hands? And why is it activated? When Destroyer Wolf identified Blow Blood, it looked shocked. Drink Blood Emperor had been very famous, and Blow Blood had been one of the top 10 Geno Cores in the Sanctuary. Destroyer Wolf wasn't a stranger to it. Instead, the creature was kind of intimidated by it. However, it was only afraid for a short while. After an instant, Destroyer Wolf dismissed his own fear, becoming hostile and belligerent again. It said coldly, I might have been intimidated by this thing yesterday, but not anymore. I've merged myself with the most perfect and powerful genes, and that Geno Core is nothing to me. Even if Drink Blood Emperor comes here himself, he'll regret it. Destroyer Wolf rushed toward Hansen with his raging powers of space and death. The creature was even more ferocious than last time. Just as Hansen was thinking about how to use Blow Blood, the Geno Core started to move without his control. One end of the stone pipe touched Hansen's lips, while the other end pointed right at Destroyer Wolf. Is it like a flute? Should I just blow it? Hansen tried to blow it. After that, the air and blood inside Hansen's body felt like they were tumbling, and the blood of his heart flooded out his mouth and into that stone pipe. A bloody arrow was fired out of the stone pipe, and it flew directly at the Destroyer Wolf's paws as it rushed toward Senator T. Destroyer Wolf failed to dodge it. Paw. The bloody arrow cut off a part of the Destroyer Wolf's paw, disrupting its powers of space and death. Wow! No wonder it's called Blow Blood Geno Core. I can actually blow my blood out with this thing. Hansen was surprised but exhilarated. The power of Blow Blood was amazing, and it was indeed an Emperor Geno Core. One spit of blood could cut through the evolved Destroyer Wolf's paw. He was only concerned about the fact that he was using up his own blood, as he didn't have much blood to lose. Destroyer Wolf roared furiously, and it moved into a space vault. Then it appeared at Hansen's back, trying to tear him apart. Hansen then saw something amazing. When the Destroyer Wolf moved, Blow Blood moved as well. The end of the pipe pointed right at Destroyer Wolf as it emerged. Hansen didn't hesitate at all, and he blew his blood out again. Though Destroyer Wolf was very fast, the bloody arrow still hit its legs and tore a gruesome wound. Blood flooded out. Han Sen clenched his teeth, and he blew his blood out again and again without paying attention to what reached Destroyer Wolf and what didn't. Then, he leaped back into the lake and swam away from the underground cave. Destroyer Wolf didn't dare to fight the bloody arrows directly. After it dodged the attacks, it rushed out to chase Han Sen. Neither of them realized that one of the bloody arrows Han Sen fired reached the female whose blood had been sucked dry, and the blood sipped into her body. After that bloody arrow entered her body, her face regained color, and she gradually became more and more lively. The blood flooded the woman's body, flowing in her veins, making her more and more dynamic as if her body was gradually recovering. Her originally hollow eyes became more dynamic, losing the dullness that had haunted them since she was born. All the bloody arrows that Han Sen unleashed fell on the ground, and the blood rolled toward the woman as if it were being attracted by a magnet. Drops of blood sank through her skin and slipped into her veins, and she became more and more lively, and her face turned redder and redder. She now finally looked like an actual living creature. The woman had been full of a deathly power, but she lost that ability after absorbing Han Sen's blood. Instead, she was now giving out a bizarre power. It had the silence of death, but it also felt rather different. Even if Han Sen was there, he wouldn't have been able to tell exactly how it was different. He could only feel that something had changed. Han Sen and the Destroyer Wolf had no idea what kind of strange alterations were happening to the woman. A human and a wolf hurtled out of Rolling Dragon Lake, and the wolf chased the human into the sky. Chapter 1583, Merge Bloodlines. The bloodline of the Sacred Egg came from both Sacred's Master and Destroyer Empress, but after absorbing the power of death from Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon and being born from the Black Pond, she had too much deathly power. Her hereditary abilities from Destroyer Empress were completely activated, and they suppressed her inheritance from Sacred's Master. There was too much deathly power piling up in her body, which was very bad for a newborn baby. If the newborn baby kept absorbing the power of death, it would become exactly the same as Destroyer Empress, and there would be nothing special about her. Destroyer Wolf drained the blood of the newborn, and at the same time, it also took away the excessive deathly power inside her. That meant the Destroyer Wolf didn't actually merge all the genes of the newborn. Instead, it only obtained the genes of her destruction abilities. The blood and genes of the newborn were finally balanced, as her whole body was now growing instead of just the part that belonged to Destroyer Empress. However, she didn't only lose the power that had been dammed up inside her. She also lost her blood, which had caused her to slip into a coma. When Han Sen's blood fell on her body and soaked into her, she recovered quickly. As the newborn absorbed Han Sen's blood, she obtained some of his genes, and her own genes also changed slightly because of the blood she absorbed. Han Sen's blood was like a geno solution, which merged the two different bloodlines of the newborn and created a unique new power that neither of the original powers possessed. Han Sen didn't expect his blood to be this useful. At that time, he was spewing out his blood recklessly. Blood kept bursting from the stone pipe, and though it wasn't hitting the Destroyer Wolf, the enormous power was enough to destroy an entire mountain. After Han Sen fired 4 or 5 bloody arrows, the mountains around them were already in ruins. Ghost Eye was walking around with 2 super creatures, looking for any opportunities that might come their way. As they walked, they watched the mountains nearby explode, and then Han Sen and the Destroyer Wolf flew by in front of them. Han Sen fired at the Destroyer Wolf with blow blood. The blood light shone, and the Destroyer Wolf dodged. The mountain behind the wolf wasn't so lucky. The trace of blood light ravaged the mountain, and that power was mesmerizing. That is blow blood. No way. Ghost Eye opened its eyes and mouth wide, and it looked like it had just eaten a fly. It had been kept blow blood for a long time, so it knew the Geno Core perfectly well. It could easily identify the weapon in Han Sen's hands. It tried to console itself that Han Sen might be wielding some other Geno Core. After a short while, Ghost Eye saw the power of blow blood just as described in the legends, and the creature couldn't lie to himself anymore. Damn. That's blow blood. Is that bastard the master of the Geno Core? How did he activate it? Ghost Eye was so upset that it started to see red. Its eyes popped, and it watched Han Sen fight Destroyer Wolf in the sky. Little master, that seems to be Destroyer Wolf. What happened to him? A super creature asked while staring at the Destroyer Wolf. Is that Destroyer Wolf? The rumors say that it's a giant wolf and it's white. Ghost Eye said, glancing at the wolf in the sky. I am not sure whether that is it or not. The super creature hesitated. The Destroyer Wolf now looked completely different than it had before, and the characteristics of its power had changed sharply as well. Even those who had seen it before couldn't be sure if this was actually it. Han Sen then yelled loudly, Destroyer Wolf is here. It has eaten the sacred egg. Han Sen's voice wasn't loud, but he was powerful, and his voice spread widely. Those like Goddess, who were already attracted by the ripples of power, were deeply upset upon hearing what Han Sen said. They flew across the sky and rushed toward Destroyer Wolf. You deserve to die, Destroyer Wolf. Goddess's face turned pale with rage. She also saw the power of destruction coming from the Destroyer Wolf, so she didn't have any doubts anymore. She rushed toward it with the super creatures following her. I've already obtained the most perfect and powerful genes. I will definitely rule the world in the future. If you want to make yourself my enemy, you're the one that deserves to die. Destroyer Wolf couldn't be more arrogant, and it now looked upon those from Sacred Shelter with disdain. Its powers of space and berserk death combined in its body, and it wanted to fight the 5 enemies all at once and kill them all. Instead of fighting Destroyer Wolf, Hansen quickly escaped from the battlefield. He landed on a mountain in the distance to watch the fight. All the powerful creatures nearby rushed toward the fight after hearing what had happened. They all gathered to watch the fight between Destroyer Wolf and Goddess's group. All 4 of the super creatures beside Goddess were renowned beings who had impressive reputations in Sacred Shelter, but now, they were all simultaneously suppressed by the Destroyer Wolf. They had to retreat again, and it seemed that they were not the Destroyer Wolf's match. Sumi had stayed beside Rolling Dragon Lake all along, and he refused to leave. He saw Destroyer Wolf and a strange creature rush out of the lake, but he didn't see Han's senator. He was kind of worried. Just as he wanted to enter the water to see if Hansen had run into some danger, he saw Bauer exit the water and jump to the shore. Bauer, where is my teacher? Asked Sumi to Bauer. Father still has something to do down there. He told me to tell you that you don't need to worry about him, and don't go into the water, Bauer said, blinking her eyes. Sumi felt relieved, and he turned to watch the fight in the sky. Anyone who helps me kill Destroyer Wolf will be greatly rewarded by Sacred Shelter, yelled Goddess. There were 5 of them fighting one Destroyer Wolf, yet they were still not its match. The body of one of the super Krei Tors was torn apart by the Destroyer Wolf, and its blood splashed across the sky. Don't worry, Goddess. I'll come help you. Yumio rushed toward them with some spirits. Nobody knew what she was thinking as she aided Goddess. Not only Yumio, but many great beings rushed toward the Destroyer Wolf. All of a sudden, there were terrifying life forces flowing everywhere. After consuming the blood of the newborn, the Destroyer Wolf was indeed incredible. It was fighting so many creatures all by itself, yet nobody was able to do anything to it. You dare to antagonize me. I'll kill you all today. Destroyer Wolf yelled at the sky, and terrifying deathly power burst from the creature. Hansen watched in the distance for a while, yet those great beings were all crushed by Destroyer Wolf. Their attempts at entrapment were useless against an enemy that could travel through space. Chapter 1584, Suppress Wolf King. That Destroyer Wolf will be a big problem if I don't kill it. Hansen frowned as he watched the Destroyer Wolf roaming wherever it pleased. Destroyer Wolf had seen him become a super king spirit, and the wolf was definitely an enemy now. Hansen certainly wanted to kill it, but the Destroyer Wolf's powers of death and space were a difficult combo to deal with. It could easily travel between space faults, so it would be difficult to kill. There were at least 30 super creatures encircling it now, yet none of them could do anything to it. Instead, many of them were getting gravely injured. There were also many super creatures watching the fight, and some of them were incredibly powerful. Hansen saw that Gu Qingcheng was also observing the fight from a distance. She wasn't certain that she could kill the Destroyer Wolf, so she could only watch the fight without doing anything. Hansen watched for a while as he thought. There are so many powerful creatures here, so perhaps my Coin Geno Core can finally be put to use. Though the Coin Geno Core had a low level, the nature of its power could still be useful. It was normally rather useless, but now, surrounded by so many powerful creatures, things were different. The super creatures here were all like billionaires. If the Geno Core could absorb a little power from each of them, the power inside the coin would be inconceivable. The only problem now is, how can I hit the body of that Destroyer Wolf with coin? Hansen glared at the Destroyer Wolf that was blinking between locations, trying to find a chance to hit it with the Geno Core. The Destroyer Wolf was moving quickly, and sacred blood was splashing everywhere. It was powerful beyond imagination. Sumi took Bauer to Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng took a look at Bauer and asked, "Where is Hansen?" Teacher had something important to do, so he hasn't come back yet. Sumi looked at the fight in the sky and asked, "Sister Gu, do you think they can defeat that Destroyer Wolf?" "That will be difficult. The power of that Destroyer Wolf has surged, and nobody can stop its attacking power. But that's not even the problem. His space-swallowing power is just incredible. Its ability to travel between space faults makes it too difficult to kill. If Sacred's group doesn't choose to leave, there will be a lot of casualties here today," said Gu Qingcheng mildly. "You're reading on. Calm thinks." Sumi shook his head and said, "Destroyer Wolf might not be able to do that. Though it's indeed powerful, it still can't compare with the emperors throughout the Fourth God Sanctuary. If it actually goes reckless today, it won't be able to stay in the sanctuary anymore." As Sumi spoke, Destroyer Wolf tore apart a spirit from outer sky, and it didn't show any sign of stopping. It seemed that it needed to kill everyone present to sate its bloodlust. "It's gone mad." Sumi smiled. Gu Qingcheng said, "It suddenly got such incredible power, so it's normal that it's arrogant and rash. It's probably powerful enough to rival some of the strongest emperors now. Goddess, let's go." "Destroyer Wolf is too powerful, and there's nothing we can do about it," yelled a super creature following Goddess. Another spirit was also trying to persuade Yu Miao to retreat. Some of the spirits and mutant creatures watching the fight also fled the area. "You wanna go?" "Not that easily. I'll kill you all today, and no one will survive." The Destroyer Wolf was reckless. It grabbed a super creature that looked like an elephant and broke its neck. It took a bite, then roared at the sky. All of a sudden, a trace of golden light broke the sky and flew toward it. Just when Destroyer Wolf had reached its peak, the gold light hit the Destroyer Wolf's neck and stuck to it. Everyone was staring at the Destroyer Wolf, and they could all clearly see the golden coin stuck on the wolf's neck. Everyone, including the Destroyer Wolf, looked back at where the golden coin had flown from. Han Sen was standing there in his Super King Spirit mode. All the super creatures were dazed. Apparently, no one recognized Han Sen as a Super King Spirit. Destroyer Wolf sneered, and its eyes were bulging with rage. "You again? Great. Then I'll kill you first." The Destroyer Wolf's deathly power surged as it flew toward Han Sen. Han Sen didn't say anything. Instead, he clicked his fingers. All of a sudden, the golden coin on the wolf's neck started to gleam, and the wolf's body paused for a bit. As for the other super creatures, they were all horrified as they noticed that a little of their power was seeping out of their bodies and drifting toward the golden coin on the Destroyer Wolf's neck. All the creatures were trying to stop their power from leaving, but it was completely useless. That part of their power didn't seem to belong to them anymore, as it was completely out of their control. Even Gu Qingcheng looked ill. A part of her power was also being sucked away. Even with her strength, she wasn't able to slow it down. She was as horrified, and she couldn't help looking at the master of that golden coin. As a matter of fact, all the creatures around were staring at Han Sen in shock. Some random guy with a random golden coin was able to steal their power from their control. When they looked at the Destroyer Wolf, the super creatures were even more horrified. The Destroyer Wolf, who had previously been dominating the battle, was now being suppressed completely, like it was being crushed under a mountain. Its body was shaking, and then the creature was falling through the air. Bam! With a giant sound, the Destroyer Wolf hit the ground hard enough to form a crater. The Geno Core couldn't gather power from a very large area, so it usually wasn't very strong. However, there were too many super creatures around, so they could give the coin much more power than usual, which was why the golden coin was stronger than ever before. Han Sen was exhilarated, as the coin was performing much better than he had expected. It was even able to absorb power from all those super creatures. It was absolutely incredible, as it was only a silver Geno Core, and it hadn't even reached the level of gold Geno Core yet. Every creature here had at least a gemstone Geno Core, and many had super Geno Cores. But none of them could resist the absorbing power of the coin. The Destroyer Wolf struggled and tried to move into a space vault, yet its body was trembling, and it couldn't even take a step. Its head was particularly immobile, and the creature had a hard time even raising it. The wolf's head was getting lower and lower, and it almost touched the ground. It kept roaring, but its head just kept sinking. Chapter 1585, The Name of Dollar. Amidst the angry roaring, Destroyer Wolf's head fell to the ground. No matter how loudly it roared, it could not move. All the super elites were frozen. They were terrified. They knew how powerful Destroyer Wolf was, but that one little coin was able to bring the beast's head down to the ground and prevent it from being lifted up. Han Sen's mystique rose even higher in their hearts. As those watching were still reeling in shock, Han Sen placed the stone pipe to his lips. Then, he blew down at the wolf. It flashed red, and then that light went straight into the wolf's head, tearing it apart. Berserk super creature Destroyer Wolf killed. Destroyer Wolf Beast Soul has been obtained. Geno Core unobtained. Flesh inedible. Collect its life Geno essence to receive 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted. He had managed to earn another Berserk super Beast Soul. The other super elites, seeing the Destroyer Wolf's head split open, looked stunned. They all turned to look at Han Sen as he went forward to the body that was fading away. Their foreheads started to produce a cold sweat. Han Sen grabbed the life Geno essence that the wolf's corpse had left behind and then turned to look at the super elites. After that, he disappeared. When Han Sen disappeared in midair, the super elites all felt a grand wash of relief. The mounting pressure they had experienced finally began to lift. That did not mean Han Sen was powerful. They merely thought Han Sen was powerful. Killing Destroyer Wolf was something unimaginably scary. Of course, they were just scaring themselves more than anything. The pressure they felt was unwarranted. This is scary. Who was that? Was that the alpha of some race? I have never heard about him before. It looked like a spirit, though. I thought it looked like a creature, personally. No, that was a spirit. Bullshit. That was a creature. Did you guys see the stone pipe he used to slay Destroyer Wolf? It looked like Drink Blood Emperor's Blow Blood Geno Core. It did look like it, yes. It didn't just look like it. That was it, for sure. I saw Drink Blood Emperor use it once. I thought Emperor-class elites couldn't open it once it was sealed. How did he manage to activate it? The power to open the Geno Core is not something we can comprehend. Goddess looked to the point where Hansen vanished. Her beautiful eyes looked strange, and she said, "When did such a powerful being come to exist here?" Yumiao looked in that direction, too. She couldn't tell it was Hansen, however. Gu Qincheng merely frowned. The power that had been forcibly taken from her had now been returned, and she was surprised. What a weird power. Who is he? Gu Qincheng could not tell it was Hansen either. Sumi looked on in admiration, and he said, "That person is so strong. I wonder what race he is. I should have asked him." As the crowds began to leave, conversations started to revolve around Han's senator. The image of Hansen as a super king spirit was now all over the fourth god sanctuary, and they really wanted to find out who he was. No one knew who it was until humans from the third god sanctuary came, claiming to have seen him before. They recognized him. That was Dollar. Our human Dollar. Dollar is strong. So many super creatures and king spirits were unable to bring down Destroyer Wolf, and he killed it in a flash. That's pretty scary. Wherever Dollar goes, he is strong. Dollar is like a god. He is finally here. The creatures and spirits did not believe it was a human. They did not think it was possible for this Dollar to be a human, but strangely, only humans seemed to recognize him. No others did. No matter what the case might have been, however, Dollar's name was spoken all across the fourth god sanctuary. All the factions spoke about him, but no one knew much about him. His identity and location were unknown. The saddest being in the sanctuary, at the time, must have been Ghost Eye. He had ever expected that Hansen would be able to unseal Blow Blood. Seeing Blow Blood's ability to kill strong creatures such as Destroyer Wolf, Ghost Eye's eyes were now bleeding. Hansen left the battleground and found a place with no one around. To see him deactivate his Super King Spirit mode. He returned to the image of his real self and then circled back to Rolling Dragon Lake. Then, he went into the underwater cave. He wanted to see if the dead woman from the sacred egg was still there. If the body had remained, it would be a shame to waste it. The woman was dead and the flesh was just a vessel. It would be a good deed to benefit from the death of another creature. Hansen, thinking this, then entered the underwater cave. After looking inside the cave, he was surprised to see the body was actually gone. Was she like Destroyer Wolf and couldn't be eaten? Did she just disappear when she died? Hansen frowned. Normally, if the flesh of super creatures was inedible, they'd just disappear. But she hadn't, as far as he'd seen. This one confused him. Hansen poked around for a bit and even used his weapons to swing around in the black pond. He found nothing, though. He left the underwater cave then to meet up with Gu Qincheng. Bloodfeet Beast was traveling across the mountains at the time in a very angry mood. He was a super creature, but he hadn't received any benefits from the killing of the wolf. He was also injured. As he was walking, he saw a small creature that was flapping its black wings. Bloodfeet Beast was hungry, so it ran up to it and tried to eat the creature. Before Bloodfeet Beast pounced, the small body raised a black bow. The sound of a plucked string rang through the air, accompanying the flight of a black arrow that punched a hole through the creature's head. Pang! Bloodfeet Beast's head and body blew up. It was very dead. The small creature did not look back. It just flapped its wings and left the area. If Hansen was there, he'd have recognized that creature. That small creature was the woman from the sacred egg. Chapter 1586, Charm Beast Soul. Back at the shelter, Hansen had the time to examine the Destroyer Wolf Beast Soul. Berserk Super Beast Soul Destroyer Wolf, Charm Type. Hansen saw this and was quite surprised. He didn't know what a Charm Beast Soul was. He had never heard of it before. Hansen summoned the Destroyer Wolf next to examine what the Charm Beast Soul could do. Destroyer Wolf flew out from the Sea of Soul and became a charm that was about the same size as Hansen's palm. The charm was pitch black in color, and it was engraved with the depiction of a wolf with wings. It looked just like Destroyer Wolf itself did, after it evolved. Hansen looked at the charm a few times. He felt a deathly aura and residual space powers entwining all around it. It was a scary little thing, and he didn't have a clue how it worked. Hansen spent the next few days researching it, and when he discovered what its purpose was, he was delighted. Charm-type beast souls were special, and much of the information Hansen uncovered was from the Alliance. He read on Skynet about a person who had come into possession of a charm-type beast soul. The P. Urson said he had figured out how to use it, and the post he had made was basically just the man showing off. But at least it was informative enough to teach Hansen how to use it. Charm beast souls could resurrect dead creatures. The resurrected creature would then adhere to the charm, and the charm explicitly. Not the person who operated it. When the charm was placed on someone, the creature you summoned would follow that person until death. It did not matter if the target was living or dead, but the charm would be destroyed. And that meant the charm beast's soul was a single-use item. At least it was a strong one. Destroyer Wolf was a mighty foe. Even if Hansen chose a target that had a super creature for protection, they'd be easily slain. There was one downside to the item, however, he could only use it once. Hansen wouldn't want to use it until it was a proper life or death moment. The person he read about must have used the charm beast's soul to discover its purpose, as before that, there was no such information in the Alliance. Not many people believed the post, though, and many people thought it was a straight-up lie. With nothing else to do, Hansen went to the Geno Core storage. He received many invitations to battle, and one repeated challenge was from Ghost Eye. That kid dares challenge me again? Has he finally given up on living? Hansen accepted the challenge, wondering what the pest wanted this time. The moment Hansen stepped into the battleground, Ghost Eye began shouting, "Congratulations on unsealing Blow Blood Geno Core. Now you know I wasn't lying, eh? Congratulations for what?" "I sold it off because I wasn't able to unseal it either." "There's no use congratulating me," Hansen said coldly. Ghost Eye looked shocked. "Are you joking? You're Dollar, surely." "If I was Dollar, I wouldn't waste my breath with talk. I'd just kill you." Hansen put on his annoyed face and then went on to say your piece or get lost. Ghost Eye stared at Hansen, unsure if he was telling the truth. But he didn't dare continue pestering him. So, he said, "Boss, about that other thing. I want to buy your first place rank. Name your price, and I'll meet the demand if I can." "Okay, 1 Super Geno Core," Hansen said. "Boss, I only have a Silver Geno Core. How am I supposed to obtain a Super Geno Core? I gave you my Emperor Geno Core, didn't I? That was my only one." Ghost Eye looked bitter, but on the inside, he was thinking, "You're evil. You want to trade a Super Geno Core for the first rank on the Silver Geno Core leaderboard. Do you think that is something someone can get on a whim? Who is to know the broken thing you gave me was an Emperor Geno Core? I sold it like the junk I thought it was. It makes me mad that you didn't tell me how powerful it might have been. You should have told me sooner, as now I have lost it," Hansen said menacingly. Ghost Eye was enraged, but he didn't dare argue. So, he said, "Boss, didn't I tell you a few times? You just didn't believe me. Fine, I will forget about that. So, do you want to buy it once or buy it off?" Hansen looked at Ghost Eye as he spoke. "What does buying it once or buying it off mean?" "Buying it once adheres to the rules of our first deal. You rent it temporarily, and when you're done, you give it back to me. If you buy it off completely, you're purchasing permanent ownership. Then, I won't expect you to return it." "What are the prices for each package?" "Once and off," Ghost Eye asked. "Buying it once will cost you a Gemstone Geno Core. If you buy it off, it's that price times 10, Hansen said. Ghost Eye thought to himself, he must think I'm crazy. Of course I'll just buy it once, because he can't guarantee the return or do anything to me, anyway. I was fine even after I didn't return it the last time. "Boss, I would like to buy it once," Ghost Eye said politely. "Okay, but if you buy it once, we're going to have to hammer out a contract." Hansen smiled. "What contract?" Ghost Eye asked. "If you buy my first place and do not give me the first rank back, you have to reimburse me with 10 Super Geno Cores. This will be inked onto a contract as proof." Hansen smiled. "Okay, I'll sign it. I'll give it back. Put faith in me this second time." Ghost Eye was very happy, and he thought to himself, what is the point of making a contract? He can't find me in Hell Shelter. He won't be able to find its location, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare come. Then let's make the contract. Hansen pulled out a pen and paper. Then, Ghost Eye wrote down the words Hansen asked him to write. Then, he placed a paw print on it. "Boss, how's this?" Ghost Eye returned the contract to Hansen, alongside a Sacred Blood Geno Core. Hansen reviewed the contract, folded it up, and said, "Okay, now you are first." Hansen conceded and left the Geno battleground. Then, he challenged Ghost Eye again. Ghost Eye saw Hansen's challenge request, but ignored it. Then he said, so naive. Who would return it to you? I am going to sell this first rank before anything else happens." Hansen knew Ghost Eye wouldn't be honest, though. He didn't mind selling it for a Sacred Blood Geno Core, as the contract might pay dividends further down the line. Hansen wasn't going to let Ghost Eye off the hook either. He left the Geno Core storage and leveled his Crystal Core up to gold. Then, he returned to the Geno Core storage with Bulwark Umbrella. Chapter 1587, Death Goddess. Ghost Eye had already schemed what to do, and as soon as the deal was done, he contacted the buyer. But as soon as he made contact with the person, he lost his first rank position. "Ghost Eye, are you trying to trick me again?" The spirit that wished to make a trade with Ghost Eye spoke with a cold tone of voice. "No. What the fuck happened?" Ghost Eye looked disheartened. He had been super quick, so how could someone have already usurped his position? Does this have something to do with that guy? Ghost Eye saw that the first rank was now occupied by Bulwark Umbrella. He kept thinking about it, and soon, a chill ran down his spine. If both of those Geno cores did belong to Hansen, Ghost Eye couldn't fathom how powerful he might have been. He must have had many Geno cores that could reach first place through the testing. Ghost Eye didn't dare think it was all the machination of one person, however. He thought the cores must have belonged to a faction. No one would have expected all those Geno cores to be owned by one individual. Hansen used Bulwark Umbrella to achieve first place and immediately claim the 9 reinforcements. He used gold core lights to then push it up to a gold-class Geno core. Then, Ghost Eye noticed he was back in first place. This brought back his cheer, and he said, haha. It looks like the Umbrella's master was testing at a bad time. He must have leveled it up to gold straight away after reinforcing it 9 times. It looks like my luck is still here. Ghost Eye contacted the buyer spirit again, wanting to sell off his position, but when they established the time and place to do so, the Geno core leaderboard started to shine. The rankings changed again. Ghost Eye felt awful. It was like sitting on a roller coaster of emotions. With the constant twists and turns, he felt as if his heart was going to explode. Ghost Eye, what is the meaning of this? The spirit was maddened. He stared at Ghost Eye with eyes filled with anger. Ghost Eye was depressed. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Coin had achieved first place in the Geno core storage. It was a huge shock, and everyone in the Fourth God Sanctuary was starting to think it might have belonged to the almighty dollar that had managed to fell the Destroyer Wolf. If they were related, and it was only a silver Geno core that had been used to destroy Destroyer Wolf, its might was frightening to think about. Some creatures believed the Coin Geno core had to be the Geno core that toppled Destroyer Wolf. Some thought they weren't related. It was quite the argument. Some people couldn't wait to challenge Coin's master to see if the Geno core did indeed belong to Dollar. Hansen didn't care much for that, though. He accepted his first rank and just left without agreeing to any of the proposed matches. Afterwards, though, Hansen did not level up Coin to gold. He was planning on using it on Ghost Eye. Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Bulwark Umbrella were now gold class. He'd be reaching the bottleneck once they leveled up again, as getting them up through the ranks of Super would be difficult. Hansen absorbed the Life Geno essence from Destroyer Wolf. He received 8 Super Geno points from it, bringing his total tally of such points to 34. Hansen's body had gotten considerably stronger. What he needed to focus on now, primarily, was how he might max out his Super Geno points. Hansen had the power necessary to kill super creatures, but there weren't many out there that were solo. Most super creatures belonged to proper super shelters, and so finding an appropriate target would be arduous work. As Hansen wondered where he might be able to find and kill a super creature, Lady Chef returned to the shelter with shocking news. She said Outer Sky Shelter had attracted the ire of something most fearsome. Many super creatures and spirits had been killed, leaving them damaged and vulnerable. Who did that? This sounds great. Hansen heard this and beamed a smile. He was planning on taking down Outer Sky once he got strong enough, anyway. No one knows where the creature came from, as no one has seen her before. She was a creature that wielded a bow. She wore black armor and had black wings. She looked as if she had come from Sacred, but she hadn't. She was as powerful as Sacred's leader, though. Even the Outer Sky leader was incapable of fighting her off. Lady Chef detailed the events that had occurred. Hansen was shocked. He thought the creature she mentioned might have been the woman from the Sacred Egg. But the woman didn't seem that strong when he saw her. Destroyer Wolf had sucked her blood dry. How could she emerge so quickly, appearing healthy and stronger than ever? Hansen quickly asked, the creature you mentioned, was she around 1.8 m tall? Were the black wings like the wings of a raven? Did her armor look like this? Hansen drew her armor as best as he could from memory. Lady Chef saw it and was surprised. She said, you saw her. Hansen's head was in a right mess now, and he thought to himself, undoubtedly, she is the woman from the Sacred Egg. But what happened to save her life and make her strong? Hansen didn't realize that a part of his strength was included. The creature is that strong? Gu Qingcheng came in, asking. She had heard the conversation. Yes, she is that strong. If the spirits were unable to revive in Outer Sky, the shelter should be empty right now. Her mode of operation is 1 arrow, 1 kill. Super creatures and king spirits are both killed in a single strike. Only Outer Sky's leader and a few of their elites were able to survive an arrow. I am sure the Fourth God Sanctuary is all in shock over this. No one even knows her name. Everyone just calls her Reaper or Death Goddess. If she gets angry, she will kill everyone she wants to without speaking a single word. Lady Chef sounded jealous. She wanted to be able to do the same thing too. If she could, obtaining ingredients would be much easier. Leveling up was hard, and thus far, she had only reached Gemstone class. Death Goddess, Hansen's expression was reserved. He repeatedly tapped his head in thought. Hansen was sure it was the woman from the Sacred Egg, but the woman did not go to Sacred or Destroyer Empress. She had been searching for something, but what that was, Han Sen did not know. Chapter 15. 88. Copyright. Han Sen was standing in front of the headquarters of the company Impression Culture when the security guard saw him. He was wearing big sunglasses and a hat, with Little Flower in his arms and Bauer perched upon his shoulder. "We have a meeting with your chief editor. Here is the appointment slip." Han Sen handed the slip over to the security guard. The security guard scanned the slip and then gave Han Sen a look of admiration. He handed the slip back with both hands and said, "You are Xie King, the author of Overbearing President Love Luov. I really love your comic. Can I have your signature? I apologize, but I am merely his manager." "Xie King is busy, so he is unable to attend," Han Sen said. Xie King became a demigod a few years back, but there was no news about what became of him. Han Sen did not know if he was still alive or where he had gone, following his ascension. Still, Han Sen continued to handle the matters surrounding his comics. Although there hadn't been any new material published in the past few years, Overbearing President Love Luov was still popular. They were actually printed in physical, comic format, and a filming-producing company had contacted Impression Culture with a desire to produce an anime and live-action adaptation of the work. Han Sen had come to talk about copyright matters. "Brother Qing, I am so good to you. Even if you have died, your work has been immortalized. Your life and legacy will go on, even if you aren't present," Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen wasn't interested in these sorts of matters, but it was a personal matter regarding Xie King. It might have been the last thing he left behind in this world, and Han Sen didn't want to see it mishandled. The security guard looked disappointed, but he still said, "Please enter. The chief editor is waiting for you in the boardroom. An AI will show you the rest of the way there." Han Sen followed an AI to the discussion room. He made Little Flower happy as he went. Ji Yan had been busy lately, so since Han Sen had some free time, he thought it would be good to bring Little Flower along with him. They were worried Little Flower might have been affected by the time spent in the crystallizer's main control room, but nothing had seemed to go awry. Little Flower had grown up like a normal child, and at the tender age of being 1 year old, he could walk and talk. But even so, Little Flower was a very quiet boy. Unless someone spent time with him, he'd sit silently all day long. In the boardroom, Zhuo Lan frowned while looking at the screen. Before Han Sen reached the Impression building, she had already been watching him. She was disappointed it wasn't Xie King himself who had shown up, and when she saw Han Sen had brought 2 kids with him to a discussion about copyrights, she frowned even harder. Zhuo Lan was not afraid of meeting with famous authors and superstars, but she was afraid of consulting with agents and managers. She was especially afraid of this one, as he didn't look professional. He had brought 2 kids with him, after all. She didn't think the discussion would go smoothly. But Overbearing President Love Luov was too popular, and after all those years, it was still in the top 5. That alone could tell you how popular it was. Most comics that were still updating and ongoing were not as popular as it, and there were many investors interested in Overbearing President Love Luov. Due to its staying power, they wanted to make an anime and live-action adaptation of it. Chief editors were, "Why has Xie King not come?" The middle-aged man next to her frowned as he watched Han Sen. Although Xie King is an author for Impression Culture, he is freelance. He has his own way of doing things. If he allowed his manager to come here, that means he is the one who now has total control, Zhuo Lan said carefully. Until now, no one knew who Xie King actually was. Zhuo Lan herself was quite curious, too. Zhuo Lan really loved Overbearing President Love Luov as well. Her mind was like that of a normal young lady. She'd love nothing more than to be loved by a man like that. She was also a little different from most young ladies, and she knew men such as that didn't exist in the real world. She was smart. "Did you tell him it was Dong Tae Film that wanted to discuss copyright issues?" "Our president is here, so isn't he being a little rude?" a secretary-looking woman said, standing behind the middle-aged man. "Maybe he is busy, and as a result, he couldn't make it here," Zhuo Lan said. "What could be more important than this? Dong Tae Film has a lot of investment capital." The woman looked displeased. Zhuo Lan smiled but did not say anything. She did not like how arrogant they were, but business was business. The copyright fee was rather high, and if the deal was a success, Impression Culture could receive 20% of it. That was a big number. So, even if Zhuo Lan hated the woman's attitude, she had to endure it. "I didn't even say anything, and you're just a secretary talking crap. You're obviously just a bitch who sold her body to achieve a modicum of fame." Zhuo Lan looked at her with disdain. As they were talking, Han Sen reached the meeting room. Zhuo Lan turned the monitor off and let Han Sen and the baby inside. She was thinking, this is bad. Such an unprofessional manager and a slutty bitch all in one room. These matters of business will be difficult to discuss. "Hi, you're Zhuo, the chief editor? I am Xie King's manager. Call me Sanmu." Hansen reached his hand out to Zuolan. Zuolan saw that he was holding a kid and wearing a hat and glasses, and she knew he had no manners. She still shook his hand, though, and she said, "Hello. I am indeed Zuolan. Allow me to introduce you to Dongtae Films President Yu Hetien. He would like to purchase the rights to overbearing President Love Luov. Hello, President Yu. I am Sanmu." Hansen reached out his hand to Yu Hetien. Yu Hetien was on a chair, unwilling to stand up. He dropped some cigarette ash and said, "Why is Xiaqing King not here? Are you sure you can handle such big business matters?" Hansen was not angry. He just smiled and said, "Xiaqing King is in the sanctuary, and he hasn't come back yet. And I have total control over overbearing President Love Luov. I can represent Xiaqing King fully in these matters. You do not have to worry." Chapter 1589, Second Uncle. When Zuolan heard what Hansen said, she wasn't sure if what he was telling the truth, but she understood. The secretary could only roll her eyes and say, "This is a big business matter, and he goes to the sanctuary? And what is this attitude of yours? And what is with these children? Are you a manager or a babysitter?" Yu Hetien looked displeased. He didn't like Hansen at all. Hansen, seeing them, had to resist the urge to laugh. He wouldn't let Xiaqing King's work end up in the hands of such people, and he thought it'd be wasted on them. Even though Hansen did not know much about art, he knew Yu Hetien did not know much about art, either. Hansen wanted to do something good for Xiaqing King, but he wasn't willing to give the rights of the book to such people. "What are you smiling for?" Yu Hetien asked, sensing Hansen's desire to laugh. Hansen laughed. "You might think this is a big business matter, but I'm telling you now that it is small. I decided that I could spare the time to come to this meeting, but if you don't like the way I have presented myself, then let's just shelve the discussion." After that, Hansen turned around and headed toward the door. Overbearing President Love Luov needed to be published, but he had to ensure those handling it were excellent. Even if Hansen did not earn much money, that did not matter very much as long as the adaptation was done exceptionally. Zuolan and Yu Hetien were in shock. They hadn't expected Hansen to say what he did. Normal managers wanted to earn money, but he was leaving as if he didn't care at all. "Small business? Do you have any idea how much we are willing to invest? Do you know how much you will earn once the deal is done? You'll never earn this much money any other way." The secretary looked annoyed. Zuolan stepped forward and said, "We are here for business. We can all sit down and talk." Hansen looked at Zuolan and said, "There is no need for talk. Chief Editor Zua, please find some decent people next time. I will only sell the copyright to people who can really make good films. If you only have people like this lined up, don't bother contacting me." Zuolan knew things were about to get much worse. Yu Hetien really hated it when people talked as if he didn't know anything. The truth was, though, he didn't. Dongtae Film was rich, but that did not mean they could craft exceptional films. They weren't even all that popular in the alliance. Yu Hetien was one of the shareholders of Starry Group, too. Dongtae Film was initially constructed for fun, as something to support actresses. Wei Mingjin, the secretary, was one of Yu Hetien's mistresses. She was his favorite. The reason he wanted to film this movie was because of her. She wanted to be the main character and earn fame. Although Yu Hetien was just playing, he hated it when people suggested he didn't know anything. "Young man, don't be so reckless. If you continue like this, you'll cluelessly walk by opportunities that are right in front of you." Yu Hetien stumped out his cigarette in the ashtray. He spoke to Hansen coldly. "Chief Editor, if there is nothing else to discuss, I'm leaving." Hansen attended the meeting to talk about copyright, yes, but it was also just a way for him to take Little Flower for a walk. Hansen's mood was ruined by the way things had turned out, and he had no intention of talking with them. Zuolan wished to say something, but before she could, Yu Hetien said coldly, "Young man, do you think that if you leave now, overbearing President Love Luov will never be sold?" When Hansen heard the man say that, he turned around. He looked at him and said, "Yu Hetien, right? You talk big, but I've never even heard your name before. You've never heard the names of the shareholders of Starry Group? How can you consider yourself a manager?" Wei Mingjin coldly laughed. "I know a few people from Starry Group, but not Yu Hetien," Hansen said and turned to leave. Not even the other shareholders of Starry Group or the controllers of Starry Group, the Ning family, would treat him this way. Hearing Hansen say this, Zuolan felt dizzy. Things were turning sour real quick. Yu Hetien was enraged. He slammed the table, wanting to say something, but just as he was about to, his phone rang. Yu Hetien was so angry that he almost destroyed it. He looked at the screen and picked it up. "Mr. Yu, why are you contacting me? I can do anything. I won't disappoint you." Yu Hetien forced a smile to the video stream of the on-screen call. The image showed Ningyu, dressed in white clothing. Ningyu was still as elegant as ever, even after all the time that had passed. Yu Hetien immediately became nervous, seeing Ningyu. Even though it was just a video call, the respect he showed was nothing that could be faked. Ningyu ignored him, though. Ningyu saw Hansen leaving through the video and said, "Hansen, why are you here?" Ningyu remembered Han's senator. He recognized him, even though he could just see his back and he was wearing a disguise. "Ningyu, long time no see." Hansen, hearing Ningyu, turned around to say hello. There was still tension between the two, so it was difficult to discern if they were friends or foes. "I was going to drop by your house, but since you're here, there is no need for me to go. My second uncle wishes to buy you dinner. Do you have the time?" Ningyu said. After Ningyu said this, Yu Hetian's legs felt soft. Rivers of cold sweat began to cascade down his back. When Ningyu spoke to Hansen, Yu Hetian couldn't muster a reaction. But when Ningyu mentioned his second uncle, Yu Hetian's heart almost exploded. People knew the Ning family had an old man. He was a demigod, but few people knew that bit. They also had a second uncle. He was the genuinely cruel one. He dictated the lives of those in Starry Group. Ning family had become this famous, not because of the old man, but because of the second uncle. The second uncle in the Ning family would only eat dinner with the president if he felt like it. He had never bought food for anyone else either. This was a request no other demigod had received before. Now that second uncle wished to buy the young man dinner, Yu Hetian's body began to shake. He felt as if he was going to pee himself as a cold chill struck him. Chapter 1590, He is still alive. Zuolan did not know who second uncle was, but she heard Hansen and Ningyu. And with Yu Hetian's facial expression being what it was, some things finally clicked into place. Hansen. No, wait. The first super aristocrat of the alliance? Is he Xie Qingking? Zuolan looked at Hansen with a confused expression, her mind now a mess of different thoughts. Zuolan thought if he actually was Hansen, with his identity being what it was, he wouldn't be the sort to allow someone else to be the manager of his work. Overbearing President Love Luov had to be his creation. He didn't want others to know that, and that is why he must have donned the guise of a manager. Realizing that Xie Qingking might have been Hansen, Zuolan felt as if her heart was going to blow up inside her chest. For such a powerful person to have such unbridled creativity was an incredible thing. If Hansen knew what she was thinking at that moment, he'd be having a cold sweat. That was because he had no artistic talent, and he wasn't even all that interested in Xie Qingking's comics, either. Second uncle? Who is second uncle? Hansen's heart jumped. He could guess who he might have been referring to, but he couldn't quite believe it. Second brother Ning. Second uncle told me to say this name and you'll know, Ningyu calmly said. Yu Hetian heard second brother Ning and felt his heart begin to cramp. His face was turning black with cold sweat. The last person who mentioned that name in front of Hansen was a demigod. He then became a fertilizer in the garden. When Hansen wanted to confirm that the second uncle in the Ning family was like Gu Qingcheng and hadn't made a wish before the elusive god. Hansen did not know why the man wished to meet with him, but Hansen himself had many questions he wanted to ask. So, he decided to take the man up on his offer. If you have the time, I will allow Director Yu to bring you here, Ningyu said. Okay. Hansen nodded. Director Yu. Direct. Or you. Ningyu had to call him a few times before he snapped back to reality. Yes, yes? Is there something you require? Yu Hetian quickly asked. Take our guest to meet with the second uncle. I do not want him to be made upset again, Ningyu said coldly. Yes. Do not worry. I will deliver our guest safely to meet with the second uncle. I'll make sure he is satisfied. While Yu Hetian spoke, a pained look appeared on his face. Hansen. No. Demigod Han. This is my fault. Please, let me live. Although Yu Hetian did not want to apologize, he did. The thought of being wedged between two individuals like Hansen and second uncle made all his anger disappear and replaced it with fear. Seeing Yu Hetian talking like this, Wei Mingjin was taken aback. What are you looking at? Apologize to Demigod Han. Seeing Wei Mingjin's face made him angry again. If it wasn't for her desire to create the adaptation, none of this would have happened in the first place. He slapped her in the face. Zuolan felt immense joy watching that. She'd had enough of these people, and she had only slogged through it for the benefit of impression culture. It is no wonder he is a super aristocrat. Even the Ning family of Starry Group treats him with such respect. And the fact that he can also draw such amazing comics makes him the most perfect man. It is a shame he is married. Why are all the good men already taken? Zuolan was thinking. Hansen didn't do anything to Yu Hetian. After all, Yu Hetian was one of the Ning family's people. Hansen would let them deal with him however they saw fit. After all, he still didn't know if the Ning family were friends or enemies. He didn't want to cross any unspoken lines. Yu Hetian then took Hansen to the planet where second uncle lived. He didn't even land his ship. He told Hansen that second uncle wasn't fond of visitors, so he just left as soon as he dropped off the guest he was tasked to deliver. Ningyu was waiting for Hansen at the spaceport. He used an older ship to take Hansen across the planet. The planet looked very primal. It was like a prehistoric forest. There were many creatures there, and the place hadn't seen any development. When the ship came to a stop, Ningyu walked ahead to lead Han Senator. It was just one big forest, and there were no paths. Second uncle is not fond of technology. He doesn't want such things anywhere near him. He doesn't really care about the family business either. He has remained hidden for decades. I am surprised he wanted to meet with you, specifically, Ningyu said to Hansen as if he was talking to an old friend. You could not tell that Hansen had once hurt him, and he had to be alone for years. Maybe it is because of the old man's business? Hansen really admired Ningyu. Even though he was an enemy, it didn't hinder Hansen's admiration of him. Hansen thought if he was in Ningyu's shoes, he couldn't have done the same. Ningyu now looked very tame. He was a hard man to decipher, and not even Hansen would underestimate him. On the way, Ningyu begged something of Han Senator. He told Hansen that the Ning family had two people he could not offend. One was second uncle and the other was Ningyu himself. The grumpy one, the son of God, was not mentioned. There wouldn't be a problem there. Grass was everywhere and so were flowers. Hansen saw a slope with a few wooden houses perched upon it. The walls of the constructs were built from branches. They all appeared to be handmade, and while it was not entirely pretty, it gave Hansen a feeling of rustic comfort. Second uncle, Hansen is here, Ningyu said from outside one of the houses. The wooden door was open, and a middle-aged man came walking through the doorframe. He looked similar to Ningyu. He looked like a gentle person, but when he rolled up his sleeves, you could see that he was holding a hoe. He was also wearing flip-flops. It was a strange combination. Come in. No one else is here, so make yourself at home. Second uncle was very polite to Hansen, but it made Hansen feel as if he had encountered a fake second uncle. From the way Yu Hetien reacted, you'd assume second uncle was a devil that loved to murder people. Why did you ask me to come here? Hansen asked with a bow. Second uncle was from the same time period as Han Jinji. If they were friends, Hansen would not be against calling him second uncle. Second uncle looked at Hansen and said, "You've never seen Han Jinji?" They were just words, but they made Hansen's heart jump. They made his face change. Is he still alive? Hansen asked, while looking at second uncle. Chapter 1591, Hypothesis. Second uncle smiled and said, that man can survive no matter where he goes. He's not the sort to lay down and die. Where is he? Hansen asked. Second uncle sat at the end of a wooden table. He poured out 3 cups of tea, then passed 2 to Hansen and Ningyu. After having a sip of his own, he said, I want to know where he is too. The thing is, I can't find him. Hansen was disappointed. He patted Little Flower and said, if you're looking for that answer from me, you'll be disappointed. I don't know where he is. I've never seen him before. Second uncle shook his head and said, I know you don't know where he is. If so, then why have you requested to sit down with me? Hansen asked. Hansen did not understand what second uncle wanted from him. Second uncle looked at Hansen and sighed. He said, if I told you Han Jinji had no blood relation with you, would you believe me? Hansen froze, then asked why. Hansen had harbored doubts about this in the past. But his father had told him Han Jinji was his great-grandfather. Now second uncle was telling him this, and Hansen did not believe him. But still, Hansen was willing to listen and ask why. Second uncle didn't immediately reply. He nodded to Ningyu. Then, Ningyu brought out some INF formation to show Han Senator. He said, since we found out that you possess the 9-life cat pendant, we have been investigating the things that surround you. That includes your relation to Han Jinji. This is a compilation of what we have discovered. Hansen flipped through a few pages of what he had been given, and he noticed the contents were very detailed. It showed that whenever he left the house or went somewhere, it was recorded and noted. Within the investigation, he also found information regarding his family. They had even been watching Hansen's aunts and uncles. It didn't really bother Hansen though. Even if they had found out his aunt's favorite panty colors, Hansen didn't care. You guys conducted a lot of work, Hansen said, as he went through the information. We needed to find out whether you're a friend or foe. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Ningyu smiled. Second uncle was just sipping his tea. He didn't say a word. Ningyu pointed to the information and then went on to say, after concluding our lengthy investigation, we found a decent amount of evidence that you and your father are indeed related to Han Jinji. If that is so, then why did your second uncle suggest I wasn't related to Han Jinji? Hansen glanced at Ningyu and second uncle with visible confusion. The things they said were very contradictory, so Hansen knew there had to be something else he hadn't been told yet. Ningyu looked serious as he said, during the investigation, we found a lot of suspicious activity. So we aren't able to 100% confirm that you and your father are related to Han Jinji. We're spending a lot of time and resources to get to the bottom of this. It might be possible you two are related to Han Jinji, but Hansen didn't say anything. He wanted him to continue. Ningyu sighed and said, we ran into a problem, one that we are unable to solve. What is it? Hansen asked with curiosity. Ningyu pointed to the reports titled Han Jinji and with a weird tone of voice said, Why is your great-grandfather called Han Jinji? Hansen froze, and he understood now what Ningyu meant. Han Jinji was Han Jinji, but even Hansen wondered why the doppelganger he found was called Han Jinji. If Han Jinji used the identity of a blue blood officer to hide you and your father, then he shouldn't have used another man named Han Jinji. Any other name would have surely been a million times safer. But he chose that name. Ningyu paused for a moment before continuing. And this name makes it difficult to determine the power Han Jinji wielded. We spent a lot of time and resources figuring all this stuff out. I believe it is not just the Ning family conducting such research either. I am sure there are many other factions spending such resources in this pursuit, eager to discover your true identity. And also to reveal the truth behind Han Jinji's tricks. But all the mystery behind you and your family has DR investigations. It prevented us from being able to confirm whether or not you were related to Han Jinji. When we do finally get to the bottom of all this mystery, we'll probably discover that you are indeed relatives. But if so, it leaves us with one greater mystery. Why is Han Jinji Han Jinji? Did you not find your answers to that mystery? Hansen asked. Ningyu shook his head. We haven't found any answers yet. We have made some predictions and have a hypothesis. Would you care to listen? Please, go ahead. Hansen looked at Ningyu. He wanted the answers just as much. Ningyu sighed and said, if we assume Han Jinji is not your relative, and if he used the name Han Jinji for a purpose, what would that purpose be? What we think is that your family is involved with another family and another faction's power. They're all focused on you guys, and they learned you are actually Han Jinji's relative. Who would benefit from this knowledge? Hansen's face changed. If this was the story, then the one who would benefit from this was none other than Han Jinji himself. The sacrifice would be Hansen's family. Han Jinji's name was more like bait left behind by Han Jinji. It was the sort of bait every shark would try to claim. He let others focus on that while he went on to do whatever it was he wanted to do. The scarier thing was, they did not know if Han Jinji was alive or not. And if Hansen was confirmed to be a relative, then the family would have to face all his enemies. If Hansen's father had not faked his death, and Hansen hadn't grown up so well, none of this would have happened. Only the new community had the chance of ruining his family now. But this was just a theory. It wasn't 100% factual. Still, the mere thought gave Hansen a shock and sent a chill running down his spine. We can't guarantee the accuracy of the hypothesis, but aside from this, we couldn't find another plausible explanation as to why Han Jinji is still Han Jinji, Ningyu said, as he looked at Hansen. Chapter 1592, Second Uncle's Wishes. Why are you guys telling me all this? Hansen took a deep breath to compose his thoughts before asking. After all, what he had been told was a hypothesis. It was just a collection of ifs, and there was no point in Hansen being troubled by all this. This time, Ningyu did not speak. Second uncle looked at Hansen and said, there's one thing you shouldn't doubt, Han Jinji is capable of doing all this. Although it may not be true, at least we have confirmed that it is possible. Whether you're Han Jinji's heir or not, you're still functioning as bait. Everyone wants to get you, especially the leader of this new community. I am just unsure why he hasn't done anything yet. Perhaps he needs another 2 years to recover, and once he has, you'll be his prime target again. Second uncle, do you know the new community's leader? Who is he? Hansen had so many questions about the new community, all of which had no answers. He wanted them. Second uncle seemed to know a thing or two, that much was clear. And just as second uncle said, the new community had already tried coming after him once. Hansen had managed to avoid them. Had he not, he'd be in their hands. You must have heard what happened to the 7th team by now. Second uncle sighed. Hansen suddenly perked up. With excitement, he nodded and said, I have heard a bit. When you guys first entered the sanctuary, you met a character called God. This being granted you all one wish. Only you and another woman refused the offer. Second uncle nodded and said, my knowledge of the events reflects yours. We entered that strange dimension and did indeed meet someone called God. Gu Qinchang and I didn't make a wish, but everybody else did. They accepted God's trial. Hansen lifted his ears, not willing to miss a single word. He knew he was close to learning things that he had never discovered before. Second uncle poured some more tea and took a sip before speaking again. He said, Han Jinji told me it wasn't actually God. It was merely a creature that looked like us, and that is why he told me not to make a wish. I didn't make a wish at the time, but I ultimately disregarded his advice. I eventually made one. What? You did? Hansen's eyes opened wide. He was too shocked to refer to him as second uncle politely now. In the versions of the story he had heard up until now, second uncle did not make a wish. But now he was being told that the man had, right from the horse's mouth. Second uncle sighed and said, that being said, I wish I had listened to Han Jinji and not made the wish. The temptation, however, was too strong. I made it. Hansen's heart was full of conflicted emotions. He wanted to start asking questions, but he couldn't think of where to begin. He looked at second uncle and waited for him to resume speaking. If second uncle made a wish, then why did he appear to be doing just fine? He had not been trapped like Dawn, and he was not living with pain like Uncle Bug. He seemed in perfect health. Do you know what wish I made? Second uncle smiled, but it was a queer one. What was the wish? Hansen didn't make guesses. He just wanted to hear the answers directly. Hansen had spent far too much time guessing these matters, and he was getting tired of the constant theorizing. Clearly, second uncle didn't want him to guess either. He smiled and said, I am the greediest. So, the wish I made was to have more wishes. Hansen looked at second uncle. The wish seemed so childish, it was something a kid would do. But at the same time, it sort of made sense. Second uncle took a deep breath and said, I was wondering if Han Jinji was telling the truth. After all, he made a wish. If that being wasn't God, then why would he impart advice and still make a wish of his own, anyway? That's why I ultimately decided to make one. And then? Did your wish come true? Hansen asked. Ked. It did. Second uncle's face looked bitter. He went on to say, now I can have many wishes, but first, I must finish the missions I was given. And those wishes were not what I wanted. But if I don't finish the missions, I will be dead. Now Hansen understood what he meant. He had been tricked by God, enslaved by him to do his bidding. He was a slave and nothing more. What is this God thing? Hansen asked, gritting his teeth. Second uncle shook his head and said, I don't know what it is, but you should assume it is simply a creature residing in the fifth sanctuary. That might be true, but its powers exceed the boundaries of the sanctuary. This is nothing an ordinary creature can do. The new community has some sort of a connection to this God. And the missions I am forced to do are all for the greater benefit of the new community. Could the leader of the new community be this God? Hansen asked in shock. Second uncle shook his head, as it was not something he could answer. I don't know why the new community has not tried anything against you yet, but from what I see, their focus in finding Han Jinji is greater than anyone else's. And that confuses me. Perhaps you are able to tell me why this is? Second uncle asked Hansen. Maybe it is because they aren't strong enough to get me, Hansen said. Second uncle gave a wry smile. The new community is stronger than you think. You're strong, but if they wanted you done for, you would be. They'd find a way. But I can't think of any other reasons why they haven't. Hansen shrugged with his hands open. Second uncle went quiet for a moment before proceeding. There is a problem with the new community leader's body. From what I have come to know, it will take 2 years to recover. And once it has recovered, he will most likely come after you himself. Second uncle didn't give a second thought to the idea that the new community had not struck yet was because it currently wasn't strong enough. When Tina brought the Geno armor with her to fight, it was stolen by Han's senator, and Hansen found himself able to use it. This put the new community at a big disadvantage. They could now only wait for their leader to recover and deal personally with Hansen. If you are willing, I am hoping we can cooperate when the times comes to deal with the new community. Second uncle looked directly at Hansen. Second uncle, is this appropriate? Hansen did not really trust second uncle, especially as he was apparently under the control of the enigmatic god. If he became an open enemy of the new community, harm could be brought upon him. I have lived long enough. If I can do something to save the Ning family before I go, I will be satisfied, second uncle said quietly. Okay then. And by the way, can you tell me where the new community is hiding out? Hansen asked. Chapter 1593, Windsong Desert. On Hansen's way back, he continued reading through the information second uncle provided him. He found information pertaining to key individuals of the new community, including details of their whereabouts. There were 3 planets second uncle believed might be possible locations for their headquarters and also possible locations for their leader. But second uncle also told Hansen not to provoke the new community. He told Hansen the reason they had not yet taken action was most likely due to them being afraid of something. But if Hansen didn't get rid of them now, it would only be a matter of time before they came after him. So, Hansen decided it would be best if he struck first. The only problem with this was not knowing which planet the leader was currently residing on. Looking at the information he had been provided, some of the new community's members were actually rather famous and accomplished people from both the human and Shura sides. It was difficult to imagine how the leader had managed to unify the 2 races that way as well. The person that caught Hansen's attention the most was Qinya. He was a mysterious one, and not even the Ling family was able to tell where he came from. But with that being said, he was a high-ranking member of the new community and one of the most important people in the organization. No one had seen him fight before, but it was known that he had the ability to teleport at will. The man who saved Tina must have been Qinya. Hansen carefully memorized all the information pertaining to that man. With power like that, the man would be a dangerous foe even if he couldn't fight. Hansen looked down to see if his father was included in the list. But after browsing through everything, it didn't seem as if there was a mention of his father. Is Dad's rank too low in the new community? Is that why he didn't make the cut? Hansen thought to himself. A few days later, After Han Sen returned home, he spent some more time in research. He wasn't sure if second uncle's intent for cooperation was genuine, but knowing more about any potential threat was always for the best. Han Sen met his father-in-law Ji Ruozhen and told him what had transpired in his meeting with second uncle. He also provided him the information second uncle had given him. If they were able to locate the leader, Han Sen would go and fight. Han Sen was not the strongest in the sanctuary, but in space, he had the crystal armor and his beetle. He had more power than the strongest demigod. Returning to the shelter, Han Sen heard more people talking about Death Goddess. They were talking about who might have provoked her and how she was able to one-hit kill her enemies. All conversations in the fourth sanctuary seemed to revolve around either Death Goddess or Dollar. And there was frequent chatter about who they believed to be better. Han Sen knew his power was still lagging a good distance behind Death Goddess, however. He didn't think he would be a formidable opponent for her yet. Strength is still the most important T. Hing. After Han Sen's investigation, he settled on traveling to Winsong Desert to hunt down super creatures so he could max out his super geno points and get to fighting the most elite of the elites. The reason he selected Winsong Desert was because it was notoriously dangerous there, and also because there were no super shelters around. There were supposed to be a lot of lone super creatures out there. Killing a super creature there would be easier than trying to take down a super shelter. Han Sen decided to bring Little Silver and Little Star with him as well. Little Star had the Star Sea travel powers, so if he ended up in bad shape, he could flee with ease. Little Silver had strong healing abilities. And whenever they were in trouble, Han Sen could make use of the Blow Blood Geno Core. Han Sen would have to spill blood to use the Geno Core, and Little Silver's healing would help for that necessity, at the very least. And of course, Han Sen brought Bauer with him wherever he went. He'd never leave her behind. Lady Chef heard about him going to Winsong Desert, and she seemed determined to follow him, no matter what. So he brought her along as well. There was also Sumi. Han Sen didn't want to bring him along, as he was afraid something bad might happen to the spirit. He couldn't explain a grievous mishap to Sumi's parents, but Sumi was just as determined to come. He was convinced the outing would make for good practice. He said if Han Sen would not let him come, he'd just go alone, anyway. So, Han Sen really had no choice but to let him tag along too. If he went alone, it'd be a great deal more dangerous. The monsters in the desert would not recognize Furnace Emperor's heir, either. Wang Yuhang wanted to come, but Han Sen left him behind for obvious reasons. That place was dangerous, and if Wang Yuhang followed, Han Sen couldn't imagine the terrible misfortunes that might befall them. The last thing he wanted was to end up surrounded by super creatures in such a place. Everything was good on the way there, but when they entered the desert, a sandstorm immediately hit. It cloaked the sky and made darkness fall. Luckily, Han Sen was able to find a rocky place for them to take shelter. No trouble befell them there. With their combined power, normal sandstorms wouldn't affect them. But the sandstorms in Winsong Desert were different. Sitting in the cave, Han Sen heard a strange noise howl through the raging storm. It was like a woman that was singing in the wind. Even in the midst of that sandstorm, he could hear the singing clearly. Weirdly, though, he couldn't understand a word of what was being sung. But this was also how the desert received its name, Winsong Desert. I've heard if there is singing in the sandstorm and you cannot find a place to hide in time, you will be lost in the sandstorm forever. This even happens to powerful super creatures. I wonder if it is true. Sumi looked out of the cave, listening to T.H.'s song outside. I advise you not to find out, Lady Chef said coldly. Something is getting close to the cave, leastways. Han Sen frowned and continued looking outside. Lady Chef and Sumi looked to where he was watching, and aside from a black and yellow sandstorm, they could not make out anything unusual. Sumi looked closer but did not see anything. Just as he was about to ask Han Sen what he had seen, a form began to emerge from the sandstorm. The body looked human-shaped. Everyone was suddenly alert. After a few more steps, the body came right into the cave. It was covered in black and yellow sand. When the being shook itself a little, the person beneath the sand slowly became visible. Han Sen. Before anyone could react, the shadow saw Han Sen and blurted out his name in shock. Chapter 1594. Ring. Lin Feng? Han Sen asked when he heard the man's voice. With much glee, he ran over to him. Encountering friends in such a place was always a very happy occurrence. Why are you here? They asked at the same time, prompting them both to laugh in unison. Lin Feng shook the sand and dust out of his hair and patted himself down. With a smile, he said, Jing Jiwu and I have been on a streak of good luck. We were able to meet each other and level up out here. We have been here for a few years, so you might consider us natives of the place. That's fantastic. With you guys here, we can hunt creatures with greater ease. Han Sen was looking excited. Han Sen had no doubt concerning the breadth of Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu's potential power. Some people were simply good, no matter where they went. Jing Jiwu and Lin Feng were such people. They were the best of the best. We can take you there, but first, we will have to wait for the sandstorm to pass. The sandstorm has gotten too strong. Heading into it now will surely hurry our demise. Lin Feng smiled. Old Lin, are there any solo super creatures out there to your knowledge? Han Sen asked, after sitting down near the fire Lin Feng prepared for them. He had also been offered food and drink. Lin Feng nodded. There are quite a few. Jiwoo and I have been observing them for a while, and I believe there are a few we can kill. When the sandstorm ends, we can call on Jiwoo. Han Sen shook his head. Whatever target you have in mind is yours. I will go for ones I find myself. Lin Feng smiled and said, we have only seen them. We don't yet have the experience to hunt them, so the ones we have in mind can't really be called targets. Hunting with you, however, would let us gain experience and whatnot. That is good enough. But this sandstorm will have us trapped inside here for a few days, I am afraid. The sandstorm was fierce. The noise outside was like howling thunder, but the soothing vocals still echoed softly under it all. It was a song that could most certainly hypnotize a person into a deep sleep. As Han Sen was talked with Lin Feng, he did not realize that Bauer had been enticed by the acoustics. So, she crawled out of the cave. Han Sen was shocked when he noticed. He ran towards the entrance, and uncaring for the sandstorm, he ran out into it. He called out Bauer's name, wanting her to come back. As soon as he exited the cave's mouth, though, a lot of black and yellow sand came his way. He couldn't see Bauer, or even his own hands. The severity of it all prompted Han Sen to return. Lin Feng and Sumi ran towards him. The former said, you shouldn't go out there. The sandstorm is far too powerful. I once saw a giant snake flee into it. When the dust settled, only its bones remained. Once Lin Feng said that, Han Sen's worry about Bauer increased. Bauer was strong, but Han Sen still considered her his child. Just like any parent, it did not matter how well their child grew up, they still harbored a strong yearning to keep them protected. Wait for me here. I'll be back, Han Sen said, then ran back out of the cave again. This time, he summoned the bulwark umbrella as he went. Lady Chef wished to stop Han Sen, but she couldn't. Han Sen was too quick. When he opened the umbrella, though, the sand outside was parted. The sand could no longer harm Han Sen, but still, he was unable to see much. The storm was like a dragon in the sky, circling him. Bauer! Han Sen used the umbrella while calling out for Bauer. Unfortunately, his voice was silenced in the midst of that storm, even if he used his sonic powers. Han Sen frowned. He suddenly saw something flash inside the sandstorm. Eventually, Bauer came racing into the shelter provided by the bulwark umbrella. Bauer, why did you go running off like that? It's dangerous out here. Han Sen picked her up. He was happy he had found her, but he maintained a stern tone to tell her off. Dad, take a look at this. It's beautiful. Bauer raised her chubby hand. She was holding onto something Han Sen had never seen before. It was a ring made of gold. The stone at its center was jade, around the same size as a pigeon's egg. Seeing its style and the quality of its production, Han Sen deduced it was the craftwork of a human. Beings in the sanctuary would not put in the time or effort to create something that was pretty much just a luxury and nothing more. Bauer, where did you get this from? Did someone die out here? Han Sen asked her as he took the ring. I got it over there, but it's just a ring. Bauer pointed in a particular direction, but nothing was visible due to the storm. Han Sen was unable to see what she was pointing towards, but he couldn't see the entrance of the cave behind him, either. Forget it, let's go back. If someone did die out there, there's nothing we can do about it now. Han Sen held Bauer and returned to the cave. Han Sen remembered the direction to go back, and he wasn't led astray. He managed to get back to the cave without harm. When Lin Feng saw Han Sen return, he and the rest all felt relief. Too many creatures had died in the sort of sandstorm. This was Sumi's first time there, but Lin Feng had occupied this area for a few years. He knew how dangerous this region could be, and he was very surprised to see Han Sen make it back. Lin Feng, do you recognize this? Han Sen threw him the ring Bauer had found. Lin Feng had been there for a few years, so he should have known the other humans in the area. Perhaps he could put a name to the person the ring may have once belonged to. Lin Feng examined the ring, but as soon as he did, his face changed. He stood up, staring at the ring. Where did you get this? I got it out in the desert. Do you know who it belongs to? Han Sen could sense something was amiss. This is Jiwoo's ring. His first girlfriend gave it to him, back when he was in school. He always wore it, and he would never take it off, let alone leave it behind someplace. Lin Feng stared out into the sandstorm before clenching his jaw. He came out here with you? Why is he not here with us now? Han Sen's heart jumped. He didn't come with me. He should be in the shelter. Why would his ring be out here? Lin Feng looked so shocked, and he kept his gaze fixed on the sandstorm. Before Han Sen said anything more, though, Lin Feng rushed right out into the sandstorm, ring in hand. As this was happening, the song that tainted the wind changed. The voice that had no words suddenly said something summoning like, Hansen. Hansen. Chapter 1595, Evil Goblin. Hansen and the others were all surprised. They had never heard of the singing voice in the storm calling someone's name. However, there was no mistaking what the voice was saying now. It was clearly calling Hansen. Hansen grabbed Lin Feng and said, Wait a minute, something's wrong. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I have to go no matter what. Otherwise, I'll never forgive myself. Okay, then I'll come with you. Hansen took a look at the storm outside the cave as he listened to the voice yelling his name. It sounded like a sad girl who was calling for her loved one. The thing outside seems to be targeting you. You don't need to go out there. I've lived here for years, and I have my way with the storm. Just wait for me here, Lin Feng said as he walked out. Hansen didn't stop Lin Feng this time. He said to Little Silver and Little Star, You guys stay here. I'll go out with Lin Feng and check. Teacher, the thing outside seems to know you. How about I go out there with you? I'm a spirit, so even if I die, I can still be resurrected, said Sumi. No need, Hansen called over his shoulder as he left the cave. He opened the umbrella in his hand, sheltering himself and Lin Feng from the wind and sand. Lin Feng nodded his thanks to Han's senator. He asked, Where did you find that ring? The storm outside was so strong that they couldn't see or feel anything. There were no visible landmarks to use as reference points in the storm, so they simply needed to pick a direction to walk. Where did you find the ring, Bauer? Hansen looked to Bauer. Bauer was lying lazily on Hansen's shoulder. She lifted a finger to point out into the storm. She only picked up that ring because she thought it was pretty. However, she knew that she wouldn't be getting the ring back now, so she had lost her motivation. Both Hansen and Lin Feng were a little shocked at the direction Bauer was pointing. She was pointing toward the voice in the storm. Let's go and check. Hansen walked forward with the umbrella in his hands. Neither of them said anything. They walked forward in the storm. The farther forward they moved, the stronger the storm became. The pressure on their hands became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, Hansen's body was pretty good, so the pressure didn't crush him. As they walked, the voice calling to Hansen became clearer and clearer. It was creepy. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he kicked something. He bent down to touch it, and then he pulled an iron arrow from the sand. This is Jiwoo's arrow. There's his mark on the shaft. Lin Feng looked much more worried than before. Let's just walk forward. Perhaps he's right in front of us. He might be trapped by something, said Hansen. The two kept walking, and they kept finding random things along the way. Based on Lin Feng's speculation, and they all belonged to Jing Jiwoo. They were both very worried as they realized that Jing Jiwoo might be in great danger. However, they couldn't do anything more than keep walking, hoping that they could still save Jing Jiwoo. Suddenly, the storm in front of them weakened, and they could finally see something clear instead of complete darkness in front of them. Hansen and Lin Feng saw clearly what was going on in front of them, and their eyes turned red. There was a giant skeleton in front of them, and it was more than 100 feet tall and 1,000 feet long. It blocked most of the wind and sand, which was why the storm was weaker here than elsewhere. However, there was also a human being hanging from the skeleton. It was Jing Jiwoo. At this moment, Jing Jiwoo was crucified upon the skeleton. His arms and feet were bleeding, and his eyes were also nailed to the skeleton. He couldn't look more dead. Jiwoo. Lin Feng looked at Jing Jiwoo, who was nailed to the skeleton. His face darkened, and he clenched his fist hard, driving his nails into his palm. However, Lin Feng didn't take one step forward. Instead, he held out an arm and stopped Hansen from lowering the body down. Something's wrong here. Someone's trying to lure us over there to ambush us. Lin Feng said each word quietly, but his voice was trembling. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was furious. I know, but the only way to lure our enemies out is for us to go in. Hansen was also enraged. It didn't feel good to see that someone he knew had died so tragically. Are you sure? Lin Feng asked, staring at Hansen. There are few in the Fourth God Sanctuary who can kill me, answered Hansen. Okay, let's go. Let's go bring back Jiwoo's body, Lin Feng said while taking large steps toward the skeleton. Hansen lifted his bulwark umbrella and followed. Though Hansen and Lin Feng couldn't see them, a man and a woman were standing somewhere close to the skeleton, in a place wasn't affected by the storm at all. That man looked normal, like an elegant middle-aged man. However, the woman looked quite unique. Her upper body was that of a woman, but her lower body looked like a centipede, and it was constituted with bones and barbs. Apparently, she was a creature. They were tricked. The women's eyes gleamed. Bloodbone demon, are you sure you can kill him? Asked the man as he looked at that strange woman. Rest assured, Mr. Qingya, I'll definitely kill him for the chairman. This is Fengge Desert, and this place belongs to me. Bloodbone demon smiled weirdly. As long as they touch my bloodbone puppet, they'll be doomed. Even God won't be able to help them. Good. As long as you kill Han Sen, the chairman will always remember your contribution, said Qingye mildly. He was staring at Han Sen and Lin Feng, who were approaching the skeleton. Bloodbone Demon's eyes gleamed, and she licked her lips using her snake-like tongue. She was looking at Han Sen as if looking at a dead man. Watch my back as I lower Jiwoo's body, Lin Feng said as he flew to the skeleton. He summoned a beast soul sword, cutting the bones behind Jing Jiwoo, and he caught Jing Jiwoo's body as it fell. However, just as Lin Feng touched Jing Jiwoo's body, Jing Jiwoo's eyes popped open, and its body wound around Lin Feng like a group of snakes. And then, bones emerged from Jing Jiwoo's body and locked around Lin Feng like an exoskeleton. Jing Jiwoo's corpse had been completely twisted, and it looked like a skeleton with lots of blood and flesh. Lin Feng under the skeleton's control, and he couldn't help slashing wildly toward Han Senator. Both of them were terrified. Chapter 1596, Rescue. Han Sen was horrified. He tried to dodge the attacks from Lin Feng, and at the same time, he yelled, "What's happening, Lin Feng?" Han Sen knew that Lin Feng was controlled, but he didn't know if only Lin Feng's body was possessed, or if his mind was as well. Lin Feng continued to swing his sword toward Han Sen, and at the same time, he said, "My body is under someone else's control. Go away. Then I'll cut you free." Han Sen was holding the bulwark umbrella in one hand and his Taya sword in the other. He struck the bones that were locked around Lin Feng. "Ah!" Lin Feng suddenly screamed in agony, then he coughed out blood, which shocked Han Sen to his very core. Han Sen was confident about his sword technique, his aim was perfect. Han Sen was certain that he slashed the bloody bones, so he couldn't understand why Lin Feng had been injured. Han Sen saw that the bloody bones were completely intact, but Lin Feng kept coughing up blood. Han Sen realized something was wrong. "Either flee now or kill me," Lin Feng told Han Sen through gritted teeth. He had realized what was happening. Han Sen didn't want to give up like that. He then slashed the bloody bones in 2 different places, but the same thing happened. The bloody bones got hit, but Lin Feng was the one who was actually injured. The bloody bones were transferring all damage done to them straight to Lin Feng. Han Sen wasn't having any sudden inspiration on how to deal with the situation. He had to use his bulwark umbrella and Taya sword to ward off the attacks. Han Sen and Lin Feng realized that their time was running out, yet Han Sen still didn't have the time to actually fight Lin Feng. Han Sen didn't know much about Lin Feng's actual fighting power, but he was certainly that Lin Feng was incredibly powerful. Now, Lin Feng was totally under the Bloody Bones' control, but he was still performing his own blade techniques. Although Lin Feng only had a gemstone Geno core, his blade technique shocked Han Sen a lot. Lin Feng's techniques were elegant and mild, but they weren't visually stunning or mysterious. They weren't like God's retribution skills, which turned complicated into simple, and they weren't as intricate as Six Paths' abilities. Each of Lin Feng's moves looked very simple and plain, but those simple and ordinary sword techniques seemed powerful, perhaps unbreakable. Lin Feng's sword techniques turned something base and ordinary into something rare and ethereal. There were some flaws in Lin Feng's techniques, but the pressure exerted from those attacks made the wielder feel like they were like an emperor that nobody could easily bypass. Han Sen's blade techniques were also good, but it would be difficult for him to win against Lin Feng just using his sword. However, Han Sen's focus wasn't on swords, so he had many other methods to suppress Lin Feng. When it came to strength, Lin Feng was not Han Sen's match. If Lin Feng had been an enemy, Han Sen would have killed him already, but Han Sen didn't want to harm his friend. He was forced to stay on the defensive, which put him at a disadvantage. To make sure that he didn't injure Lin Feng, Han Sen had to keep stepping back, and after several steps, he had drifted back into the storm, so he couldn't see anything around him. Lin Feng, who was controlled by the Bloody Bones, didn't seem to be affected by the storm at all. Instead, he became even more ferocious, and he flitted here and there like a shadow in the storm. He kept showing up in the storm and hitting Han Sen. Han Sen warded off another strike from Lin Feng, yet all of a sudden, a sword suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's left hand. The sword stabbed Han Sen's shoulder, and he started to bleed. Han Sen spun his own sword, but he couldn't slash the Bloody Bones. Lin Feng disappeared into the storm again. Lin Feng, who was now dual-wielding swords, got more aggressive. He attacked Han Sen again and Aga in from the cover of the storm, but Han Sen could only defend instead of attacking. Lin Feng took advantage of every opening that Han Sen provided, and Han Sen's wounds kept piling up and his blood kept dripping. "Kill me," Lin Feng yelled with a hoarse voice, his eyes red. However, Han Sen couldn't attack Lin Feng like that. He warded off the attacks from Lin Feng while saying, "I'll keep thinking. There's got to be something I can do. I won't let you die like this." Despite saying so, Han Sen couldn't think of anything. He couldn't kill Lin Feng, but he also couldn't dodge the attacks in the storm as fast as Lin Feng. It seemed that killing Lin Feng would be the only way to survive. Han Sen got more injured, and blood covered his entire body. Bloodbone Demon looked at Lin Feng and Hansen, who were fighting each other in the storm. She smiled. I thought it would take longer to kill Hansen since he didn't touch the Bloodbone puppet, but now, it seems it's not necessary anymore. Humans are such bizarre creatures. They'll literally let themselves be killed for the sake of others. Totally bizarre, but I like this feeling. Humans are indeed idiotic creatures, as they usually do things that are completely meaningless, said Qingya mildly. Just when Bloodbone Demon tried to say something, Lin Feng lunged forward and ran his sword through Hansen's heart. Hansen fell onto the ground. Mr. Qingya, it's done now, Bloodbone Demon said excitedly to Qingya. You should be more careful. That human being is exceptional, Qingya said, looking at Hansen's lifeless body on the ground. Please rest assured, Mr. Qingya. There won't be a problem. Bloodbone Demon was very confident. She walked toward Hansen and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was standing in the storm. All of a sudden, the storm around them disappeared, and then a man and a woman walked toward him. To be exact, there were 3 of them. That woman had the lower body of a centipede, and she was carrying a man that couldn't move at all. That person seemed to have been completely paralyzed. Though he was still slightly conscious, he couldn't even move his lips and eyeballs. It was Jing Jiwoo. Who are you? Lin Feng shouted at Qingya as his eyes popped in shock. Apparently, he could tell that Qingya was the master in the situation. Bloodbone Demon smiled weirdly. Lin Feng couldn't control himself at all. He raised the blade in his hand and stabbed Hansen, who already seemed lifeless. See, Mr. Qingya, that human is completely dead now, said Bloodbone Demon. And then, she threw the paralyzed Jing Jiwoo onto the ground, and she stabbed down toward him with claws that looked like bones. This guy is useless now. Before Bloodbone Demon could stab Jing Jiwoo with her claws, the space around her was suddenly twisted, and a trace of light flashed, cutting off the claws that struck toward Jing Jiwoo. As for Jing Jiwoo, a hand grabbed him and pulled him away from the claws. You're SD. Ill alive? Bloodbone Demon's eyes popped out, staring at the man supporting Jing Jiwoo. It was Hansen, who she had presumed to be dead. Chapter 1597, We'll meet again. You've come out already, so I don't need to stay dead anymore. Hansen smiled mildly. He was holding the split knife, and at the same time, he checked Jing Jiwoo's body with his Dongshan aura. Jing Jiwoo seemed to have been poisoned, but it wasn't deadly. Bloodbone Demon realized that she had been tricked, and tricked in front of Qingya. She got furious and screamed, "Kill him! Kill him now!" Bloodbone Demon screamed several times, but she found that Lin Feng, who was supposed to be controlled by the Bloody Bone puppet, didn't rush toward Hansen. The Bloody Bones were trembling, trying to move Lin Feng's body forward, but Lin Feng was just standing there without moving a muscle. There were traces of golden light bursting out of his body, which made Lin Feng's body look like a golden Buddha. Pang! Light exploded from Lin Feng's body like a nuclear blast. He turned into a golden sun, which burned several bones of the bloody skeleton that had encased him. The broken bloody bones went back to Bloodbone Demon. When she reabsorbed the broken bones, Bloodbone Demon couldn't help coughing out some blood. The Bloodbone puppet was herself Genocore, and after having her Genocore injured, she was also injured a bit. After the golden light went away, Lin Feng walked out calmly. He wasn't injured at all. Impossible. How is it possible? Bloodbone Demon couldn't believe her eyes. She had a super Genocore, while that human only had a gemstone Genocore. Yet not only did she fail to control him, he even injured her. Though the Bloodbone puppet was only slightly injured, it was still unacceptable to Bloodbone Demon. Unfortunately, my endless Buddha body is still at gemstone level. It's still not able to rival a super Genocore, said Lin Feng calmly as his face turned pale. I'll kill you, shrieked Bloodbone Demon. Lin Feng had spoken calmly, but she was still infuriated by what he had said. Bloodbone puppet merged with her body, and it formed a bloodbone armor around her. She shouted furiously and rushed toward Lin Feng like a strange dragon with the wind and sand. The butterfly wings on Hansen's back trembled, and Bloodthirsty Ant King was shining with dazzling light. All of a sudden, he crossed the distance between them and went into the wind and sand, slashing Bloodbone Demon. Before Bloodbone Demon could reach Lin Feng, Hansen's blade had already cut through her body and the bloodbone armor protecting her. Super creature Bloodbone Demon killed. No beast soul gained. Geno Core unobtained. Flesh inedible. Consume the Life Geno Essence to gain 0 to 10 Super Geno points randomly. Hansen licked his lips. He was a little upset about not receiving a beast soul. However, Hansen never stopped moving. Instead, he slashed the split knife toward Qin. Jia, going through time and space. We'll meet again very soon, and next time, you won't be so lucky that you meet a moron like her. Qingya looked at Hansen and smiled. You won't have a next time. Hansen teleported through time and space and rushed toward Qingya, thrusting his blade into Qingya's body. However, Qingya was still smiling and his body became lighter and lighter until it disappeared completely. Han Sen's blade seemed to slash a phantom. It went through directly and completely, and it didn't touch anything. Who was he? Lin Feng asked, looking at where Qingya had disappeared. I only know that he's from the new community and his name is Qingya. Han Sen took a look at Jing Jiwoo, who was not able to move at all. He then apologized, sorry that you were dragged into this. They were coming after me. Lin Feng shook his head without saying anything. He walked to Jing Jiwoo and checked his body, then he frowned. He's poisoned. Hopefully, something in the alliance can help him. Antidotes in the alliance were usually designed for certain types of poison, but poisons in the sanctuaries were a little different from those in the alliance, so it was difficult to say whether it was going to work or not. Let Little Silver try, perhaps it'll work. Han Sen then picked up Jing Jiwoo and walked back. After Bloodbone Demon was killed, the storm stopped. Han Sen had absorbed the life geno essence of Bloodbone Demon, so he was very happy about that. His goal for this trip was to get a life geno essence. Though he went through some trouble before getting it, he was still pleased with what he had gained. Little Silver and the others had already come out of the cave. Jing Jiwoo looked like a corpse when Han Sen laid him beside Little Silver. Little Silver, can you get rid of the poison in him? If you can't, can you at least save his life first? Without saying anything, Little Silver hit Jing Jiwoo with a stream of silver lightning. Jing Jiwoo's zombie-like face twisted. Look, his life force is recovering. How amazing! When Lin Feng saw that Jing Jiwoo was recovering, he was exhilarated. He couldn't help complimenting Little Silver, and he turned to Han Sen and said, Jiwoo is safe now, and you're also injured severely. Ask the fox to heal you now. Seeing Little Silver look at him, Han Sen quickly waved his hands. No need. I can heal myself. Though Little Silver was a skilled healer, his lightning-based healing powers did not feel good. Han Sen would rather simulate the power of the Holy Rhino and heal himself slowly. He had a sturdy body, and his injuries were not fatal. Both Lin Feng and Han Sen had known that it wasn't Jing Jiwoo on the skeleton. However, the things they picked up on the way had been real. They made a show to lure Bloodbone Demon out. Han Sen had carefully controlled where he was injured, and with the cooperation of Lin Feng, he wasn't actually severely injured. The spots that got stabbed by the sword looked fatal, but none of them hurt the organs and the bones. Only the flesh was injured. Under the constant treatment of Little Silver, Jing Jiwoo could finally make a sound, and the first sound he made was so miserable that even Han Sen and Lin Feng couldn't help being scared. To get rid of the poison inside Jing Jiwoo completely, Little Silver kept treating him. Jing Jiwoo didn't make any more noise, but his face was twisting. After the poison in Jing Jiwoo was completely eradicated, Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo took Han Sen to the shelter they were staying in. It was a little shelter in the desert, but it was only a primitive shelter that was already abandoned. They were the only ones that were staying there. They stayed in the shelter for 2 days before Han Sen went out hunting again. With the information provided by Jing Jiwoo and Lin Feng, Han Sen chose a super creature named Ancient Demon Beast as his next target. I need to improve my power as soon as possible. The new community is already on the move, so I need to attack first. I can't just wait here to be hit. Han Sen hoped that his father-in-law could quickly figure out where the chairman was so that they could eradicate the new community completely. Chapter 1598, Sand Mouse Group. Chairman, our plan has failed. Bloodbone Demon was killed. I take full responsibility. Inside the new community's headquarters, Qingya stood with his head lowered. The chairman of new community said, I already know what happened to Bloodbone Demon. That has nothing to do with you. You're not responsible for her stupidity. The chairman then said, go to the departed abyss and take the creature there to Han Senator. It will definitely be able to kill Han Sen, as long as it's not as stupid as Bloodbone Demon. Will the one in departed be willing to help us? Qingya asked, frowning. It doesn't have a choice. Take this. The chairman handed a box to Qingya. When the creature sees this, it'll understand. Yes. Qingya left the meeting room with the box without asking what was in it. Chairman, is it appropriate to give something so important to Qingya? Asked Ashura man who entered the meeting room right after Qingya left. Do you think there's anyone else who is capable of taking the one in the departed abyss to Winesong Desert? Asked the chairman calmly. The Shura man frowned and said, I've always thought there's something wrong with that Qingya. He's always so mysterious. It doesn't matter. As long as he can finish what I told him to do, everything will be well, said the chairman of the new community. Go do your job now. There isn't much time left. Han Sen and Lin Feng took off to the desert oasis where Ancient Demon Beast lived. Based on what Lin Feng knew, Ancient Demon Beast was ferocious, and it had the power of time. It was one of the most powerful super creatures in Winesong Desert. Han Sen chose it because of its unusual power. If he could obtain its beast soul or Geno Core, it would benefit him a great deal. I can't believe there are so many creatures in this desert. After half a day of walking, Han Sen saw a black river in front of them. However, it wasn't actually a river. It was a large swarm of black sand mice. No one could tell how many mice there were. They moved together in a group as they rushed deeper into the desert. Sand mice are the most common creatures in Windsong Desert, so we see them all the time. However, this is the first time I have seen so many sand mice together. Lin Feng looked at the group of sand mice, surprised. Jing Jiwu was also looking at the sand mice. He thought about it and said, I've seen such a large group of sand mice before, but that's because they encountered powerful enemies and escaped their homes through a secret portal under the sand. However, they don't seem to be running away from anything this time. It looks more like they're looking for something. Hansen observed the sand mice using his Dongshen aura and tried to hear what they were thinking. Hansen thought that he wouldn't be able to gain anything. The Dongshen aura didn't work well on demigods unless the thinking ripples of demigods were very strong. To Hansen's surprise, he could actually hear something. The thoughts of those sand mice were very strong, so strong that Hansen could actually hear each sand mouse shouting, "Fruit, fruit." Hansen listened to it for a while, then he shut down his Dongshen aura. His ears and brain had been about to explode because of the noise. The only thing those sand mice were thinking about was fruit. Fruit? What is the fruit? Is there a top-tier Geno plant maturing and bearing fruits nearby? Hansen thought. He turned to Lin Feng. I think those sand mice are up to something. Let's follow them and see if we find anything. Both Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu agreed to it. The chef and Sumi were also curious. They then followed the group of sand mice to see what they were after. Hansen's companions were naturally much faster than the sand mice, and they soon reached the front of the group of sand mice. There they found a sand mouse the size of a cow with a body of marble, leading the entire group of sand mice forward. A super creature. Sumi looked at the king of mice, surprised. Everyone was just as surprised as Sumi. Though there were many sand mice, the vast majority of them were at ordinary level, with only a few primitive mice mixed in. There wasn't even one sacred blood creature. It was indeed surprising to see a super king of mice among them. Though it was possible for extraordinary circumstances to occasionally produce a more powerful variant among low-level creatures, it was extremely rare. As for low-level creatures like sand mice, it was rare for them to have a mutant creature, and it would be a miracle to have a sacred blood creature among them. However, there was a king of mice that was a super creature, which made Hansen wonder. What was going on? The king of mice just continued leading the group of mice forward, and it didn't show any hostility. Hansen followed the king of mice forward, continuing to become more nervous. The king of mice was capable of running very fast, but it wasn't doing that instead, it was just jogging so that the group of sand mice behind it could keep up with it. The smaller sand mice followed their king tirelessly as they ran across the desert. The group of sand mice kept running until midnight. Suddenly, Hansen and his friends saw a river in front of them, and this time, it was a real river. A river lay across the desert like a thread made of jade. It looked bizarre. Despite the fact that the night was at its darkest and there wasn't much light from the stars in the sky, the river was gleaming as if the water itself was glowing. The river was only a couple of feet wide, but the water flowed as fast as that in Yellow River. However, after a short while, the water decreased and then flowed away, like a snake slithering away. The king of mice made a noise, and then it went on to catch up with the river, chasing the water that continued to flow away across the desert. Hansen and the others were all the more curious. They followed the king of mice. After only a short while, Hansen found something weird. The river was flowing through a place with lots of dunes, and rather than pooling or flowing around the dunes, the water just flowed up and down them. It was scientifically impossible. Water didn't flow up. It was just bizarre. Despite using his Dongshen aura to observe the water for a long time, Hansen couldn't find anything strange about it. It just felt like a normal river with normal water. They followed the king of mice and ran for a couple of hours, and suddenly, the fluorescent river in front of them disappeared. Holes emerged in the sand, and the fluorescent water all flowed into them. Those sand holes were only as large as fists, which meant Hansen and the others definitely couldn't get in. They had to stop. Chapter 1599, Fluorescent River. The king of mice stopped in front of the holes in the sand, then it called to the group of mice behind it. The sand mice immediately ran into the holes. Nobody knew how deep the holes were, but they looked like an abyss. A great many sand mice had already entered, but it still wasn't full. I can't get into a hole like that. Jing Jiwu looked at the holes that were the size of a fist and shook his head. How about we dig into a hole to see what's inside? Sumi suggested. Jing Jiwu shook his head and said, if we could simply dig into a hole, the Mouse King wouldn't be staying outside. I'm pretty sure that he would be much better at digging holes than us. Sumi thought that made sense. The sand mice were still entering the holes. Lin Feng examined the Mouse King and said, do you think that Mouse King became a super creature because of something inside one of those holes? Jing Ji. Wu's eyes gleamed. If so, then it'll bring all its descendants here to make sure that its descendants can also evolve like it did. Yes, that must be the case. Let's try digging a hole. Sumi was excited. No need for the trouble, Hansen said to Sumi, jumping on Little Star's back. Get on Little Star's back, all of you. Although Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo didn't know Little Star's power, they both suspected that Little Star might be great at digging holes. Everyone climbed on Little Star's back. Starlight shone around Little Star's body, covering Hansen and the others, and they went into one of the holes. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo had thought that Little Star had the power to dig holes, but instead, Little Star was traveling straight through the sandstone layers. He can pass through materials? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Hansen nodded, and Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo were all the more surprised seeing that Hansen had confirmed it. This ability was very rare and quite impressive. After seeing Hansen kill Bloodbone Demon, Little Silver use incredible curing power, Little Star pass through solid materials, Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo were continually amazed. Hansen, you're just favored by God. You have all the nice things in the world. How are we supposed to catch up? Asked Jing Jiwoo, smiling. Hansen also smiled. There are many good things in the shelter. I'm just a little bit lucky. Neither Lin Feng nor Jing Jiwoo said anything. If Hansen was only considered a little bit lucky, they had no idea what real luck meant. The sand hole was very deep, and after several miles, the small sand hole started to converge into a giant rock road. Hansen saw the fluorescent river flowing away down the underground rock road, while the group of mice chased after it. The king of mice hadn't entered with them, so only the small sand mice were chasing the river. Many ordinary sand mice were not able to keep up with the river, but they kept driving themselves forward until their bodies were twitching and foam was spewing from their mouths. Unfortunately, they were not able to keep up with the river anymore. As Hansen saw more and more sand mice falling behind, the rest sped up and tried to catch up with the river. The underground rock road was like a cobweb, and it extended in all directions. The river didn't leave any traces where it flowed across. If they didn't follow the river, they would definitely get lost in the underground labyrinth. Hansen and the others chased the underground river for more than 40 hours, and they saw more and more sand mice dropping out of the race. Only less than 1% of the sand mice were able to keep up. However, even 1% of the mice was at least 10,000. Most of them were mutant creatures, while some were primitive creatures. Now, lots of them had burned out already. Many primitive sand mice couldn't run anymore, and they were foaming at the mouth. At this moment, the river in front of them suddenly stopped, and so did Hansen and the others. They didn't rush to chase it. The rock road got broader in front of them, forming an enormous underground space. The fluorescent river flowed into the cave, forming an underground lake, and it stopped right there. Hansen and the others followed the group of sand mice to the lake, and they saw that at the center of the lake was a small island with a small tree growing on it. There were fruits that looked like pears on the tree. There's indeed something amazing here. We made the right choice to come here. Sumi was exhilarated. He wanted to fly across the lake and go to the island immediately. Hansen grabbed Sumi, shook his head, and said, "Let's observe it first. If it's really that valuable, it won't be so easy to take." After only a short while, the sand mice rushed into the lake. They tried to swim toward the island, wanting to eat the fruit. The sand mice began swimming across, and nothing happened at first. Halfway across the lake, though, the sand mice sunk as if they had been grabbed by something in the water. They vanished under the surface. Hansen and the others were all shocked. They watched the water for a short while, but they couldn't see what had dragged the sand mice down. Though the fluorescent water was bright, it wasn't very transparent. Because it was too bright, it was difficult to see what was beneath the surface. The sand mice had sunk one by one as if they were dragged down by a water ghost. Yet the group of mice didn't give up. On the contrary, they continued swimming toward the island without any consideration for their lives. Many sand mice were dragged into the lake, but a small portion of them were lucky, and they were gradually approaching the island. Not all the sand mice are sinking. I don't think it's the water itself pulling them down. It's something inside the water, Jing Jiwoo said, looking at the lake. It should be okay for us to fly across the lake, right? Said Sumi. We can try that, but we still need to be careful. Hansen nodded. Everyone saw that some of the sand mice were about to reach the island. They stopped hesitating and flew up into the sky, trying to fly as high as possible. Nothing happened in the beginning, but when they were halfway there, Hansen felt that a powerful force grabbing him and trying to drag him into the lake. Hansen looked down and tried to see what there was down there, but he couldn't see anything under the water. Splush! Splush splush! Hansen summoned his butterfly wings and bloodthirsty Ant King to stop himself from falling, but at the same time, the Dragon Chef, Sumi, Lin Feng, and Jing Jiwoo all fell into the lake and they were quickly sinking. Chapter 1600, Cinderella. Help me, Little Star. Hansen saw Little Silver and Bauer sitting on the back of Little Star, and nothing seemed to be happening to them. As for Little Star, it didn't seem to be affected by that pulling force at all. It was floating in the sky, relaxed. Hansen called for Little Star's attention, and at the same time, he pulled back his power and stopped fighting that pulling force. Instead, he dived. Splash! Hansen fell into the lake. Unexpectedly, the fluorescent lake water wasn't cold at all, but warm like a hot spring, which was very comfortable. However, that powerful pulling force didn't give Hansen a chance to actually enjoy the sensation. Re-engaging his power, Hansen fought that terrific gravity-like power and grabbed a hold of Sumi. He then threw Sumi into the sky. Little Star turned its body in the sky and caught Sumi with its tail, putting him on its back. Hansen then dived into the water like a dragon, and he swam toward Linfeng and Jingjiwu, who were still sinking. He then threw them out of the water one by one. Little Star then flew toward them, putting both of them on its back. He then found Dragon Chef, and after throwing her out of the water, Hansen was about to rush out himself. However, he felt that something was binding his feet, and a horrifying force was dragging him down deeper into the water. Hansen used his God's Geno Core and Bloodthirsty Ant King power at the same time, yet they couldn't resist that powerful pulling force, and he was being dragged into the lake. God damn it, there's definitely something down there. Hansen was shocked. The God's Geno Core, together with Bloodthirsty Ant King and Hansen's own body, made Hansen as powerful as ordinary super creatures, or perhaps even stronger. But those forces combined weren't a match for the force in the water. It kept dragging Hansen down. Hansen tried to fight it, but that didn't work very well. He wanted to see what was dragging him down, but he could only see spots of light beneath him. Other than those, nothing was visible. Hansen felt that something had bound his feet, so he focused on that. He summoned his split knife and slashed toward whatever was trapping his feet. After slashing several times, he couldn't find anything to cut. The force trapping him didn't show any sign of relieving. Hansen was completely shocked. Split knife was able to easily kill super creatures, so if something was actually binding his feet, he should have cut it already. However, he didn't slash anything, yet he still felt that his feet were trapped, which kind of confused him. Hansen didn't have time to think about it now. The force was getting stronger and stronger, and it was pulling him down relentlessly. Hansen was already over 1,000 feet deep in the lake. Hansen didn't know what was down there. Perhaps there was a giant bloody mouth waiting for him at the bottom, waiting to eat and swallow him. Hansen entered Super King Spirit mode immediately. Before Hansen could take further action, he felt the force at his feet relax, and the power binding his ankles disappeared. He couldn't feel that pulling force anymore. Hansen didn't have the mental capacity to wonder why that force suddenly disappeared. He summoned all his courage and rushed forward, and without the pulling force, Hansen successfully flew out of the lake. As he breached the surface, Hansen deactivated the Super King Spirit mode, already as he didn't want Sumi and the others to see it. Seeing Hansen appear from the lake, Little Star chuffed in joy and rushed toward Hansen, putting him on its back. What happened? Why did it take you so long to come out? Did you see anything down there? The Dragon Lady Chef asked Hansen curiously. Hansen had saved all of them, so naturally, he had the power to get out himself, which was why they didn't think of anything else. They thought that Hansen found something down there. Hansen smiled. I didn't find anything. After I pushed you guys out, something trapped my feet, and my strength couldn't resist the power of that thing. I kept sinking, and thank God, I got rid of it and got away. Everyone heard what Hansen said, and they all looked at Hansen's feet. Everyone was dazed by what they had just seen, and they all looked at Hansen in a weird way. Hansen, I can't believe you have such a weird habit. Jingjiwu looked at Hansen, seeming confused. What are you talking about? Hansen was dazed. He then looked down at his feet and found himself equally surprised. Out of nowhere, Hansen had a shoe on one of his feet. Hansen was sure that it was definitely not his shoe. When Hansen came to Winsong Desert, he had been wearing a beast soul armor, but he hadn't worn any shoes. Besides, he was still wearing the armor, and the fighting boots were attached to the armor. How was it possible that he was wearing a shoe? However, there was indeed a shoe on his left foot, and it was a high-heeled shoe that belonged to a woman. The shoe looked fabulous, and it was comparable with the shoes of luxury brands, if not better. With Hansen wearing the shoe, it made Hansen's big foot look a bit delicate. Even weirder, the shoe was made of crystal, and so was the heel. Please trust me, this is not my shoe. I'm not Cinderella. Why I'm even wearing this? Hansen asked while lifting his foot, trying to get the shoe off. However, the shoe seemed to be attached to his foot, and it was impervious to Hansen's attempts to pull it off. Are you still trying to deny that this is your shoe? If it's not your shoe, why does it fit your foot so well? Don't deny it anymore, Cinderella. Go back and marry your prince, said Jingjiwu. Fuck Cinderella. Even if I am a character in the fairy tale, I'm the prince. Hansen took out his split knife and stabbed the crystal shoe. Followed by a sharp sound, the split knife bounced up, and there wasn't even a white scar on the crystal heel. Everyone was shocked after seeing that. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had both seen Han Sen kill Bloodbone Demon with his split knife, and it was a blade that could easily cut a super creature in half. However, it didn't leave even a mark on the shoe. It was shocking, and Lin Feng and the others were now worried. "How's your foot? Does anything feel wrong?" Lin Feng asked, staring at the crystal heel. "I feel wrong everywhere now," said Han Sen, bummed. He wasn't actually hurt, but he was indeed deeply upset. The crystal heel was on his left foot, but the foot felt fine. He didn't even feel like he was wearing a shoe, otherwise he would have noticed the shoe before. Han Sen thought of it, and he missed a heartbeat. He then said, "Was this crystal shoe the thing that was dragging me down while I was in the water?"